Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 5. Hong stood on the stern of the weathered wooden rowboat, working the oar as she drove the boat up the river. Her motions were casual, almost effortless, but the boat was going fast enough to make passers-by blink and narrow their eyes before they determinedly looked away. Tian was sitting up in the bow, keeping a casual eye on the crane and answering questions about West Town for Little Treasure. The crane was keeping a steady pace, flying up the river, over the canyons and darting boats. Tian and Hong knew it well enough to see that it was hunting, which was odd. Cranes did not hunt from the air. At least, not as far as Tian knew. Another thing he didn't know was where this increasing feeling of wrongness was coming from. It was as if he would become irritated if he happened to be looking in a particular direction. That direction happened to be upriver and on the right bank. And it was getting worse the further they went up the river. He got a flash of memory from the snow-grazed crane. There was an inn up ahead, just outside a little village. It looked quite ordinary, except that it had a bright green roof, not painted or glazed. It appeared to be sheets of green metal formed into a roof. Accompanying the memory was a feeling of discomfort and a sense of wrongness. Interesting. Hey, Sicilian, yeah, random question. But how do you feel about staying in an inn tonight? An inn in exactly that direction. You two, and Her Highness. Tian pointed towards the sky. I would love to stay in an inn tonight. Her face was still veiled, and yet the sunny smile shined right through. From the river, the village seemed quite ordinary. Some houses had thatched roofs. The nicer, newer ones had tiles. The paths between buildings weren't wide enough to be called proper streets, but you could fit a cart down them. Fish, silver, green, gray, some faintly striped, others dappled, dried on racks under the setting sun, as fishermen dragged their boats ashore. The women of the village came out to help carry the day's catch, or to lead visiting travelers to the one inn just outside the village proper. There weren't many visitors, there weren't many women, there were no children at all. Tian and Hong didn't need to share a look. The way the women looked at Treasure then quickly looked away was entirely enough. Other visitors to the village were led by women. In their case, it was a gruff, older fisherman who volunteered that the best inn on this stretch of the River was the Copper Roof Inn, just outside the village. You will like it. Clean sheets, warm beds, good food. The old man spoke only to censor Henshin. It took Tian an embarrassingly long time to realize why. The slim man was the only adult in the group. At the very least, the only visibly adult man. Tian had gotten used to the deference of mortals. He sighed silently. He still owed the Taoist masters a report on how to fix the situation in the Broad Sky Kingdom. As he watched fisherwomen shuck freshwater oysters and pack them into brine barrels, he really wished all his learning hadn't led him to the same sorts of ideas the monastery had already come up with. The old way was entirely understandable. It just couldn't keep happening. Yelling at people to make better choices wasn't likely to be useful. They were, after all, making the best choices they could from the limited options available. What were they supposed to do? Not eat salt, not preserve food, get sick, starve, die, pray to be born in a better-run kingdom. Maybe they should file a petition. He should ask Censor Henshin why it was hearing about a petition being filed that alarmed him so much. Tian racked his brain, but couldn't come up with an explanation that made any sense. Wouldn't a full-scale assault on a city deserve more concern? Tian let his eyes wander as his brain wrestled with the absurdness of the situation. There was an old woman peeling burdock roots, sitting on a bench next to her front door, 10 toes digging into the rich yellow earth. Tian smiled. The woman was real. The earth was real. Judging by the burdock root, dinner was likely real too. Better to focus on what was in front of him, rather than being lost in his wonderings. The crane agreed. The snow-grazed crane flapped away, having no desire to trap herself in a box with no food and a lot of humans. There were a few fishermen who thoughtfully picked up nets or slings, but Tian wasn't worried about them. The crane was functionally level 9. The mortals couldn't hurt her unless she let them. Besides, she really didn't like the inn. Something about it revolted her. The inn was a long, 3-story building coated in white plaster. The green metal roof was rather dark under the deepening red sky. Heavy wooden shutters were propped open. ready to be closed in case of rain or wild animals. Horses were kept around the side of the inn in the stables. Cheon glanced at the stables, feeling a little odd. He didn't know how to ride a horse. Why would he ride a horse when he could run faster and for longer? But for mortals, a coach or a good horse was the fastest way to get around the country. That didn't involve rivers, anyway. Little Treasure tugged on Cheon's robes. Immortal Cheon, yes, Little Treasure. There is something wrong with this inn. I don't know what, but it looks like there is a black cloud over it. Really dark. Like it's on fire, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Sin, not exactly the opposite of merit, but it's the best word for it. The place is steeped in sin and evil. Grandpa Jun murmured. How interesting that all three of you sensed it, and from so far away. If it had just been you, I'd have half expected it, but all three of you. And this is a dangerous place, Little Treasure. Assume everyone here is a bad person. Actually, if you see someone who isn't, someone who is glowing like Sister Hong or I, let me know. Okay? Just nudge me and nod at them. Don't point or say anything. They were greeted at the door by a waiter in a simple green-gray robe and soft cloth cap. Pinched face and narrow fingers with bony knuckles. His small eyes lingered on Little Treasure for half a moment too long before shifting to Censor Henshin. Table for the sir and his son. Will your attendants be dining as well? We can feed them in the stable if you prefer. Censor Henshin, to Cheon's utter amazement, didn't so much as blink. Dinner and rooms for 4. My guards will dine with us. My apologies. I should have known better. All the true experts these days are keeping a low profile. Sorry again. We are serving grass carp tonight, roasted or stewed, as well as our famous wok charred long beans. The waiter rattled off a list of dishes and wine available, as well as promising to very fine rooms for the honored guests. Lucky. We only have a few rooms left. Busy night. The air feels disturbed. A bad night to be on the road. Cheon cast his senses out, and had to agree. It seemed quite pleasant, but there was something that said get inside now. No storms on the horizon, though. Utter still was the way. He didn't sense the breath of 4 immortals in the dining room until he was actually in the room with them. Hong and Cheon stutter-stepped, each moving to sweep the room in blood and violence, stopping a half-second after they started. They weren't in the dessert anymore. A surprise wasn't necessarily an ambush. Though in this case, it certainly was a trap of some sort. It was a large dining room, not as big as the mess hall at Depot 4 or the temple, but larger than anything on Windblown Manor. Cheon quickly counted 45 people, 41 of which were mortal, 30 of which were male. Stout shoes or boots were a must for the diners, sensible. Tough trousers in coarse silk or, more often, thick linen paired with the shoes, and spoke of a hard life on hard roads. Men had their hair in simple buns or short braids down the back of their necks, falling over the collar of sturdy robes and tunics. A very few wore silk robes, the fabric looking luxurious in the rough crowd. Nobody disdained the wearers. In a room where everyone carried long knives or stout sabers, the silk wearers sported red tasseled swords. A sword expert skilled enough to afford silk was to be respected. Cheon quietly ran counter-jumper, passively absorbing what the room was telling him. The immortals were for level 7s and a level 9, all of the earthly realm. The level 9 was a seemingly blind old man playing an erhu on the small stage at the back of the room, plucking the 2 strings and sawing away with his bow, gently rocking back and forth as frost-clouded eyes looked blankly over the crowd. The 4 level 7s, 3 men and 1 of the rare women in the room, sat well apart and openly kept an eye on each other. Each wore simple robes that, with a bit of extra ornamentation, could pass for uniforms. The woman was in brown and green, a saber-carrying man wore gray, and a man with a short hatchet tucked into his belt wore a dusty red. The last wore black faded almost to gray, and an unadorned knife as his waist looked heavily used. Little Treasure did his best to be discreet when he nudged Cheon and glanced over towards the lady in brown and green. Under such sharp eyes, he might as well have jumped up on the table and pointed. The immortals immediately spotted Cheon and Hong. Cold eyes examined them from head to foot, carefully weighing them up. 2 more level 7s in the mix might not seem like much with a level 9 holding the fort, but 2 level 7s working together were a different story. Of course, To kill the bandits, you first capture their king. Tian could feel the strange cultivator's attention drift to the mortals they were escorting. He got their message. Hong pretended to ignore them, her back and shoulders straight and wide. Tian politely smiled at everyone in the room, silently cupped his hands and nodded in greeting. The two men looked away, seemingly fascinated by their wine cups and the elder's music. The woman narrowed her eyes. Then she turned back to her meal. Everyone here seems like a martial expert. Little Treasure's voice was mosquito buzz quiet. Tian could understand why the boy imagined it would be inaudible over the noise of the dining, conversation and music. Naive. But he was just 6 or so. They are martial experts. I recognize a few of them, and have guesses about a few more. I am far from being knowledgeable about these things. So you should assume everyone here is a crouching tiger or hidden dragon. A good time to practice minding one's own business. The censor's voice was also near silent, and he had mastered the ability to speak without moving his lips. A strong step in the right direction. The song ended, and bits of copper and silver flew through the air and landed in a bowl placed in front of the old man's stool. It quickly became a competitive activity. Some of those coins traveled the width of the room to land with a pointed chime. Tian nodded to Hong, who rolled her eyes and flicked over a silver coin. Silver or gold wouldn't matter to that elder. But if he wanted to play at being immortal, who were they to stop him? Here, have some warm water. Tea, wine, the waiter asked. Tea, and some snacks. Have the kitchen send out dinner and a few side dishes too. Censor Henshin nodded and lightly tapped the table. Everyone settled in. Tian caught Hong's eye and quickly drew the characters for bamboo and woman on the table. She barely wiggled her left hand from side to side as her right lifted the water cup. She lifted her veil lightly, took a sip, and set the cup down. Tian thought she put it down a little too firmly. Tian sipped his own water. It did taste off. Not quite the wrongness of the roots being cut away, but it was headed in that direction. He chuckled silently. A collection of mortal experts wouldn't gather for no reason, and 7 immortals wouldn't arrive silently without cause either. He was very interested in finding out what that reason was. I wonder if that senior knows how to play the flute. Hyun spoke quietly, but didn't bother whispering. You always complained about me trying to teach myself how to play. Maybe I could get some pointers. The phrase read the room does leap to mind. Brother, I am reading the room. The room is saying that if anyone does anything remotely funny, the room will do all sorts of unfunny things to that person. I'm going to quietly sit here and make the best of dinner, enjoy the music, and maybe talk to some people. Not in a funny way. Just in a high. I get a lot of crap for trying to learn a new skill. Help a junior out, kind of way. You don't think that counts as funny behavior under the circumstances? What circumstances? We are all here because the weather is threatening, aren't we? Tian's innocently spread hands didn't fool Little Treasure, let alone anyone else. If I'm wrong, someone will come and tell me. I'm a great listener. Liren softly laughed into her fist. As night pulled in around the inn, Senior John, why does it seem like everyone is talking, but I can't really hear anyone? Or, I can, but I can't hear the words. Everyone is talking too quietly, Little Treasure complained. Tian could see his eyes drooping, and his vital energy felt a little weak. Tired and hungry, probably. Have a little tea. The reason is simple. Everyone is talking quietly, not whispering, just talking quietly. Oddly enough, that's harder to make out than the whispers. Everyone assumes that everyone else has very sharp ears, and you never know what you might say that happens to offend someone. My own big brothers were very clear on that point, Tian explained. Liren nodded along. My sisters said the same thing, followed up with a list of things you can mutter under your breath just loud enough to provoke your target, but quietly enough that you can deny saying anything to the rest of the room. Tian turned to look at her in shock. Who would have guessed her sisters and his brothers would have the exact same advice? The feeling of strangeness intensified in the dining room. Part of that was the dying of the light outside, but a bigger part was that one table plainly wasn't on the same page as everyone else, which made the other diners grip the hilts of their sabers and carefully eye what was between them and the door over their wine cups. Tian could hear the words old freaks and immortals, whispered from lips nearly touching ears. I hear is dinner. Now then, Big Sis Hong and I will eat first. And if we give you the nod, Then it is safe for the two of you to eat. Tian grinned. He was looking forward to this. Han looked quizzically at him, but nodded. The plates reached the table, a big bowl of rice, fish, both stewed and roasted. Long, oily green beans cooked with just a bit of char on them and the fragrance of chilies. Roasted broccoli and carrots, dish after dish arrived, well prepared, fragrant. And, when Tian tried a bite of soup, disappointingly off, not poisoned, cut off. Liren nodded, having come to the same conclusion. The two shared a look and shrugged. Off in some esoteric way was probably not a good enough reason to starve the mortals, who were looking distinctly ragged after a day and a night of roughing it. It's not poisoned. Tian started to push the bowls over to censor Henshin as the eldest, when a sudden thought intruded. Hey Junior, don't peek. But isn't that cat made of diamonds? Tian subtly pointed left. Little Treasure naturally whipped his head to the side, trying to spot the cat. Where? It was too fast. Clearly a magic cat. Oh well, eat up. Treasure's bowl had mysteriously filled with rice, meat, and vegetables while he was looking away. Tian felt very pleased with himself, until his next food delivery was intercepted by Han. Not that she wanted the food for herself. She used her own stealthily flicked piece of roasted broccoli to divert his carrot, ensuring that the broccoli landed safely in the bowl and the carrot went flying off the edge of the table. Naturally, this meant war. Chopsticks flickered back and forth across the table. Side dishes were defended while the soup rippled and shook from the sea battles that crossed it. The rice bowl became strategically ignored by both sides. Rice is the god of the people, and therefore should be spared the ravages of war. This, of course, was a trap. Tian knew that Han was going to make her move and betray the silent trust as soon as she had his attention distracted. Tian was determined to get his betrayal in first. He nodded pointedly at a nearby table, where there was a wine battle going on. The wine battle was worth watching. A balding man, with a ratty fringe of hair pulled back into a ponytail that was shorter than his equally ratty beard, was exchanging friendly toasts with a wanderer who favored gray linen, a pair of heavy knives and fur-lined boots. Even in the hot, humid interior of the broad sky kingdom, they would smack their wrists together, displaying remarkable muscular control to keep the tiny porcelain wine cups from spilling the clear liquor. Then they would shove back and forth, hopping their cup over the other's arm and catching it on the other side, pouring more in the other's cup even as that cup shoved the lip of the bottle back, always moving, but with a definite cadence to it. Tian found himself subconsciously mimicking the timing. There was something about it after each exchange. There was a bare moment's pause for both sides to see the outcome. Then they were straight back into it. Han quickly picked up on it, and she smiled like a child with a new toy. She nodded to a table slightly behind Tian. When he looked over, they were having a similar duel under the table. Each side was eating dreadfully politely, while their legs thrashed against each other. Even their rough wooden chairs were rising off the ground very slightly as they moved. Hidden battles were taking place all across the room. Everything was a competition. At any moment, a table could be flipped over, and the whole room would be plunged into a bloody melee. But for now, everyone was playing at being polite. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Tian chuckled and looked back at the table. He suppressed the urge to slap his chopsticks down on the table and wave his finger right at Han's nose. While he was appreciating the unique customs of the restaurant, she had betrayed him and pushed a big portion of rice into Little Treasure's bowl. Little Treasure was looking bewildered at his bowl, which somehow was more full now than when he had started eating. Censor Henshin calmly kept his eyes on his own bowl, eating with the elegant manners of one long accustomed to being watched by enemies, and able to control the single rogue muscle twitching in his cheek. Even the senior playing there, who seemed to be getting into it, his bow sawed back and forth in lively time, encouraging the silent battles. There was a loud crack. One of the wine duelists had missed their mark and fell forward, smashing head first into the table. Lightweight. Trying to battle me with wine. You are 10 years too early. The ratty-haired man downed his cup, then took big gulps straight from the jar. Not minding the wine trickling out of the corner of his mouth, Tian didn't drink. Partially because Grandpa kept going on and on about how it would stunt his growth and poison his mind, and considerably more because the one time he did try a brother's wine, It tasted the way a barnyard smelled, and every exhale was an awful chemical burn the length of his throat, fire being a real possibility, as wine had a way of bursting into blue flames if you put a candle to it. But the ready martial artist was drinking it from the jug in great gulps, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. The pace of the air picked up. Tian felt a change in the chi. Something in the air was shifting. The threatening feeling outside was pressing up against the windows now. Waiters rushing around to close the heavy shutters and bar them against the changeable weather. The crack of legs smashing against each other picked up. Tian and Han were far from the only dueling chopsticks going back and forth. And others had imitated the wine duelists. More collapsed. The wine drinkers went first, then those competing to see who could eat the most. The leg kickers were still holding out, but their faces were flushing and turning white. Tian narrowed his eyes and put his hand over Little Treasure's bowl. Censor Henshin had already put down his chopsticks. His eyes slid across Tian and Han as he did. With the way the immortals had been going at the food on the table, it was easy to miss that none had landed in their own bowls. The other cultivators had been hugging the walls, nursing their own food and drink. One of the men had seemingly had enough. He stood and staggered across the room. Everyone pretended not to be watching, but Tian could feel the weight of attention find its focus. A hard-looking level 7. His hair in a casual bun and his trousers and tunic looked as worn as the martial artists around him. There was nothing casual about the long saber at his waist. That was well used and lovingly tended, if the scabbard and hilt were anything to go by. He planted himself in front of the female cultivator. Fairyland has guarded her primordial yin chi for 70 years. Her famed snowblossom ice heart physique deepening and nurturing its virtue. As it happens, my young fire is too rampant and needs cooling. Come, let me cure 70 years of waiting and show you why yin and yang are incomplete alone. He wasn't keeping his voice down. The other two male cultivators shot to their feet and started making their way over. The martial artists paused their contests to watch, or they seemed to. Tian saw heads dropping onto tables and heard the smashing of cups and bowls. He glanced at Han from the corner of his eye. He could read the stance of her shoulders and the change in her breathing. I don't know you, nor do I wish to scram. And if you don't want to scram, then you will have to argue with your fellows about who gets to fall under my blade first. Cultivator Land's voice was soft, floating, and frigid. Oh, I don't think we will argue. The cultivator grinned and coquettishly stroked the hilt of his saber. We can find ways to share, I'm sure. His eyes shot wide open. He coughed, once, twice. Blood poured down his mouth, over his chest, over the long knife that had pierced through his back and out his front. I never learned to share. I'm too old to change now. But I do know how to settle an excess of yang, and the virtues of such exquisitely tended primordial yin. One of the other cultivators had done the work. The third man didn't wait and swung his hatchet at the head of the man trying to remove his heavy knife from his victim. The mantis stalks the cicada, not seeing the oriole behind. Who's dying? The murderer lashed a foot backward even as he folded his body forward, contorting into a handstand and rising kick that caught the cultivator attacking from behind in the gut. There was some dreadful art in that kick, some trick of metal chi or just a blade hidden in his shoes, because it ripped open the ambusher's stomach even as the blow raised him into the air. Blood and intestines fell in a heap before their former owner collapsed on top of them. So much for the oriole. He sneered at the fading man at his feet. I've had suitors call me an oriole. The crunch of a sword punching through the back of a head was clear over the tumbling hurry of the erhu. Fairyland didn't need a rescue. Her snow-white sword was stained red as she pulled it back, flicking the remnants away before stowing it in her ring. 3 dead in 6 seconds. Nobody was stupid. Each of the attacks had happened faster than a mortal could move. The woman hadn't been carrying a sword a second ago, and it vanished as soon as she was done using it. Immortals. There were immortals in their midst, and 3 had just died. The so-called immortals fought like bestial creatures over a mate, and all 3 fell. It was a night when anything could happen, anything, and nobody was saying a thing. Even the waiters weren't fussed, waiting by the wall to be called by a guest or the kitchen. A night where all grudges could be settled. A table flew into the air in a crash of crockery and the clanging of knives. Then another screeched as it was shoved back, hands and feet flying, elbows flying, knees flying, every blow aimed to cripple and kill. The room fell apart into a melee. Every man and woman for themselves, every hand bloody. Above it all, the blind cultivator sawed away at his arrow. Sabers and wide knives dashed in and out. Shadowless kicks struck from odd angles, breaking knees and ribs with equal contempt. Hands flashed, blocked by iron bar arms or dodged with footwork polished on trodden corpses. This was the battlefield of mortal experts. The desperate men and women who wandered the rivers and lakes, unable to find peace in a peaceful land. For the surviving cultivators, it was all dreadfully slow. Each swing of a saber was like a creeping disease, inevitable, inescapable, the awareness of it seeping into everything you could see or feel or imagine. You could go mad with hope, praying that it wouldn't land, that the end could be diverted or delayed. Where there is life, there is hope. That's what people always tell themselves. Where there is life there is hope, and the contemplation of the saber's edge before it splits your brows and everything you ever were pours into the hungry earth. Not that they were falling under the sabers. As maddened as they were, the mortal warriors didn't care to test their skills against immortals. There were screams, shouts, furious swears, and oaths of vengeance. Tian saw a fat man's palm turn black as it swept towards a woman's chest. The black palm was pierced by a finger more silver than white. The fat man cried silently as he shifted back. The pain in his shattered palm was only part of it. The skill he was using had rebounded, the muscles in his arm knotting and tearing under the skin. The woman darted in and drilled her finger past the fat man's desperate defense and jabbed him in the chest. This time she was the one to scream and stagger back, clutching her broken finger. The fat man had a heart-protecting mirror under his robes. It would have been smart to retreat, to simply accept that this wasn't the night, swear vengeance and return when they had healed. But the Erhu sawed away, its winding music fit to accompany a prince strangling his father, music to set fire to mortal blood. Who would run from this battlefield? Who would stand out as a coward in such illustrious company? On a night where all debts are settled and all grudges repaid and all sins wiped away with sticky blood. A yin night, lit with young fire, inevitable, inescapable, as natural as wasp larvae eating their way out of a paralyzed spider. There was a charm to it. Subtle. So subtle it was almost impossible to sense. Tian couldn't understand it. He just knew it was there. Little Treasure couldn't look away. It didn't occur to anyone to try and shield his eyes. This was the martial world. Cultivating with the dawn, seeking the Tao and tranquility, those things were for reclusives in their temples and mountain monasteries. Down here, in the valleys and amongst the rivers and lakes, in the stinking alleyways, fragrant brothels and rowdy coaching inns, on the moonlit docks or in front of the sealed gates of a noble manor. It was blood and pain, and who could stand up one more time than their enemies? Censor Henshin couldn't look away either. His pale face was focused, his sword still in its scabbard, but that scabbard was in his left hand. The sword's hilt in the thin man's right. A chair was flung. He batted it to the side, eyes on the melee. The chair thrower rushed in, waving a heavy knife. A natural freak. I'll have your head and your purse, if you haven't lost that too. The 3-foot blade lashed out, the censor moving forward with a single explosive step. The chair thrower's head went flying. His body fell, spraying the censor head to foot in blood. Do you think me a man without a temper? Oh, but you think me no man at all. This Henshin will teach you all very well. Witness the might of my exorcist sword. The censor dove into the melee, his cold sword warming in human meat. His swordplay was mediocre by the standards of immortal warriors, by the standards of those left standing in the dining room. He was a killing god. Each lunge came fast as lightning. Each chop landed heavy as thunder. There was no defensive swordplay. When an attack came in, it was met with a dodge and a counterattack. Everything was a target: grits, fingers, the oncoming knife or saber or club itself. A superb unification of breadth, strength, tempo and energy. Those who relied only on experience or crude arts were simply no match. More bodies fell, some from violence, others simply collapsed. Their eyes went dull, and they fell on the floor. Some dead by the time their head bounced. Others lay bonelessly and their breath slowed, unable to keep up with the music of the erhu. Tian watched Little Treasure's eyes flicker and start to roll up in his head. There was a dreadful drop in his vitality, as though his young essence was being drained away. Tian quickly stood behind him and placed his hand to the boy's back. Circulating advent of spring. He was an old hand at sending his energy through his palms and into another person. You just had to be exceedingly gentle. He shot Liren a sharp look. She nodded and smashed one of the shutters. Her hand bounced back. She frowned as faint etchings and lines of twisting script rose up from the paint in funeral white on black house paint. A trap. NRA. And still the elder sawed away at his erhu, his blind eyes watching. Ire dripping from his face. Tian quickly thought through what needed to happen. Han could break the wall, but the senior would move to stop her. He had every confidence that she would win. But Tian didn't know if Little Treasure would survive the confrontation. All the waiters were still standing with their backs to the wall. Empty smiles plastered on shiny faces. He wasn't willing to bet they could be used for unpleasant purposes. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. He needed to break the music. That seemed to be at the core of it. The immortals weren't immune. But at least Liren and Daoist Lan seemed less affected. Daoist Lan had her eyes locked on the senior up on the stage. Like Tian and Hong, she was level 7, and like Tian and Hong, she seemed to have no confidence in beating a level 9, especially not one standing in the middle of NRA. She was clutching a cracked tortoise shell like it was a single thread keeping her from falling into hell. Use his darts. Presumably there was some invisible protection for the old man. Protecting yourself while you operated the race seemed like the most obvious basic of all basics. Even the martial incompetents at the Five Elements courtyard had their floating shields. He had better means available. Daoist Lan, if you can protect this boy for a moment, we can break the ray. She gave him a disbelieving look but rushed over. Tian set an image to the crane, and a feeling of what he wanted. The message didn't get through. It seemed that brainpower was another thing blocked by this array. So much for having the bird attack from the outside. What do you need me to do, Bamboo Medicine Hut? He asked. She rocked back in surprise, then nodded quickly. Just keep his Yanqi up. You can see it draining out of everyone. The censor was only fighting for a few moments, and he's already swaying. And she nodded, and replaced his small hand with hers on Treasure's back. Sister wanted. Do whatever you are going to do. Tian's hand dropped to the rosary at his waist. He hated doing this with mortals around, and who knows what effect it would have on Little Treasure. But needs must. An ren cho sa ni rei, hu vo ti lu. Zhao. Tian poured his vital energy into each enunciated syllable. On the bad nights, Liren sometimes practiced her spurplay until she could collapse and sleep. His chanting helped her, she said. It gave her something to concentrate on, something real and present, not some future fear or demon of the past. She could test her understanding of the elements against his. Tian could express himself through his chant, and through his tea. Liren spoke with her spear. The tones transformed from nonsense into sacred truths. An struck a metal gong, the reverberations clashing with the arrow. Ren fell like a drizzle onto the sparking flint and steel of Cho. The elements came alive as he worked his way through, counting on his rosary. Not wanting to lose his place in the cycle, with each repetition, he deepened his understanding of an aspect of an element. With every spoken syllable, he improved his ability to share that understanding with others. The elder had his own understanding of the Tao. The elder was skilled in expressing it too. For all that Tian couldn't see his vital energy moving, his erhu never stopped. And Tian had to admit, the old man played beautifully. The elder sat on a small stage, sawing away at his instrument, debating the Tao with the junior chanting and counting on his rosary. Han expressed her own counterpoint. She slammed the shutter again, this time with a heavy kick. The intricate designs flared back into life. Tian knew she was getting a read on them. Tian had, for longer than he would ever admit, thought Han was a bit dumb. He quickly revised that thought when he learned that she figured out how to break arrays by watching him hijack the energy used by array masters and turn it against them. Except she didn't need to be standing in the path of it, or need to wait for someone else to send the power to break the ray. She could do it her own damn self, with a speed and acuity that left John breathless. She could sort through the incomprehensible jumble of chi that formed an array, then destroy it. She had the basics of the technique figured out as soon as she saw him do it. By the time the five-element courtyard started challenging her the next morning, it was functional. By the time she was done breaking the will of everyone foolish enough to think themselves her equal, it was deadly. 5 elements gathered on her spirit up, fire-led, as it always did with her. but everything was in there. The spear jabbed out and landed on glowing symbols. 5 colors flashed, intensity shifting faster than mortal eyes could follow. There was a sudden rush of air as the elder struck at Hong, his fingers flying over the strings sending near invisible ripples through the air. Tian only noticed when the ripples were almost on top of them. The elder's vital energy seemed as invisible as the notes he plucked. Show, see, ha! Tian enunciated each sound, driving the wind before him. Wine belonged to the element of wood. This senior might have more vital energy than he did, but Tian could use his better. The senior's attack was diverted, smashing into the wards that senior was trying to protect. Tian could feel something crack. Then Hong made it break. For a brief moment, the world turned blinding white. When his vision cleared, the erhu was broken. So was the elder who had been playing it. His hands were gone from the wrists down. His stomach was gone. Tian could count every broken vertebrae on his spine while standing in front of him. Everything between the ribs and the knees was gone or shattered. We were going to toast the emperor to come. We were making the drink offerings, filled with life and fire and youth. And you ruined it. Ruined me? What? Good dogs, you are. The elder gasped his last words, the life draining out of him and flowing down the stage. Tian watched the blood fall into a shallow gutter in the floor. Looking around, he could see more of the shallow gutters set into the tiles, invisible in the lamplight, until you watched the blood run down them, all the dead bodies. Gravity pulling out what the hearts couldn't pump away while their owners lived. The waiters jerked into action, some twist of evil chi moving them, smiling their waiter's smile. To the sides of the people passed out on the ground. Then they pulled out pig butchering knives. The copper-roofed inn wasn't done with them yet. Tian and Hong didn't wait around for a demonstration of what the waiters were going to do with their pig butchering knives. Hong slapped the blades out of their hands, unfortunately breaking quite a few of the hands in the process. Once they were all herded together and restrained, the immortals conferred. It was agreed that the waiters were enchanted, because they weren't animated corpses or controlled by goo or puppets. What a strange array. Technically an illusion array, I think, but one aimed at manipulating emotions working with the erhu. It limited our ability to sense their immortal breath until we were right on top of them too. I wonder where he got it, Xian muttered. Search me. He doesn't look like one of the 5 elements courtyard people. Presumably heretics have their own ray makers. We'll figure it out, right now. We need to fix these waiters, Hong said. I've never seen someone enchanted before. I'm quite eager to learn how to cure them. Tian nodded at Hong. Go on. She stared back at him. He made a little encouraging gesture. She spread her hands and gave him a look he could feel through her veil. You are the doctor in training. I thought you knew how to cure it. Nay, how would I know? You have that pointy stick or a breaking technique. Just poke them. You can shut down chi around you by gibbering at the air. Why can't you just shout in their ear for a bit? Because if it disrupted all chi everywhere, I would explode. As would everything around me. Tian thought he sounded very patient. Their productive conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone being violently sick, and the soft sobs of a child. Tian and Hong turned around. Censor Henshin was rubbing little treasure's back and trying to comfort him with Daoist Lan. The remaining survivors were looking around the charnel house restaurant. Not all could keep their composure. Hey brother, Hong softly asked. Tian didn't need to hear the rest of the words. Their footprints were clear on the floor, like tidy stamps showing where they went, dipped in blood. We sneer at the cold hearts in the monastery, and then we go right ahead and ignore the mortals too. I'll meditate on it. Tian sighed and started rushing around the room, pulling out bandages and such herbs as could be used for mortal medicine. It wasn't much, but he was slowly stocking up. He found himself tying a lot of tourniquets very, very quickly. Censor Henshin, little treasure. How are the two of you doing? Any feeling of lightheadedness? A strong urge to sleep? Yes to both. The censor's voice was higher pitched than his usual high voice, and quite sharp. He caught himself and added, Thank you for your concern, Immortal Tian. I'm okay. Thank you, Immortal Tian. Are you and Immortal Hong okay? Treasure tried to sound composed with a snotty face and runny eyes. Tian didn't look away from the tourniquet he was tying. The man would have to learn to live without an arm, but with a bit of luck, he would live. We are okay. It's unpleasant to hear, but you get used to these sorts of scenes as you walk the road to immortality. Not that it doesn't leave a mark on you. It does. But you learn to deal with it. You see a nightmare. I just see a mess. And people that need my help. Tian kept his voice calm. Speaking of, Taoist Lan, have you entered the medicine formulating halls yet? Or, dare I hope, the hospital? Yes, to both. Damn me for a fool and a coward. Yes to both. Sorry. Little boy, stay with this nice man. Auntie Lan needs to go to work now. Tian heard the crisp sound of two hands slapping a face, and hurried footsteps. Usual trige. For a left is a no need to explain. Fellow DOIST. With your permission, I will lead from here, please. Hyun nodded. He was a firm believer in not overestimating oneself. And while she might not be a fighter, Taoist Lan had half a century of medical training more than he did. There weren't many living wounded. They worked as a counterpoint to the music being played by the blind cultivator. Yang Qi was excited in the diners. Anger flushed the blood and flesh with vigor. The qi was then drained away, running down the gutters into whatever lay below. The ones who fainted were lucky, in a way. They didn't get cut up by their fellow diners. The ones who did often lacked the strength to keep their hearts beating. Taoist Lan and Tian neatly split the work. She got people stable. He kept them alive long enough for her to stabilize them. It worked better than Tian hoped. This was entirely due to Taoist Lan and his speedy hand with a tourniquet. Taoist Lan had more than adequate medicine for mortals. She was lightning quick, tying off spurting veins and arteries with specially treated thread. She even knew how to use long tweezers to reach inside the muscle, pull out the severed arteries to where she could work on them, and then tie them off. Tian watched her as carefully as he could manage. Every move she made was worth more than a sack of spirit crystals to him. One of the casually awful things Tian had learned working at the hospital was that blood vessels could contract when cut, making them impossible to reach. Blood shooting out of a mass of muscle, tendon, fascia, with no way to stop it other than a tourniquet or the most brutal of emergency surgery. Always horrible to see, even if you had seen it before. He had seen doctors fish out the arteries with tweezers before. None did it as fast as Taoist Lan. Tian learned a lot watching her. He had learned an awful lot, observing doctors. But her deft hands were a revelation. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Not for nothing are the doctors of the bamboo medicine hut revered. My thanks. Taoist Lan. Tian bowed to the doctor after the last patient was stabilized. For what? You'd have figured out what was happening and broke the spell. That's what saved us. Damn me for a fool. Damn me for a fool and a coward. I was so bound up in the thought of what those Vol men intended. So tied up with the fact that I didn't even hesitate. I didn't even hesitate. It was like all the times I practiced, and I didn't even think about it. I just stabbed, and it went right in. Went right in. It's not supposed to go in like that. The skull is there to protect the brain. It's not supposed to go in like that. Sister Liren, please. And Taoist Lan. Return. They managed to get the doctor settled down eventually, and encouraged her to talk. Taoist Lan roamed the Brodsky kingdom, offering her services to mortals and immortals alike, for whatever they could spare or nothing at all. In this way, she said, she cultivated both her skills and her heart. Her living expenses were covered by missions from the bamboo medicine hut. She was coming back from a caravan escort mission. Part of the arrangement had been that she provided healing for the caravaneers and their mortal families, all of which had gone quite well, until it hadn't, and the chief guard fell out with the caravan master, resulting in the whole shipment being stranded in a village upriver. She was making her way down to Bluestone City to beg the ancient Crane Monastery to send someone over to collect the shipment and deliver it the rest of the way. She had reasonably high hopes. Quite a few of the ingredients were for medicines intended for the monastery. It was just bad luck that she was in the inn tonight. Worse luck that she ran into 3 fellows she had met over the years in unfriendly circumstances. She hadn't panicked, though. She had trained. One of the consequences of Tian and Hong's demonstration with Elder Feng was that the disciples of the bamboo medicine hut understood just how utterly incapable they were of anything resembling actual fighting. So they talked to their guards, who were understandably kind about their employer's deficiencies, and suggested a simple remedy. Don't learn how to fight. It's a full-time job, and they aren't suited for it. Learn how to run, and learn one attack. Just one. One thing that you can do instantly. Without thinking, in any circumstances. Practice it obsessively. Dr. Lan chose a simple sword thrust. It worked. And now she had to live with that fact. Tian and Hong gave her what comfort they could, and reminded her that she had a hospital full of people who had been exactly where she was now. They would listen and not despise her when she talked. I thought I recognized the two of you. I wasn't there when you visited, but the descriptions matched. Word got around in a big hurry. I got at least 5 letters mentioning you. She half laughed. Once they had their party settled as well as they could manage, Liren nudged Tian. We still haven't found the kids. And that blood is going somewhere. Let's finish clearing the building. Then, with our luck, anything nasty in the basement will have run off and we'll have to chase it down. Tian muttered. So, what unusual optimism. I was thinking it was eagerly waiting for us down there, all covered in tentacles and venom. Han looked as wry as only someone who had killed demons could. I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic. What nonsense are you talking about now? The two stood and started exploring the room. Then the rest of the inn, not minding the way the mortals, and one very bemused immortal, watched the pair bicker like the 15-year-old kids that they were, trailing bloody footprints as they went. The entrance to the basement wasn't hidden. There was a stout wooden door, sealed with iron bands and a heavy lock. Etchings in the metal suggested it had been protected by the ray that covered the dining room. Since that was now destroyed, the rest of the door was trivial to remove. Han grabbed a metal strap and ripped out the whole door frame. Oh, gross. She wrinkled her nose. Tian couldn't smell anything other than stone. It's Yinchi. What's wrong with Yinchi? Stick your head in and see for yourself. Tian did. Oh, gross. Right. It's like someone turned farts and sadness into a tar and now we are breathing it in as it soaks into our hair. Liren pulled out the light array from her storage ring and activated it. There were oil lamps ready to be lit next to the stairs, but neither of them cared to trust them. The stairs were made of wood, with the posts set on, or in stone. The walls were rough and finished. Clearly a natural cave that the inn had been built over. The light bounced off the gray rough walls, fading as the stairs went deeper and twisted from side to side. A dragon cave. Liren muttered. Dragon? You think a dragon lives here? No, but that's what my sisters call it. Narrow and twisty and made from limestone. I don't know if this is limestone though. They could hear noises coming from below, thudding and tapping, clacking and chimes. Their steps were light, but very steady. As they got deeper, they started finding large stone jars set in the wall. Each was sealed and the mouth covered with bright red cloth. A little label hung on each jar with a name and a date of creation. Tian cracked one open. Wine. Strong wine. Smells like a pile of cucumbers got smashed into a barnyard at high speed. You just have no appreciation for wine. Han sniffed. Oh, and you do? No, but that's no reason not to judge you for your ignorance. Tian ignored Liren with a senior's dignity and benevolence, silently swearing to take revenge at the first opportunity. There is a heap of small jars on that little landing there, and a big ladle. You think they just portion it out when people order it? He asked. Yep. They reached the bottom of the stairs. Pipes descended from the ceiling, dripping red and black and stinking to high heaven. The blood flowed into a vast open vat, heated gently by an array carved into the floor, and fueled by spirit stones. Two tall kids stirred the vat periodically, tossing fistfuls of powders in, dumping shining grains of steamed rice in, keeping the process going. Around them, around the vat, were the village children, or what remained of them. Their eyes were hollow, their limbs bone-thin. They banged on little drums and shook rattles and tapped chimes, making a steady, cheerful music for their endless dance. Their feet were bloody. Sister Liren, do I dare? They might die on the spot. Her voice was soft, almost scared. They will die for certain if they don't wake from the enchantment. Your call is filled with fire and yang qi. You are exactly who they need, right now. Tian's voice was equally soft. Tian read the tag hanging from the enormous jars stowed at the bottom of the cave. 5 of them, each taller than Hong. Tribute wine for the true emperor. Whatever twist of revulsion pointed them here from the river terminated at these 5 jars. Come back. Something broke. Some thread snapped with a twang. And this time, the light that filled the room was pure gold. The kids weren't okay, but they weren't dead either. Qian could feel the recoil of the spell flushing away whatever foulness was done to them. Something broke inside the tall wine jugs. It was the oddest feeling that something he was certain of without consciously thinking about it was missing. He wanted to investigate, but the kids took priority. It wasn't like there was anyone left alive to stop him. Then emptied in a rush as soon as the ray was broken. Reporting to the immortal, I had heard rumors about the Copper Roof Inn, and particularly about its famous Three Fairies wine. There was another rumor that the notorious bandit Joe the Blood Red Saber would come and drink here after a raid. And spend the night too, if the raid went very well. Word got around to a lot of us that he was going to be here tonight. 500 pieces of silver for his head. Not something I can pass up. Or let someone else walk away with, begging your pardon. Qian and Hong delegated talking to the mortals to Taoist Lan. She looked senior enough to get serious answers. And while the mortals might not understand what had gone on in the dining room, they understood who healed them afterward. Taoist Lan was having to spend a lot of time raising mortals kowtowing in thanks for the immortal's life-saving favor. She'd had a lot of practice. Any reports of people just going missing? Or the fact that there are no kids in the village? She asked. The scarred martial artist she was interrogating rubbed the stubble on his head awkwardly. Well, putting it politely. But after 3 weeks on the road surrounded by other rough men, all I saw was women and booze. I haven't heard anything about missing kids. Are there missing kids around here? I bet a bunch of us would be willing to help search. No need. Her voice became distant and terribly cold. Qian laid the first of the children on the floor in the hall, away from the bloody dining room. There are 29 more down there. Han is giving the conscious ones some water while I bring them up. They were enchanted. They are suffering from some kind of yang qi depletion, as well as starvation and exhaustion. Beyond that, that is more than enough. Lan rushed over and started pulling out medicine. This won't be healed quickly. This kind of long-term depletion takes months to recover from. Use for the mental damage. She pointed at the martial artist. Return to the village and tell the villagers that their children have been rescued, and they need to come collect them. Double quotes. Yes, immortal. When the searching was done, and the villagers were interviewed, and everyone was as healthy as they were going to get in the short term, a depressing picture emerged. The blind elder was known simply as Ren. He was born in the fishing village some 100 years ago, but had been recruited by a wandering immortal. He didn't return for his parents' funerals, or the funeral of his brothers or sister, or his grandnephews and nieces. He never swept their tombs or made offerings on the anniversary of their deaths. One day he was simply back, blind now, yet rebuilding the ruin, coaching in outside the village faster than a team of skilled carpenters. He threw a feast. Everyone was invited. The wine flowed like water. When they woke, the children were gone. He claimed they were called to greater things than life in a fishing village, that their futures would be honorable and assured. There were some who disagreed. Blindness was no impediment to crushing objections and objectors alike with a single hand. Run to the nearest town and tell who. Ask them to do what. Who could interfere with the whims of an immortal? All they could do was pray he was telling the truth. When Qian searched Ren's ring, they found a token for the Heavenly Note sect, a minor, and as far as he knew, entirely not heretical, sect within the Brodsky kingdom, along with all the random odds and ends cultivators collected in their rings. Most importantly, they found notes. The heavens treat human lives as nothing more than straw dogs. The sage treats human lives as nothing more than straw dogs. The human emperor rules over chaos and villainy. Yet the celestial emperor does nothing. Is this the same celestial emperor who spent more than 3 cycles of the universe to achieve true understanding of the Tao? He would not permit this. The liars in court must be blinding his eyes with incense smoke and deafening his ears with their false prayers. The visitor said that the mountains hide a true oracle. Perhaps I can tempt them out with my music. Divination has its price. But so what? What is the truth of the world worth? Whatever it is. Whatever little glimpse of true reality this Ren can see will be enough. I will gladly pay. They opted to sleep in a peasant's hut that night. Nobody wanted to sleep in the inn, though Qian had a feeling the ordinary wine, food and fixtures would all be gone within a few days. Neither fishermen nor martial artists were squeamish. Once they got over their initial shock, the notes were mostly about hunting for the legendary oracle that supposedly lived around Grey Spire Mountain. Nothing in them about wine or welcoming a new emperor, or why these emperor-obsessed heretics were so determined to make kids part of their sacrifices. He caught Censor Henshin before he went to bed. "Censor, why were you so much more concerned by a petition than the slaughter of peasants in your jurisdiction?" The censor visibly controlled an urge to wag a finger at Tian. "Forgive my impertinence, immortal, but those peasants were not under my jurisdiction. The censorate has no administrative power. None. Likewise, we have no administrative responsibility. The peasantry is entirely, therefore, outside the scope of our duties. So what do you do? Combating corruption is all I know about your role." "Well, that and the shocking corruption in the censorate. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation." Censor Henshin ignored everything past the first sentence. "The role of the censorate is supervisory. We are the emperor's eyes and ears, and where necessary, his hands. Within the civil service, we also have the sole and exclusive responsibility for correcting the emperor on the very rare occasions when he errs in matters of duty or virtue. It is our proudest honor." Tian blinked. That wasn't quite how his books had it. Generally, any mention of a censor admonishing an emperor ended in the censor's mutilation and banishment, or their immediate and colorful execution. Subjects have the right to petition the emperor if they feel their local administrators are failing in their duty. Such petitions naturally pass to us, as they fall under admonishing civil servants. Petitions are quite normal. Petitions written in blood are less normal, but we do get them once or twice a year at the provincial level. They are much rarer at the capital level, as they have to get through several rounds of filtering. The immortal may not know, but there is an entire department whose sole function is to review the memorials that reach the emperor. That sounds like a powerful job. Yes. So much so that successive emperors have left it a mere rump of its original self. Functionally, it's an arm of the Department of State. But the point is that there is a mechanism for filing petitions, and the petitions are read, if not by the emperor himself, then by his bureaucrats who will convey the contents to him through memorials so long as the petitions are not utterly absurd. Tian put on his patient expression. Censor Henshin got the message. This heretical petition violates the core interests of the censorate as it rebukes the emperor personally and directly, instead of targeting administrators or ministers. It also infringes on the duties exclusively assigned to the Department of Rituals. It seeks to go over the emperor's head, as it were, because it is addressed to the celestial emperor. Another thing that is exclusively our prerogative. Wait, the censorate has the right to rebuke God, Qian enunciated, trying to understand the madness flowing from the seemingly sane censor. The censorate initiates the rebuke of the celestial emperor after top-level consultation and consensus. The instruction is then sent to the Department of Rituals to perform the rite, and they read from the memorial we draft for them during it. Tian felt the man's high-pitched voice undercut the thunderous declaration. Rebuke God? A god? Yes. And only the celestial emperor. It's less rebuking and more reminding, obviously. Everything else is handled by the Department of Rituals. All the other ranks of deities below the celestial imperial household, all the way down to local gods, because he's an emperor. No, immortal Tian, because he is our emperor, the celestial emperor, Jade Emperor. Call him by whichever title you prefer. Receive the mandate to govern the celestial court from the Tao itself, personified by, well, you know all this better than I do. The censor waved his fingers self-deprecatingly. Tian had the powerful urge to shake him and yell that he did not. In fact, know all this. He controlled it. The censor continued. A mandate from the Tao to rule with benevolence, promoting virtue and suppressing vice, loving the people as his children and bringing the blessings of wise governance to the universe. Naturally, the celestial emperor has his own celestial bureaucracy, and he confers the right to rule to mortal emperors. This occurs in much the same way as we might acknowledge the subordinate sovereignty of a minor kingdom within our borders, or some tribal band or something. In this, our Brodsky Kingdom's censorate can be considered a subordinate department of the celestial censorate. Theologically speaking, the ink made from the burned bodies of children. Perhaps there is some underlying heretical logic, but from the perspective of the censorate, they are just being dramatic. Tian felt the veins in his forehead throb. The wine, from what you described. It is normal for the various regions to send tributes of local specialties to welcome a new emperor. And, Of course, wine sacrifices are an utterly normal part of rituals and worship ceremonies. Tian sat down on the rough wooden table that was one of the few pieces of furniture in the peasant's hut. They are undermining the kingdom by attacking the source of the emperor's legitimacy, ratting him out to his superior, in the hopes he gets fired, essentially. And I would have just mailed the evidence along with a memorial to the capital if it didn't involve heretical immortal cultivators. That adds a significant amount of urgency. But that's what the problem is. The censor nodded, then hesitated. At least, that's the part of all this that troubles me professionally and personally. I'm a married man, immortal, raising 3 splendid sons and an equally splendid daughter. I wish the immortal good hunting, and thank him for his service in ridding the world of these monsters. Tian wondered if the world had simply gone mad. That would make sense. He wasn't crazy. It was the universe. I didn't know you were married, Censor Henshin. Oh yes. The Empress has many maids, all from fine families, and it is her responsibility to find them husbands when it becomes time for them to leave her service. It is common practice to marry them off to, well, men like me. I suspect because we are around so much. She just knows us better. My children are adopted. Yes, but I love them with all my heart, as I do my wife. Everyone seems to find that hard to believe, but I do. Tian was utterly lost. All right, I don't know why that's anyone's business but your wife's. But what the hell do I know? Censor Henshin, do you genuinely believe your department is a subordinate department to a celestial bureaucracy? Absolutely. He spoke with utter conviction. How? Why? Piety is part of my annual performance review. I very carefully keep up with the pronouncements of the ritual department, and get top marks for my currently correct beliefs every year. Besides, it's the most logical answer. Tian went to bed. Bed in this case being his bedroll inside his tent, inside the hut. He liked the privacy, and he liked its rat-proof nature even more. Liren and Little Treasure were already using the one bed. Little Treasure liked Liren's nightlight, and he said she was warm. Grandpa, how much of what Censor Henshin said is true? Well, none of it. Kind of. And all of it, equally kind of. I can tell you that he is truthfully describing the theological position of the Brodsky kingdom, based on what we have overheard and read. And you might want to reread some of your history books, particularly the parts describing a nation's fate or fortune suppressing treasure. Grandpa, go to sleep. Grandson, it's been quite a day, but, at the risk of being a mean old senior, let me ask you a final question before bedtime. You could feel the breath of immortality coming from that blind cultivator once you were inside the ray. But did you even once feel the elements move within him? But he was clearly using his magics the whole time you were in the room, so you should have been able to sense it, normally. Yet you didn't. And if you didn't, then something very strange happened, didn't it? Tian knew Grandpa Jun loved him. Sometimes, he would feel Grandpa embracing him for no reason, or caressing the back of his head, or simply resting his hand against Tian's back as encouragement or support. And sometimes, he was a malicious old ghost with an evil sense of humor, who Tian silently demanded of the universe. Who would ever think of posing a puzzle like that just when he was trying to get to sleep? Grandpa was right. He hadn't felt the elemental energy move inside the elder. He had felt the attacks the elder launched through the ray at the very end, but not whatever was circulating inside the old man, or the enchantment that was driving the people in the room to madness and exhaustion. Before today, he would have said only those at the heavenly person realm could evade his detection. It was how he was able to consistently beat people of a higher realm. Training, experience, an astonishingly well-cultivated body, but most importantly, he could read their every move before they made it. It was easy to win a lot of fights if you could always hit them, but they could never hit you. It seemed he would have to relearn what it was like to fight using mortal senses. His stomach knotted up. He didn't feel safe, even in his little tent, with Liren barely 10 feet away. He didn't feel properly safe. Tian forced himself to breathe. It wasn't like he had suddenly lost his power. The Yellow Banner bandits hadn't been able to evade his senses. It clearly wasn't something just anyone could do. Since Ren, the blind musician, had been the disciple of a sect with less than 50 members and a thin inheritance, his advantages had clearly come from somewhere else. Maybe that true oracle, or whoever the visitor was. Tian had never hunted a heretic emissary before. Maybe now was the time to give it a try. Or maybe not. Chasing around a mountain after a diviner that didn't want to be found sounded like an amazing waste of time. He went back and forth, then let the idea go. They had more urgent business. Draw the air and hold it. Slowly exhale. Let your lungs sit empty. Inhale, long and slow. Repeating the cycle as he forced his body to relax. One muscle group at a time, they had a plan. They would go up the cross the plains around Golden Field City, get on the eastern fork of the Green River, and ride it down almost all the way to ancient Crane Mountain. A quick stop, or not so quick stop, at West Town Outer Court to drop off Little Treasure. Then on to the capital, which was also connected to a navigable river. Just not the Green River. They would have to go overland for the last leg of their journey. The whole trip would take a couple months, most of it spent on water. Less if they stopped trying to play mortal. Not bad at all. It would all work out. Maybe he would have the time to learn how to play the flute. And maybe they would all sprout wings and fly home, snorting. Tian dug into his bedroll, blessed the makers of his rat-proof tent for the 1000th time, and fell asleep. They set off in a curious mood, the mortals grim and depressed, the cultivators chipper. Tian tried to explain, but kept quickly running into the same problem. They were following their Tao, virtue, and the way. Tian said out of the blue. That's what you aren't seeing. He got strange looks in triplicate. The crane was having a nap on the prow, and wasn't interested in glaring at him for the moment. Tian had the uncanny feeling that this was the only thing sparing him from being perfectly boxed in by looks. We are doing the right things for the right reasons. Yes, horrible things have happened. Horrible things are going to happen, but right now, it's a beautiful day on a beautiful river. And we are doing the right things for the right reasons. So we are happy. He waved his hands at the flowing scenery, the fish or birds dipping in and out of the water, the swaying trees, the way the sunlight danced over the bands of tan and purple stone that lined the river. That is quite the immortal view. Sensor Henshin's cheek twitched. No concern about the dark clouds on the horizon, he pointed up. There were, in fact, thunderheads on the edge of the sky, piling up into anvil clouds and windswept black towers. At the speed summer storms moved, they would probably need to find cover in an hour or less. Sure, but I've been rained on before. Tian smiled and leaned back, then added, though, sis Liren, if you see a good spot way ahead of you, do you remember if there are any sects nearby? Tian thought for a moment and shook his head. Hong sighed. There weren't any particularly close villages either. There will be a canyon soon. So long as we aren't trapped in it when the high waters come down, it's going to be fine. And if we are, we may be able to find an overhang or a ledge or something. Liren sounded like she was smiling. The time spent persuading her to advance her body cultivation was completely worth it. There was something awful about a fire cultivator who couldn't feel joy. This was much better. Liren turned out to be exactly right. There was a canyon, and 20 feet above the river, there was a long ledge under a wide overhang. What a shame there is no way to. Sensor Henshin cut himself off as Tian casually grabbed a hold of the canyon wall and stopped the boat dead in the water. Liren leapt upward, making the boat buck for a moment. She grabbed the ledge with one hand and continued her upward momentum with a light push. She landed on both feet on the ledge, barely making a sound. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Looks pretty good. A lot of bird droppings and old nests. But that just means it's a safe place to roost out here. Climb up. She unrolled a rope ladder that she kept stowed in her ring. It was long enough that the last few rungs piled up in the bottom of the boat. Little Treasure up first, then Sensor Henshin. I'll pack the boat and climb up last. Tian pointed up the ladder. A quick tidy up. And they had a cozy little campsite just in time to watch the rain come down. The ledge didn't keep them perfectly dry, but with some rain cloaks, it was entirely good enough. The crane, Tian noticed, seemed to take particular pleasure in kicking the empty nests off the ledge, then dusting with a powerful gust from her wings. The river quickly turned white, smashing through the canyon. The rock walls shook with the thunder of the waters, kettling the rain and rushing river roar and boiling the humans in the sound. I should learn how to swim, Tian muttered. I'm not scared of water, but it does kind of make me nervous. But you love being on the boat. I'm starting to worry about ever getting you off the boat. Han gave him a side glance. Yeah, but I almost drowned when I was a kid. Fell off a cliff. Landed in a river. A good time was not had. When was this, treasure? You might find the story interesting too. Sit here next to me. Cheon patted a stretch of rock. Once the little boy was settled in, Cheon told the story of the tiger, the stormborn truffle, the climb down the cliffside, and the never-to-be sufficiently damned eagles. He didn't hide how scary things were, but he also didn't downplay the sheer joy and satisfaction he felt eating the truffle, and an incredible feeling of collapsing onto the rock at the mouth of the lake. Liren was laughing by the end of it. Treasure looked at her reproachfully and asked, does that kind of thing happen often? To teens, and an adult started nodding. Constantly, Hyun said. More often than not. Han agreed. Only if you are a cultivator. Censor Henshin raised a pale hand. We have whole reams of policy and jurisprudence, that is, commentary on laws, about how to deal with the strange coincidences that happen to immortals. Mostly we just turn a blind eye. But sometimes the kingdom's bureaucracy has to get involved. It's that common. Treasure looked like he couldn't believe it. I've fallen off of things before and never landed on a natural treasure. I got my body cultivation art off a dead heretic, Hyun shrugged. Got mine when I put my fist through the side of a solid-looking hill. Hong volunteered. Then there is the bodily reconstruction. Those were mostly happy coincidences paired with hard work. But it's happened twice in less than a decade, Cheon continued. Oh, don't go telling him those lies. Liren flapped a hand at Cheon. Ignore him. He claims he can dissolve himself and rebuild better in the right conditions. I 100% guarantee you will die if you try it. There is a reason he is a doctor in training and not a doctor. Cheon sulked. He had never lied about how he had refined his body. But for some insufficiently explained reason, Cheon's soup was always deemed impossible by his setmates. It was one of the great mysteries of the world to Cheon. Grandpa had been right. You did need a special something to cultivate, and it was something orthodox cultivators believed you had to be born with. While there were heretical means to turn an ordinary mortal into a cultivator, they were Defy and itoneally, heretical. Cheon was no expert, but his theory was that they all relied on seizing the life and potential of others and using all that energy to transform the body and meridians or danshan or something of the heretic. The reason you needed to kill so many people was, therefore, that mortals had limited life and potential. That, and the process wasn't very efficient. Cheon had yet to see a heretical art that worked better than an equivalent orthodox one. The thing was, though, that all this meant that there was a mechanism between Cheon's soup and heretical cultivation. He could prove that the potential to cultivate immortality could be created after a person was born. What's more, the sheer number of minor sects and wandering cultivators strongly implied, to him anyway, that some modest degree of cultivation was more widely possible than the recruitment numbers at the ancient Crane Monastery would suggest. Cheon had always believed that if you could stand up, hear thunder, see lightning, and cultivate, there was a spot waiting for you in the outer court, and only the last point was actually necessary. And yet, they had a recruitment crisis, and their overall numbers had dropped frighteningly low. All those kids ringing the dragon calling bells, really none of them could cultivate at all. Or was there a degree of filtering at play? Level 9s were not necessarily common outside ancient Crane Mountain, and were viewed as real experts by most. The outer court had more level 9s than the other cultivation levels combined. If he could see it, the Taoist masters could too. There was a piece he was missing. What it might be, he didn't know. Cheon flicked a pebble off the edge of the cliff and watched it vanish in the rain and roaring waters. I really do need to learn how to swim, he murmured. I can teach you, Hong offered. Thank you, sister. I would appreciate that. I want something in trade. Oh, I'll do what I can, but I must warn you, I am very poor. I lost my hospital job, and now I'm a vagrant. I can barely keep clothes on my back. My bird has to hunt her own food, or get by on what I can find on trees. Hong pulled out her spear. How can I help you, Sister Liren, who exploits the poor? I want you to teach me first aid. More first aid, I mean. I'm sick of being useless after a battle. Cheon smiled and nodded, happy to. Hong put away her spear. By the way, did you forget that I know to the last brass cash how much money you have? I've been doing all our buying and selling for close to 5 months now. Being broke is a mindset, sister. If you just apply yourself, you too can live a life of radical poverty. What is gold and silver but worldly dross? Can any jewel or crown match the gem of the Tao? Tian spoke with great conviction. There was silence on the ledge. You got that from that old drunk star caller, didn't you? I did. Yes, it's good though. To immortals and to mortals watch the rain fall, and the floodwaters rise for another hour. Then spent the hour after that waiting for the water to settle down again. Next stop, Red Adler Town, Han cheerfully announced as she picked up the oar. And, with luck, and there were muted cheers. Oh come on, they can't all be death traps, she laughed. This is a death trap. It's a hot spring complex, Brother Ziho. One with an attached hotel, restaurant, gardens and recreation pavilions. You know the mortals are getting whiffy. They need a bath, yes, the mortals. Tian gave Liren a pointed look. Oh, don't you start this again. Leaving aside that it's impossible. Do you really think it's worth it to avoid bathing? I'm just saying if I can do it, everyone can do it, and should. It would be a much less stinky world if they did, Hyun sniffed, looking dubiously at the bathhouse. He couldn't help but think the little symbol on the banner looked like steam rising out of a soup pot. Do what, Immortal Chan? Little Treasure asked. Turn yourself into soup and rebuild yourself with snake meat and lotuses. A little trick I learned from a wise hermit when I wasn't that much older than you. That's why I smell so nice all the time. You really turned yourself into soup. Little Treasure's eyes shot wide open. Yes, it's a bit messy. But once you have gathered enough 3 venoms, 7 death adders and dustless lotuses, you've done all the tricky stuff. All that's left is injecting the flesh-destroying venom into your limbs and chest, then falling back into a pool of water. Crushed snake meat and lotus pulp. Eating the snake gallbladders and lotus seeds first is also a big help. Very good for the eyes and kidneys. Tian tapped his nose. Now both of the mortals were staring at him wide-eyed. It's not as strange as it sounds, Hyun muttered, lowering the tapping finger and looking back at the bathhouse. Bathhouse was an almost comic understatement. It was huge, elegant and exquisite. With more than a dozen immaculately maintained buildings wrapped around gardens so carefully tended, you might think they sprang into existence naturally. It is strange. It absolutely is strange. Don't be fooled. This weirdo has the dustless lotus physique. But he keeps claiming that he made it by listening to some hobo in the jungle. This, good child, is what's called a lie. Han spoke urgently. Good children do not dissolve themselves in mud pits filled with mashed snakes and pond flowers. Not if they expect to live. Which is why I said this is a death trap. Anyone can turn themselves into soup. It's just that everyone thinks they can't. So they don't turn themselves back into people afterward. And this is clearly a place for making soup of people, for heaven's sake. Look at the sign. They are practically declaring to the world they are cannibals. Tian was stubborn on this point. If a sickly, half-dead child could manage it, then surely anyone could. Censor Henshin coughed and changed the subject. I, for one, would appreciate the bath and a night's sleep at a reliable inn. The Northern Beauty Hot Springs complex is somewhat legendary. It was created by the Old Wu Kingdom, under Emperor Wudu, building on an even older site from the Shang dynasty. There are famous poems that feature it, and endless artworks, none of which, I am happy to say, include cannibalism. Tian looked over the 2- and 3-story buildings, immaculate in their white plaster and red trim. The black tiles on the roof gleamed under the setting sun. That same sun gave a warm luster to the lush gardens bursting with blue and red blossoms. White puffs of lotuses in green ponds and pavilions painted in red and gold overseeing them all. Each pavilion was placed to admire a pond and its starting koi, or a tall hill, or a fine rock surrounded by lovingly tended flowering trees. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. It looked better than the garden on the Windblown Manor. Elder Feng wasn't a gardener, and Steward Pan had other duties, but it was still funny. A bunch of mortals made, and enjoyed, a nicer garden than an elder of the ancient Crane Monastery. Maybe the materials weren't as special, but their arrangement was, simply, better. He sighed, knowing he was going to lose this argument. Do they at least have decent tea? The etiquette of the bathhouse was bewildering. So Tian resolved to just do whatever the censor did. They were led to a changing room with tiny closets to hang their robes and leave their weapons. If they wished, the clothes would be laundered, while fresh clothes were laid out for their use after they were done soaking and enjoying the services of the hot springs. Tian just shrugged and nodded. His non-uniform robes were mortal make. They got pretty dusty and grimy. No force of propriety would see him parted from his weapons, however, as a concession. He hid them in his storage ring. The staff didn't ask any awkward questions. They were the very soul of hospitality. In fact, the party consisted of an imperial censor, a plainly noble child, and two youths who might dress with excessive frugality, but had the casual fearlessness of the true elite. Besides, while the girl looked like a farmer, the boy had the skin of an imperial concubine. The staff didn't know they were receiving immortals, but it was the Brodsky kingdom. A little extra hospitality was never amiss. You never really knew who you were serving. Censor Henshin insisted on bathing with Little Treasure family style, and Tian tagged along. He had no clue what that meant, and was curious to see what it actually was. Was the two washing each other? First, Henshin poured warm water over Little Treasure, making sure the boy made good use of the soap and washcloth before rinsing him again, and carefully washing his hair. Then Little Treasure returned the favor, looking quite comfortable with the whole process. Tian wasn't. Not that he truly objected to bathing. He rather enjoyed that just clean feeling you got after a good scrub. It was Censor Henshin. The entirety of Censor Henshin's genitals were gone. There was a little hole left for him to pee out of, a scar. And that was it. He didn't try to hide it either. It was just who and how he was. Tian asked how it came to happen, and the censor could only shrug and say it was the arrangement of his family, and that the actual process itself was considerably unpleasant. However, thanks to surviving it and his significant academic achievements, he was able to earn a posting to the imperial palace. At an age when most civil servants were suffering through their first rural postings, he was directly serving the imperial family. Why he was currently working in a comparatively distant province with a middling rank in the bureaucracy wasn't explained, and Tian didn't ask. Carefully washed and toweled dry, they put on the soft tan robes made from luxurious cotton. They were the first cotton clothes Tian had ever worn, and while they lacked the sheen and smoothness of silk, the cozy breathability of the cloth nearly took his breath away. He immediately understood why cotton was such an expensive luxury, such a precious material. How could it be common goods? You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. They exited the hall where they had been bathing and entered a garden. There were others in fine tan cotton robes walking along the winding pathways, each going to their assigned pool or pavilion. There were frequent admirers of the elegant, almost luminous, white crane waiting in one of the ponds, with its striking red face. Tian just rolled her eyes and left her to it. He was hardly going to insist she hop in a hot spring with them. They ran into Han looking up at a statue emerging from a fountain in front of an elegant green-tiled building. The statue was of a woman, half-naked, her robes hanging loosely around her arms. The robe was done in a translucent yellow stone, while the body was carved from alabaster. There was a quadrant carved into a rock at the base of the fountain. The characters painted a vivid red. On a cold spring day, he bestowed upon her the honor of bathing with him at the northern pools. The waters of the hot springs were smooth and washed over her pale white skin. The palace maids helped her to leave the pool because she was too delicate and lacked strength. This was when she began to receive the emperor's advances. This must be Lady Gufu. You may not know the story, as she was the favorite concubine of Emperor Wuxian. Their love was immortalized by many artists, including the poet Xi. I've studied his work. Censor Henshin smiled as he admired the statue and poetry. Her hair seems a bit long, Tian noted. Not so long as to be mannish, of course, but considerably longer than the sisters of the ancient Crane Monastery would tolerate. Accurate to her era, perhaps. I don't know when the statue was carved, but hair fashions change. And the sumptuary laws change too. The censor shrugged. Tian looked at it then shrugged. Good scrub, sister. I'm soaking in the pool in there. She jerked her thumb at the green-roofed building behind her. Then I'm off for the herbal soak. I'll meet you for dinner in the... She trailed off, trying to remember. The Peach Blossom Pavilion. Have fun. Tian cupped his hands and smiled. Hong stared at the statue for a long few seconds, then shook her head and glanced away. She read the poetry, shook her head again and waved as she walked into the bathhouse. Tian hid a sigh. Liren stood straight and tall as she walked into the bathhouse, looking terribly alone. Their hot spring was in a large building. The spring itself was surrounded by a stone-lined pond, with a built-in bench below the water line. It was one of the cooler thermal springs, suitable for a child like Little Treasure. The boy groaned and flopped bonelessly on the bench, his little face just above the water line. It seems the young gentleman is tired. Have you been on a long journey? There were other men in their pool, a bit older than the censor, a slightly chubby man that Tian dubbed the merchant, and a skinny wisp of a man with a goatee beard and a faintly superior attitude. Tian decided that he was likely an official, or possibly a scholar, just beginning one. I'm afraid, but all travel is tiring if you aren't used to it. The censor cupped his hands towards the two seniors. Tian had long since done the same, but didn't feel any need to speak. Speaking, in his experience, was a dreadfully treacherous thing. Silence around strangers was always wise. Seniors, I caught a little of what you were saying when I walked in, and it sounded interesting. Were you referring to Sima's rights of way just now? The censor asked. A fellow scholar. Goatee smiled and nodded. The merchant likewise smiled, though a bit more thinly. Indeed. Particularly the passage in Chapter 6, the Heavenly Court and its officers stand in their eternal places, changing positions only after endless cycles of testing and reincarnation. So too must the earthly court be, lest chaos and disorder blight the nation and bring untold suffering to the world. Goatee had a good voice for reciting, Tian thought. It was easy on the ears. Censor Henshin nodded, or rather uncontroversial section. I always thought. Yet it seems the gentlemen have grown heated in your argument. What inspires so much passion? It's internally contradictory, and points to the false conclusion it is routinely cited to support. The merchant's voice was confident and relaxed. The positions aren't eternal if they change, and the cycles of testing aren't endless since they do result in changing positions. The framing reflects the author's prejudices, not a verifiable truth. The censor started laughing and coughing at the same time. I see what you mean. I believe the accepted interpretation is that on a mortal timescale, they are functionally eternal, and likewise when each cycle of testing and rebirth lasts as long as a universal epoch of creation and destruction, it too could be deemed endless. That got an approving nod from Goatee and a smirk from the merchant. Exactly the orthodox position, attested to by numerous authoritative commentaries, I might add. Goatee slid a glance over to the merchant as he stroked his wispy beard. And exactly the problem. The merchant thinned his eyes. And gentlemen, let's put it to you. What's better? That people should always remain in the roles they are born into? Or should we let them struggle for rank? Little Treasure, who had been happily going boneless as he was ignored by his elders, visibly tensed, then forced himself to relax. He was the son of a count. Being put on the spot by tutors was nothing new. The ranks should not change easily, but the meritorious must be promoted and failures punished. His voice was high, but confident, clearly reciting a lesson he had memorized. It got faintly approving nods from the scholars. Acceptable, but only just, was Tian's interpretation. Rather than rely on Sima, I prefer the proverb of the old master, refusing to correct a mistake is the true mistake. The merchant snorted. The whole civil service would collapse in a generation if we made the titles hereditary. Likewise, if erroneous orders were not corrected, how much waste and fraud would there be? Prioritizing finality and reliability in official pronouncements is hardly a mistake. There is good reason for saying the place of a peasant is behind a plow or in the rice paddy, without permitting the possibility of becoming a noble, a merchant, a soldier, or any other class. Let us not forget that the kingdom of Wu replaced the vile Shang. The slave armies of the Shang were bad enough, but the civil wars and warlordism that ravaged the land for almost 300 years during their long collapse were considerably worse. No fixed status, no deference for righteous authority, only the constant striving for dominance, the struggle of beasts. The long-bearded man slapped the water as he spoke to emphasize his points. Tian wondered if he did it as a display of dominance, like the crane stretching her wings. Tian thought of the dragon calling bell. Ring that. And fate had determined you were worthy of joining the outer court of ancient Crane Mountain. Don't. And a cultivation life wasn't for you. a question of birth. Except it damn well wasn't, was it? Not everyone had the potential to reach the apex, that was true, but far, far more than you would suppose could better their lot with cultivation, if they were just given the chance. Seniors, if I may ask, what brought on this argument? Henshin asked. A ghost haunts the hot springs at night, and has done so for centuries. It claims that it had passed the imperial exams, but its results were wrongfully revoked, and he was condemned to a life working in these baths. In death, it claims, it serves the people by suppressing evil ghosts and instructing those spirits that will listen about virtue and benevolence. Complaints about the ghost have piled up unresolved for so long. They have their own closet in the prefectural archive. We were coming here anyway, and thought we'd investigate and make a decision. In our roles as officials of the Ministry of Personnel, should we grant the ghost an honorary role and title after death, relieving its grudge and confirming its service to the kingdom? Or should we strictly maintain order, conform to the rulings of the ancestors, and have it executed by an exorcist? The two seniors are benevolent in the extreme to be considering such a humane course as conferring an honorable post upon a ghost. But surely this is a matter for the Ministry of Rights. Censor Henshin clasped his hands and saluted the two soaking in the tub. Our first thought as well. But Oldkin kicked it over to us, claiming that since the case involved misconduct in the administration of the Imperial Civil Service exam, that issue must be resolved by the Ministry of Personnel before the Ministry of Rights can step in. It's a tricky problem, to be sure, not much in the way of precedent. Making matters even more complicated is that this ghost appears to be, essentially, harmless. At the very least, we haven't been able to verify any harm greater than alarming visitors here. The merchant half smiled. A violation of the social order in and of itself. Its 3 Hun souls should have entered the familial tablets, while its 7 Po souls should be either dissipating with its body or already receiving judgment in the underworld. If it wasn't properly buried, or there is a problem with the ancestral tablets, or even if its family lineage was severed, then we can only say that there was a breakdown in the social morals and a failure to properly adhere to ritual and custom. Yet you want to compound the error by elevating this creature to an unearned office. Goaty wagged his head, his wispy beard dragging through the pool. Tian tuned out the argument as it quickly devolved into a debate over the importance of ritual and the proper boundaries of various administrative departments. Not something he particularly cared about. The hot spring was pleasantly warm, though he could stand for it to be hotter. The water did, indeed, feel soft and smooth as promised. Perhaps there was a hotter bath. He would go inquire. Later tonight, he would drag Liren along to find the ghost. He had seen plenty of evil creatures, and more zombies than he cared to remember, but to the best of his recollection, he had never seen an actual ghost, let alone a virtuous one. The Saintess was a special case, of course, she was. Tian groped about mentally for a logical reason why the Saintess was not a ghost, and failed. He had, for some reason, classified her as a demon. But when he got right down to it, he was pretty hazy about the differences between the two. The bones, maybe. Did ghosts have bones? He shook his head. Not enough information. And he was too cozy to go ask. Just 5-10 more minutes, and he would go find out about a hotter bath. This pool was just too lukewarm. 2 hours passed. I can't believe I fell asleep, Tian muttered. Shame you did. The herbal soak was great. Ong grinned. They also offer a variety of massages, but unless they employ ogres, I don't think it's going to do much for me. She laughed as she snagged a little dumpling. The steamed parcels of egg and leek were, in their opinion, quite delicious. Dinner was an elegant affair, with the fragrant consomme almost as clear as water, yet fresh and vibrant with the taste of herbs and the savoriness of chicken. The rice had been cooked in chicken stock, and was served with poached chicken, cucumbers and a delicious ginger sauce, all light, all tantalizing to the tongue. A servant stood at the side of the room, ready to dart in and refill a teacup at a moment's notice. Clearly well practiced in the arts of selective deafness and strategic invisibility, the censor had initially ordered wine, then immediately changed his mind with a muttered force of habit. Tian could imagine why. The other diners in the pavilions they passed were all drinking wine. There was something about the red-painted wooden beams and the black-tiled roof, the lustrous low tables and comfortable cushions, all looking out over ponds and gently swaying trees. Something that seemed to call the spirit upward. Something that invited a sort of blissful tranquility Tian struggled to understand in words. A place that invited guests to do away with words. Then, a place to simply be content and even happy. I keep thinking about that statue of concubine Gufu, Hong murmured, looking through the pale green of her tea into the bottom of her teacup. On the one hand, seducing an emperor is a considerable achievement for a mortal woman. On the other hand, that's not what the poem said, was it? So weak she needed to be lifted from the bath by her maids. The emperor had invited her here, so he was already a bit interested. But that was what made him seriously pursue her, Tian suggested. But Censor Henshin shook his head. That's not what the poem says either. I should note that it is just 4 lines from a much longer poem. The two were, by all accounts, as genuinely in love as emperor and concubine could be, which is a lot. But neither law, custom or common sense suggests that their relationship was anything other than at his whim. She received his advances, not invited his pursuit. The censor's voice was wry, appealing, prey, weakened. No need to chase what cannot run. Hong slightly smiled. Nobody thought she was happy, more or less, but like I said, every account agrees there was a great deal of mutual affection there. Censor Henshin spread his hands. It's illegal for me to discuss what I saw in the palace. All I can say is that the imperial household is like no other, and exactly like all others. The emperor is a son, a father, a husband, and the head of the household. But he is also the emperor, engaged with his court, touring the country, even going to the battlefield. You wouldn't think so, but he works longer hours than a peasant, starting before dawn and often only finishing late into the night. He paused, and let the silence serve as emphasis. He looked out over the swaying peach trees, then continued. The women of the imperial family are wives and concubines, mothers and daughters, and that is all. They will never set foot outside the back palace unless it is to visit somewhere as part of the emperor's retinue. And even then, they will have no contact with anyone outside the household, interfering with politics. Trying to have any say in national affairs is a capital offense, one which is enforced mercilessly. The relations between people in the back palace are delicate and intense. Tian sighed a little and put a bit of chicken in Little Treasure's bowl. Then Hans, he paused, then flicked a particularly nice piece into the censor's bowl. Everything was always so complicated. I told Brother Fu that it was impossible to put 3,000 women in a cell. You couldn't even get 100 in there, even if you shoved out. Frankly, I think Brother Wan is going to feel crowded with just 2 extra bodies in his cell. And I can't imagine Sister Su or Sister Mei will be any happier. Brother Wan just takes up too much space. Marriage is a sham. No more nonsense. Sis Liren. Want to come meet a ghost tonight? Most people retired early. A bare few staying up to admire the moon and the scent of night blooming jasmine from garden pavilions. Often with pleasant company, laughter and the exchange of questionable poetry. Those who retired to their rooms were often no quieter than those in the pavilions. Most of the staff were available only during daylight hours. Chambermaids were, however, available at all hours, for rates set by the inn. It wasn't the first time Tian and Han had seen such an arrangement. Their brothers and sisters had told them exactly what to expect as they adventured along the rivers and lakes. They didn't discuss it much, other than Han telling the occasional off-color joke, or Tian forensically examining some of the literature left in hotel rooms and critiquing their medical accuracy. They were Taoists. Sex was a natural part of life, and of cultivation. It wasn't taboo. It also wasn't something either of them wanted to deal with. Finding a ghost crouching at the edge of a staff dormitory building and peeking round a corner came as a relief. They were sure he was a ghost, despite appearing quite solid. Nothing living could have so much yin qi pouring off of them. Tian and Han glanced at each other, and subtly got ready to jump in. They paused, when the ghost jumped first, seizing something in the shadows and dragging it out into the moonlight. The ghost didn't quite roar, but they heard it clearly enough, as they did the thud of its fist, as it lay into a writhing bath towel. Spare me, big brother. Now you remember I'm your big brother. Why didn't you remember it when you went stealing? I didn't. Whoever told you I did was a liar. Which eye is lying? My left or my right, idiot towel? Do you think I can't see little peony's handkerchief in person your folds? I found them. I was bringing them back. Big bro. Liar. The ghostly fist rose and fell again. You know little peony would be spurned by her little lover if she lost his token. And whipped by the manager if she lost the silver. You want to make her miserable. Maybe she will hang herself like poor water lily. Wouldn't that be fun? That was nothing to do with me. Oh, I believe you. Big brother will always believe you. But the black and white impermanences aren't so trusting, big bro. The fists seemed to get bigger, darkening in the moonlight. Explain how I wronged you to King Yan. It fell with a dull thud that echoed in their chests. There was a writhing feeling as the yin chi of the towel convulsed, then dissipated. The ghost that had done the beating sniffed and sorted through the remains of the towel, pulling out a small silk purse and a handkerchief. The two immortals blaze in the night. If you were here to send me to King Yan too, I just ask that you deliver these to the chambermaid known as Little Peony. It won't earn you anything, but such a deed is meritorious in the eyes of heaven, earth, and man. The ghost walked towards them with a heavy tread, getting bigger in the moonlight. By the time it arrived, it was taller than Liren. The ghost was shaped like a man, dressed in faded and tattered robes of deep blue. His matted hair was coming loose under his filthy cap. His beard was a wild thing, bushy enough to hide a brace of partridge, and his eyes rolled in their sockets like they were half a size too small for the whole. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. He was ugly. Beyond how he dressed, or his hair, or his beard, he was ugly. It was one of those faces that made the homely count their blessings. It seemed to be subtly asymmetrical. The left ear a bit bigger than the right ear a bit more pointed than the left. The chin was squarer on the left, while the right eyebrow was just bushier enough to make it seem like he was always half frowning. The ghost fought like a bandit, dressed like a vagabond, and spoke like a scholar. Tian couldn't wrap his mind around what he was seeing. He had just gone looking for the ghost out of curiosity. He hadn't a clue what to do now that he had found it. At the end of the day, he was his father's child. Tian stepped forward, cupped his fist and bowed. Ancient Crane Monastery, West Town, Outer Courts. Tian Ziho greets the senior. This is my martial sister, Hong Liren. It seems Sir has a story. Might this little Taoist invite you to a pavilion for a cup of tea? The ghost blinked twice at Tian, then tilted his head back and laughed. It sounded like he hadn't laughed in a very long time, and was a bit out of practice. Then he nodded, with the ghost of a smile. Senior Zhang. This is the Bamboo Medicine Hut's prized 50-year-old white eyebrow longevity tea. Please, give me your opinion on it. I'm not sure about having an immortal calling a ghost senior. Nor am I sure I can drink. Actually, the ghost, who they had learned was surnamed Zhang, sat elegantly across the table from the attentive Tian and the bemused Hong. I know of at least one yin spirit that can consume tea chi. And then there are all the offerings of food made to spirits. I don't see why not. Tian urged the ghost to drink up. You think I ever got offerings? Well, I thank the immortal for his generosity. Cheers. Ghostly fingers wrapped around the warm clay of the cup and sipped the tea. Then he took a longer pull, then finished the whole cup and put it down with a solid thud. Good tea. Good. Black tears welled in his eyes, which he roughly wiped away. Forgive me. It has been a very long time. Your yang qi warms me like the memory of my friend's hearth. Warm, but not burning. Thank you. Forgive me. The ghost wiped his eyes again. What is there to forgive? I am just glad my tea pleases you. Senior Zhang dresses like he has known hard times, but has better manners than most so-called gentlemen. If I'm not being too rude, may I ask what has happened? Oh, a calamity. The most dreadful thing imaginable. The ghost laughed bitterly. I was the top scorer on the Imperial Civil Service exam. Tian glanced over at Hong. She didn't know how to respond to that either. And not just any exam, the palace exam, the top scorer, on the top test. My papers were graded by the third assistant deputy minister for the Ministry of Personnel, and the deputy to the vice director of the Department of State, and the assistant to the secretary of the Imperial Secretariat, and once they agreed, it was submitted to their superiors, and once they agreed, it was put before His Imperial Majesty with 4 other exam results. Of those 5, one stood out head and shoulders above the others. mine, until I was called forward to receive my recognition. Oh yes. No living family. No background whatsoever. I was only able to afford the trip to the capital due to a friend kindly taking me along. And apparently I am so ugly. Just looking at me stripped years off the life of the emperor. The other points were forgivable. My face was not. Shortening the emperor's life is a dreadful crime, worthy of the death penalty. However, in recognition of my academic achievements, I was merely reduced to the rank of a slave and sent to work in the laundry at the hot springs here. This is back when it was an imperial residence, you understand, before the change in dynasties. Time flows a little differently for ghosts, but I think it must be a few hundred years ago by now. More like a few thousand years, actually. But John just nodded encouragingly and poured another cup. Yet you don't seem like a vengeful spirit. Quite the opposite, actually. I was the top scorer on the Imperial Civil Service exam. The ghost chuckled, silently toasting John again and sipping the tea slowly, savoring it. I had a lot of time to think. I had studied all the classics, you see, and they all went on and on about humility, about the virtue of accepting where you find yourself in life, that it is every person's duty to cultivate themselves, improve themselves. But what their station is up to fate. So I asked myself, did I learn all this stuff? Or did I believe it? John smiled. He could relate, very much. I decided I could be a miserable slave, or a content man. Did washing the soiled linens make me less of a gentleman? Others might think so, but I'm not required to think poorly of myself. I became a gentleman of the laundry tubs and a scholar amongst the scrubbing brushes. Strangely enough, the number of fights I got into increased. It seemed that nobody minded me when we were all miserable together. But a content slave rankles people, particularly the other slaves. I am sorry to hear that. Han offered her condolences. Yes, so it wasn't much of a surprise when I was stabbed to death. Sorry. Again. Double quotes. Han winced. A long time ago. The ghost waved it away. I laughed my head off when the man was executed for destruction of property belonging to the imperial family. He got it way worse than I did. But it was also the time when I started noticing resentful spirits were gathering around the imperial residence. The emperor's chi kept them out of the house proper. But a lot of the nearby lands were starting to build up yin chi. Since my post souls were sealed in my coffin, and my Hun souls had nowhere to go, I started interceding and beating up the ghosts that were harming people. Before I was a scholar, I was an orphan. We grow up tough. I got my start suppressing evil ghosts when, it would have been the 12th year of the reign of Emperor Shengtu, which I believe was the previous dynasty. So, it's been a little while. Tian rapidly revised the age of the ghost upward. The Shang were a borderline mythical dynasty, and had predated the ancient Wu kingdom. Mythical in the sense of a terrible example. Nobody ever thought of them as the good old days. So now that the immortals know my story, what is it you wish to do? Taoist immortals are famous exorcists. Has my time come to an end at last? The ancient ghost settled his hands on his knees, his ugly features calm. The two shared a look. Do you want it to? Jian asked. The ancient teacher said this: a person who showers all the people with blessings and assists everyone in the land cannot be called human. If you must have a name for such a person, call this person a sage. For even the enlightened emperors Xi and Cao would seem lacking by comparison. As for humanity, if you want to make a stand, help others make a stand. And if you want to reach your goal, help others reach their goal. Consider how you wish to be treated, and treat others accordingly. This is the method of humanity. The ugly ghost picked up his teacup elegantly and bowed his head to the two immortals before finishing it off. He smacked his lips in appreciation, then set it down again. Being dead is no barrier to cultivating benevolence and virtue. I make my contributions to society as a gentleman should. Immortals, in this way, have I not cultivated humanity? Am I not humane, orphan, scholar, slave, ghost? I have only grown in my cultivation of benevolence and humanity. On either side of the grave, this life has been a blessed one. I do not fear King Yan's judgment, but I am in no rush to receive it either. I am content laboring here, as I always have. John half closed his eyes. He got no sense of wickedness from the ghost. Yin, yes, but not wicked. It would be helpful if little treasure was here. The ghost should have accumulated a great deal of merit. Hong chuckled, Senior Zhang, how would you like another chance to enter the state rolls? Tian looked over at her, puzzled. Then his eyes lit up. That's right. Those two from the Ministry of Personnel suggested posthumously making him a civil servant due to an administrative error. Well, one of them did. Civil servant. You are thinking too small, brother. We have a censor. 2 officers of the Ministry of Personnel. And I'd bet there is at least 1 officer from the Ministry of Rights here. Yes, Old Kin is a regular here. He's all right. Always very gentle with the chambermaids and doesn't bully the waiters. The ghost nodded, his bushy beard wagging in the night air. But I'm afraid I don't see where you are going with this. Han grinned, her smile bright in the moonlight through the lattice screen of the pavilion. Have you considered becoming a local god, Ghost King Zhang? They wound up waking Little Treasure. He complained that the glow from Senior Zhang was so bright, it hurt to look straight at him. The next day got very busy. It turned out that the procedures for establishing a minor local deity were not terribly complicated, but like all procedures, they had to be followed with exacting precision, or you needed 2 young-looking immortals with penetrating stares and a ghost with an accurate understanding of what you got up to in the illusory privacy of your hotel room. That moved things right along. There was no hurrying the confirmation from the capital, but the manager of the hotel was delighted to put up a small shrine and hang a portrait. Our very own Ghost King to suppress evil spirits, ensuring our customers can sleep peacefully and without fearing Yintain. I swear the offerings on the altar will never go stale, and the incense will be refreshed 3 times a week. Before they left, as a little extra insurance and to honor the patient millennia of service, Tian and Hong put their heads together and made a gift for the senior. Hong had picked up a century-old lightning-struck peachwood sword somewhere, and Tian was hanging onto some odd scraps of Blackpool crocodile leather. They wrapped the yin leather around the painfully young wooden hilt to give the ghost something safe to hang on to, and used what was left to make a crude sheath. The crane didn't understand much about what was going on, but was willing to contribute to white feathers and to black feathers to be tied by a strong red string to the hilt, adding a touch of wildness and immortality to the whole thing, just to make triply sure that everyone got the message. They carved the flying crane of the ancient crane monastery on the hilt, and signed their names on the blade. Then, since the madness of creation was upon them by this point, Han sealed a drop of her blazing young blood under a coat of clear lacquer on one side of the guard, and Tian sealed a drop of his hell-suppressing blood under some lacquer on the other. They agreed that if this wasn't enough to put down any local ghosts, the ghost could have the whole damn prefecture as its thief. They certainly wouldn't be coming back to stop it. The newly ennobled Zhang looked rather stunned at the way the night had gone, and was already sitting next to a remote patch of nothing where he was buried. He would have to return to his coffin soon. The sky was already starting to lighten. Thank you both. Thank you. Zhang shook his head. What a strange life. The 2 immortals nodded. It was indeed a strange life. They cupped their hands and bowed, making ready to go. Wait, immortals. I have something for you. Or at least for Immortal Tian. You are the first person in centuries, maybe even a millennia, that I have seen raising a teapot. It seems to have fallen out of fashion. Do you see that triangular rock over there? To the left of the pine, that's the one. It was a midden. Long ago. Concubine Ting through concubine Feisty set in there to spite her. All the pottery smashed up, but I noticed one of the teapots survived. It's not too far down. Please take it. The Ti-Chi has long since dissipated, but it's been absorbing imperial yang qi here for a long time. They dug with the dawn. The smashed porcelain was buried almost 10 feet straight down, still enduring the wash of eras. Nestled amongst them was a perfectly round clay pig, no bigger than Tian's thumb, and glazed brown pottery, stained with who knows how many cups of tribute tea. It was, indeed, powerfully young. It would make a marvelous addition to his tea tray. All right. We didn't rest as much as we had intended here, but I think we would all agree it was time well spent. Tian crossed his wrists and looked majestically out over the river. The crane flew in, landed on his shoulders and extended her wings widely, her bold red face looking down on all of creation. Not the moment. Shoo, shoo. The crane would not shoo. It spread its wings even wider. Some help you are, he muttered, glaring at Hong. I'd help, but I'm too busy laughing. Why are you rubbing your eyes, Little Treasure? Still tired? No, Sister Immortal. It's just that you are all glowing brighter today. I guess we did quite a good deed. Tion dropped the boat in the water with an unnecessarily large splash. All right, onwards. Perhaps our next stop will be as peaceful as this one was. This is a death trap. It's a pond, Brother Tion. A shallow one. Look, the crane is only up to her knees. You wouldn't believe the danger that lurks under the surface of ponds, Tion muttered. In this case, I can see the bottom. So, you know. Get in the damn water, Hong said, with sisterly warmth and encouragement. Tion grumbled and started stripping off his robe. It suddenly occurs to me that I should mention you need to leave your loincloth on. With most people, I wouldn't feel the need to mention that, Hong added. That's dumb. Then my clothes will be wet. Change afterward. I'm not having you run around naked. Look, just treat it as the uniform for swimming. Okay, no underwear equals breach of discipline by not fulfilling the dress code. Tion blinked. Oh, that makes sense. All right. He quickly stripped off the rest of his robes and neatly packed everything into his storage ring with no further discussion. He was so intent on it, he missed the look of divine revelation crossing Hong's face. Before she refocused and stripped down to her underrobe, then she took another look at Tion. You are going to keep the bun up. If I take the pin out, the hair will float around and get in my face. At least that's what happens in the bath. How? Makes sense now that you say it, she shrugged. Tion stretched out an arm, examined it critically, and sighed. Still so damn thin. I'd call it athletic. You haven't seen my brothers in the bath. Trust me, I'm thin. One of these days, I'm going to be carried away by a high breeze. Tion slapped his hands against his face to drive out the negative thoughts. Well, being lighter will help you float, so there is that. Now all you are going to do is lie back, just bend over backwards, and let yourself land on the surface of the water. I'm going to kneel here with my hands under you, so you physically can't go under the water. Hong kneeled down in the pond, not minding the mucky bottom. Nothing in there could possibly poke her hard enough to really hurt. Tion trusted his sister. He leaned back and, just how damn flexible are you? What? I'm leaning back. Most people can't lean back at 90 degrees from their waist. Do spines even bend that way? Tion sighed and, rather than argue, he lifted both feet up and went flat in the air. A second later he slapped into the surface of the water, and Hong's waiting hands. Good, good. Spread out your arms and legs. Wider. Good. Now, I'm going to lower my hands just a little. Just a couple of inches. And you are going to float. Remember, you cannot possibly go under the water, so you have nothing to worry about. I'm not worried with you here. He closed his eyes and focused on just floating, not seeing Liren's suddenly poleaxed look. She shook that off too, and gently lowered her hands. Tion sank down into the pond with her hands. She raised them and tried again, and again. Sis Liren, you aren't floating. I'm trying. No, I know. But you really should be floating. At least a little bit. I'm not looking for perfection here. Just some amount of floating, and you aren't. At all. How much do you weigh? I don't know. Where am I going to find a scale big enough to stand on? Hang on. I'm going to lift you out of the water. I want to see something. She stood, carrying Tion in her arms. She held him for a moment, then gently set him on the side of the pond. This is going to take some thinking. Brother Ziho, you weigh more than 200 pounds, which is a neat trick for someone who will never bang their head on a doorframe and has no visible fat on him. It was his body cultivation. Tion couldn't imagine what else it could be. The supreme virtue hell-suppressing body refining sutra used yin qi to refine the fleshy body, and yang qi to refine his meridians, danshan and vital energy. It didn't make his cultivation increase, it was just dense. He could fight for longer and push harder than most. He was far stronger than he looked. And he was heavier too, it seemed. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story found elsewhere. Swimming lessons were put on hold for a while. Using light body heavy hands while he was swimming seemed like the obvious answer. But it was an unsatisfying one. Little Treasure could swim a little. So could Censor Henshin. Worst of all, Liren could swim like a fish. Though she hated getting her head under the water, it shouldn't require a light body art. It was another 4 days up the river to Golden Fields Town. Sensor Henshin explained that it was named after the fields of medical goldenrod that were cultivated in the area. There were rice farms too, of course. But the goldenrod was what made the town prosperous. The docks at Golden Fields Town were less busy than at Bluestone City, but you could still feel the energy of the merchants moving up and down the river. They rushed ashore, running to meet buyers or sellers as their laborers unloaded heavy burlap sacks filled with who knows what. The smell of river water lay under the smell of tarred rope and sweaty men. The sun showered its fiery chi on the world, as the Yin River cooled it. The townsfolk caught in the middle could only wipe the back of their neck with bright linen handkerchiefs, fan themselves with bamboo fans and complain about the humidity. The crane had long since flapped away. Locals with nets and arrows couldn't hurt her, but they could annoy the hell out of her. And Tian had some very close calls keeping her from killing fishermen looking for a little side income. Crane feathers brought in a tidy sum, and the meat was considered both medicinal and a minor delicacy. He had to remind himself it would be hypocritical to burn down the feather merchant's shops just because he was friends with one particular crane. He did think about it, though. Where is the inn? Hong asked a passing laborer, who clearly didn't recognize an immortal traveling incognito because he responded with a quite complicated gesture and a quite simple expletive. Hong let it slide. Kyun nodded slightly, and then directed her attention to the actually important thing. Look, sis, tea house. Let's go get some tea and snacks. Look at Little Treasure and Sensor Henshin. They look miserable. Definitely in need of tea and snacks. All right. Why this one? You aren't usually this excited about tea houses. Don't you smell that? The aroma was faint, but Counterjumper picked it out of the air. Nope. Good tea. And there is a level 5 of the earthly realm in there. We can get some local news. The whole party paused when they walked in and heard the sound of an erhu. Fortunately, the musician was a stout woman who believed the music sounded better if you stared at the audience like they owed you money. Not a hint of immortal chi on her. The chi was coming from a man sitting in a corner, enjoying an 8-sided table all by himself. Hong raised her hand in greeting, and the man stood, bowed, and invited them to his table. 3 Falls Temple Li Qiang greets the two fellow Taoists. Please join me. I had just ordered a pot of tea and some snacks. Tian and Hong exchanged a look and a microscopic shrug. Tian stretched out his hand and displayed his storage ring. With a small flex of energy, a tiny picture of a crane silhouetted against a vast mountain emerged from the dull metal. Ancient Crane Monastery, Tianzihao. This is my sister, Han Liren. Thank you for your hospitality. He didn't introduce Little Treasure or Sensor Henshin, and Li Qiang was sensible enough not to ask. It is my pleasure. Fellow Taoists are in luck. Drifting Fragrance Tea House is the best there is in 40 miles in either direction up and down the agate. Better still, they just got in a fresh delivery of Cloudy Dawn tea, a small regional specialty of ours. Tian and Li quickly fell into easy conversation over a shared love of tea. Han kept up with the conversation, gently steering it to unimportant matters like bandits or heretics or journey-interrupting landslides. The only major threat around here is the 5 Poisons cult, which isn't much of a cult, if I am honest. More of a gang with a theme. Their strength is real, though, at the very least. I'm not about to pick a fight with them. Heretics. Not in the sense you mean, I think, but I guess that's debatable. I certainly wouldn't call their practice orthodox. Tian mentally translated that as I'm afraid they are hearing this, somehow, and will murder me if I mark them as heretics to cultivators from the monastery, who have a well-known kill-on-sight policy for heretics. Tian could understand that. Li Qiang was the sort of middling cultivator that you got in places like this. His cultivation art and natural talents were good enough to get him to level 5. But reaching level 9 wasn't even a dream by now. He would live to be 150 or so, with luck and care. For now, he would live in the world as best he could. The conversation kept coming back to tea, taste, aroma, how it grew on different mountains, and the different ways one could brew it. The skillful tea service that Tian practiced was only one of innumerable ways, each with their strengths and weaknesses. For example, the number of people that could be served from a lidded cup would always be very few, and it was intended to require the full effort and attention of the maker. There must be more efficient ways, and there were. Waiter, bring a kettle of hot water. Taoist Tian. I want you to try something. Tea resin. What is that? Dowsley pulled out little black cubes. He dissolved a pair of them directly in the kettle, then poured out steaming hot cups of tea a bare minute later. Fragrant, juicy, a hint of astringency. It wasn't the best red tea he had ever drunk, but it was miles better than he would have believed possible for two little black chunks of resin. He decided that he would call on Dowsley later today and invite him for a proper tea service. Finding people who enjoyed tea was common. Finding a real tea friend was rare. It would be nice to make a new tea friend. Dowsley, could I trouble you to show me? Han coughed and looked towards the door. Tian used his perception art. Sorry, Dowsley. About how many members does the 5 poison cult have? They are secretive, but I believe in excess of 6 cultivators and 100 or more lay members. Your numbers are a bit short. I count 10 outside. Han was deceptively calm. Killing the enemy wasn't going to be a problem. Stopping them from taking Henshin and Little Treasure was. I'm sorry, Dowsley. I will have to trouble you to keep an eye on my mortal friends. Censor Henshin. Mind Little Treasure. Little Treasure, don't run around. Big Sis and I are going to have a word with the people outside. It's likely to be quite a firm word. Don't leave from the front door until I say. I'd hate for you to ruin your shoes. The street emptied fast. 10 men dressed in black, with black hoods covering their heads, each practically bristling with poorly concealed hidden weapons. Tian sniffed lightly. They did have a faint medicinal smell, but you wouldn't really suspect poison. Better than they looked. One of the men spoke, cold-voiced and high-handed. Level 8, the Burning Heaven Cranes, Han Liren, Tian Ziho and the Snow Empress. The crane is already in our grasp, and soon will be in our wok. You two will get similar treatment. In hell, if you are angry, blame yourselves for being too high profile. We are merely solving the problems of others for money. Tian's eyes narrowed. 5 poisons cults sounded like assassins. Not the kind of people who stand around in the middle of the street to challenge you to a fight. But they weren't lying in ambush. Unless concealment arrays were suddenly very cheap and widely available. There was Han, Dowsley, the 10 cultists. And if there were any other cultivators, they were a long way away. Tian reached out to the crane, checking in. She was fine, fishing happily. He sent her an image of the ambush and called her over, sharing memories of fishermen with nets and bows that had tried to capture her in the past. He felt a surge of avian disdain as wide white wings suddenly beat on the air and the crane launched herself into the sky. The cultists were making subtle moves, shifting around, clearly angling for better positions to attack and flank Tian and Han, but not actually attacking. Was there a trap in the ground? Perhaps. It seemed unlikely. It was the middle of the day and this was the central road through the town. Ambush from a nearby building. Ambush from who? Tian would be able to sense the immortal breath of anyone actually capable of hurting them. It was just mortals, most quickly clearing the street, some frozen in terror, pressed up against their stalls or the doorways of closed shops. Tian had the nastiest feeling that he had seen this before, but couldn't remember what or when. Report your name, villain. Han drew a short spear from her ring. I am but a weapon of the cult. A dead woman has no need to learn it. Die without a name then. She twisted her body, moving from stillness to explosive release. The spear vanished with a flash, barely a blur to Tian as it flew towards the most senior of the cultists. The man dodged with an oath, the spear still slicing through a piece of his shoulder before it buried itself in the building behind him. She had another spear in her hand and was rushing towards him before the first drops of red blood hit the yellow earth. Tian was in motion, to right hand flashing forward. Heavenly swallows in flight as they drilled towards the throat of one of the level 5 cultists. Even as he rushed a second, the darts arrived at the same time as the trap went off. For mortals near the entrance to the tea house started vomiting white smoke. There was a smell of burning orchids, and a sudden tinny taste. Then his meridians started to burn. Quickly, the men in black roared and rushed in, pulling out thin knives coated in black tar. Tian's body was rejecting his qi. His vital energy and his meridians were suddenly incompatible, and his body was tearing itself apart. Blinding pain, he could hardly stand. A knife came stabbing down towards him. His brother's care rose to block it. Hurt, confused, disoriented, we could block anyway. His hands moved without thinking. Hundreds of hours sparring with the best in the monastery, just for this moment. The knife came in, and a slim white hand softly grasped the wrist, slid around it, and pushed it across the assassin's body. A second slim hand swept forward, and the heel of the palm smashed into the side of the assassin's chin. Teeth went flying, a problem that became much less urgent for the assassin as a dreadfully heavy foot buried itself in his crotch. By the time the hand holding the poisoned dagger was twisted around and driven into his chest, the assassin wasn't thinking about much of anything other than pain. Tian could sympathize. He hadn't hurt this badly since he was swallowed by the demonic bird. He desperately tried to send his mind to the crane, to warn her about the poison. He didn't know if he managed it. It was hard to breathe. It was getting hard to think. His limbs were growing heavy. The hell-suppressing art was roaring into action. But that was depleting his vital energy fast. He needed to rest and cultivate. The assassins weren't going to give him that time. Two more were coming at him. Sister Liren. He had to get to Liren. She couldn't push through this. They would kill her. The assassins were just blurry shapes now. Evening shadows swinging impossibly long arms and legs. Tian didn't trust himself with the rope dart. Not when every move was costing him pain. Getting close. They wanted to finish this at knife range. He'd give them what they wanted. He stumbled towards the black shape that looked closest. Moving to create distance with the other assassin, the killer stabbed out, sharp and fast. Looking for his heart, Tian half fell to his right, his left arm whipping up and around in the sort of blunt parry that would have his brothers roaring with outrage. He felt something break in the masked man's arm. Tian snapped a sharp little kick to the thigh, throwing the assassin off balance. It was too easy to stick a knife in. Tian grabbed the myriad tormenting worm's dagger from the small of his back, and for the first time since it came into his possession, he used it for its intended purpose. The snake-shaped blade sliced through flesh and pierced the gaps between ribs. Once, twice, 3 times. Each cut and stab rotting the flesh with cursed chi. Tian was turning to face the next assassin before the cursed heretic realized he was dying. From the screams, it wouldn't be a fast death, nor a clean one. The second assassin was on him, lashing out with his knife. Tian saw the other hand move a hidden dart. He shifted his weight as best he could, but a thick steel dart still caught his hip. More poison, burning him from within. Stolen story, please report. He returned the favor with the worm dagger. He hacked at anything he could reach. The curse would do the hard work. The assassin started screaming. An opening. Tian staggered forward, eating a punch to the face. A fair trade. He buried the cursed dagger in the assassin's guts. Sister Ilarian. Where was she? Was she okay? He had to find her. Soft wings thundered above, driving gusts of wind through the street. The crane. She descended in her giant form, long feet lashing out and crushing bodies. Her beak stabbing down as the men in black shouted and dodged. One saw Tian staggering, looking for Sister Liren. Tian saw him hesitate, then reach down and scoop up a stone. The man who had hurt him so much picked up a stone and threw it at him. Tian dodged, or tried to. He heard his collarbone snap. His vision turned white with pain. Then red. They were rock throwers. They said he couldn't be in town. They made him hurt, and they were throwing rocks at him. The scream of rage was so loud it drowned out the screams of the dying. Tian didn't realize he was the one screaming. There was a rock thrower, all in black. Tian ran over as fast as his shaky legs would carry him, screaming all the way. A knife came. He slapped it to one side, not hearing fingers breaking. Just seeing the man's posture crumble, seeing weakness. 3 strong fingers snatched the assassin's throat. Then tore it out. Blood sprayed Tian's face. Hot, stinking, blinding. Everything was red. There were rock throwers. Sister Liren was in danger. Brother Ziho, come back, please. For heaven's sake, come back. Tian gasped. He could breathe again. His meridians and danshan howled with pain, desperate for vital energy, but free of the poison. Advent of spring began cycling, drawing in enormous lungfuls of chi and sending it to be refined by his lower danshan. His body hurt. There was some corrupting, dissolving agent in the needles that struck him. It felt like he tore some tendons. Maybe his hands were a little broken. It was fine. Advent of spring could heal all that. The hell-suppressing sutra was already turning toxins into tonic. He stared down dully. His hands weren't broken. There were bone shards lodged in them. He appeared to be kneeling in the torn-apart remains of a black-robed man. He looked up at Ilarian. She was cut up, battered and leaning on her spear. but her breath was strong and her vital energy burned dim but steady. A little sigh escaped him. "It's good that you are safe. It's good that you are safe. I worried." The words came out flat. He didn't have the energy to put inflection on them. "You worried me too, idiot." "What happened?" "I don't know. We'll figure it out. He trailed off. There were things they should do right now. Urgent things. He knew they existed. He just couldn't think of what they were. "I don't like it when people throw rocks at me, Sister Liren. I don't like it at all." Dowsley took them to an inn owned, indirectly, by his sect. He had looked after the mortals with as much care as a bystander could offer. It was more than Tian had expected. Dowsley looked very happy to hear that, bowing deeply and repeatedly, showering them in apologies. Tian could see the beads of sweat rising from the older man's neck. He could smell the acrid stench of bone-deep fear. Their rooms were large, clean, and could be barred from the inside. Tian dropped the thick wooden beam into place before cataloging his injuries. Broken clavicle, multiple torn muscles, strained muscles and tendons. His ribs were tender, though he didn't think any were broken. At some point, someone had managed to get a cut on him, along with the needles and poison. The bruises were beyond counting, and truthfully, weren't worth paying attention to. The swelling and discoloration were vanishing with every cycle of his breath. Most concerning was the damage to his meridians. Nothing torn or broken, but anything beyond quiet cultivation for the next week or 3 was simply impossible. The damage came too soon after the strain he put on them in Bluestone City. It would be a month or more before he was properly combat capable. Drugs that could treat damage to the meridians were rare, expensive and above all, powerful. He still had some from Dr. Pei, but he really didn't know if his system could stand the shock of heavenly tier medicine right now. Besides, Sister Liren probably needed them too, and he'd bet her system could take the strain. Tian didn't force himself to his feet, didn't rush off to check on her. He had been told, endlessly, by the doctors in the hospital and his brothers from the temple. The very first person he had to look after was himself, because if he was less than fully functional, then he wasn't going to be able to help others, get himself stable, fix the easy stuff, then go check on others. He would need to spend some time with Little Treasure. It was time he learned how to meditate and confront the horrors of the world with a calm heart. In the quiet of his hotel room, Tian bitterly laughed. How am I supposed to teach him when I don't know? Tian joined the others for breakfast the next morning. It turned into a general debriefing. Dowsley wasn't sure how many cultivators the 5 Poisons cult actually had, but they certainly didn't have many that were level 8 or 9. They wouldn't be eager to try another ambush after what the last one cost them. Nobody wanted to mention what they saw Tian do, or what his body was capable of even with the vital energy revolting inside of him. He appreciated that. He would talk it over with Sister Hong later. In the meantime, he could see the older man pressing his hands hard into his legs as he bowed and apologized again for his lack of concrete information. To Tian, he must have done something quite dreadful out there. It seemed he wouldn't be making a new friend. Our route is easy enough to figure out. We have been traveling up and down the Agate for months now, so it wouldn't be too hard to alert assassins and mercenaries to wait for us. The question that's got me wondering is, who put a price on our heads? Tian asked. Because we've been busy, but not that busy, just doing what all the level 9s do when they are out in the world. Really? Hong nodded along. And the next question, what do we want to do about it? Do we want to run down the cult? Or do we let it slide for now and stay on mission? Because whatever we choose, things could go really wrong. It's less of a choice than it looks. I'm not going to be fit to fight for weeks. Tian smiled awkwardly. Although, I do have some medicine you could use. It's water chi aligned, and I think it would work well in healing any damage you took to your meridians. Liren gave him a cool look. Let's talk about that later. For now, we focus on getting up to the convent outside of Deep Valley City. We can get better healing there, and maybe even hire some sisters to escort us further on towards West Town. We can also get more information on whatever this heretic scheme is. If there is more information, makes sense. How far is it to Deep Valley City? A week by road. But we are crossing overland to the Green River here at Golden Fields Town. Once we reach the river, the route is a bit longer, but we travel faster. Tian grunted. Not a short distance, but not a long one either. At least Not if they were healthy. How are you doing, sister? Better than you, but not good. That poison was nasty, whatever it was. Hyun nodded. My physique handled it. But not as fast as I would have expected. It had time to do real damage. I'm honestly a bit shocked. Tyrant's breath. Sensor Henshin smiled, the expression looking more painful than crying. It's a poison called Tyrant's breath, quite an ancient one. Though, as you might imagine, not one that is in common use. How do you know about a poison that works on cultivators? Hong asked. Because it doesn't just work on cultivators. Immortal Hong must not have noticed. But look out into the street. Listen to the gongs. White ribbons are covering Golden Fields town today, and will be for days to come. Tian could hear it, now that he was listening for it, banging gongs and the wailing of mourners. The mourners would be professionals in a city. In a town like this, they were probably family. How many died? 10 so far, with a bare few still struggling. And the only reason anyone in the tea house made it out alive is that Dallas Lee evacuated us all out the back. 2 of the cooks stayed a little longer to put out the fires, and got caught in the spreading gas. They didn't make it. We thought there would be a fire. Buildings get knocked down when cultivators struggle, a lamp spills, or coals catch on silk. Sensor Henshin carefully picked up his teacup and drank slowly. Once I heard the symptoms and learned the 2 of you were affected, I knew what it was. This matter has already been reported to the local prefect. Unless I much miss my guess, the local sects or even the monastery will be deployed to crush the 5 Poisons cult. You don't need to do it yourself, though someone will surely want to know why they were after you. I'd like to know that too. We've been active on the agate, but only for a few months. Less than half a year, really. Most of the people with a real name or legend have been doing it for decades. Clearing a few bandits and stopping some spiritual animals does not even approach the threshold. Hong rapped the table. Hyun nodded, slouching back in his chair and letting his eyes close. His eyes ached. Just closing his eyes and letting the tiny muscles relax felt so good he nearly groaned. Why is it called Tyrant Breath? He asked. Because it was developed under the reign of, and used by, Empress Shu, the only empress to hold the crown in her own right, and generally held up as the reason there hasn't been a second. 30 of my predecessors were sealed in an underground chamber and were drowned as all the chamber pots in the palace were poured into it over the course of several weeks, on the basis that golden fish should swim in golden water, and should keep their opinions about her to themselves. Fair to say the censor keeps her memory alive, the final method she employed to suppress opposition. After 20 years of iron-fisted rule, was a poison gas created by a mysterious Taoist alchemist, highly effective in removing some well-defended noble estates without having to mobilize the whole military. Oh, I remember her. She was in my history books. Though they didn't say anything about poison gas. Tian didn't open his eyes. Some of those noble families, one in particular, had cultivator ancestors. She was always paranoid. And by that point there was nobody who would dare question her orders. We had a new emperor 10 minutes after she tried gassing the imperial temple of the ancient Crane Monastery, 9 of which were spent pulling the future emperor out of the chest he was hiding in and crowning him. A nicely symbolic number, it was agreed. Building the new imperial palace took close to a decade, due to needing to refill the hole where the old one had been. The new emperor's first official act was to destroy all stockpiles of the poison, all records of how to manufacture it, and kill anyone with the knowledge of how to produce any part of it. Regrettably, by that time, the formula had leaked, though it remains a death sentence to be caught using it. Hong concluded, resting her chin on her fist. Exactly, Immortal Hong. How did she become empress anyway? Hong asked. She was recruited at 14 from a minor civil servant household and selected as a junior-ranking imperial concubine. She bore the emperor no sons, but still managed to earn a degree of favor, so she was not dismissed and confined to the cold palace. There were 3 legitimate heirs. The first prince was maneuvered by the second prince into, perhaps, arguably, forming a conspiracy to depose his father and take the throne. The second prince revealed the plot to the emperor and had the first prince and his mother exiled to the border where they died. The second prince hung on for a few more years, but the emperor concluded that the situation with the former first prince might not have been what he thought at the time, and filled with regret, exiled the second prince and his mother to the border, where they died. Censor Henshin paused for a moment, clearly picking his words carefully. In a high voice, he continued. The third prince was very filial. His mother had died years before, so he clung to his father. Very doting. Sat with his father every day during the emperor's long illness before his passing. All day, every day, even missing meals. Who was managing the country? Tian asked. The emperor, of course, ably assisted by his ministers. And when he could be pulled away from the sick, the third prince, who was filial, but not actually good at or interested in managing a country, Tian asked. I would never characterize a former emperor that way. The censor's voice went wooden. I would note, however, that he relied heavily on the advice of his surrogate mother figure, concubine Ju. So heavily that it was understood he simply passed her the memorials for her to review, then stamped whatever she decided. He took the throne upon his father's passing, ruled actively for 4 years, then suffered a stroke. She stepped in again, Hong asked. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. She didn't have far to step. She had married him by that point. Didn't you say she was a kind of surrogate mother to him? Tian asked. Indeed. Practically raised him. In fact, the censor nodded. The table went silent for a moment while everyone digested that. Anyhow, she functionally ran the country in his name for a decade, then in her own name for another. Her policies were adequate for keeping the country going, but relied on naked force rather than virtue or reason to maintain authority. Concubines do not become empresses, and the empress does not leave the back palace, particularly when other deserving people stood ready to sit upon the dragon throne. It couldn't last, and didn't. Eventually she eliminated the wrong family and suffered the consequences. Surprised we didn't have a whole new dynasty? Tian half grinned. Censor Henshin hesitated. We sort of did, actually. The name is the same, but the current emperors are descended from an adopted son of a collateral house within the greater imperial family. Empress Xu believed, correctly, that the greatest threat to her rule came from the other members of her family. Her preemptive self-defense was remarkably thorough. She probably could have lasted longer if she hadn't gassed the temple. I understand that similar poison gas formulas are known to cultivators, so they have strict views on it. Tian opened his mouth for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Idiot. I am such an idiot. I have a damn ring full of antidotes, and I didn't think to use one. Don't beat yourself up too much, brother. I didn't either. How in the hell did we forget? Silence descended on the table. Hong rubbed her face hard. Then spoke again. I know how. Time. Tian's eyes opened wide and he stared at Liren. Time. It's been about 1.5 years since the battle at Depot 4. And before that, it had been, what, a few months since we were in the field, really in the field. I mean, it's been almost 2 years since we were fighting heretics out on the Red Sands. We stopped expecting every damned attack to have poison in it, and trusted our cultivation to handle whatever poison was thrown our way. At least I know I trusted mine to handle it, and yours. She let her voice trail off. Yeah, that sounds exactly right. What a fine pair we are. Tian's laugh was hollow, but to his surprise, not bitter. Forgive me, immortals. But, no, I apologize. Censor Henshin cut himself off. Ask, please. Tian half smiled. Little Treasure and I were talking earlier, and hearing what you just said. How old are you? I know certain immortals practice age regression techniques, so it's impossible to tell. I've never met 'em if they do, Hong muttered. But sometimes you seem like ancients and sometimes like heroic youths, he concluded. Tian forced himself to look at the censor. He wasn't good at estimating ages, but the man looked fully grown up. Not young anymore, but not old either. We should be almost 16, right sis? How can you remember the months when keeping track of medicine, but not for keeping track of time? Liren groused. It was an old argument. Yes, we are just shy of 16. 1 more week. Little Treasure dropped his chopsticks with a clatter. 16. The immortals are 16. His voice was higher than usual. I'm almost 16. Brother Chan is almost probably 16. He just decided that his birthday was a week before mine to ensure that he was the older brother. Liren left no doubt about her opinion on the matter, and time has proven the wisdom of that decision. Tian would brook no mutiny on this point. 16. It sounds like you fought a war. You fight like you fought a war, Censor Henshin murmured. We did. Han's voice turned clipped. We have fought side by side on the battlefield since we were 13, sharing life and death, honor and disgrace on the red sands. We didn't want to go to war, but war came to us. That's the thing about a long life, Censor. You have to fight for it, because even if you are sitting quietly on a mountaintop, someone is going to kill you for daring to be above them. Tian nodded, wondering how to explain it to the bewildered mortals. All the fighting we have been doing, heretics. What happened at Bluestone City, heretics. People without compassion, frugality, or humility, who decided their lives would be better if yours became worse. He caught Little Treasure's eyes and tried to put it simply. Little Treasure stared back at him, his eyes huge. He looked so fragile. Tian felt a sudden need for Little Treasure to understand. It was important that he understand. We call people like that heretics, because they forsake the virtues Orthodox Taoism teaches us are necessary. I have been killing them since I was, maybe 11, and I know that, in my tiny way, I have made the world a better place. He took another look at Treasure, and wiggled his hand a bit. I'd give it a couple of years before you got started, though. 6 seems a bit young. Censor Henshin had changed from pale to nearly sheet white. Immortal Tian, do you really mean to suggest that a child of less than 10, certainly, he will be at least level 3, more than capable of serious violence? Tian nodded. It's not a question of capability, Immortal. It's a question of sending literal children into violence deliberately. Sometimes, violence cannot be avoided. It is true. Every person should prepare themselves for it. Every person should oppose chaos and disorder by all lawful means. But children shouldn't be the subject of violence. Adults should not drive children to violence. It is one of the most stark betrayals of filial virtue imaginable. Every civilized person agrees on this point, if on no others. Censor Henshin was probably a good dad. Or, at the very least, he probably tried to be. He hadn't said how old he was when his parents arranged for him to be castrated. Perhaps he had been a child. Tian nodded gently. I agree. I especially agreed when I was sick and starving and people threw rocks at me. I just wanted to talk to someone. Anyone. To know other people. And they threw rocks at me. But the brothers at the temple welcomed me with open arms. They gave me everything. They gave me the world. When Elder Ruse said that we had to go fight heretics in the desert, I didn't want to go, but I went. And even on the nights I wake up screaming, I don't regret it. I hate the stupidity that made us have to go. But I don't regret fighting for my brothers one bit. I've seen what heretics do, Censor. I've seen what they have made of this kingdom and its people. I've seen the kingdom aiding them, ably served by the civil service, making sure everything operated smoothly. So damn your petty piety, Censor. Rebuke the sons of bitches buying salt and selling lives. Tian slammed his chair back and stormed away from the table. He hadn't been that angry a moment ago. He was sure he hadn't. Black fury was on him now. He walked out onto the dusty street and saw the white ribbons flying. He saw the mourners in their mourning clothes, carefully tearing their sleeves and wailing. He saw the blood-stained dirt, still visible even where the road had been washed with water. He could smell a lingering bitterness on the air, a remnant of the tyrant's breath. Was it fair for the town to suffer the fighting of immortals? No, not at all. During their arguments up on Windblown Manor, Brother Wang would bang the table and declare that such a thing would be impossible in a well-designed system. Then Sister Sue would say what a shame no one has managed to design a system well in the last 10,000 years. What can the weak do but to beg the powerful, to petition the emperor, to humble themselves before God, to press their heads into the dirt and pray for deliverance? What can they do but pray that some shred of these mighty beings still remembers compassion, frugality and humility? After a year of studying and traveling around and seeing the world from above and below, Tian came to the conclusion that the enemy was the word but. I would help. But was the battle cry of every comfortable lump crushing invisible people under the weight of their apathy. Tian knew he wasn't well. But that was all right with him. He was getting better. He could stand this pain. He might not have scars on his skin like his big brothers, but he knew they recognized that look in his eyes and saw themselves. He could be proud of his scars. He didn't say but. He went. He fought. He was still fighting. Little Treasure would fight too. And if Censor Henshin felt that kids shouldn't be the subject of violence, then why the hell did he help make a world where they were? Liren found Tian with his feet in the river, sitting on a tan and purple striped rock in the shade of a willow tree. The scent of lotuses seemed at home, drifting over the water. She sat down next to him, kicking off her own shoes and putting her feet in the water. She was wearing her big hat and veil, but had taken off the gloves. Tian had suspected for months that she liked the broad-brimmed hat and veil not for its sun protection, but because it hid the vastness of the sky. Her agoraphobia wasn't so bad, away from the wasteland. Not so bad isn't the same as not being there. She was happiest in the cities and canyons. It was one reason they decided to adventure along the agate. He hoped she would be okay on the Green River. So, the reason you tried to kill me when I was 11 was because you threatened to stone me. Yes, and telling me to kill myself in the dump was another indicator of your intense desire to die. I did tell you. Brother Fu insisted I patch things up with you. Tian smiled and kicked his foot, sending clear gems of water out in a luxurious spray. I've thought about that day, you know. When we were sitting in the boat, I wondered what the hell made a person speak like that. Because that was the only time I ever heard you speak to anyone that way. Even when we argue. You don't speak that way. Tian's voice was a little soft. I figured it out just a few days ago. You were scared. You had trained so hard, for so long, carrying your pain. And when you were put to the test, you fell back on what you knew. All the ways the pampered children of Mountain Gate City made their parents and seniors proud. Establish a hierarchy, and put yourself on top of it. Assert your dominance. Gather underlings. All the things they learned from their parents. Go to the dump and kill yourself. Or I'll stone you till you do. How domineering, he laughed. It wasn't a bitter sound. He was laughing at the madness of it all. You were being a jerk. Sure, but you were being filial. She half laughed. And you tried to kill me. Because that's how people are. Everything you had seen of humans said that they were things that brought you pain. And you were finally strong enough to do something about it. Tian nodded. More or less. I'll never forget sneaking into West Town, crouching in an alley eating some cabbage someone had thrown out, and watching a man in fancy clothes beat a horse until it screamed. That's about right. That's how they are. I remember feeling that it was horrible, and therefore correct for a human town. Theft and violence seemed the natural way to live in that place. Can't say I had any problem with the thought either. Tian wiggled his toes in the river, enjoying the way the cool water seemed to dance and slide between them. He slid a glance over to Liren. It's not that I don't have a conscience, sister. It's just that Dad and my brothers had to work very hard for years to give it to me. Well, and Grandpa, someone I met when I was 6. He taught me to read, how to jump, climb, and how to live in garbage heaps and the jungle, how to turn poison into medicine, and what dirt is good to eat. That kind of thing. Tian smiled, and with complete honesty added, he's dead now, but still always with me. Liren kicked her own spray of water out, the droplets dancing and shining in the sun. Her spray went a little further than Tian's. I know how that is, and I'm similar, actually. Once they made sure I was okay, I got sat down with Big Sis Faye, who gave me a little talk about how big mouths get closed out in the real world. All my sisters called me out on it. You wouldn't believe the comments I got over a wildling having better manners than me. Auntie Bai glared at me every dinner for 2 weeks running. I can believe it. Brother Fu gave me so many books on ethics and lectures about proper morals. My head started spinning. Tian wiggled his foot a bit, trying to get a solid chunk of water before kicking out. His spray beat Hong's last spray. Probably. So how did you turn out this way? You have every reason to hate the world, Hong asked. Tian smiled, looking at his reflection in the water and seeing only sincere happiness. The world is too big for me to hate. There are too many good things in it for that. And honestly, I can't even imagine the world. Too much, too big, to fit it all in my head. I can imagine this river, this water, the feeling of sitting out in the open and being able to talk to my good sister. How could I hate this? But I definitely hate some very specific things. Or I'm angry about them. I'm angry about a lot of things, absolutely furious, in fact. So in my Tuyan way, I'm doing something about it. His smile slipped away. Hong had launched a spray of water almost 2 yards out. Was she cheating somehow? He would surely notice if she was. Maybe he could guide the water element around his leg. Packing more water around his foot. Was that something he could do? Seemed unlikely. But if it came to it, getting stronger, healing people as you go, killing heretics and bandits as a money-making sideline. Hong wiggled her toes happily. Pretty much. Speaking of, we are quite close to the shrine to the northwest, General. The one the Countess told us about. Hong reminded him, where we might find clues to the dragon-suppressing palms and those solar oranges. How close? About an hour away, according to the locals. Inland, not on the river. Tian discreetly booted the water, sending the spray flying farther than Hong had managed. Time to declare victory and retreat. Well, what are we waiting for? Hong casually kicked a spray of clear river water half a foot further than Tian had managed. What indeed? It was some time before Censor Henshin and Little Treasure stuck their heads outside the inn, only to see two genuine immortality-cultivating Taoists kicking up sprays of water in the noonday sun and bickering over which of them was being childish. The four travelers hired a cart to drive them to the shrine. The countryside was what passed for normal this close to the agate dams, levees, irrigation canals, drainage canals, dry ponds and every other water management system the not entirely corrupt civil service could press into use. All intertwined with rice paddies. It was harvest time, so the paddies were dry. The soil was dark and rich from the regular floods of silty river water. The ducks that swam in the paddies and kept them free of insects were running around on the banks of the canal, waiting for their good days to come again. For the farmers, these were the good days. The sweet-smelling rice was bunched up and hacked down with sickles. Hot, hard work. But each bushel was food, money, and security in uncertain times. The cart dropped them at a dock on the edge of a small lake lined with cypress, their knobbly knees wet and stained from the lake water. The temple itself was on an island 200 yards into a lake. It seemed hardly worth the effort to build a temple so far from the shore. The sheer wasted time and effort of ferrying building materials over the water must have been maddening. Their ferryman explained that when it was the residence of General Huggan, it was on a peninsula. When it was converted into a shrine, the Ministry of Rites felt it needed to be a bit more special. So they removed the peninsula and flooded the gap. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Tian could hardly imagine it. For immortals, yes, entirely possible. But mortals, with barely any vital energy and iron tools. The amount of labor seemed impossible. Not a bad job, really. Had it knocked out in 6 months, according to the story. And 4 of those months were waiting for the auspicious day to start digging. How? Tian asked in what was definitely not a startled yelp. 1 shovel at a time, I suppose. Oh, they built dams to hold the water back while everyone dug, obviously. And the dirt and stones were used to expand the island they were building the temple on. So it didn't have to get hauled far. Not a big job as these things go. 1,000 or so people digging can move a lot of dirt. The ferryman chuckled, working his oar. Tian spotted Hong silently observing the old man's technique. He was rail-thin and looked ready to blow away on a summer wind. But he moved the boat like it was a living thing. Tian started slowly smiling. The old mortal probably didn't have the words for it. But he knew it with his body, the Tao of water. The Tao was in everyone and in everything. You just had to be open to it. You couldn't demand it, couldn't chase it and catch it. You could just be open. Waiting. There was something there. Tian felt the edges of something monumental, some vast truth, something so profound he would never be quite the same again. And then the moment passed. That, too, made him smile. It would come again when he was ready. And it was ready. And if it never came, that was fine too. He would be here, empty and waiting for whatever would come. Empty and waiting turned out to be a fair description of the temple, empty of magic orange trees and legendary palm arts, but waiting for visitors. The monks were happy to offer a comprehensive tour. For a donation, snacks were available. For another donation, oral histories, local legends, and curious sightings of omens and portents could be recited by an ancient deacon, hair frosted with time and wisdom. For a donation, Tian didn't recognize what sort of monks they were. They weren't from the Pure Lands Temple. He wouldn't be adopting their uniform as a disguise in the future. They still paid. Of course. They hadn't come all this way not to take the tour, but he was prepared to be completely petty about it in the future. And over here we have the orange groves, planted at the direction of the deified Huggian himself. The grove is made up of orange trees descended from the very ones he ate from. Benefactors might not know, but orange trees only live for up to 100 years, normally. But one of the miracles of our shrine is that our oranges remain productive up to 150 years old, the monk boasted. The oranges were rather small, fitting comfortably in the palm of Chan's hand, around the size of an overgrown chestnut. They had the most remarkable fragrance. It smelled like happiness and sunshine. He could see how a myth about solar oranges got started. He wondered if it would make a good tea. So he asked, "Venerable, have you tried steeping the rind as a tea?" The bald monk quickly waved for Chan to be quiet as he sharply looked around for possible eavesdroppers. Seeing none, he leaned in. "Listen, benefactor. You can't just go asking about that stuff. These oranges aren't for just anyone to eat. Most of them are marked for imperial tribute. It's a capital offense to try and eat them, even for us monks. I apologize. I had no idea." Understandable. Not many people know that the very best oranges, with unblemished skin and the heaviest weight, are carefully recorded, packaged and shipped to the capital, while the rest are destroyed. There was a pregnant pose. Han coughed. Individually destroyed, indeed, especially since fruit, famously, does not keep, she continued. Exactly. Benefactor understands clearly. It pains our hearts. But since the rule specifically states that the flesh of fresh oranges grown on this island is to be eaten by the imperial household and no others, we little monks can only regretfully obey. The monk pressed his palms together and bowed his head in the direction of the capital. He kept them pressed together as he straightened up and continued speaking. It is particularly regrettable given the well-known health benefits of aged orange rind, and the considerably less well-known fact that certain teas, pressed into a ball and stored inside properly dried and prepared orange rinds, produce the most incredible flavor and aroma, usable for all-day drinking, withstanding dozens of steeps without losing flavor or chi. With water a trifle hotter than you would normally use for a white tea on the first steep, and a bit cooler thereafter. The silence was now pregnant with triplets and due any day. Jian looked at Han with pleading eyes. She hid a laugh. "Venerable monk, I am truly moved by your piety and obedience to the law. I wish to make a donation to reflect that fact, and I wish to provide a service by removing any such prepared oranges from the shrine, thereby delivering the virtuous from temptation." The monk's shaved head gleamed with delight, visibly moved by the heartfelt faith of his visitors. "What a blessed day. This little monk would be happy to accept your donation of 100 taels of gold." The censor's hand dropped to his sword. "Silver." The censor's hand continued on to straighten his immaculate robe. "And will gladly provide a dozen." There was a problem with the censor's sword again. 25 prepared oranges. This time the monk looked ready to fight. The censor slowly dusted his dustless robes. "It's not any old tea, you know. We use Blue Ape Mountain's 10-year white-tip tea. The medicinal effect is very gentle but powerful, energizing while it soothes, harmonizing the vital energies and bringing tranquility. And the orange varietal we grow is a unique descendant of heavenly horse oranges, widely regarded as the absolute best for tea oranges. Even if you didn't consider their origin, which you should, carefully, done." Han made a whole production of patting around in her robe before pulling out 7 pieces of gold shaped like little dumplings. Not coins. Bullion used for high-value trades, city taxes and imperial tribute. Consider the extra recognition of the faithful service of the temple. Pick your best and package them up for us. We'll just tour the orchard. A shame the oranges aren't in season, but the smell is wonderful. Certainly, benefactor. The gold vanished inside his robe as a smile appeared on his face. "We stow the oranges individually wrapped in paper stamped with evil-repelling charms by us brothers and sealed in handsome orangewood boxes marked with the image of Lord Huggian himself. A wonderful souvenir in its own right, until you properly incinerate it, of course." They wandered a little deeper into the orchard. The fragrance of oranges drifted softly on the air, lifted by the smell of greenery and the buzz of late summer insects. Reporting to the immortals, while it is not impossible for tea and orange rinds to be worth so much, even for tourist prices, Censor Henshin appeared to be picking his words carefully. but was waved away by Hong. My family are, or were, anyway, merchants. I know how much mortal tea is worth. I'd say that was about an 800% markup over similar teas. But after a year studying and arguing about mortal affairs and thrice damned salt, I can tell you that money, like value, is a very relative concept. For example, my brother here considers coins to be worthless discs of useless metal and refuses to deal in them for fear of being robbed. No, I don't understand the logic either, but he's stubborn. Tian looked away, stubbornly. He knew justice and reason was on his side. Nothing truly valuable to an immortal can be bought with gold and silver. So from our perspective, so long as the other side is happy with the trade, we don't care about the coins. The other thing is that I will happily pay the monk 50 pounds of gold if it got him to scram for a while. She tilted her head. Qian could feel the weight of her glance as the crane glided in and landed beside him. You feel that, brother? We had to be practically on top of it, but I feel it. He nodded. Double quotes brainpower. An illusory ray. Taoist steel shimmer was very clear. Any illusory ray using brainpower was created by a heavenly person, and a very senior one at that. There is more to this shrine than it seems. The immortals immediately vanished from mortal sight. They had a lot of practice moving very quickly between the gaps in a mortal's perception. Hong and Qian weren't doing anything too creative. They were just running in circles trying to feel where the greatest concentration of qi and brain power was. Tian returned to the group wearing a frown. Han joined him a second later. The qi distribution seems normal. Or, at least, I don't feel any significant concentration. Tian groped for the right words. The trees had fractionally more qi in them than the grass. But so what? Of course they did. It would be stranger if they didn't. The brain power is similar. It's really faint, and seems to cover the whole orchard. Hong agreed. Immortals, what is brain power? Little Treasure asked. We aren't quite sure either. It's a kind of qi that heavenly realm cultivators can manipulate, Qian answered. His quite normal tone had censor Henshin coughing. Heavenly realm. How many of them could there even be in the kingdom? And you want to go poking your nose in their arrangements? The two juniors looked at each other, then back at the censor. Yes, they either belong to the monastery, in which case they will pardon us, or they don't, in which case they really don't want to cause trouble inside the kingdom. Hong spread her hands, her body language matching her casual tone, or they are heretics, in which case it is highly urgent that we find out about any arrangements they are making. Qian kept his eyes light on Little Treasure, but the line connecting the Pillar family of Bluestone City and a key general that supported the founding of the kingdom was very short and very straight. If the heretics had aimed something at Bluestone City, it wasn't impossible that they were scheming something here. Back to the point, though. I'm pretty certain there is a high-level illusion cast over the orchard. The problem is that I'm not finding a spot that might be a node I can break. Hong explained. Qian pulled out the pendant that was their only clue to the palm art and held it in front of his face. What are you doing? Hong asked, seeing if anything happens. Hong waited a moment. And, nothing. Qian shrugged and slowly shifted around, trying to peer around the pendant. Of course there isn't. You look like an idiot. Do you think the very senior who made this ray would set it up so they looked like an idiot every time they had to use it? Han's voice was maddeningly reasonable. Better than what you are doing, which is nothing. Tian made a point of sounding unbothered while privately swearing vengeance. Immortals. What's a node? Treasure asked. A spot where lines connect. Have you played Go or watched people play? You know where the lines intersect. You could call those nodes. Or where several roads meet. It should feel like a concentration of energy, or look like a bright spot if you have the right sensory arts. Tian explained. A thought intruded. Say, Little Treasure, does anywhere here look glowy like me? The little boy nodded his head, his tidy little bun wagging seriously in the air. Yes, that's why I asked out there. He pointed. Tian looked, then looked at Hong, who also pointed. Here, no, big sis immortal, there. Hong suddenly radiated a loving, maternal aura. Yes, I am the big sister. You are a good and wise child. Here. He's clearly pointing here. Your brain damage is worsening. Tian frowned. He would have to make the moral and social education of Little Treasure an urgent priority. Big bro immortal, a bit left. Yes, You have your finger on it now. Hong and Tian exchanged glances, then glanced over at the censor, who looked helpless. Tian was pointing a little above shoulder height at an empty spot in the air. He waved his hand through the spot. Nothing. Huh, Hong nodded. Try sticking the pendant in there. Tian didn't have a better idea. He raised the pendant and slowly brought it to the spot Little Treasure had pointed at. It wasn't until he was right on top of it that he felt the slightest tug on the string. He let the pull guide the pendant. It snapped into place with an audible click, suspended in midair, then suspended in the center of a heavy wooden door set in a sandstone wall. Tian ran his hand over the stone in wonder, trying to replicate the swiping motion he used before. Smooth. Not polished but cut with such fiendish precision that it remained satiny to the touch who knows how many thousands of years later. When he looked closely, he could see lines of script etched on the stones. He didn't recognize the language, but it looked a little like the red squiggles he had seen in the eyes of the boys whose eyes had turned golden. Sis Liren, are you seeing this? Seeing, yes. Believing. No, I swear I ran through that exact spot. Immortals. Censor Henshin looked between them. Do you not see this? Tian rapped his knuckles on the door, still in content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. I do not. Didn't hear anything just now either, I assume, Tian asked. Correct. That is summary. Little Treasure. Do you see it? The wall and the door that just appeared, yes. Big sis immortal. Good child. Brother Ziho, what about the crane? Tian sent his mind over. And the crane returned a memory, faintly, and without understanding what she is seeing. Like it was a tree in a fog. Double quotes merit. He can see merit. We must have enough of it to satisfy the Ray. Tian murmured. He pushed on the door and stepped into the true orchard. Immortal Tian, he's inside the Ray. Little Treasure, stay out here with the censor. Big sis is going to check this out. It wasn't a very big orchard, a tidy circle, surrounded by a 9-foot wall and covering 50 yards. There was a lovely grove of orange trees, a pond, a tree growing next to the pond that Tian couldn't identify, and he really wasn't paying any attention to trees at the moment. Carved into the soft stone walls were 18 diagrams, each accompanied by commentary, couplets of obscure poetry and divinatory symbols. Tian had spent a considerably long time studying palm arts. He had gambled his life on those palm arts. The diagrams on the wall had him bewitched. The proud dragon repents. Fullness cannot last long. He read the couplet in a hushed murmur. He slowly stretched out his right hand as his left drew back into a defensive parry, his feet sliding to mimic the pose. The circulation diagram for the flow of energy was deceptively simple, racing through the yang organs while pulling energy, just a touch, and the yin organs. A mortal definitely couldn't use it all the time. Even I couldn't use it too often. Not at full power. It's made to use only part of your strength and leave a lingering injury. He barely breathed out the words. I could use it all the time. Probably. Hong sounded intrigued as she looked over the orc. Not without damaging yourself. Look, see the next one. Flying dragon in the sky. It profits to see a great person. It's a palm strike launched from above. A flying palm strike. And this was an art created by mortals? I don't believe it. Tian shook his head, not taking his eyes off the wall for a second. Hey, look at this. It's a move just for creating distance. Here's another that's basically just distraction. No, they all go together. It's not a set of moves. Or, it's not just a set of moves. It's a whole system. It's an extreme yang fighting system. Hard external strikes, balanced against soft techniques on defense and positioning. Yin-yang principles as applied to a yang art. The actual strikes are explosive, though not all out. Some strength is always retained so that you can flow into the next move. Truly lives up to expectations. Truly. Ambushes, back attacks, attacks from below. Am I reading this right? A double palm strike that creates a shockwave through a person's body, Hong murmured. I always thought two-handed strikes were stupid because they didn't leave any room for blocking. They are stupid. Not only do they not let you block, they split up the force of impact across the points, making them weaker. You have to compensate with more vital energy. Just not efficient. Tian nodded. Palm strikes are even worse, because the range is so much shorter. But I see what they are after. You chain it with other moves so you are fighting inside your opponent's range. Create a gap. Then slam out both palms with lots of young vital energy. It disrupts their chi, leaves lingering wounds, and creates distance for a follow-up attack. A whole fighting system built around yang chi and palm strikes. Han shook her head, the veil on her hat dancing. You would have to commit to it. If you tried something like that double palm strike by itself, you would get your teeth knocked out. It needs to be used within this system. Some of these moves I could see being used on their own or mixed in with something else. But I agree. Tian was busy making notes and memorizing the carvings. But you know something? My meridians need a lot of recovery, but my body has tons of vital energy built up in it. I can use this art while I heal. You sure about that? There is a whole lot of internal energy circulation required, which requires your meridians. Unrelated. But I'm not having you as my doctor. Just, if it ever comes up, it's a mortal martial art. So long as I'm relying on the strength of my body and taking it easy on anything that would put pressure on my meridians, I will be fine. But you aren't willing to test your meridians with Heavenly Realm medicine. Not yet, anyway. I will take them when I have recovered a little. His hand was flying across the page, each character lesson book perfect. It will take quite a while to memorize too. This is definitely the third most complicated art I have ever seen, and strictly speaking, the demon pulling art has fewer steps. Only Heavenly Swallows comprehensively beats it. Han watched Tian write, mostly used to the irregularity of his characters. I don't think you ever told me how the demon pulling art works, other than it uses your vital energy to draw or push out poison or disease in other people. Doesn't sound complicated, really. Tian's ink stick stopped suddenly. He looked over at Han. I dare you to say that again. Oh, and what are you going to do about it, Shorty? Han cracked her neck. Visit upon you a horror beyond your wildest imagination. I'm going to make you read. His voice would have frozen a ghost's bones. Don't mind reading, though. Han made the same bending neck motion as before, but this time, mysteriously. There was no crack. You will mind reading this. Tian handed her his copy of the demon pulling art. Probably goes without saying, but just read it. I shan't be responsible if you are sweetie stupidio, if you are unwise enough to use it. No, I had it right the first time. Don't kill yourself trying to use this, just read it. And no suffering. Tian got back to jotting down his notes. The diagrams were fiendishly detailed, and there were tiny explanatory notes scattered over each of the 18 images. He was taking pains to memorize everything as he was writing it down. But there was always the deathly fear of missing something crucial. That's some introduction. Humble bastard. Han laughed. Tian didn't. There was a book-sized carved stone tablet leaning up against the wall after the last diagram. It looked like the definition of a casual afterthought. But it couldn't possibly be. Not in a place as well warded as this. Wait. No, hang on. That's not how that works, even I know. What? Tian didn't laugh at that either. He knew what was on the next page. Oh God. Why does IT have so many subfields? You match your chi to the chi of the demon you are trying to expel, but in the exact inverse. You extend your vital energy in long threads that loop around bits and pieces of the demon. Each thread uses the principles of both yin and yang attracting and the 5-element law to haul the disease out. But each disease has its own unique elemental mix. And each place on the body has its own elemental balance, and the two interact. And the interaction changes as the disease is drawn through the various veins, organs, flesh and all that. And, of course, your vital energy changes as it flows through your meridians and your flesh based on your cultivation art, which means that if you mess up even a little, something could rupture. I think I feel my brain leaking out. Too many variations. Too many changes in the chi. And each change is too damn subtle. Han didn't quite fling the book back at him. Tian snagged it out of the air gently and stowed it away carefully. For all the insanity of the art, it had been a gift and a sign of trust from Dr. Pei. It was one of Tian's treasures. Yes, the table is just a guide, really. It does work, though. I have saved lives using it. Every time I want to fling it into the river, I remind myself of that. Tian smiled and finished the last stroke, copying the final diagram. The pictures and notes had been perfectly preserved, without a speck of dust marring them. There wasn't a speck of dust marring them. There wasn't a roof to this orchard, which meant that rain and dust should very much have been covering them up. The orchard looked well pruned too. Very clean, very tidy. The crane had been quite quiet since it flew into the hidden orchard. Tian slowly turned and looked at the pond. The crane was standing 5 feet back from the edge. The way its eyes were fixed said there was something uncommonly nasty in the water. Tian and Han exchanged looks. There was no breath of immortality coming from the lake. So it wasn't a cultivator or cultivating animal. No, the whole area was saturated with wood and water chi, to the point where it almost overwhelmed their senses. The crane crouched slightly and drew in her neck, ready to attack or run. Tian got his rope dart out. Han already had her spear in hand. They carefully approached the pond. The tree had small green leaves, somewhere between heart-shaped and arrow-shaped, with little clusters of gray-green berries hanging down. No berries on the ground. The ground looks almost swept. The pond water was dark green and still. They edged closer. Tian instinctively started circulating Snakehead Vine body, and stopped as electric tendrils of pain spread through him. There would be none of that. A hand reached out of the pond and slapped the shore. 2 long fingers dug into the earth, and a long green arm pulled the rest of the body from the water. The creature was all long limbs and long head, as though a normal human was carefully vertically stretched by someone who thought humans grew up. The rough, woody brown, green and gray of its skin showed that it was no kind of human at all. Demon. Han's voice was tight. Caretaker. I am the caretaker of this place, little thief. The creature's voice was rough. You have broken into my mother's house. No matter. You go in the hole with all the others. Everyone who tried to steal what is rightfully ours. It tilted its 2 long head side to side, slit eyes watching them carefully. We haven't come to steal. We have come to study the pictures on the wall. And if you are willing, we will trade for some of the oranges growing here. Tian kept his voice calm. He desperately tried to remember if he had ever heard a demon speak before, and what it might signify. Thieves, come to steal what isn't yours, and to take what is rightfully mine. My oranges. My pictures. The Great One created this place, planted Mother and her servants, painted the pictures on the wall, all to preserve them for their inheritor. The creature gave no indication. No shift of tone, no sudden tensing of the body. It went from swaying hostility to all-out attack. Arms and legs swung forward, moving with eerie fluidity as it raced over the ground, dragon suppressing palms. It's using the Tian yelled. I know. Han was already in motion, planting herself in front of Tian and stabbing forward with her spear. The thing from the pond squatted, its legs too wide for a human, then swept its palms forward and up. Fast. The long arms and legs stretched even further, and suddenly it was past her spearhead and moving to strike her lower dantian. Tian whipped his rope dart around, trying to spear the palm as it came in. It struck, but not hard enough to pierce the skin. The palm slid off to the side, and Han hammered down her spear as she stepped sideways. The crack to the skull smashed the creature down, but it was up again a second later, pressing forward, relentlessly, always swinging. Always stretching. Tian had the oddest moment of recognition. Tree demon. Han just grunted and kept her spear in motion. Her spearhead danced, the red tassel flickering, stabbing for the creature's face and slitted eyes. It hissed, an awful parody of a laugh, and grabbed the spear by the shaft. Long fingers stretched and twisted, tightening around the hardwood. It pulled forward even as it planted a palm out in front of it, ready to smash apart Han's guts. Her Highness stabbed it in the back of the head with her beak. Tian really couldn't understand it. Who would focus on the 2 crippled cultivators when there was a fully capable level 9 crane standing next to them? How dare you? The monster screeched. The back of the head cracked open, filled with fatty, waxy, white matter. Arms shaped in parody of the human form whipped backward, clawing for the crane. She batted them away with flaps of her wings, shifting around with ungainly hops. Tian and Han piled on, smashing at the demon and pinning it down while the crane did the actual damage. Tian had his rope dart wrapping around limbs every second he could, but the demon was stronger than him. Once it got its feet literally planted, it could yank him around, rather than the reverse. Likewise, Han was struggling to do much. The spear had lodged a fraction of an inch into the bark, leaving no mark as it was withdrawn. Smashing it didn't do anything much either. It didn't feel good at all. Not one bit. Tian didn't even dare try to use the saw teeth on his rope. lest he injure himself without snakehead vine body. The intuitive use of his arts had served him well, until now. He kicked the heavy dart head up, snagging a stretching arm. The crane drilled her beak forward, destroying the demon's shoulder. That got a scream. The three didn't need to share a look. They just settled into their killing work. Hong and Tian had been fired in the furnace of the Redstone Wastes. It didn't matter who killed the enemy, so long as someone did. It was a suitably grim sentiment. But the tree demon refused to cooperate. It regenerated. Worse. It looked like it was slowly starting to sprout. There was an unpleasant smell, rancid but herbal, greasy. Tian finally remembered where he saw the tree before. Pin it down, better still. Poke a hole in it. Tian sent an image to the crane while he readied his trap. You can't kill me. You can't even hurt me, the demon howled. Stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Sure we can. Hong started using her spear like a two-handed club, not even trying to damage the demon. She just knocked it around and kept it from getting planted. The crane stabbed out with its beak, shattering limbs and digging holes in the demon's chest. Each crack and hole revealed a fleshy, oily white interior. Tian dashed in and flung a fistful of powder from his left hand onto the creature's body. The right he raised to his mouth and blew. The steel-burning powder ignited, then spread to the demon. The white-hot flames caught the oily, fleshy insides. There wasn't even time for a final scream. There was a flash of light, and the dull thud of a pillar of flame igniting filled the orchard. Soon after came the smoke, black, oily, and choking. The crane flapped its wide, white wings, driving it away. Even with the steel-burning powder, it took a long time to burn out. The demon was quite rich in fuel. I finally figured out what that damn tree is. It's a tallow tree. You can get oil from the seeds. Tian collapsed on the ground. It was bare dirt. Tallow trees famously didn't like competition, or rather, they simply didn't allow it. Once they could shade out competitors, that was it. Pretty soon, all there was tallow trees, edible. Hong sat down heavily beside him. Both were trying to keep away from the slag heap that had been the demon's corpse, just because they were used to nasty smells and vile sights. That didn't make them pleasant, mildly poisonous, but it makes wonderful soap, I'm told. See the way the fruit are starting to turn dark, in a little while, they will be covered in a white, waxy layer. That's the stuff that you can turn into soap. They can drop tens of thousands of those little things, with time. Tian pointed at the darkening fruit. Do your books cover soap making too? No, it's listed as a species to watch out for. They can take over your whole garden if you aren't careful. All those seeds spread like crazy, and crowd out other plants. Worse, they like to grow next to rivers and animals like to eat the fruits. They spread like crazy. Burning won't kill them permanently. Cutting them down won't do it. Even ripping them out of the ground won't do it. Because they can sprout again from fragments of the roots. You have to use poison, and do it repeatedly. Which does kind of make me wonder just how dead that demon actually is. Hong concluded. It did say we couldn't kill it. But it will take time to regrow. Yep. Neither stirred. The crane started poking around the pond. So far there wasn't anything to eat, but hope sprang eternal. Well, I hate this. Hong said. Yep, me too. Tian nodded. Medicine. Sure, but let me take your pulse first. You learned pulse reading, she asked. Not very much. I'm just checking on your meridians. Hong shrugged and offered her wrist. Tian put 2 fingers on it and started a pattern of lightly tapping and resting. His eyes half closed. Give it another day. You are in better shape than me, but still a lot more fragile than I would like. Yeah, the oranges are still green. That's disappointing. I don't feel like hanging around for months either. Definitely a mixed result. But let me see what's carved on that stone tablet on the ground over there. I have a feeling there is more to this place. That feeling was coming in the form of Grandpa John, who was practically bouncing with excitement. Oh, ignore the girl. Read the sign. You always need to read the signs. And the pond. You won't believe the good stuff that's hidden in the bottom of ponds. I bet the demon had a lair. And it mentioned going in the hole. Did it bury other cultivators? Did it have a charnel pit or midden? A charnel pit is another super high-quality place to search for loot. Oh, blessed day. I've been waiting a decade for a day like this. Tian was suddenly and vividly reminded of the fact that Grandpa had, in fact, been lobbying for him to go adventuring on his own since he was 11. His bitter critique of the loot available from the heretics of the Redstone Wastes had never really let up. And he had been notably more cheerful since they left the Windblown Manor. It seemed that Grandpa Jun truly had the heart of an adventurer. Suppressing a laugh, Tian walked over to the stone tablet and started reading. Then he reread it. Liren, get over here. Who the hell are you calling without honorifics? See if I don't beat propriety into you in place of your brothers. Han spasmed into the air, landed on her feet, and rushed over full of wrath. Sure, fine, whatever, read this. Tian pointed at the stone tablet. Dear little Jung, I read through that art of yours, and it's pretty cute. It's not something you can really use without spending half your life cultivating your vital energy. No. Grandpa knows how busy you are rushing around unifying the country. So, I decided to be nosy and make this place. I picked this spot since it's a node on the nation's dragon veins. It will suppress fortune and keep the country prosperous. Fortune is the true chi of the kingdom, its destiny, and its roots. So long as fortune endures, so will this little country of yours. So, chalk it up to me spoiling you if I made this garden to help you out and to stabilize your new country. I took those sickly orange trees you left me and had a friend of mine graft them onto better rootstock. I also fixed up the soil, put a chi concentrating array, a concealing array, and other minor things. Don't mind the details. What you should mind, and keep this firmly in your mind, is the tallow tree and the pond. Gather up the berries and some of the water, and have your alchemists make a paste with it. Combine the powdered rinds of the oranges and the oil paste. Rub it all over your skin, all over, hair included. Little mister, I don't want to wash my hair, Grandpa. And let it sit for at least 4 hours. Overnight is better, but more than 12 hours won't bring any more benefit. The oranges are fine by themselves, but too much yang is a poison. This art contains hidden dangers. It's no wonder it fell out of use. It's not just hard, it's self-destructive, enriching the flesh with yin and your internal energy with yang, bringing both in harmony as you cultivate the art. That is the true path to success. Your loving Grandpa. P.S. If it's not little Jung reading this, and some other fellow Taoist managed to make it through my ray, then you must have great merit. Spare the roots of the little sprite I have set here to tend the place, and take only the fruits and some water. Everything I wrote to little Jung goes triple for cultivators at the earthly realm. And the art on the wall is useful for you too. Take just the fruits and some pond water. I will hold no grudge over just that, and I'll chalk it up to fate, or try to take it all. You could even gamble on whether I am still around and try to grab the dragon vein. It would be one way for you to find out what's on the other side of the heavenly realm. And I'm a great believer in education. Starsieve, 3rd generation sectmaster, ancient Crane Monastery. 3rd generation, never mind that. Do you know who Elder Starsieve is today? Tian asked. Hong hesitated, then shook her head. The Grand Elder, and my father's master. Hong staggered a second. All right. So we are very unlikely to catch hell for being here. Then, so long as we are respectful, I'm not going to touch the roots of anything, let alone a dragon vein, whatever that is. She shook her head slowly. I'm too young already. Phoenix vein, I might be tempted. Dragon vein does nothing for me. Tian nodded. Double quotes, just going to leave the words other side of the heavenly realm right there. I'm sure that doesn't mean what I think it means. I mean, it might be talking about death. That is a possibility. Tian nodded. Sweep up before we leave? Hong asked, her voice bright. Let's make sure we tidy away any dropped leaves and the like. Leave it better than we found it. That kind of thing. Tian agreed. Let's check out the pond. Shame the oranges and berries aren't in season. I can't help but feel like we are missing out. Hong sighed. I'm not so sure. The pond was almost glassy, still and clear and dreadfully deep. Tian couldn't see the bottom of it. The phrase dragon pool did leap to mind. He tried to banish it as quickly as it came. I don't see anything. Do you? He asked. Hong shook her head, then frowned. The demon came out of there, though. It wouldn't be down there for no reason, Hong said. It also said we would go in the hole. I'm not seeing any holes other than this pond. Tian squatted down and stared into the depths. Liren joined him and delicately touched the water. She jolted, then gasped, "Sister, it feels so nice." It was Tian's turn to stagger. "Nice, it feels nice. You have to feel this. It's so soothing." Talk about moderating yang with yin. This is it right here. Tian put his hand gingerly in the pool and nearly collapsed. It was like his hand was being taken care of. Like his hand was now filled with cooling, healing water. Like every little problem was going to be alright. He just needed to relax. It just needed time. There was no rush. There was never any rush. He yanked his hand out. "That does feel nice. And dangerous. Dangerous. How long do you think you can hold your breath for?" "I dunno, 5 minutes." Han shrugged. "Longer, actually. Now that I think about it. Maybe more like 30 or 40 minutes. She slowly dragged her hand through the water, luxuriating in the feeling of it running between her fingers. Tian waited a moment. "You know what? I really don't know. But I'm game to find out. I'm going to just dive in. I'm going to stop you there." Tian looked grim. "You would drown. You would be so comfortable and so relaxed. You couldn't be bothered to do anything. Just like the water cavern, except more so." Han blinked in confusion, then frowned. "You were right. Damn, that's sneaky. I guess we just use buckets to fill up a barrel or something." She reluctantly pulled her hand from the pond. "Nope, I'm going in." Tian shook his head. The demon was in there for some reason. "And I'm pretty confident in handling a high-yin environment." "Oh please, I'm overwhelmingly young." "To damn young. Why do you think you would be better?" Han argued. Tian just looked at her. She looked back. Tian sighed and looked over at the crane, who appeared to have zero interest in getting in the pond but was pretty interested in ripe oranges. It took Han another minute. Then, "Right. You were eaten by a demonic hawk and came out fine. You took a bath in yin acid, allegedly. Still seems dumb sending the person who can't swim to work underwater. Beats the person who won't swim. I'll tie a rope around my waist. Stop lowering me if I tug twice on the rope. You haul me up if I tug 3 times fast on the rope, or when 10 minutes have passed." Tian pulled out a length of rope. His brothers had stressed the need to always carry rope, and that there were only times when there was too little rope and not too much. The length turned out to be 100 feet of half-inch thick sizzle. "This will do for a start. We can always tie a second rope to the first if we need to." Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Brother Ziho. Tian looked up from untying his robes. Liren intended to just call him brother. She never called him bro, though she occasionally slipped up and called him brother Tian. Brother Ziho usually signified something important. Yes, you could die. You would be falling in the darkness and there would be no one to catch you. Just falling forever into the airless dark. Tian smiled. "Someone would catch me." He tied the rope around his waist, tied the other to the tallow tree, and jumped in. His dart was coiled around his upper arm, just in case. The water closed around him, wrapping him in its peace. It was quiet in the pond. Even the sounds of his falling were muffled, even the beating of his heart. Cool tendrils of watery yin qi drilled into his pores. Tian faintly regretted that he couldn't use advent of spring to cultivate here. It would be so convenient if he could just breathe water. Fish could breathe water. They had gills, but they demonstrated the principle. He could be like a carp, sleeping under a rock, eating whatever he found in the dirt. It would be very peaceful. "Grandpa, you may need to help me out here. I'm looking around but not seeing much. And it's hard to remember to care about it." "Not a problem. We are barely 20 feet down as it is. Just getting started." Tian drifted down in an endless moment. Liren wouldn't do well here. Tian wasn't very happy with such an enclosed space. But if he looked up, he could still see a little patch of sky. Besides, all the yin qi was calming him down, but it was dark, and you were rather helpless. And there was a sensation of pressure, of being trapped. Sister Liren wouldn't do well here at all. It's funny, I never thought there would be a human I could blindly trust. And now there are. At least 2. And more I would definitely trust my back to. But to that I feel I can trust completely. Dad and Liren. What an odd thing. What a strange word, sister. We are all brothers and sisters. But my trust in her is totally different. Grandpa chuckled. "Oh yes. It's quite a different thing entirely. I'm going to let you slowly discover how and why, though. You will be better for it." And some things I'm useless to help with. What a strange life this is. I better not tell Liren I trust her so much. I think she would be very silly about everything. Safe guess. Oh, stop the rope. Stop the rope. Tian gave the rope to sharp tugs and tried to see what Grandpa saw. It took a moment, but it wasn't really hidden. There was a patch of wall covered in a waxy paste, whitish, but darkened with silt and mud. It somewhat matched the color of the wall and the darkness of the well. I have no idea how I'm going to get this out. If I carve it away or yank it away, the cavity will flood. Whatever was stored in here will be lost or destroyed. Grandpa laughed one of his not nice laughs. You are underestimating that spirit. Remember how it merged with the dirt. I bet it could do the same thing with this wax. Probably even easier. Since they come from the same origin, carve it away. Load up a fresh ring if the ring you are wearing gets full. The wax is a treasure. Remember, this stuff is going to be Liren's new favorite thing. You will want to grab all you can. Tian pulled a long iron peg from his ring and anchored it into the wall. Once he was satisfied that it would hold, he drove in another. Once he had a secure place to stand, he pulled out a long knife and started carving lines. Hopefully, he would be able to cut away a big block. Why is she going to love it, Grandpa? It's the wax from the spiritual tallow tree above the pond. It's already yin, and it's been soaking in the yin pond water for who knows how long. More than 1,000 years, probably, some of it. The raised starsieve setup kept this place from turning demonic. In fact, it's meritorious. Put it this way, I know a recipe that will help her use this stuff to lighten her skin and enrich the yin within her. She will still be tall and tan, but less tan. And definitely more yin. It won't cost too much energy. I'm going to cheat. It's a mortal recipe. We are just going to use better quality ingredients, incidentally. Don't bother trying to pry out a whole block. Just chip away. I'd switch to a camp hatchet and cut in a V shape, alternating sides until a chunk falls out. It will go faster. Make sure to keep everything in big chunks for easy storage. Liren hauled him up all too soon, looking worried. Tian settled her down, explained what was what, and enthusiastically faceplanted back in the pond. He didn't care about his attempt at diving. He was on a treasure hunt, and Grandpa was already cackling over the loot. By the end of the second dive, he started finding ripe oranges, sealed in the wax. They looked as fresh as could be, the yanchi tightly bound up inside its skin. The hole wasn't just the monster's body storage spot, it was its larder. After the first hour of excavation, Tian had Hong dragged the mortals into the secret orchard. There was nothing here that would hurt them, so long as they didn't touch anything. It might confuse the monks, but so what? Besides, the censor had already collected Tian's tea oranges. So all was well. Only animal bones. What a disappointment. I was hoping for at least a few cultivator bodies. Grandpa, it's immortal art. What immortals would be coming here, for that matter? Assuming they didn't study at the bamboo medicine hut or something. What immortals wouldn't be able to put down that spirit? Oh, there is always someone who slips up. Now then, we are going to do something slightly cheeky. Get an empty storage ring. Tian kept 2 dozen of them on a string. They might be legendary to mortals, but once you started fighting heretics regularly, you realized they were more common than good hygiene. We won't go too crazy. 1 storage ring will be plenty, Grandpa. Starsieve said you could take the water. This pond is clearly spring-fed. It will refill in time. So just fill the ring with pond water. All told, it was enough materials to make gallons of the ointment prescribed by the elder on the tablet, and still have tons left over for skin cream. The fresh orange problem was solved too. The spirit had been stockpiling the oranges for years, clearly not willing to let them rot on the ground. It was an immense haul. So there was really only one thing to do. Celebrate. Luxurious debauchery. And as a newly wealthy person, he would be generous with his companions. Everyone, gather round. Let's try the new tea. I must confess, I am a little disappointed, particularly because it does so many things well. The presentation boxes are really nice, and the flavor from the oranges is great. The aroma is excellent, fresh and lively, and as promised, you really can steep it over and over again without it losing its chi. It comes down to the choice of tea. White tea isn't a bad choice, but it's not the right choice. Tian spoke with more sorrow than anger. Everyone else thought it was quite nice, but Tian knew better. The Harmony Village-style tea that Sister Lin has would be a much better fit. The savory woodiness of it would add both depth and body to the brightness of the orange, particularly since the aged orange rind isn't aggressively sweet in the first place. It needs the supporting notes to bring the necessary fullness and mouthfeel. The tea service had been moderately successful. He hadn't added much tea to the tea so the mortals could safely enjoy it. How much elemental understanding they picked up was pretty uncertain. Tian noticed it was strongly variable, with people naturally understanding more about the elements they were already somewhat familiar with. The person who had gotten the most out of it so far was Taoist Mei. But she was a prodigy of the 5 elements courtyard. It would have been stranger if she didn't pick up on everything. He closed his eyes with a light sigh. When he opened them again, they flashed with determination. We shall save the rinds from the sun gold oranges and acquire this Harmony Village tea. If the Lin clan can get it, then so can we. We shall make our own tea stuffed oranges. He set his cup down on the tray with a click of grim finality. Incidentally, censor, little treasure, you can go ahead and study the diagrams if you want. No need to keep sneaking peeks. We have enough supplies to make you plenty of the lotion too. Can I really? Brother Immortal. Little treasure shot up and looked ready to rush off. Han nodded along with Tian. Sure. Try to remember the pictures and how they made you feel. Don't worry about the words or the internal circulation pathways. It's still too soon for you to learn that. But you will definitely benefit if you start practicing the physical movements now. Han encouraged the boy. Censor Henshin coughed awkwardly. I'm not sure that's really appropriate. Immortal Tian. At least for me. This is an art clearly intended for the use of the imperial family. Yes, about that. There were literal bushels of oranges preserved in the spiritual wax of the tallow tree. Han was silently calculating on her fingers as she looked at the lute and looked at the number of oranges on the trees. The monk outside said that orange trees live for 100, maybe 150 years. But this orchard was planted around the same time the kingdom was established, making it at least a few thousand years old, even for trees. That's a damn long time. Liren's voice was heavy with suspicion. And Starseeve is still alive. So, that's alarming in a way, reassuring in another, I guess. Ancient Crane Monastery really can provide a path to true immortality. Tian smiled slightly, remembering a conversation he had with Andy Wu. Immortal cultivators weren't really immortal, just very long-lived compared to mortals. She had scolded him and told him not to tell anyone else that. Everyone knew. They were just touchy about it. My point is that these clearly aren't normal trees. And the rays and the dragon vein, whatever that is, has clearly done something to everything in here. It's subtle, but it's here. Han waved past Tian's observation. But spiritual trees tend to produce less fruit, because they are concentrating their energy into just a few fruits. Look on the trees, each tree has a dozen, maybe a score of oranges. And the oranges are damn small. That's not much compared to a normal orange tree. They are shorter. You grow oranges. My mom does. Or, well, we have a couple of orange trees planted near the house. We grow a lot of food crops near the house, trying to see what will still grow. Her voice turned bitter. Then she shook it off. Figure the tree spirit ate lots of oranges. There are still, 10 years worth of harvests here. More, we have 2 storage rings full of aged oranges. And there is a sentence I never thought I would say. So, how did it all pile up? How did the spirit turn so twisted? How come we don't hear about any imperial experts slaughtering the rebellious with their dragon-suppressing palms? There was silence in the orchard as everyone scratched their heads about that one. Then Tian laughed. Oh heavens. It's an imperial family secret. And not just any secret. Something passed down through the main line. Probably. So Empress Zhu killed off essentially all of the imperial family. The secret died with them. Zhu's husband was never supposed to inherit the throne. And even if the previous emperor told him, he was bedridden after a stroke for years. That spirit has probably gone crazy. Trapped in here all by itself with nothing to do but stare at pictures of a martial art it can't use properly. And eat oranges that are contrary to its nature. I guarantee the reason there is so much wax available is because the spirit collected each seed off the ground and processed them to make sure neither it, nor its mother, had any competition. The word competition triggered memories of the BATHHOUSE. The weak concubine, enjoying the advances of the emperor. And the concubine who destroyed the other concubines, T said. Did Censor Hanshin say how old you was when she was recruited into the imperial household? It was 14, wasn't it? Cheon poured out the rest of the teapot into the cups and started tidying up. He took another sip of the tea and sighed. Most people would probably think it tasted good, but it hurt knowing it could be so much better. Oh well. It would be one he could serve on special occasions to mortals or something. Grandpa, can we make the paste the murals describe here? Or the ointment you mentioned? Sorry, no, for both. You will want some manner of alchemist for the paste. And the ointment I have in mind does take some finicky temperature controls. Best done on a proper stove, with proper equipment. There was a pause. Also, I want to start encouraging you to beat the hell out of any alchemists you catch trying to make medicine out of lead and mercury. Just as a sort of ongoing public service. Be very direct with them. They won't get better unless you explain. And you will want time to rest your slapping hand. It can get sore over a long learning opportunity. And you can't help others if you don't take care of yourself. Let's get ready to move on. We need to find an alchemist to make the paste. And we certainly won't learn the art in a day. I think there is a convent a few days from here. Let's stop by and see what help they can give us. With any luck, they will have our mail, Jian said, determined to ignore Grandpa. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Immortal Big Bro, yes, little treasure. Was the grandpa of the imperial family really the sectmaster of the ancient Crane Monastery? Well, maybe. It might be a sort of affectionate relationship. Those seniors get very old. And who knows how many generations removed the founding emperor was from Grand Elder Starseed. Oh, it sounded like he was his real grandpa. Tian shrugged. Maybe he was. Lots of immortals have mortal families. Perhaps to a sectmaster. A kingdom is just a nice little business to keep their descendants' rice bowls full. It was slow going after they slipped away from the temple. The ferryman had hung around, which was good. But there wasn't an easy river connection once they were back on the mainland. They wound up going overland by oxcart to a farming village. A farmer was persuaded to introduce the party to his father, who was a fisherman these days. The father was persuaded that shiny silver was easier to carry in his ready old boat than shiny fish. And a day as a ferryman and guide wasn't too much of a bother. The Green River was safe enough, usually, but the water level was dropping as the summer went on. It would be easy for a stranger to run onto some rocks or a sandbar. By this point, Tian and Han were clinging on to their sanity by the very tips of their fingernails. Neither had moved so slowly in years. The fisherman was working his way upstream with an acceptable speed for an old mortal. But Tian could see Han struggling not to take the oar off him. Tian had insisted, if he needed to rest, so did she. Though they did change boats after resting for the night in a little town. The rest of their journey to the convent was endurable, but they were antsy. It was hard to sit on a mountain of cultivation resources and not be able to put them immediately to use. The convent was on a hill outside of Three Streams town. They stashed the mortals in an inn, then went to find out if they could borrow a guest house inside the convent walls for a couple of days. No need to ask for directions. The sisters were setting off fireworks and banging gongs hard enough that Tian could hear them from the town square. The gate guard at the convent gave Tian a bleary look and grabbed him up into a reeling dance. Tian was not a dancer. He did not know this dance, or any dance, but did his best to keep up. Liren crashed in and body-checked the dancing guard into the wall. None of these things seemed to put the slightest dent in the older woman's mood. You two are sober. Can't be sober here. I haven't seen a sober person in days, she slurred, shoving a wine jug towards them. Come on. We still got more days of celebrating to do. You gotta chatch, wharf. Each up. They managed to slip away from the guard and into the convent. It was nicer than many Tian had seen. The convents always seemed to have more little benches and stools set out than the temples. And the convent in Three Streams town clearly favored wide shade trees shoved in everywhere they would fit. Other than that, it was the usual white plaster walls, black tile roofs and polished wooden floors you saw in most of the outer court. Everything easy to clean and keep peaceful. Usually not today. Today, he watched women wrapping up their second-century vomiting into an ornamental pond, rinsing their mouth with white spirits. then getting in a fistfight with a centenarian before hugging and weeping on the shoulder of the person they were just fighting. Tian and Hong eventually tracked down the senior sister managing the convent. She was sitting very still, smiling peacefully. The many large clay jars near her, their red or blue paper tops ripped away, suggested that standing up was no more possible than introducing blood into her alcohol stream. They quickly introduced themselves and asked what was going on. "We are celebrating for a week. We just found out that Big Sis Bai broke through to the heavenly realm. And not just broke through, she had a revelation. Way better than that old dog foos. Way better. So much better. Can't even compare them. Big Sis Bai always been the best. That foo scoundrel might have stolen a single step. But how could Big Sis Bai fall behind? Best Big Sis single quotes. Best." She was speaking very softly, clearly trying to enunciate. "Bai? Which Bai?" Hong asked. "Our Bai. Big Sis Bai. Your Big Sis too." The senior leaned heavily on the table, a rich smile spilling from her aged face. "My Bai?" Hong looked uncomprehending. "Then, you don't mean Auntie Bai, the senior sister Bai who supervises the West Town Convent, do you?" "I do. It was weeks ago or something. We just got word the other day. Came with your letters, official notice. But the unofficial stuff is so much juicier. We sent some rush missions to the wasteland for more details. Haven't heard back. But what we hear on the sect is so good. So good. Senior, please say more." Hong urged. Tian knew she didn't have quite the same relationship with senior sister Bai as he had with brother Fu, but Hong's respect for her bordered on reverence. Tian had great appreciation for her too. Senior Bai had done her utmost to raise his sister, despite the challenges that must have presented. "So, rumor is this. A few weeks ago, senior sister is coming back from a mission. Bunch of brothers and sisters with her. Dead heretics from hell to breakfast. Usual. She takes a moment and watches the sun rise. Dawn in the wasteland. Her planted on a rocky ridge. Iron staff in her hand as the red dawn paints her. Must have been so amazing. So beautiful. Then, with the purple flash from the east, came the revelation. She started preaching. And the lightning?" Hong asked. "What lightning?" "Big Sis Bai is way better than that dog Fu. The heavens sent a tribulation to him to finally shut up his howling at the moon. And it's just proof of his cussedness that even the heavens couldn't settle him down." She slapped the table hard enough to send empty jugs flying. Her furious glare softened into a blissful smile. Scholars and generals descended from the heavens, their forms golden and shimmering, to hear her preach about virtue. Not some random incomprehensible nonsense like old Fu, but virtue, human virtue. Compassion, frugality, humility. What does it mean to live that life out in this dirty world? What does it mean to sacrifice your old age for the young, for a stranger? Tears started trickling down her old face. "It must have been beautiful. So beautiful." She sniffed. Hong and Tian shared a look. Heavenly scholars and generals descending seemed unlikely. But heavenly tribulation was supposed to be almost mythical, and it still turned up. Congratulations to senior sister, or soon-to-be direct disciple. "Bai, did you say the news came with our mail?" Tian asked. Yeah. It's in the mission hall. We all got too drunk to carry it to the next stop." "Well, I'm not drunk, but those useless women I'm supposed to supervise are. I don't want to dig latrines, senior sister. I don't want to break rocks for the path, senior sister. I can't scrub out all these bloodstains, senior sister." "Well, who told you to smash their head in with a 30-pound iron mace? Now you scrub, and put your dam back into it. You work, she louse. Nobody wants to work anymore. Bums and scoundrels, the lot of them." She sniffed. "I love them so much. So much. Pick up your mail after you drink a few dozen toasts with me. We have to celibate. We have to celebrate." The senior's diction finally slipped out of her control, and she sagged to one side. Tian quickly dragged the shocked Hong away. "And he broke through. She broke through. Senior sister broke through." Her shoulders were shaking. Tian carefully patted her back. Hong ripped the broad hat off her head, threw it up into a tree, and screamed, "Go Big Sis Bai, 10,000 years. 10,000 years for Big Sis Bai." The cheers she got back from the Three Steams convent had the birds scattering in every direction. Everyone there was at least a generation younger than Bai, but that was fine. She was one of theirs. A child who had walked these paths and slept under these eaves, who learned the Tao and virtue under the same spreading trees they learned under. In a time of dark omens, a ray of light can be almost blinding. Dear brother Ziho, the soft breezes of late summer ruffle the tall grass, and the dustless lotuses bloom in the cool waters of quiet ponds. The bees drinking the nectar have no idea that autumn's chill is already in the air. I wish I didn't. But since we got Senior Sister Land's emergency message, the whole of the bamboo medicine hut is feeling the cold press of a blade at our back. On behalf of all of us, thank you so much for everything you did for Sister Lan, she wrote in a hurry. But we could all tell she considers you and Taoist Han the heroes of the disaster at the Copper Roof Inn. She also made a point, underlined, that what saved her life and her honor was practicing her one skillful thrust. Anyone who was starting to forget the lesson you demonstrated in the flesh of technically Senior Brother Ho has been running around between the practice fields like they were injected with chicken blood. The guards are getting a lot of extra income teaching lessons. I'm practicing too. I don't like it. It feels wrong that a healing hand should kill. But I don't think you like it either. It's just necessary. So, I remember your face. The desperation in your eyes as you tried to show us how hard we needed to train. How much pain we could accept and still live on. I wanted to learn a rope dart art like you, but I was eventually persuaded to learn the spear. The guards swear by them. And I will admit that I like the danger happening on the other end of a long stick from me. I've been burying myself in all the things you have sent me about the art of wine and water. Since I broke through to level 5, the elders have given me special permission to spend less time on my normal chores and more time studying arrays. It's been wonderful. But now I see natural arrays everywhere. I don't know if that's good or bad. Taoist Lan also made very certain that the whole sect knows to look for anyone trying to exterminate villages, any sudden disappearance of children, and any stories about people trying to crown or welcome a new emperor. It sounds unbelievable, but she wasn't joking, and word is that ancient Crane Mountain is starting to make some big moves inside the kingdom. Well, I expect you know more about that than I do. It sounds like you are rushing back towards the capital. Stop by our little place. The grass has grown long under the willow tree, and birds gather together to warm themselves against the coming cold. Shujialing. Dear Junior Brother John, it's hot and dry and the wind scours the rocky sands like it hates each and every grain individually and collectively. I completely agree with the wind on this. The redstone wasteland continues to be a complete waste of space. I know perfectly well there is a whole ecosystem at work in here, and I don't care. I want it to all fall directly into hell, once I am safely out of it anyway. Look, this is awkward, but thank you. Your letters have been something I look forward to, and I always wonder what mad thing you are going to send me next. I now have the oddest assortment of branches, interesting rocks, bits of glass, silk, leaves, eggshells, and now fish scales. It probably looks like litter to people who don't know, but to a crafter, they are all puzzles. Each can be used in different applications, some well studied, others barely glanced at. I keep busy. Actually, I'm really damn busy. They fitted me with my new prosthetic 3 weeks ago. It's not great, but it exists and it works better than the old one. So that means that I can hold things and work on them at the same time. Properly, I mean. So that makes it great, naturally. I'm designing my own arm to replace it. There is the minor difficulty of not knowing how to do any of the things involved with making a functional prosthetic arm. But it's another problem to keep my mind busy. My body is grinding blades and cutting cloth. Things have been fairly quiet around Depot 4. Not completely peaceful, because this is the wastes, but more quiet than not. We have been rearming, repairing and refitting. I'm not up to heavy work, but I can cast arrowheads and grind blades and make the ointment-soaked bandages they are starting to use in the hospital. I can't make hard armor yet, but I can soak linen in flexible glue and cut the pieces to make linen armor, and pass it off to another crafter to finish. I'm not a waste. And my Dao path isn't broken. When I'm capable, you just write me. Whatever you need, I'll make. Dear Marshal Nephew Ziho, I think the view out my window is one of swaying pines and thriving fields. There is a babble of sweet water in a brook nearby, and at this point I'd quite like to see it. I'm sick to death of my room, and they are still leery of wheeling me outside the bounds of the hospital. which I wish to heaven I didn't agree with. I think you might be misunderstanding how trade is supposed to work. Good start with buying the 50-year-old white eyebrow D. Makes sense. Good price to resell value. Promising start. Selling a tea experience is a totally valid value play. And I did say it was about trading for things that improve your cultivation, not maximizing returns. So, not how I would have done it, but reasonable. Except I find good people, invite them to a tea session, and our conversations inevitably result in my learning something interesting or useful is not trading. It is, at best, emotional blackmail. But since I know you are genuinely just serving tea because you like someone without worrying about what they could give you, it doesn't even reach that threshold. I am apoplectic that you are managing to then track down the things they talk about, accumulating a frankly bizarre inventory of tradable goods. I'm not going to touch on you handing all the actual trading work to Nice Liren. Yes, merchants will aim to maximize their profits. But as I keep telling you, they can smell fear. You need to move with confidence, and that means practicing. I ran the numbers. It offends every fiber of my being. But you are currently averaging an 800% return on investment per ounce of tea. Hang on to those blue goose feathers and the chest of Palgon dates. If you don't sell them before you get this message, I want you to sell them to a sister of mine in Westtown Convent. Ask for Sister Thing. Keep writing. Your letters cheer me up even if they make me mad. Anti-woo. Dear rat bastard Tian. The scenery here in the courtyard remains highly colorful. Very goddamn colorful. I try to make a beautiful background screen for Lil Mei and Sisu, but damned if people don't keep trying to drag me onto center stage. Do you have the faintest idea how many fights I have been in over the last 4 months? And I mean this seriously. I have done more fighting in 4 months at the Five Elements courtyard than I did in 4 months on the Red Sands. It is genuinely obscene. I use the word precisely, obscene. How many elegant young masters think they are somehow entitled to possess Lil Mei, and would condescend to keeping Sisu too, possession being variously defined? We have been correcting their misunderstanding. They send their fond regards, by the way. Mei and Su, I mean, not the young masters, for some reason. Your name has become a taboo amongst the younger generation here, but hey, Heart-Killing Sky is a hell of a nickname. Lil Mei has been cheerfully settling grudges, playing the kind of social games that make my head ache and would be entirely inexplicable to you. Sister Su just calls them out, and if they won't duel, she follows them around and loudly reads essays, with footnotes, references, appendices, and codicils, about their moral, physical, spiritual, and hygienic failures. She got a little printing machine, hand-cranked. She's gotten very fast at setting the type, and has started commissioning new blocks of characters in different handwriting for extra emphasis. Sisu has all her little printing blocks organized, categorized, and regimented better than a unit of Imperial Guardsmen. She prints flyers and distributes them widely, even commissioning missions to other immortal grottos, which is what they call their subsidiary temples. The flyers come with attached bibliographies and a table of citations, as well as lists of women whom the young masters have failed to satisfy. She usually includes the gentlemen's mothers, but notes that the disappointment is merely inferred based on the totality of evidence. An authorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. I insist that you picture Sisu, sitting at her work table, carefully and precisely setting the characters into wooden forms. It's all backward, of course, so it prints properly on the page, with her slim, white fingers, stained with blue-black ink. She arranges the following sentence: allegations that he has received the unspeakable attentions of a bull hippopotamus, repeatedly and enthusiastically, are not without support despite his embarrassing physique and general lack of vigor. See Appendix C for an explanation of what a hippopotamus is. Lil Mei helps her out a lot. I find the two of them with their heads pressed together, giggling as they cook up something unspeakable. Did you know Sisu can giggle? I can't make her giggle. Lil Mei can, though. I've learned it's best not to ask what they are talking about. If I ask, they'll tell me and I won't feel right for hours and hours. Eventually, they all agree to fight her. They have all kinds of tricks and strategies. Sisu has one answer: all tricks are meaningless before an absolute difference in strength. Which sounds rich coming from a level 9 in her mid-20s. but she's forced 5 of the bastards to shatter their life-saving tokens and ruin them in the sect. The number of Heaven's Chosen lingering around has dropped off sharply, inexplicably. Though I have noticed a significant increase in gentle beauties who wish to read and rest in our courtyard, as they find it quite peaceful. Most of them are completely upfront about who sent them to. But then they point to me and I don't know what the hell to say. Sue is managing them. It seems to be working out, even if some are a handful. I just focus on earning a few spirit stones here and there, and stay out of trouble, quite unlike Sister Lynn. I don't know if the two of you are in touch, but she got herself transferred, with the Elder's enthusiastic blessing, to the capital. She is assisting the Grand Tutor in teaching the Imperial Princess and Princesses. I don't know what the two of you talked about, but she's going hard at it. Do reach out to her if you haven't already. Something about her letters gives me an acid stomach, and I have too much stomach to stand that much acid. Elder Feng says the mission in the 5 Elements courtyard is going well, and there is an agreement in principle about the strategic scale array. But many more details still to work out. Not something a simple man like me can meddle in. The other day, I was challenged to a drinking contest. The bastards had rigged the wine bottles. Theirs had an array that eliminated the alcohol as it left the neck of the bottle. Mine had one that concentrated it. If I hadn't managed to switch the bottles when they were distracted by a water barrel inexplicably falling on their foot, I'd have lost a fortune. Everyone is a scammer. More going on. But I'm worried enough that you will come back here and start vanishing people as they walk home at night. I don't believe you have ever done such a thing. But the way you stare at people sometimes makes me think that you just haven't done it yet. I'm off to see the alchemists for some medicine. Chronic exhaustion and equally chronic yang depletion. You bastard. Your doubly engaged brother. Dear Ziho. The view from the pinnacle is worth the walk, among the drifting clouds. Looking down on the world below. Man and man's creations vanish from view. How small and brief our lives are. How little we account for, compared to the world itself. Imagine seeing the entire world, and finding it empty. It's humbling, and exhilarating, and, ultimately, painful. The path to the pinnacle is narrow. It silently demands that those who walk it retreat from the messy connections of the world, and tread it alone. Those at the peak swear it's the only way up. But anyone who has spent time in the mountains knows that hiking alone has many dangers, while hiking with good people has many advantages. Would I have reached this peak without all the people whose lives touch mine? The predecessors who paved the way, how could I even find the path without them? What of the smaller lives? Did they not contribute to my climb? The ones who grew the rice that fills my belly, who wove the linen and silk I wear, who fired the clay that made my teacups. And that's where I have to stop copying my earlier draft of this letter. Events have overtaken me, to the point where I hardly know where to begin. The history books you read are understandably vague about the exact process of founding a kingdom. This is one of those things juniors shouldn't look into too deeply, apparently. And I am still included in the term junior, apparently, the short version, as I understand it. Is this anyone can found a kingdom? You can right now. Nobody is required to agree with you or respect your declaration, but you can do it. Founding a kingdom that is recognized by both the heavens and the earth takes considerably more. It takes obvious things, political power, military control, land, money. It also takes less obvious things like popular support. Most of all, to be a real kingdom, you need fortune. Call it luck, call it chi, call it character or destiny. It becomes the lifeblood of the nation, fairly literally. Items that are rich with fortune or destiny, a sacrificial cauldron, a crown, a temple, a mighty sutra, significant weapons or armor, special mountains, rivers, lakes, geomantic nodes, even certain families and people. Condense that fortune and stop it from easily flowing away. Hence the term suppressing fortune. These significant items become much more powerful, condensing yet more fortune, when they are positioned along the dragon veins. Dragon veins are the geomantic pathways that guide both fortune and chi through the country. Think of them like the land's meridians. Another thing I had no reason to know. Apparently, I don't think any of my old brothers and sisters who ascended to the heavenly realm before me know this either. Just one more thing that's not a secret, but those in the know see no reason to mention. There is one other thing you need to be a real kingdom: merit. If you want to know the difference between Black Iron Gorge and the Brodsky Kingdom, or any of the other kingdoms in the alliance, it is merit. You will notice that the gorge only really rules itself, a single enormous city. The rest of the Redstone Wastes is a battlefield, and the majority of their combatants are heretic mercenaries. Have a lot of merit, and the fortune of your country flourishes. Don't have much, bad things happen. So what is merit? Conforming with the laws of heaven, and virtuous acts. What are these laws and acts? We aren't entirely sure, but we have some very good guesses. Preaching the true Tao is one way. Providing peace and security is another. Filial virtue. Ensuring the people are fed. Controlling floods and propounding just laws are others. The ministry of rituals is one of the smallest ministries, and also one of the most influential. It is precisely their ability to gather fortune and merit for the kingdom and keep them from dispersing that makes them so necessary. Similarly, the censorate was founded because it is generally believed that an effective, honest civil service is a blessing to the people and a sign of the nation's virtue. Of course, neither mortals nor immortals have any way to see or quantify merit, which means we are all deducing based on what we can observe. I'm sure you see where I am going with this. I don't want to go into the interconnectedness of Taoism, shamanism, the folk religious traditions of the people who have lived in the Brodsky kingdom since time immemorial, and foreign religions. Our faith teaches us that no one person could describe the Tao, that is, the totality of the universe. So our understanding of the world is constantly changing and evolving. This includes trying to understand the will of the heavens and the heavenly officers who control the fates of us below. We are all trying to understand and explain things far greater than ourselves. And while we all have some evidence to support our theories, particularly as Taoists, we know that we are getting some part of it wrong. Nevertheless, I put my faith in the Tao. Remember, Ziho, in your dark times. That Tao means many things, including course or way. The Tao is a myriad of paths, leading to a benevolent end. The Tao is everything, but it is also everything that is happening. It is a thing progressing. Would something great enough to become existence emanate itself for no good cause? Of course not. I may not understand that grand purpose, but, well, that's why it's called faith and not understanding. Now there is a boy who can see merit. That changes many things. Especially when we can see heretics making a coordinated effort to sever dragon veins, steal or destroy fortune-suppressing treasures, and demonstrate to the heavens that the kingdom is pretending to merit it does not actually have. Our fortune is bleeding out of us. And you know what happens when someone can't stop the bleeding. The monastery is emptying out, covering the Brodsky kingdom in full force. Expect to see very senior members of the inner court just about everywhere. And core disciples are starting to move around in a major way. Direct disciples are too. So I'm going to be in the field shortly. What's really alarming is that my master is starting to stir. You haven't met a truly senior Taoist. So let me just say that if one of them turns over their hand, the weather changes. That is only barely a metaphor. It may well be the literal truth. Our mountain sits on the largest dragon vein and most significant geomantic node in the entire country. Not the imperial capital, US, but veins circulate. Whether they are cut above or below us, we bleed out eventually, and we are already short on fortune. Your job now is to escort Jin treasure back to Mountain Gate City, and you are going to have a lot of help. Stay in whatever temple or convent you are in when you receive this letter, and use Elder Feng's authority to send a top urgency message reporting your location. I arranged to borrow a small sky barge, and am sending a few senior members of the inner court to come collect you all. They should be close behind this letter. Sorry to cut short your adventuring, but I think you will find things plenty exciting back home. I am proud of you, my son. Some days I look out over the sea of clouds and laugh at the wonder of the world. Myself, sitting on top of the mountain I always looked at from below, and my good son running around the low country, making the world a better place. What a wonder! What a holy wonder it is! I can't wait to share some new teas with you, and see how your skill has grown. Come see me. Brother Fu sacrificed 20 years of accumulated merits to get advent of spring for Qian. Brother Fu sat Qian down after his first spar with Han Liren and told him to go make friends, or at least a friendly rival. It was Brother Fu who taught him how to serve tea, and with bloody hands on a cold battlefield. showed him the heart of it. Compassion, generosity, connection, peace. That was the tea Tao handed down from father to son. In an awful world, you could make a kind place. It wasn't an illusion. The bad things didn't magically stop existing. The tea session existed in contrast to them. A quiet declaration of shared, orderly, human warmth against the roaring chaos of human cruelty. At the tea table, everyone was worthy. Everyone had dignity. Nobody threw rocks. Now his father was sharing what he learned from those at the pinnacle of cultivation. That compassion and virtue had meaning beyond petty morality and the smug self-righteousness of those who could be frugal on a full stomach. Virtue was recorded by unknown heavenly forces, and it earned merit. In real, tangible ways. Your virtue made the world you inhabited a better place. Perhaps in tiny ways you didn't notice, but it all contributed. He remembered the heretic he fought who stuffed herself with insects and hissed that he was a rich kid, that he deserved to die for leading such a spoiled, luxurious life. Blind to the hell of her own making, a cold tendril reached through the warmth and tapped him softly on the back, gently insisting on pointing out some inconvenient truths. Tian, by the fate he was born with, should never have been a cultivator. He was born with broken or missing meridians. He lacked that spiritual root, or that rare physique that would let him cultivate. You need something, some special thing. That's what Grandpa had said, and he had been right. Tian rebuilt his body for the first time by destroying it with snake venom and pulped earthly realm dustless lotuses, then rebuilding it with the same ingredients. He'd had to risk his life repeatedly to do it, and in practice, he had sacrificed powerful vipers and earthly realm lotuses to give him the ingredients he needed to overturn fate. Bloody Cleaver Wang wasn't willing to trade his own pain for power. He butchered peasants, engaging in a heretical blood baptism for his cultivation. The cultists in Burning Flag City all relied on burning victims alive and inhaling the smoke to cultivate immortality. There were Gu cultivators and necromancers, people who used the power of curses and insects, or death itself, to cultivate a form of immortality. People without fortune, seizing the fortune of others. It took something substantial. It took a special something to cultivate. And presumably, the higher you wanted to climb, the greater the fortune you needed. A country's worth, perhaps. Ancient Crane Monastery set itself on the biggest geomantic node in the country and created a virtuous system with the Brodsky Kingdom. It wasn't perfect. It was breaking down dramatically, in fact, but it was intended to be benevolent and encouraging growth. The heretics of Black Iron Gorge took a different approach. They found endless ways to bleed fortune from the kingdom, and collected it for themselves. No wonder the heretics as a whole were so powerful, while the individual mercenary heretics on the ground were so miserable. Black Iron Gorge's true currency wasn't salt or slaves, it was fortune. Tian sat bolt upright. The slaves. No wonder they want endless slaves. Laboring to process the brine would kill a lot, but using them as sacrificial vessels or offerings would be far, far more profitable. Oh yes. Keep extending that logic. Bleeding the kingdom, first of money and virtue through the salt and slave trade, weakening its merit and thus its fortune, spreading heresy amongst the civilians, making the process self-sustaining. Then the war. They were content to let the kingdoms bleed out, and they are just as content to fight the war. The masters of the gorge aren't spending anything they really care about. All the rewards they promise to their fighters are just stuff, not something important. The masters only care about their personal losses. 1,000,000 heretics could die in the wastes, and the masters of the gorge would be no worse off than when they started. Every dead orthodox cultivator, however, weakens the fortune of the kingdom. And on the home front, within the kingdom, there are fewer heroes suppressing villains. The merit-depleting cycle accelerates. Then the heretics start taking more direct actions, exterminating villages, impeaching the emperor, cutting away the roots. The roots. My body rejects absorbing things without their roots in. What? Good fortune. How does that make sense? You haven't quite figured out what fortune or merit are really doing. What does it mean for something to have a root, actually, before that? What do roots do? Hold a plant in the dirt. That and gathering nutrients from the dirt. Like you did with gourmet. They also use them for communication through a complex, not relevant now. Focus on the holding the ground bit. Rooting the land in the Tao. There was a long, ghostly sigh. You are a smart boy, Ziho. Try a little harder. That seems right though. What is the Tao, Grandpa? No, really. What is the Tao? And lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Double quotes everything. So explain to me how something can be cut away from everything without remaining part of everything. It can't. Tian felt a sudden wave of the crushing shame known to all children, even teenage children. When an adult patiently explains just how stupid they sound, correct. But you have my assessment that something is being cut away from something else. So, what is being lost? What could be so fundamental that your body, which has been reforged in a quite saintly way, would outright reject the very water and food upon the rootless ground? I have no idea. Just keep it in mind. I have a feeling you are going to figure it out soon enough. Tian shared the letter from Brother Fu with Han along with his deductions. She swore for 3 solid minutes, then started sniggering. It explains the monastery's organization. The way it's spread out, I mean. You have the monastery proper, at the focus of all the fortune. Then you have the inner court catching the dregs. And finally the outer court temples and convents are positioned to nail down fortune and generate merit. All those missions. It's not just about gathering resources. Hell, you and I have loads of merit points. Tian smiled and shook his head. It is about gathering resources. Just not the resources we thought. Elder Feng said that the Taoist masters were better than I gave them credit for being. And they genuinely did want the best for people. She just left out why. It also puts our expedition to the courtyard in a new light. Our next generation is stronger than yours, probably works to prove who has more fortune. Well, maybe not prove, but it would count for something. Tian nodded. But does it change anything for us? Hong asked. No. But it's never a bad thing to understand more. I think. You want to see if you can find someone sober enough to send out the message. Hong nodded, then asked, what are you going to do? Hang out with Little Treasure and the censor. I don't enjoy the company of drunk people. Censor Henshin was sitting with Little Treasure, supervising the boy practicing his basic characters. An aristocratic child. Jin Treasure already had some preliminary knowledge of reading and writing. The ancient teacher once said, to learn, and then, in its due season, put what you have learned into practice. Isn't that a great pleasure? To have a friend visit from somewhere far away, isn't that a great joy? If I am not recognized by others, yet bear no resentment, am I not a noble man? The censor recited the words with calm pleasure, his high voice almost singing them to his student. Then, since Little Treasure couldn't keep all the words in his head and write the characters at the same time, he slowly repeated portions of it, gently correcting the child's characters when he erred. Once the words were all written out correctly, the censor smiled, nodded, then recited the next verse. The ancient teacher once said, it's honoring parents and elders that makes people proper humans. Proper humans rarely turn against authority. If people don't turn against authority, they never rise up and throw the country into chaos. The noble-minded cultivate roots. When roots are secure, the Tao is born. To honor parents and elders, isn't that the root of civilization? Tian jolted, swinging around to look at the censor with wide eyes. Censor Henshin. Please repeat that passage. Gladly. The scholar slowly repeated it, pausing now and then for Little Treasure to catch up. The scholars are preaching the Tao amongst themselves, Tian asked. Not exactly, immortal Tian. Or at least, if I may make so bold, not in the way I think you mean. Tao, as you surely know, means different things depending on the context. When the ancient teacher was using it, he meant a path towards social harmony and virtuous living. Similarly, the word Ren can mean humanity or benevolence or virtue, depending on context, which is why you hear me saying it so often. Tian nodded to show he was following, though he wasn't quite sure where the censor was going. The pale man gently smoothed his robes, then softly cupped his hands in front of his chest. The longevity-cultivating Taoists also cultivate virtue, but generally it is their personal virtue. Most often, their virtue is shown by disengagement and passive acceptance. Birds cleave to birds, beasts to beasts. How could a sage live amongst fools? There are many forms of cultivating the Tao, however, and in terms of pure numbers, cultivating immortality is the smallest path. The censor smiled down at Little Treasure and bowed his head. We scholars cultivate a Tao of living as a people. As a kingdom, living as good, virtuous humans, benevolent people, learned, judicious, steady, reverent, and obedient people. To be a human is to live amongst humans as a human, connecting ancestors to descendants in an eternal chain of filial piety, therefore, serving humans, maintaining peace, and letting virtue flourish is what a gentleman and scholar should do. Tian made the connection. Being a censor, being part of the civil service isn't just your job, it is your Dao path. While I would certainly never refer to the Imperial Civil Service as a sect, I can understand how you might understand it as such. Censor Henshin chuckled. We often joke about it. We are currently in a major debate about which books should be considered the core classics and promoted most heavily. Establishing our orthodoxy, if you like. Is that necessary? Tian asked. Oh yes. It's taken us 75 years to get down to 10 books, but within my lifetime, I think we will have it down to 8, or possibly even less. At that point, we can make understanding the approved classics a prerequisite for the civil service exam. Unlike now, when there is a miserable hodgepodge of texts to study. And that's a good thing. Tian grasped for something tangible he could relate to. People, in his experience, just handed him books and told him to read them. The notion that there could be books that everyone had to read was novel. Yes, immortal, it is. Once we have a core set of materials, we have a fixed measure to judge achievement by. We will have a defined core cultural identity. Rituals may be fixed in their forms, ensuring that future generations observe them, and the long chain of filial piety remains unbroken. The debate is one of great merit, though. Alas, I am much too junior a scholar to be involved. Little Treasure looked up from his paper and tentatively raised his hand. The pale man smiled and nodded at the boy. Immortal. If things glowing gold means they have merit, and no glow is normal, and a building that looks like it's got storm clouds are on it is an evil place. What does it mean if someone looks like they are burning with red and black fire? Tian had to blink at that one. Are they actually on fire? No. Immortal sin fire. It's sin fire. The inverse of golden merit. It means he's seen an absolute evil bastard. Who did you see that has a fire around them like that? Tian asked. It's the men in the inn with the pretty lady. They all look like that. The pretty lady is almost pitch black fire. Which men? Tian's voice grew urgent. Treasure pointed through a window at a bald head peeking out at them. Those ones. Tian stepped between Little Treasure and the inn's window, his passing leaving the grass and dirt twisting behind him. He sent out his mind, calling for the crane to come quickly, to hurry over now. Danger, terrible danger. The window and the wall around it exploded outwards. Tian sensed more than saw knives flying towards him. They curved, flew straight, seemed to be reaching for every part of him, but if he dodged, they would shred Little Treasure. Tian didn't try to get clever. Instead, he pulled out their fishing boat from a storage ring. The knives shattered the hull, but it broke their momentum. It also blocked their vision. He flung out his heavenly swallows to his right, even as he ran left. Hide under the boat, both of you. The bald man sneered as he flung another knife at Tian's face before pulling out a hatchet. Tian slipped the curving knife and rushed in. The hatchet rose to parry a suddenly striking rope dart from Tian's sleeve. Hidden weapons against the Black Acacia gang. You are courting. The invisible dart slammed into the bald man's temple. Sharp metal chi piercing thin bone and destroying the brain behind it. Tian ripped the darts away with a hard flex of his vital energy. Even as he kept his rope dart spinning, the world went white. There was a sudden ringing in his ears. Dizzy, he nearly fell over. The pain in his meridians made him gasp. His long soak in the yin pond hadn't been as healing as he had hoped. The three men jumping out through the hole in the wall looked delighted, however. I see you aren't doing too well. Tell you what, kill yourself, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. You won't get a better offer today. All three had shaved heads, looking less like a monk's tonsure and more like a blister or infected growth rising from the neck. Revolting and unnatural, and their leering grins said plainly they liked how they looked. There are no grudges between us. Why do you do this? Tian asked, keeping the rope dart moving. The men hadn't stopped either, spreading out, pulling out hatchets and short, heavy knives. Grudges, we love you. We love you. Your little female friend, your bird. We love you so much. One of the bald men giggled, moving to put Tian in a three-way pincer with the others in the gang. Tian, for his part, Couldn't move too far from the overturned boat. Strange way of showing affection. 500 spirit stones ahead. 2,000 for the three of you if we take the crane alive. It seems someone fancies a new flying mount. Rest assured. Our love is entirely sincere. The man moving around to his back had a serious face and a serious voice. Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Their voices weren't similar. They were identical. The tone and manner of speaking changed, but the voice didn't. Same with their faces, each wore a radically different expression. But it was the same face over and over again. You are triplets. No, there was a fourth baldy, quadruplets. There are more arts in the world than your mountain would like to admit. It seems your fellows aren't coming to your rescue. The offer is still open. No, pity. The three struck with easy coordination, one from the sides, one from the front. Tian kept the boat at his back. It wasn't much of a wall, but it was all he had. The rope dart twisted and flew out, the rope hooking on his elbow and getting yanked back in time to be kicked over into the face of another rushing bandit. Injured or not, Tian had spent years using a rope dart. He had long since transformed it into another limb. A hatchet came in from the left. Tian shifted right as his foot snagged the rope and whipped it up from directly underneath the arm to wrap around the wrist. Then Tian stomped down on the rope and reversed direction, slamming his elbow into the bald man's temple as his arm was yanked out of position. Then a wide, thick knife stabbed at his gut and Tian had to shift forward and right again. And able to capitalize further on his strike, he dodged the knife. He didn't slip the kick that slammed into his ribs. He could feel them creak, the air driven from them. He returned the favor by grabbing the leg and stepping backwards again as he twisted the foot as close to a full rotation as he could manage. The bald man swore and tried to flip in the air. Tian stopped his rotation, then turned the foot in the other direction, just in time to block a chop from the knife with the bald man's calf. A woman strolled out of the hole in the wall of the inn, drinking in the scene. Bald tattooed, and he couldn't keep an eye on her because the thugs never let up. Something hit the back of his head. Stars burst in purples and blues and whites across his eyes, and he staggered forward. He tried to whip his dart around, build some distance, but without snakehead vine body, he just didn't have the space to build up momentum. Without momentum, he was just waving a rope around. Don't run. If you run, we kill the kid first. Then your little eunuch slave, the woman yelled, as a baldy rushed in, swinging his hatchet at Tian's neck. Love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. Tian didn't bother speaking any nonsense. He just did his best to sway back from the blow and countered with a savage kick to the bald man's nuts. That was the thing about hatchets and knives. Not much reach. Tian might not be able to use his arts, but he hadn't been cultivating his body just for the fun of it. He kicked the man hard enough to lift him off his toes and leave him kneeling and vomiting on the ground. Bastard, how dare you! The bandit who got cut across his calf was up and moving again. Tian could smell the blood-clotting powder on him. He was well back, thrusting carefully with a narrow black spear. Not trying to finish off Tian, just disrupt him, pin him down enough for the others to finish. They were moving more cautiously. Tian tried to get his rope dart into the one rolling up off his knees, but the bandit managed to deflect the dart with his hatchet. The fluidity of the move made it clear the bandit had been ready for it. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, whipping the heavy dart around his head. They weren't going all out, which made sense. They were here for a payday, not to risk their lives. But they were also close to the convent, even dead drunk. The sisters would be here pretty damn quick once they knew bandits were in town. So why? It trap. It was a trap. He tried to warn the crane, but couldn't reach her. There was a soft laugh drifting over there and piercing his ears. Sorry, my ray just activated. It seems your second message didn't go through. Oh dear, so sad. Oh well. The woman's voice might have been pleasant in another setting. Do we have to keep dragging this out? The bandit was still hunched over, even though he was on his feet now. A little bit longer. To kill the bandits you must capture their king, right? The woman leaned against the wall of the inn, as bald as the others, but Tian noticed she had tattooed a thorn tree on her head, stretching from one side over the top, on her face and across the back of her skull. Spiderwebs hung between the branches of the trees, and Tian could see living things still thrashing in them. She laughed, and the bald bandits laughed with her in perfect synchronicity. each face twisted into a different expression: cold indifference, leering cruelty, innocent joy. The woman was smiling too, and her smile told Tian she enjoyed this. Enjoyed every part of it. Enjoyed it in ways he was glad he didn't really understand. Filth. An outraged woman's voice. But he couldn't take his eyes off the bandits. "Oh, here comes your," she stuttered. Tian felt the chi in the air violently contort, as something invisible broke. "Now, sisters." Tian heard Liren roar and come charging in. He couldn't take his eyes off the bandits. Little black spots covered their bodies and faces, the skin stretching up. Then long thorns pierced the skin from within. Trickles of blood and lymph turned them into bloody creatures, demons of suffering. That was unwise. The bandits, male and female, spoke as one. That was very unwise. "Now I can't let any of you live." "Where you going to anyway?" Tian asked. The sisters from the convent rolled into the clearing outside the inn, alcohol burning away. Eyes filled with fury. Iron bars and heavy staves were popular accessories amongst them, as were long glives and heavy armored gloves. "You misunderstand. I was just going to kill you, the boy, the eunuch and the girl. The crane was going to be someone's broken little pet. Now I have to kill everyone." The ground exploded. Small creatures made of vines and thorns, all long and wet and inky black, burrowed up from the ground. Even now, even with them in front of him, Tian could hardly feel a difference in their chi from the trees and shrubs that lived all through the town. "I'm going to kill the whole town. I'm going to kill everyone in the convent. I'm going to kill the dogs and chickens and cats and rats. I will hang you all up on my thorns and watch you struggle and die." More bandits came jumping out of the inn, spikes growing from them as whatever was within them discarded their human disguise. Tian was lost, spinning in the horror of the moment. The horrors turned towards him. They reached for him. "Chan, your mind is under attack." "Chan." Tian staggered back, his hand coming up, and he started counting on his rosary. "An ren cho sao. Ni rei hu vo ti lu. Jo." The shape shuddered and twisted. Whatever it was fighting him. He kept at it, pushing as hard as his burning meridians could stand. This wasn't real. This was an illusory ray. And his sisters were under attack. So, he could stand this pain, and poured all that emotion into his chant. It wasn't an art, exactly. Tian always wondered why it wasn't something everyone could do. Oh, none of that. The once female bandit almost yelped. Tian's rolling chant was making the bandit monsters twitch and spasm. Perhaps it was the illusion breaking down, or perhaps it was something else. Tian kept his mind on the elemental sounds he was making. It wasn't his job to kill. It was his job to break the illusions. His good sisters could handle the killing just fine. The monsters clearly agreed with his assessment. A silent signal passed between them. A spiky vine horror leapt from the ground as the three bandits surrounding him lunged in. Eager to kill, they were smashed back, screaming as bright yang chi ripped them open. A long spear with a bright red tassel swept the ground and rose with an emperor's fury. With a single blow, it smashed apart the head of one bandit. It returned like the tide, and like the tide, came crashing out again to pierce another bandit's head. Iron-hard hands spun the spear, tearing out a throat before an iron-hard foot smashed through the spikes and shattered a bandit's spine through their intestines. The creature on the ground was crushed into vol paste with furious contempt. Blue robes and a white veil fluttered in the wind. 10 hands flicked black blood from the bright spearhead, making sure it was ready to kill again. Hong Liren had arrived. A little Taoist stood in the yard behind an ordinary inn, in the ordinary town of 3 Streams. It was called 3 Streams because 3 streams met above the town before forming into a short river that fed into the Green River. Lots of soft rock in the area meant the Green River flowed through a deep valley, and twisting limestone caves pierced the land. The caves were so long and twisty, the locals called them Dragon Caves, and dreamed about what ancient wonders, or horrors, might have made them. They would have new horrors to dream about after today. A little Taoist stood on the green grass, one hand bladed in front of his nose, rosary looped around his thumb. Each uttered symbol carried a truth beyond mortal understanding, a statement about the most minute peace of the world, enforced with vital energy of startling purity. Around him horrors shook and threshed, reaching for him but falling apart before they could. A little Taoist stood on a battlefield, brave sisters of the convent storming down to protect their juniors, women with only one arm or leg, Women missing a piece of their jaw, or covered in burns, infected with biting insects, burdened by demons physical and mental, returned to their homey hell and gave the bandits a rich welcome. They had endured war, endured peace, endured dwindling life, but no force in creation would force them to endure this. A little Taoist stood all alone, calling to the world, calling to the vast and knowable, indefinable, unspeakable existence. Each sound was a name and a piece of that impossible immensity. The Tao that can be spoken is not the true Tao, but so what? Do you have to know everything to know anything? The world around him was full of cruelty and illusions. So he closed his eyes and spoke those truths he did know. He was not afraid. One of the truths he knew was that he was not alone. What cause for fear was there? When his good sister stood before him, Hong Liren was not a little Taoist. Nor did she ever refer to herself as such. Tian had asked about it. He had always understood that it was a nice little bit of humility, and therefore a useful bit of the performative politeness that was so important when mingling with humans. Nobody ever was kind to me when I begged. Nobody stuck their neck out for me when I was weak either. Except my family and my sisters. And you be the humble, polite one. Fake it so hard the world believes it. The world can take me as I am. And if they find my speech too proud, they can speak to my spear. Nothing more humble and honest than a pointy stick. I'm Hong Liren. From sunrise to sunset, my name won't change, nor will my nature. Rigid, unbending, and willing to accommodate. Yang, to Yang. But fire brought both rage and joy, and the human compassion of a lamp in the dark. Liren struck out with her spear. The monstrous heretic met her thrusts with thorn-pierced arms and mocking laughter. Each thrust was met with lashing limbs. High, low, blows that should have broken bones were softened by suddenly flexible spines. Spines that turned rigid and sharp again when a reaching hand stabbed towards Liren's heart. Hard feet slammed into soft earth, tearing up the grass, shattering stones. High, low, furious focus and mad laughter. The two experts dueled, to the sound of shouting, screaming, and the insistent chanting of a little Taoist, until something broke, and the illusions began vanishing. I see why someone put so much money on your heads. I thought it was just to hurt the boy's father, but really, both of you are well worth my killing. The disgusting woman smiled her eerie smile. The writhing things coming up from the ground vanished. That was the good news. The bad news was the whizzing cluster of shapes falling from high up. Tian didn't know what they were. He just didn't want to be here when they arrived. Oh well, if it's just money you are after, we can make a deal. Han sounded very reasonable. The mad woman seemed to freeze up for a moment hearing that. I beg your pardon. Sure, my brother holds all our money. Hey brother Tian. The thorn-covered woman glanced over at Tian. It was just a momentary glance. It was enough. Han stabbed her in the head. The spear punched through the skull, and Han kept pushing, shoving the evil cultivator's body over and pinning her head to the dirt, then spinning the spearhead and raising it up and down like she was driving an ogre. Evil witch, die for me. I don't think she can get any more dead. Sister Eliarian. Sister, we have to go. Now, Hyun staggered over and patted her arm. Double quotes right. Yes. Damn them, sisters. Can I ask you to look after the boy and the man under the boat? Some martial uncles or aunts should be coming to pick them up soon. But the bandits are after us, and whatever that is. Tian pointed at the howling cluster of things leaving white trails high up in the sky. Doesn't look like a problem your covenant should handle. Unless you have a protective ray or something. There was a lot of head shaking. Then we are going to run. Sorry. And thank you, Tian bowed. The crane flew in, landing next to Tian in a hurry. Tian gently caressed her head. Sister Liren, sorry, but this is by far the best way. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. I'm not that weak. Let's go. She shook the brains from her spear, and when the crane transformed into her giant size, Liren was the first to hop on her back. A good rule was to assume anything flying towards you with hostile intent was at the heavenly person level. It wasn't always true. Lots and lots of demonic birds at the earthly realm in the wasteland. But this was the Brodsky kingdom. Tian could feel a certain weight of attention on him. This wasn't going to end well if a heavenly person made a move. Their best play was to fly as far and as fast as they could towards the nearest big city, and hope one of the mobilized seniors was there to intercept. Brother Fu's letter said there should be a sky barge with a couple of heavenly people on their way towards him, moving down the Green River. So all he had to do was move up the river, and he would run into them. Simple. Hopefully. Double quotes censor comma little treasure. Tell anyone who asks that you are going to Mountain Gate City and are under the personal protection of direct disciple Fu. Okay, and if anyone has any questions about that, they are to ask him or report the question to Elder Ru, head of the outer court. Nobody else, not one other person. Tian spoke quickly from the back of the crane. We will draw them away. We will see you soon, I promise. The crane stretched out her broad white wings and pressed down on the air as she leapt into the sky. Tian could never quite believe it when it happened. A bird's wing pressed there down and pushed its body up on nothing at all. Wasn't that the maddest thing? Ah hell, Liren muttered, yanking Tian's attention back from the wonders of flying. We left the boat behind. I hope they pack it. I got really fond of it. Tian blinked and chuckled, bending forward until he was resting his head on the bird next to where Liren was sitting. Yeah. Me too. Then he closed his eyes and tried to breathe through the pain. He had done his best to go easy on his body. His best wasn't good enough. All he could do now was get what rest he could. I believed prayer helped. I'd pray for a rescue. Snow Gray's cranes were famous for their ability to fly for a long time without rest. They were not famous for their ability to fly quickly. The things coming behind them were catching up. They managed an hour's flight, but Tian could now clearly see what was chasing them. 9 of the identical bald bandits, and 1 tattooed woman, also identical to the one killed by Liren. I'm going to say it, that's not natural, but I don't know what it is. Tian muttered. Hong shrugged. Don't know, but what I do know is they seem to be flying under their own power. Either they each have some overpowered flying device fueled by a stack of spirit crystals, or there is a heavenly person heretic in the mix. You ever hear of a device that lets earthly realm cultivators fly? Tian asked. Nope, either, but I had hoped I was just ignorant. They fell back into silence. What was there to say? They were already doing all they could. The bandits got steadily closer. Tian idly wondered if he could nail another one with his darts, but decided against it. Petty tricks in front of a heavenly person were meaningless. Oh, it's some kind of puppet art. Hong suddenly spoke. I was wondering why a heavenly person would set up an array and use those weird identical-looking people for an assassination. It's a puppet art. These are some kind of modified humans. Maybe they are being controlled by the thorns or something, no idea. Why use puppets at all? Why not kill us directly? Tian asked. Because how often have we seen true disciples launch counter-ambushes on heavenly realm heretics? It's practically their favorite strategy. The heretics are evil, not idiots. They wouldn't keep stepping into the same trap. Better to send puppets to test the water before making a move themselves. Notice that wherever the real heretic is, we can't see them, just the puppets. Tian grunted. That might give us a degree of opportunity. A potential gap we can exploit. Maybe. I'm not going to bet on it, though. Tian sighed. He wouldn't either. The crane nudged him and shared a memory, very slightly adjusting course. She found the sky barge. It's over a waterfall on that tributary over there. Tian didn't quite yell. The crane did her best to speed up. It wasn't much, but every little bit. Oh, now that's no fun. I wanted to run you down slowly. Really let you wallow in despair. Maybe see if I could get you to betray each other. That's always good for a laugh. Oh well. Sometimes murder for hire is all work and no play. The voice of the female bandit landed in their ears as though she were standing next to them. Incidentally, it's not a puppet art. It's a parasite art. Just something to think about in hell. A black hand the size of a storm cloud formed from the void and slapped the crane out of the sky. She tumbled through the air. Tian and Hong flying off her back. They started to separate. But in a desperate move, Tian threw out his rope dart and lashed it around Hong's ankle, yanking her closer. You dare! A man's voice roared, coming from far away. Not one of you bird brains comes up with anything original to say. Yes, I dare. Who's going to stop me? You? The bald woman tilted her head to the side as she sent an enchanted cage to capture the crane. Die for me. The roar came with a slash of light from beyond where Tian could see. Not with that level of saber chia. One single quotes T.O. That reminds me. Tian saw one of the bald men turn and dive through the air. falling on them like a falcon after pigeons. Too slow. The man's voice boomed, a sharp arc of light ripping through the clear summer sky towards the bald man. Am I? The bald man bulged, then exploded. Thousands of long thorns spewed from the rags of flesh fluttering in the wind. Long, black, wickedly sharp. Coming faster than a diving bird, faster than the rain. Tian understood what he was seeing. His brain locked up. He was helpless in the air, and death was coming. He couldn't think. Han's eyes had always been faster than his. She yanked the rope and pulled him close. She wrapped her arms around him, and with a twist of her body, put her back to the thorns. He could feel them slam into her. Far, far too many of them slam into her. Sister, sister. The martial uncle would step in any second now. He would save them now. He could scoop them from the air with a single hand. He would save Sister Ilarian. He would. Tian desperately clung to that hope as the ground grew closer. Then he fell into darkness, carrying the weight of his sister upon him. Tian was pretty sure he was only unconscious for a moment. It felt like he had died. Everything around him was dark. His body was broken in more places than he could easily count. And there was a reek of corruption. High above was a ragged hole in the ceiling with a trickle of water falling through it. So it seemed he had landed in one of the dragon caves that dotted the land around here. He really couldn't understand how he was still alive. His muddled brain poked at that thought for a second. Then his eyes shot wide open, and he screamed, "Liren!" He tried to sit up, and almost blacked out from the pain. Something in his waist was broken. He found the rope and clawed his way along the ground until he reached his sister. She lay on her side covered in cold, gray metal. 3 faint stripes ran through the material. Whatever it was hadn't been enough to stop the hundreds of thorns sticking into her back. He couldn't hear any breathing, couldn't hear her heart beating. His own heart stopped. Then there was a faint throb from her chest and he could breathe again. It was weak, and too slow, and sounded wrong, but it was there. What the hell is that metal shit covering her? The same stuff that saved your life. The 3-striped steel heart shield mirror you got when you did that caravan raid together. The one where Ku distinguished himself by killing heartbreak worms. It can't last long. See, it's already vanishing. Tian blinked. It had been so long ago. He thought about the myriad tormenting worms dagger he got on that same raid occasionally. But he was quite sure he hadn't given the enchanted metal a second thought since it seeped into his palm. The treasure-weighing magistrate said it would stop one fatal blow up to the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. And it did, kind of. Unfortunately, the ongoing damage from those thorns counts as a hell of a lot more than one blow. Even if individually they aren't on the heavenly person level, you have a thorn in your foot. You just aren't noticing it because you are in so much other pain. Tian glared down his leg. He couldn't really see it in the dark, but he could feel it now, sticking out of the top of his foot, throbbing. Tian narrowed his eyes and observed with his vital energy. A hiss escaped from his mouth. It wasn't just stabbing into him or poisoning him. It was trying to root in him. Hair-thin tendrils extended from the narrow thorn and tried to burrow into his flesh. Tian's repeatedly refined body welcomed it. It was a dense source of wood chi, after all. And all the cursed chi in it was just more fodder for the hell-suppressing art. In the race to see who would eat who first, Tian was handily beating the thorn. But that was one thorn. Liren had been stabbed with hundreds. Tian rested his hand on his sister's ankle and sent his vital energy into her body. Liren wasn't dying. She was close enough to dead as to make no difference. Her heart still beat. Her brain wasn't destroyed. But her body was ruined. The fall, the impact of all the thorns, and then the thorns burrowing into her flesh, all conspired to ruin her. Her body cultivation was slowing the progress of the hair-like roots. The fire chi in her was burning them away. But there were so many thorns, and her vital energy was so weak. It was only a matter of time. Not much time either. Then the parasite art would activate, and something horrible would be born from his sister's unwilling flesh. He stared dumbly at her. He didn't have any medicine for this. Nothing remotely like this. He didn't know how you could even begin to treat this. The demon-pulling art would be near useless. Trying to put out a forest fire with a dewdrop. Her iron bones were broken. She was bleeding from tears inside and outside of her body. Organs ruptured. And those damn thorns were widening the wounds. He couldn't save her. This wasn't something he could fix. His sister was going to die. She was going to die. Because she saved his life. There was a moment, and she could have done anything at all. And she chose to put her body between him and death. She wouldn't even be left with an intact corpse. That mattered to her. He knew. Tian pawed at her, trying to think of something, anything. He started ripping out thorns, but they broke apart under the skin. The little roots had already set themselves in place. It would take actual surgery to remove them all. Each broken piece of thorn was now a breeding ground for infection. Pulling out the thorns could only make things worse. Despair. Not just death. The thorns brought despair, making the victim and their comrades feel hopeless as they were consumed from within. She was going to die. Han Liren was going to die, and he couldn't save her. He still didn't really understand what people meant by a friend, but he understood what they meant by sister, and she truly was. And she was going to die in the dark. As he lay next to her, helpless to help, helpless to stop the burrowing roots, he looked down at the thorn in his own foot. It was turning gray. The wood chi had been devoured, as had the curse energy. He was healing, slightly. A few more weeks like this, 2 months at the outside, and he would be almost healthy. He shook his foot and the thorn fell out, dead. The thorns in Liren were shiny black, glossy in the dim light. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Her body was ruined. If she was at full health, maybe she could use her vital energy to burn away the roots. She was anything but healthy now, ruined, crippled, sickly, dying, infected. Alone in the stinking dark, Hyun gasped, I know one thing that would work. Soup. We have to make Liren soup. Ziho. Just because it works for you doesn't mean it will work for her. And you had to be awake to force your body to make the changes you needed. She is mercifully unconscious. No, it will be fine. It will work. I'll do the thinking for her. I know what she should look like. I even have the right things to make soup with. This will be easy. Tion scratched at the floor of the cave, his fingernails leaving faint furrows. Limestone. Soft rock. He hacked away at it with his rope dart, not caring about the things ripping inside of him, or the way his dart was breaking apart. It didn't matter. None of that mattered. What mattered was making a tub-sized hole in the ground, big enough that he could push Liren into a curled-up shape and shove her in. He worked fast. To fast. Things broke. The head of the rope dart broke apart. It didn't matter. Liren's heart was slowing. She had few beats left in it. Good enough. He dragged his body over. His right arm wasn't working right anymore, but that was just an inconvenience. What mattered was getting Liren in the hole. He dumped the yin water from the orchard pond in with her, then fistfuls of the waxed-out grandson. He slammed his useless right arm down on the thorns sticking out of his sister, letting them pierce him, binding himself to Liren. Though we weren't born on the same day, I'm content to die on the same day. I'd be a lot happier if we both lived. So I'll stake it all on this. His lips twisted, even curled up in a makeshift tub. She still looked bigger than he felt. It's what a big brother should do. The thorns were delighted by all the yin water. The wood chi in them gulped it down and grew even more furiously. A rictus grin slowly spread across John's face. He hoped they drank lots and lots. His blood spilled into the water, replaced in his body by the advent of spring. Advent of spring was quite happy to lots of tasty water chi, earth chi, and even dense wood chi to cannibalize. Was the wood chi fighting back? Sure, but advent of spring wasn't some nice art. Growing and choking out the competition was in its nature. He sent his vital energy into Liren. Lots and lots of open wounds inside her. Lots of long cuts and exposed muscles and tendons. Hundreds of puncture wounds from the thorns. Some of the thorns stapled the two of them together. Lots of places for his blood to enter. And with his blood, with his energy, came the supreme virtue hell-suppressing body-refining sutra. Advent of spring was a domineering art, full of the eternal growth and competitiveness of wood. The hell-suppressing sutra was downright tyrannical. The male-female statue in his lower danshan wore a lotus crown. Humble beings didn't wear crowns or suppress hell. They weren't interested in debating the Tao. They simply overcame all objections with might. Tian let his vital energy circulate through the water and into Liren. He could feel her body rejecting his vital energy. It registered the foreign chi as an attack. It so often was. After all, he didn't fight back. He just let his chi burn up. fueling Liren's own vital energy. There was enough left to grab a hold of a thorn or two, enough to start breaking down the cursed chi within it, converting it into strength. Strength that was flowing back to Tian, and fortunately, but it was the best he could do. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to hurt Sister Liren anymore. It was too slow, much too slow. He could see the hair roots starting to knot together, the longer tap roots digging deeper and deeper through hard muscle, reaching for the even harder bones. It didn't matter how hard the bones were, so long as the smallest crack or gap was found. A root could be set, and given enough time, a tree could snap a rock clean apart. His plan was working, but it was too slow. He was losing this war. He checked the state of his own body. Horrible. It was horrible. His meridians were breaking down in places. His dantians were intact. But that was the limit of the good news. His right arm was basically non-functional. His hand could grip, but not too strong, and flex, but not too far. With care, it would heal. With even more care and powerful medicine, it would fully recover, eventually. His pelvis was broken into places. His legs were broken. Advent of spring seemed to be staying on top of his internal bleeding. But the broken ribs were tapping at his lungs. One wrong move, and they promised to puncture them. He did have some medicine, powerful medicine. Medicine intended to heal meridians and recover damage to the flesh. It just might be too strong for their damaged bodies to handle. But Liren would die if he didn't make a drastic move. So that was that. He reached for his ring. The 2 jars of medicine he got from Dr. Pei still had 2 pills each. Tian crushed the wound healing pill and dropped it in the yin pond water. The meridian healing pill he swallowed. It was like swallowing the moon. He remembered the water chi being cool and soothing. Not this time. This time, his meridians froze and burned with the power of the medicine. They had been abused for too long. Tian screamed in the dark. His back spasmed. His jaw dropped open, and he screamed himself raw. It didn't get better. But he got used to it. As soon as he could focus, he whispered, "I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I swear I will make this right." With a careful, bare flutter of vital energy, he activated thunderous palms and drove the chi into Liren. The vibrating strands of vital energy didn't even reach half an inch into her. A quarter inch. An eighth. Where his control was good enough, he was trying to kill only the thorns and their roots. He ripped her skin apart. Muscles built over thousands of hours on the training fields melted under his hands. The thorns were destroyed, but they left sickness in their wake, as well as fragments of wood and evil chi. He would either have to destroy the flesh even more completely, or find some way to expel them from her body. Tian knew you had to break down to be built up again. It was the essence of how he rebuilt himself, destruction and rebirth. It was fine when it was just him. When he was doing it to himself, this was Illyrian. This was his sister. And he was hurting her. He was destroying her. But it was all he could think of. All he knew how to do. The cold water had long since turned red from their commingled blood, and thickened to black. The tub was flooded with little bobbing islands of red and white, the stuff heroes and geniuses were made of, and the stuff they returned to. At the end of their days, Tian wasn't a doctor. He was studying medicine and working alongside doctors. But he was always very clear in his own mind that he was an orderly. He was there to assist, not provide treatment for anything but the most basic of injuries. His work as a field medic was to keep people alive long enough for a real doctor to work on them, not cure what ails them. Get it confused, and people would die. Han was very nearly dead as it was. There was no one else who could help. And at the speed heavenly people cultivators could move, they should have been here by now if they were coming at all. They weren't here. So it was up to him. He knelt over the shallow basin and tried to tackle the most immediate and pressing problem, the thorns digging into Liren, rooting, spreading, and growing in her, consuming her. He only had one tool to control the infestation, thunderous palms. But thunderous palms was never intended to be anything other than a killing art. The little vibrating tendrils of vital energy penetrated flesh and destroyed the organs underneath, weakening it to target thorns that had gone barely a quarter inch deeper than the skin. Didn't make it less damaging. It just confined the damage to the surface, the skin, blood vessels, and muscles. The little vibrating threads did destroy the thorns. One small palm-sized area at a time. He dug in as carefully as he could. trying to make sure he cleared out all the hair-sized roots that had shot out and spread inside of her. It had become a race. How fast could he go without missing something? Between the blood loss, infection, the poison left behind when the thorns were destroyed, and the remnant evil chi of the heavenly person cultivator, how much time could he afford to take? Because destroying the thorns didn't do anything to manage the other problems. Liren had flipped them over in the air, letting the thorns bury themselves into her back. It was a minor miracle none had penetrated her skull past the scalp. It was a very minor miracle. There were 5 thorns buried in her neck, 2 nestled in the gap between vertebrae. There were more lodged in her spine, her ribs, the soft unprotected stretch of lower back between the ribs and the hips. She had been stabbed from head to foot, hundreds of needles. He would have to flay her alive. She was already in shock, poisoned, infected. Tian ripped away the remains of her robe, splashing the water on the tub as he did his best to see what he was contending with. Maybe he had missed something. Maybe there was something under there. There wasn't. It was as bad as it looked. His soup was probably helping, but it wasn't nearly enough. She wasn't souping the way he had. His treatment had only bought him a few minutes. Liren was going to finish dying in just a minute or 2 more. And something awful would rise up in her body. Tian would be too physically and mentally broken to do anything about it. He was already scrabbling around on the ground like a crippled insect, not even able to crawl, working on his belly and trying to ignore the pain and damage that was making him want to puke and cry and pass out. They were both going to die or not. He could leave the parasite nothing. He had enough vital energy to destroy Liren's brain. She wasn't conscious. She wouldn't feel anything. Just darkness, then hell, then a bowl of Granny Meng's soup to relieve her of any lingering ties to her past life. To forget her family, her pain, the brother she died for. She had earned merit. That should count for something. Her next life would be better. He could destroy her body afterward, just in case. He had steel burning powder. He would be lavish with it. For his sister, he could do that. She would tell him too. Time was ticking away. Each second saw the thorns spread their roots and the poison seep deeper into her, and the sickness spread and attacked her brain and heart and lungs and everything. Everything was eating away at her. He could be paralyzed and let it kill her. Just wait. Just sit helplessly and wait. He would probably be strong enough to destroy her body after it collapsed. He already had his hands on her. Wouldn't take much to destroy her with thunderous palms. He'd burn out his meridians in one brilliant burst. But he didn't have the heart to care. Her body was destroyed. Why wasn't it pulling in the water? Why didn't she cycle the elements and consume the thorns? Why couldn't he do it for her? This should work. It should work. And it wasn't. He could feel the cold boring into his bones. Memories blinded him, trying to drag him away from the present crisis. I would have gone insane in the junkyard, Grandpa. If it wasn't for your hugs. Everything hurt. Being alone hurt. I'd hug myself and bury myself under whatever soft things I could find, just to feel warm and touched and safe. I know. I remember. I remember every second of every minute of it. And people threw rocks at me. Just for living. Just for wanting, for 1 minute, to not be all alone. It got to the point where I never wanted anything to do with people. I hated humans. I remember that too. Liren never actually threw rocks at me. She has been good to me. Better than good. The best kind of sister, I think. I think so too. She isn't strong enough to beat this. If it was me, I have the right physique and the right arts. But she doesn't. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. No, she does not. And is not. I am so sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. All it means is that it has to be me, not her, doing the fighting, is all. All the blood and awful stuff and evil chi and everything. Heck, even the healing. As long as it's me doing it, everything will be okay. Better than okay. My body will feast on all that evil shit. This could be a great tonic for me. Yeah, this is going to be great. Diho, I'm going to need your help, Grandpa. I'm sure there are all kinds of reasons why this can't work. So please do everything you can to keep me alive while I do this. Grandson, what are you doing? It's easy, easy, easy. I just need to wipe out enough thorns to cripple their growth for a bit, then connect my arteries to her veins, because blood circulates. And then my body can take over keeping her alive. Easy. So simple. Everyone should do this. It's like making soup but on the inside. And all the soup on the outside will be helping too. It makes complete sense. It will kill you. It would take an hour just to give you the outline of why bodies don't work that way. And why that can't work. Grandson, I like her too. But this will definitely kill you. Hyun laughed. The sound echoing off the dark walls of the cave. It might. It really might. But my sister tried to die for me. The first living person who hugged me was Brother Fu. And it wasn't that long until he was telling me to run away so he could face tribulation lightning alone. Liren didn't run from the lighting. I remember very clearly. The second person who hugged me was Liren. I got hugged for the second time in my life. And it was by a sister who wanted to die for me. So maybe this will kill me. But maybe not. A lot of things have almost killed me. We have done some incredible things since burning Flag City. I'm sure you have at least a little energy saved up. So please, use it here, because I'm doing this. Tian carefully, achingly carefully, ran his hand along Liren's back, avoiding the spine but clearing out as much of the thorns as he could. Liren convulsed, her body racked by toxins and losing far too much blood. Tian threaded a needle, quick as only a cultivator could, and yanking one of Liren's hands from the pond, he tied a tourniquet with a bit of her shredded robe. It was an awful, half-assed thing. It would have to do. Quit it with that tourniquet. Leave her arm alone. Listen carefully and do exactly as I say. I can only use my energy on you. You understand? Only on you. Your body is not designed to do any of the things you want it to do right now. I know for damn certain you don't know what blood typing is, so that's fun. I'm going to be doing a lot of very complicated chemical things inside of you. So you have to jobs. You will do this. Utter meatball surgical job exactly how I tell you. And then you cultivate. Run it as hard as you can. Advent of Spring and the Hell-Suppressing Sutra both. Particularly the Sutra. I have some hopes there. Wouldn't be the first miracle I've seen. But you have to do this exactly as I tell you. Exactly. Your heart is about to feel weird. I'm synchronizing your heartbeats. Also expect to have lightheadedness, headaches and a whole bunch of other unpleasantness because the two of you have different blood pressures and she's bleeding out, even before you start cutting open blood vessels. Expect mood swings from massive hormone fluctuations. Your kidneys and liver are about to be tested well beyond their intended specs. So you can look forward to that special kind of pain, as are all your organs. In fact, do not let up on Advent of Spring or the Hell-Suppressing Sutra for even 1 second. You hear me? Not for even 1 second. Now put down that chunk of metal, get a real knife out of your ring, and let's do this insane thing. Cheon thought they would stitch together the veins in their arms. Grandpa insisted on the legs, on the basis that it is hard to sew up a slit wrist with the hand at the end of said wrist. Besides, the blood vessels were bigger, letting the toxins circulate faster. Cheon wound up dragging himself half over Liren's body. Not a whole lot of stretch in blood vessels. By the end, he was almost completely on top of her. Cheon had to rip away the tourniquets at the same moment. He was already lightheaded. But Advent of Spring was practically second nature by now. And the Hell-Suppressing Sutra ran more or less on its own, so he didn't really worry too much until he heard Grandpa say, "What the hell is this?" And everything went white. Cheon was a good grandson, who mostly listened and did what he was told. His conscious mind might have been lost in a whirl of chemicals, hormones and pain, but he kept cycling Advent of Spring, drawing in chi in a constant stream. Just like Brother Fu had promised all those years ago, it wasn't the fastest cultivation art, but it was very steady. The poison and disease flowed into Cheon, mixed in with Liren's fiery blood. Advent of Spring didn't much like it. The Hell-Suppressing Sutra was another story. It thrived on corruption and yang chi in equal measure. Liren was providing immense amounts of both. Tian couldn't see it, but a brilliant electrochemical dance was taking place across his body. Glands he could barely identify excreted hormones and chemicals he couldn't name. They were sent out to combat bacteria and viruses, to counteract poison, to clear away the toxic buildup of fragments of cursed thorns and roots. Nerve endings were protected, stimulated or stilled. Blood flow was slowed or redirected, making limbs swell and turn purple, or wither into a ghastly white. Above the dancing chemicals was a hurricane of chi. crashing into the tidelands of life and death. The corrupting, parasitizing yin qi in the thorns was greedily gobbled up. The traces of heavenly person qi, reduced to the merest remnant intent in the thorns, was a bit tougher to chew up. But the statue in Tian's lower dantian welcomed the challenge. The more Tian suffered, the more vileness that was poured into him, the stronger his body would become. Slowly, bit by bit, but inexorably. Likewise, the fire-spected vital energy was broken down and scattered where it could do some good. Some of it went to the lantern in his heart, some warmed his rapidly cooling body, and still more was used to ignite the corrupted with qi and let the purified remnants become nourishment for his own vital energy. All while his body was frantically creating new blood and destroying the sick blood it suddenly found itself contaminated with. It was an insane show. Thousands of adjustments and changes every minute, all to send clean, potent, wood qi-rich blood into Liren, all to fuel the fires of life within her. No mortal mind could have managed it. Grandpa Jun had shed his mortality a long time ago. Unlike the ghost King Zhong, he was under no delusions of humanity. He was a truly ancient ghost, trapped in a bone ring, grafted to the base of Tian's ring finger, immaterial, touching this world only through his host. The limitations of fleshy senses and fleshy brains and their electrochemical confusion had long since been overcome. He could still be surprised, however. I don't suppose there is an awareness inside of you, is there? The ancient spear floating within Liren's heart dantian made no reply. The middle dantian, also known as the heart dantian or the crimson palace associated with fire and yang, sometimes referred to as one of the three elixir fields, and also, important point, more or less in the literal heart, or right next to it. It can vary. Oh boy, do I love Taoist internal alchemy. It's the way it's not really consistent. And that's okay to its practitioners. Not normally considered a healthy place to find a spear, the heart. But here we all are. Metallurgy is so much more straightforward. You appreciate straightforward things, I imagine. Or do I have it wrong? The ancient spear floated in Liren's middle dantian. Silently. It was worth a shot. A talking spear isn't even that unusual. Normally I'd assume you couldn't even perceive me. But you are ancient. By the standards of this world. And things that stick around that long usually have their own means of survival, like changing hosts when the old one dies, or providing them with. And I'm picking an example completely at random here, but an extreme yang body cultivation art that would make them extraordinarily suited for hard yang style martial arts and spur play. There was more silence from the spear, the biochemical struggle between the poison and damage to Liren's body. And the voracious cultivation arts in Tian's continued apace. Tian was healing too. But that wasn't where the energy was going. Most of the focus was on breaking down all the vile things infesting Liren, and infusing her with pure wood qi-rich blood. Blood which her own southern mountain physique turned into fiery vital energy and the strength to fight on a little bit longer. Not that I'm criticizing. I do more or less the same thing. I prepared carefully for this job. Knew what kind of world I was dropping into. Had saved up a big chunk. I came loaded for just about anything. You want to know what I packed for our hero here? Your genuine article primordial chaos body, 9 dragon pulse meridians, supreme godhead 7 colored soul refining light, and a double dozen other physics, enhancements, fuels and refinements, just in case he might need them. And do I ever have them? Arts, star consuming sutra, beast god law. Astral meridian tactics, arts for manipulating time and space, the void, fate, you name it, I got it. Giving him a 9th heaven tribulation lightning physique and a matching cultivation art was the very least I could offer. I thought, I should be able to turn a goddamn potato into the god emperor with all this. An actual, literal, potato, the actual, literal god emperor. But what have I actually been able to provide? Poison management. And the most unbelievably lousy cultivation art known to a cultivator penal colony. Something I learned specifically in case he needed to lock up a cultivator under very particular circumstances. And he used it exactly once. The thorns struggled against the surging tide. They weren't being destroyed by Tian's thunderous palms anymore. So, they were starting to make a return in some places. The thread-like roots dug into tough muscle, nodding and growing. They were having the most success in the most damaged areas with the least blood circulation, places where the networks of minor meridians were broken. and the fiery vital energy struggled to reach the fleshy body it supported. None of the surging chi fixed the gross physical damage she had suffered, the broken bones, destroyed muscles, destroyed skin, the blood seeping out of her from a dozen holes. Tian's body was furiously trying to replace what was being lost, and Grandpa Jun was making sure the blood wasn't rejected. But it was always a losing battle, a delaying action, until the thorns could be defeated. If they could be defeated, well, so it goes. All I can do is do all I can, the best and shittiest. Part of my job is that I always get stuck with someone I come to love. They truly become my grandson in spirit, every goddamn time. I am so very proud of them all. Him especially. So, you know. Make yourself useful or I'm having my boy refine you into a novelty toothpick. Glands inside of Tian started throbbing. Catecholamines were already flooding Tian and Hong. Epinephrine making the hearts pump hard. Grandpa Jun prodded Tian's adrenal glands to produce even more adrenaline than they already were. The thyroid was next, driving his metabolic rate up far past any healthy limits. Angiotensin wasn't neglected either. Anything to drive up the heart rate and increase blood flow. A flood of hormones poured into the bloodstream. Tian's heart sped up, slipping out of sync with Liren's for a bare moment. There was a nasty couple of seconds. Then the hormones hit Liren. Her heart started beating faster, and Tian's adjusted to match. Blood circulated faster. With qi, rich and vibrant, permeated the blood from Tian's heart to Liren's. It washed over and around the Crimson Palace. The wood kindled the flame around the spear. The spear might not be as alive as Grandpa Jun, but something in it was provoked. The kindling flames grew, and more wood qi pulled into the middle dantian. The fire exploded into a blaze, then poured from Hong's heart into the rest of her body. Bright young qi seeped into the torn and ruined flesh of her back, igniting the thorns. Blue-black flames lit up across Hong's back, brilliant white at the bottom, inky black at the top. If Tian had been awake, he would have screamed at the sight. He was lying on top of Hong. The blood vessels in their legs sutured together. The thorns burned, Liren burned, and Tian burned with her. Grandpa watched it happen with cool dispassion. They were attempting the suicidally impossible. How could there be no harm as a consequence? Besides, the little bathtub his grandson had dug was full to overflowing with tainted, but merit and qi-rich blood, water and fluids. Even the corrupting runoff from the purging process was valuable. More grist for the mill. But first they needed to finish the job. Assuming they could finish the job, Grandpa eased off the glands, cutting hormone production to levels closer to a healthy range. The two teenagers' hearts were allowed to rest a little easier. Nerves, particularly pain nerves, were deadened. Grandpa Jun could interpret the signals. No need to trouble Tian's brain with them. There were so many, after all. The energy that should have been spent healing his own body was being directed largely into Liren. What was left was barely enough to keep Jun alive. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Grandpa turned his attention to the complex knot of qi spinning around the statue in Tian's lower dantian. Male and female bodies joined at the head, with a lotus crown on top. A clear metaphor for yin and yang. Rigid and rejecting being inescapably paired with soft and accepting, light and dark, life and death, all one piece with each other, and everything else as well. Once you understood that truly, deeply and completely understood it, your mind would achieve the purity and perfection of a lotus. You would be a sage, but it was a Taoist creation. It could be both a metaphor and the literal truth. Now then, let's just see what happens when I make things worse. Grandpa stopped intercepting some of the flying nerve impulses that should have had Tian thrashing like a fish on the dock. He started seizing small, powerful spasms, ripping open his wounds further, snapping tendons, worsening breaks. It didn't do Han any favors either. Her already ruined back muscles were beaten harshly by the hidden strength within Tian. That should about do it. Sorry, grandson. Hope nothing comes up that needs me to explain something, because this is going to be all I can do for you for a while. One last push. The faintest threads of golden light reached out and flowed along the blood vessels connecting Tian and Hong. Capillary thin, capillary in nature. 2. They flowed down the very least of the minor meridians, pathways so small, most cultivation arts didn't even acknowledge them. They were refined and improved along with the major meridians. What was there to say? What was there to even do with them? The hair-thin meridians, goaded by the golden light, stretched ever so slightly and made contact with the capillary-sized veins and hung. There was a little burst of golden light, so small, even if you were looking right at it you might not notice. The statue in Tian's lower dantian noticed. The supreme virtue hell-suppressing body-refining sutra shivered. The sudden influx of fiery vital energy mixed with the wood vital energy in a blaze of pure yang qi, flooding the near-ruined meridians, healing and strengthening as it went, racing down to the lower dantian. The remnant toxins and poisons were drawn in as well, almost funneling down into tight streams around the statue. With each twist and revolution around the statue, they broke down further and further, becoming nourishing yin qi. All the foulness and taint was ground away, leaving pure nourishment and healing for the body. With the amount of damage they had suffered, there was no way what was left in their bodies could be enough to properly heal them. But they were lying in a stone tub full of yin water and toxins, and Grandpa had made sure there were lots and lots of points in their bodies the water could infiltrate. Once the hell-suppressing sutra really got turning, the water wasn't just seeping in, it was pulled into the wounds. Male and female united as one, yin and yang turning, infinitely generating and suppressing. Two of the most fundamental tenets of Taoism were that nothing was only one thing, and that when things were in balance, they would endure. For the first time in uncountable years, the statue did what it was truly made to do. Meridians were healed and restored, muscles regrew, reknit. New skin emerged to replace the old, as wounds clotted, healed over, then vanished. Burned scabbed, then soughed away as healthy skin emerged under them. The broken bones were harder to resolve. They were sintered together where possible. But there was a certain condensing, a certain recognition that there just wasn't enough material for flesh and skin and blood and organs and bones. The sutra's creators had their own little idiosyncrasies. The spell left a mark on both Tian and Hong. In the end, there simply wasn't enough material to work with. Once the spell ran out of dead or corrupted materials, once all the yin water had been absorbed and all the remnant medicine had been consumed, the spell dropped down to its usual slow, grinding pace. Tian had lost the myriad tormenting worm's dagger somewhere during the fall, so the spell was doing its best with just the wood chi from advent of spring. Grandpa sighed. And with a tiny flicker, the little capillary meridians were severed. Wish I could do something about the blood vessels, but that kind of gross manipulation is miles and miles beyond me. You two will just have to figure out the rest yourselves. Back to not being heard, and being even more of a ghost. Second shittiest part of the job. Honestly, at least when I can talk, I can give advice. Be a positive person in his life. Now I get to just sit and watch, seeing from the inside just how much things are hurting him. The only comfort I can offer is the illusion of a hug. Ain't that a trip? Just enough energy to tweak the right parts of the brain into thinking someone is hugging you. What a life. What a stupid life, metaphorically speaking. Anyway, Grandpa sighed. If Tian had done this all on his own, he would be swimming in oceans of energy right now. But he hadn't. It was what it was. Nothing to do now. But wait, sitting in the darkness, watching the stars cross over the hole in the cave roof. Not thinking any thoughts. Just waiting. Little golden motes of light drifted through the hole. Not enough to be a stream, but enough to form a noticeable trail in the air. It descended from the sky above and reached down towards Tian's hand. Then the base of his ring finger. For me. You know I can't use this. Only the energy he earns himself. It's meant to be a virtuous cycle. What use do I have for your merit? Give it to the kid. He can use it. He was speaking to something in the sky now, looking away from Tian and Hong. The drifting gold motes seemed to ignore Grandpa Jun. He sighed again. There would be a lot of being ignored in the near future. Fine. Being acknowledged is nice every now and then. Not like I can reject it anyhow. Maybe if I collect enough of it, I can exchange it for valuable coupons or something. Maybe a 2-for-1 deal on day-old fish. Ghost fish, obviously. It would just be silly otherwise. Grandpa Jun appreciated the little golden sparkles as they fell through the dark of the cave. They were even prettier to look at from his immaterial perspective than they were to still living eyes. It would have been nice to know there was a second one. I don't know how she would have turned out without my grandson, but, God, The two are going to be inseparable. More than they currently are. I mean, it's so weird, it's so damn strange. What a twist of fate. He smiled. Whimsy and sadness in equal measure. I really thought she was going to be a stepping stone, you know. That's how things are supposed to go. If I had been able to set him up properly, he'd have crushed the Hollands and avenged his family by age 9, heavenly grandma notwithstanding. I'm not saying he would have been a better person for it. It's just how these things happen. By 16. He would have been able to pack up ancient Crane Mountain in a mustard seed, and Liren wouldn't even be a memory. Instead, they are Tao companions, in every sense but the romantic. And the world has not one hero, but two. Such strange fate. That prick's been ripping off my energy since I arrived. And now it's bitten him in the ass. He robbed me, and doubled his problems. Grandpa John laughed one of his worrying laughs. Strange fate. And I welcome every minute of it. Jian woke up in darkness and pain. This, he reckoned, was a good thing. It meant he was still alive. The last thing he remembered was pulling off the tourniquets. Then whiting out from the sudden agony, he craned his neck down. Grandpa had very carefully directed him in how to splice an artery so that the blood was pumped into Liren, did a full circuit through her, and entered his body again on the other side of the cut. Grandpa had been muttering something about severe oxygen deprivation on top of toxic shock, not to mention rejection, anaphylaxis. He had said a lot of things, using words that weren't in Tian's medical books. In fact, he was pretty sure a lot of them weren't even in the language of the Brodsky kingdom. Well, whatever. He felt the craziest laugh bubbling up from his chest. It escaped from his mouth in happy giggles. He felt flushed with joy. See, Grandpa, it all worked out. The only sound in the cave was his breathing, and the creaking of stone underground. Grandpa. There was an awkward pat on his shoulder from an old hand. Did you use up all your energy? Silence. Again. For how long? Weeks, years? There was no reply. Tian gasped and clutched his chest. The joy extinguished, like a candle falling into a pond. Losing Grandpa, even if it was temporary, made his heart ache. All the pains in his body magnified and multiplied, with a crushing loneliness falling down on him. He felt Hong move underneath him. She was breathing. The thorns had vanished. He risked a peek at her back. It was still a gory hellscape, but the thorns were gone, and the bleeding had stopped. It didn't look as bad as it had before. He would have to wash her to figure out what damage was left. First things first though, disconnecting their bodies. Grandpa must be keeping his heart in sync even now, every second extending the silent time by who knows how long. Tian groped around trying to find his knife. At some point it had been flung some 5 feet away. This presented certain immediate challenges, but he was not without means. Things being too far away had a simple answer: rope dart. He reached for his dart, and it wasn't there. It was on the ground. The dart was shattered, bashed apart by him in his frantic efforts to dig a tub to hold Liren. The rope still seemed okay. Battered, perhaps there was visible damage, but it was probably fixable. The dart itself, though, was simply gone, broken into pieces and scattered across the cave floor. The well of grief deepened. The rope dart had been with him for years, such important years. It had accompanied him through life and death battles, and all the peaceful moments when its presence meant reassurance and enough safety to let him relax. It represented his bond with Sister Lee, the crafter who made it. She was chronically cranky, probably because she was chronically exhausted, but she had always been honest with him. Fair to him. She did her best for him, and he broke the rope dart she had made for him. She would probably understand. It didn't make him feel any better. He loved his rope dart. He didn't see a need to give it a pet name or humanize it, the way some sword or saber users did with their blades. It was just his rope dart, something he used with all the thoughtless comfort of his hand, and he broke it in a desperate moment. He lay in his pain for a few minutes, then started breathing through it. He reminded himself that it was an external object, something that he had made with his first big award of merits. He hadn't spent a single spirit crystal for it. It had served its purpose for years, and its sacrifice helped to save a comrade's life. Wasn't that worthwhile? Wasn't that a worthy existence? But it was his reliance. Tian felt fury washing through his veins, red hot, blinding. He would kill every single person responsible for this. The Black Acacia Taoist. Whoever put the money on their heads, the heretics, all of them, all of them. The fury couldn't keep him buoyed long. The heat collapsed, and all the pain rushed back in, worthy or not. Losing the rope dart still hurt. He still hurt, but he had other things to do. He could feel his body was still broken in, to many places. His hips, in particular, were very clear that standing up wasn't going to be a thing that happened anytime soon. He had other knives, maybe not as well suited as what he used before, but needs must. He checked his storage ring and pulled out a kitchen cleaver. It was amazing the detail work you could do with the front point of the blade. Even more amazing was how the blunt-looking knife was refined to an edge so thin you could roll a radish out like paper. He had seen a mortal doing it outside a restaurant. A long ribbon of radish, so thin you could see the light shining through it, spooling out against the sharp edge of a kitchen knife, falling in an unbroken stream into a basin of water at the cook's feet. Tian had insisted they go in and eat there, and had firmly instructed Han to tip well. The food had been mediocre, but the shaved radish was no less mysterious or wonderful for all that. He felt ghostly hands settle over his, subtly guiding his hands away from the knife and directly towards the filthy tourniquets. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. I mean, I hadn't forgotten them. Obviously I was going to tie things off, and get the suturing needle out and thread it first, and clean the wound site. Obviously. Grandpa remained silent, but John couldn't help feeling that the silence was very loud. He settled down. He heard. Everything ached. He was so tired. He briefly contemplated using needles to keep his eyelids open, but this really couldn't wait. He had been hurt and tired before. Didn't die then, wouldn't die now. He mentally made a list of what he would need, visualized every step of the operation, carefully laid out everything as best he could given the circumstances, then visualized the operation once again. Sometimes, being a cultivator was useful in the oddest ways. Others might find such detailed visualization hard. It was just a normal thing for Tian. Han would probably say the same thing. Visualization meditation was just normal. This was not exactly normal, but it was made up of normal components. Lots of things he was used to. So if he just focused on the normal bits in isolation, the not normal would vanish. And once it was gone, was there really anything here to be scared about? Of course not. Grandpa guided his hands again. They didn't lose too much blood, comparatively. All things considered. And they should be healthy enough to fight off any infections that got in during the surgery. He could feel vital energy flowing through his meridians without pain. He could use the demon-pulling art if he needed to. Probably. They would be fine. Tian looked at himself, then Han. His trousers had been cut away so that he could do the surgery. What remained of his robes would need to be burned with steel burning powder, as they weren't fit to be buried and no normal fire could destroy the foulness on them. Han's robes, what was left of them, were trapped under her body. From what he could see, they were in even worse state than his. They both still had loincloths on, but the amount of diabolical filth that permeated them made the strongest case yet for nudism as a hygienic necessity, which was another problem. He didn't care about being naked. He didn't care about being seen naked. It wasn't that he didn't know what shame was. It was just that it wasn't something he connected to his body. He kept dressed because it was the rules. And people didn't like it if you were naked. He took pains to look tidy, because people responded better if you were well-groomed. And his brothers had insisted. Brother Fu was particularly insistent. Besides, it was the sect rules. So that was that. It was different for other people, even in the hospital. With the crash of wounded in urgent need of care, they kept him from seeing the women without their clothes on, whenever possible. They were treated by female doctors and handled by female RD or LIS. It wasn't always possible, of course, but exceptions were rare. Liren hadn't been casual about skin even before she started darkening and shooting up in height. She always dressed properly. Baths were taken separately. Even when she was teaching him to swim, she kept her underrobes on. Now she was naked in front of him. Worse, he was going to be washing her down and drying her too, because he couldn't leave her filthy like that without inviting endless sickness into her body. He had once heard someone say that necessity needed no apologies and made no excuses. but the circumstances that made things necessary often did. It was Brother Fu who had told him that sometimes you had to apologize even if you didn't think you did anything wrong. Tian was pretty sure he couldn't be blamed for the circumstances, but he still said, "Sorry, sis," and pulled out a washcloth and a canteen. Soap would come after the rinse. He stretched his hand out and paused. He looked very nearly as gory as she did. "Well, I'll wash myself first. Sorry again, sis, but if I don't, I really do think I'd just make you dirtier, not cleaner." Han woke up some time after sunlight started shining through the hole in the roof. Tian had done the best he could, and had even dragged her out of the shallow basin he had dug for her. That was an agonizing hour, but now she was clean, dry, and wrapped in a warm blanket. He had even slipped a well-fluffed pillow under her head. "I expected more fire and demons. This seems quiet. For hell, am I going to judge Yen? Then hell. I suppose that is the proper order of things." Her voice startled Tian awake. He wasn't sure when he dropped off to sleep. He had been cultivating, and just drifted off. If this is hell, it would explain a lot. But I'm pretty sure we are still in the Brodsky Kingdom. Good news. Probably if we both lived. Tian tried to put some humor in his voice, and didn't particularly succeed. I was, yeah. Tian nodded. He suddenly felt awkward. How, exactly, did you thank a sister for being willing to trade her life for yours? Silently noting it in his heart didn't seem. You did something to save me, didn't you? I was third in line after Elder Ruth and the treasure-weighing magistrate. But yes. Tian very roughly explained what he had done, casually leaving out Grandpa and praying that Hong didn't know enough about medicine to know that should have killed her a dozen times over. That's flat out impossible. That should have killed me in a dozen different ways. You can't just swap blood between people. For one thing, it kills them. I know. Because we found records of heretics that tried it, and they never pulled it off. And they tried a lot. Tian silently cursed. Then said they are incompetent scumbags whose physique is as fragile as their morals. You are very robust. The proof is that you are still alive. And you, brother, I too, am alive. He nodded. Normally I would ask about brain damage. But we have met a chatty ghost, so it's not a crazy question. Oh good. Your sense of humor survived the fall too. She muttered. Silence fell again. I am so glad you survived the fall. Her voice was muffled. My sister traded her life for mine. How could I lose it carelessly? Tian smiled in the dark. Liren snorted, and Tian continued. I'm glad you said something. I had no idea how to bring it up. What's there to discuss? Her voice was still muffled, and he could see her head turn away in the shadows. I hope a lot of things. We aren't leaving this cave for a while, and it will be good to have something to chat about. I don't know about you, but I've got enough broken bones to keep me on bed rest for a while. Tian stifled the oddest urge to giggle. He could feel the laughter swishing around in him. He stifled it. Didn't seem like the right moment for a giggle. I'm in similar shape. I'm sure I was hurt worse at some point. But damned if I can think of when. Healing first, facing the world later. Her voice got less muffled, and took on a measured tone. There's one topic of conversation that I think needs discussing immediately. However, yes. Brother Ziho, where the fuck are my clothes? It turned out that necessity did require an apology, even with entirely valid excuses. At least if the necessity in question involved getting your sister naked and washing her down with a handcloth. Tian tried to point at the gory hell pit that was the residue-filled stone trough they had healed in. The ruins of the clothes were still somewhat visible as discolored stalagmites congealed into rising peaks by the accumulated blood. Flesh, fat and foulness that had been sloughed off or lost during the process. If that wasn't a good enough reason for a scrub, what was? I'm not saying I didn't need a wash. I'm saying you shouldn't have been the one to wash me. Tian felt a vein in his neck start to throb, and anger seeped up from his broken hips. It had hurt dragging her out of the pit and cleaning her off. I completely agree and understand. I should have asked one of the other available orderlies to do it. If you had just waited, I could have done it myself. Oh yes. The woman who had nearly as many broken bones as he did, after losing a significant percentage of her skin and just having had most of her back, calves and rear rebuilt through profound Taoist magic and the costly intervention of Grandpa Jun. would definitely do a fantastic job of cleaning herself. Grandpa John used up all his energy for her. He would be silent for who knows how long, years maybe. And now she's bitching about getting wiped down. John took a deep breath and forced himself to use his calm, orderly voice. If I had just waited, you would be 50% disease and 50% reeking, yellowy post out as it is. I'm still going to need to draw disease out of you in the next day or so. My body and cultivation art managed to clear out all the thorns and the toxins that came with them. But there is just no way it also cleared out all the disease. It was completely necessary and urgent, Ang grunted, clearly not willing to let the subject go. But her attention had caught on something. I know you cultivate advent of spring for your vital energy cultivation. But what exactly is your body cultivation art, nosy? Tian snapped. He couldn't keep the orderly voice up. Double quotes, yes. Yes, I am. I am completely violating a social taboo. Much like a young man getting a teenage girl naked while she's unconscious and rubbing his hands all over her. There was a heavy silence. Tian felt his anger deflate, making his mood crater. She was right. She was absolutely right. Under other circumstances, their parents might even insist they get married now. It wasn't going to be like that, but still, Brother Fu would be furious with him. Auntie Wu would be even more furious. Dr. Pei would glare at him and demand to know if he had forgotten about respecting the patient's dignity. Tian tried to explain. I genuinely didn't think of it like that. I knew about the nudity thing, but that part didn't occur to me. I'm sorry. Really. I am very sorry. But I also really believe you would have gotten extremely sick and possibly died if I hadn't. There was silence again. Best I'm going to get. If it makes you feel better, I'm now both angry over you being angry and ashamed at myself for not understanding why you might get angry, Tian offered. At this point it's mostly shame. It was, in fact, all shame. The flame of anger had guttered out in the cold wind of self-loathing. Yeah, best I'm going to get. What exactly is your body cultivation art? Supreme Virtue Hell Suppressing Body Refining Sutra, which is less of an art and more like a piece of magical machinery I have planted inside of me. It runs like a water wheel, yang and yin turning into nourishment for my body and my meridians. It doesn't stop me from getting hurt, but it does turn things like curses, poisons, goo and diseases into tonics and supplements. And I can't prove this or anything, but I have a feeling I hit demons a lot harder than I probably should be able to. It also makes my body more yin aligned. So, I am literally heavier than I should be, which is probably why I can't float. Jian paused, thought through some things and continued. I also think it might be doing something with those gold and purple flashes we have been seeing when we rescue the kids. But I don't know what. Han grunted. Silence settled back in. Then, I cultivate the 10 Suns God-slaying body. Remember when you stopped that goo from trying to kill me while I was cultivating back at Depot 4? That was when I lit the first sun. I still only have the one sun lit. It's an extreme young body cultivation art. Hard, rigid. Linear. Explosive. The requirements for cultivating it are very strict, but each sun I light makes me exponentially stronger. This time it was Tian's turn to grunt. Sounds like we should be prioritizing finding new cultivation aids then. More sun gold oranges and things. Screw that. Do you know how hard it is to find pure young food and medicine? But we can hardly move for all the cursed crap around. Let's push you to the heavenly realm. We'll drop you in a cauldron with 4,440 for cursed nails. Blackwater demon dragon spit. Set yin fires burning below it. Cook another batch of Tian soup and boom. Heavenly person realm. Just that easy. It's in refinement. So it would be silent or a sort of drawn out sigh, not a boom. But I see the vision. I'm glad I have finally persuaded you on the power of soup. It's wonderfully effective. You have not. You absolutely have not. I don't know what you actually did, but I will be. She stopped abruptly. You were going to say dead and in the ground before I believe you, weren't you? Tian grinned up at the dark cavern ceiling. He felt another giggle bubbling up, but kept a hold of it. He was not a giggler. He did not giggle. It was unbecoming of an older brother. Even if he really wanted to. There was silence again. It would be a lead cauldron, obviously. Han continued. The metal of extreme yin. I wonder if there is a spiritual version of lead. Absolute, For darkness's lead. Something like that. Tion nodded. Small nods. He had a headache coming on, and it was shaping up to be a doozy. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. There must be. Han sounded quite certain on that front. There's at least a dozen forms of cinnabar that I know of, so there has to be at least that many forms of lead. Logical. Silence collapsed around them again. Clouds were drifting across the sun. Qian could tell by the way the cavern suddenly dimmed, then brightened again. Why haven't we been rescued yet? Liren asked. Another good question. No idea. Best guess. They prioritized bringing back little treasure. If we died, that was that. And if we lived, we could make our own way back. In either case, with a heavenly level heretic in hiding nearby, they wouldn't want to take any chances, Qian murmured. He knew Liren could hear him just fine, and his head was throbbing now. A more contemplative silence settled in again. There is another option. We aren't as political as the Five Elements courtyard, but we have factions too. Your dad blew up out of nowhere, and his doctrines are upsetting a lot of people. Same thing with Elder Ruth. It's good that our patron got more powerful, but that power came as a loss to someone else. Why? Think they are leaving us to die? Qian asked. Ready-made excuse and little treasure. And either way they lose nothing. Why not? Han's voice was cold enough to make Qian shiver. This time it was Qian who turned quiet. I think that might be the thing that makes me leave the monastery. If it turns out to be true, he murmured. What? I love my brothers and sisters more than light and air. I love Brother Fu. I truly cannot imagine journeying through this world without you. But I cannot trust my back to a monastery that would turn its back on me that way. And yes, I blame the monastery for the behavior of its true disciples. They are the true disciples, after all. The inner court. Look how they embody the teachings of the ancestors. Elder Ru hasn't had time to make his reforms yet. More has your father. I think they are aware. But it's a hell of a time to start making wholesale changes to sect discipline. Han sounded. He didn't know what she sounded like. Yeah. And, sister, you have been very careful to never mention it. But I know you know which family in the inner court waged war on yours. Elder Ru and Brother Fu gave their assent when your family wiped out the bastards who lived in your village before you came. Some elder, and maybe a direct disciple, gave their assent when your family was killed. There was a deeper silence. If they are targeting you, sister, they are targeting me. They know I will not share the same sky as them. Like you said, a perfect opportunity to walk away from future troubles. Just say the word. We might not be strong enough to avenge your family now, but we have lots and lots of people who support us, and who are strong enough. There was another long silence. Qian thought he heard a muffled sob. An hour later, Hong started speaking in a low voice. We had this gate guard named Chen. He was badly burned, really badly burned, all over his face and body. He just sat by the front gate all day, slowly drinking his poppy sap tea. He was one of the surviving caravan guards who followed us to the village. He was one of the people who raided the clan that lived there before. What was the name of the clan? Jia. An honorable name, once, long ago. For generations, it was a curse. Anyway, Uncle Chen would tell me anything I wanted to know. Didn't care that I was too young or whatever. He said he hurt too much to think of lies. So I asked him how he got burned. He took a big drink of his poppy sap tea and told me. Han took a long breath herself. The brothers slaughtered the fighters and menfolk of the Jia, anyone carrying arms. The servants and the women were left to us. And the children. The Jia had trouble conceiving. And the few kids they did have died young. They had managed to produce an heir, technically, but he was. Her voice trailed off. Qian waited. Hong picked up again. Uncle Chen told me that my dad told him that the boy should have died in the womb, that he was twisted in body. His brain didn't work right. He got sick all the time. Every moment of every day that boy was trapped in his bed, in a dim room, in pain. So really, killing him, letting him reincarnate into a better family, was a mercy, a cold mercy. But a mercy, and necessary for our family to be safe. Qian nodded. He doubted Hong saw him do it, but she carried on anyhow. Uncle Chen found the boy. His mother was leaning over him. She had died when they knocked down the bedroom door. She had killed his nurse and put a poison pill in the boy's mouth. Bloody foam and vomit poured out of his mouth, covering him. He was the size of a baboon, Uncle Chen said. He looked like he had already been mummified. He was so thin. Huge eyes rolled up in hollow sockets. Uncle Chen reached out with his knife to finish the boy quickly. So, he didn't linger. And then the fire started. Before he could give the kid peace, it was something in Madame Xia's robes that it caught fire and spread to the jars of oil in the rafters. Hong took a sharp breath. I think about it all the time. He had done nothing. That boy living like a sinner in hell. Reincarnation is supposed to wash away your sins, so why? Why give him a short life purely to suffer? His parents were doing everything they could to keep him alive, hoping he would get better. And the very last things he experienced in this horrible life were his mother murdering his nurse, poisoning him, then burning him alive. That was it. That was his end. His bones were tossed in the dump, along with the bones of the rest of the Xia. She took a deep breath. Like my dad's. We fought it up in our manner, and they did everything they could to pressure us, break our will, make us forfeit our place in the city. They tore apart my dad's tombs and threw their bodies to dogs in front of our gate. Mountain Gate City doesn't have feral dogs. The bastards brought a pack of hounds into the city, starved them, then fed them my dad's bodies. He could hear the sobs in her voice, hidden under the fury. He didn't have to see her to know tears ran down her face. That is the monastery to me. That is the inner court. I love my sisters and my brothers. They have been the best things to happen to me since I was 6. And yes, I know who killed my family. And yes, I dream of slaughtering the bastards and their backers and beating to death every person responsible for letting things get this bad. Working all the way up to the Celestial Emperor and the Jade Court. So why stick around? You could have run off ages ago. If you wanted, 5-element courtyard would take you in a heartbeat. Hell, why not turn heretic? Because we are the Xia, don't you get it? They had been a Mountain Gate City family. I checked the disciplinary squad records. They had a direct disciple in their background. Thousands and thousands of years ago, he died, the clan decayed, and they became that. There will be more Xia and more Hongs. Over and over and over. More kids burning to death under their mothers, helpless to save themselves. Unless the mountain changes. Not a little bit either. A drastic, top-to-bottom change. And it's not the kind of change heretics can manage, because right now, things are running the way a heretic would manage them. A revolution. You want to lead a revolution? Literally. Yes, though I'm not planning a military campaign. She nodded. I won't run off. Brother Chan, I won't spare them. I'm going to climb to the top of this shit heap. I'll make myself the head bitch in charge. I'll drag in Brother Wang and Sister Su and Mei and Senior Brother Fu and Senior Sister Bai, Elder Ru, all the reformers. And I'm going to tell them I have the biggest fist in the sect. You make a world with no more Xia clans and Hong clans. I'll make sure no one stops you. And once they do, once they make as close to a perfect system as they can, then I'm going to leave. I'm leaving the kingdom forever. All I'll leave behind is a fear of me coming back. And a memorial tablet to that kid carved 200 feet tall into the side of the fucking mountain. What was his name? The boy who died in the fire? Jian asked. Not even the ghosts know. The Xian never told anyone. They were worried their enemies would curse him and send demons after the only child they managed to keep alive past his first year in this generation. Which we, and others, absolutely would have done. He was just our son, or the young master, titles, but no name. The last person who knew died setting fire to her baby. It would have been nice to know. But I suppose it doesn't really matter, said Tian. He died with his family and was buried with his family. And by now he has been reborn into a better life. Tian knew he was a lousy liar. So, he told the truth. Praying that his sister didn't hear him falling apart. Silence gathered in the darkness. The sun had shifted across the sky, sending the little puddle of light sliding across the cavern. Tian wasn't fit to talk, and Hong wasn't in much better shape. Tian felt Grandpa Jun sitting next to him, patting his shoulder, or just being a comforting, ghostly presence. I know who my family is, and they were killed by Luren's family. I wasn't thrown away. I was wanted, fiercely protected. Even, I was avenged when I died. even if it was in the most stupidly cruel way I can imagine. I was murdered by Sister Liren's family. Her family was the reason I was covered in burns and left in the dump. All that pain, all the loneliness and fear, the starvation, all because her family made a choice. Should I blame them? Or is it the consequence of my family being, apparently, heretics, or close enough to heretics to make no difference? Do I blame whoever drove the Hongs to that kind of desperation? Do I blame the system and the mountain that drove the people that drove the people? Or is it just how humans are? Mindless animals that cause pain. Tian had spent half his life in the company of cultivators. Half his life thinking about the Tao, and what it all means. He was comfortable contemplating the vast enormity of the universe. It was just people who troubled him, who scared him. His body remembered the rocks they threw. Humans are animals that cause pain. He forgot that, sometimes, he would be sharing a campfire with Liren, a dinner table with his brothers, working with his sect siblings to solve problems. And he would think humans were something else, something better and nobler. He tried to focus on his breath, let the diaphragm expand, drawing breath into the lungs and belly. Cycle the chi, turn it into vital energy. Let the body heal. Exhale. Try to exhale the storm of thoughts and emotions with them. He hated his birth family, hated them for throwing him away, for deciding he was trash and putting him in the trash with the other trash to rot away, deciding he was too sickly and too ugly to keep, and not caring about his suffering before his end. In and out, in and out, always keeping a corner of his mind on the cycle of his breath. But that wasn't the truth, was it? The truth was that he was wanted and cherished. His mother tried to kill him. Yes, because she knew exactly how cruel this world was to the losers. They weren't good people, but they had tried their best to be good to him. In and out, in and out. If it was any other family, if it was any other person, it would be death on sight. On sight. In and out. But it wasn't anyone else. It was Sister Hong. It was the choice her parents made to make sure their daughter survived, and themselves. But her too. The Ghost King Zhang had asked himself if he just studied the Tao, or if he believed. Here, in the dark, hurting and alone, did he? Tianzi Hao believe? His breath stopped. Did he truly believe? He talked of brotherhood. He thought he was sincere, that he was willing to die for his sect siblings. He thought he believed in the Tao and the oneness of all things. He proclaimed his belief in the supreme virtues of compassion, frugality and humility. It was easy to believe that, sitting on a sunny bench by the martial practice squares. This was the dark place. The light was shining down, but not on him. Did he, in this place, at this time, really believe? If he believed in all the stuff he had been reading and been told, then his pain and suffering had a purpose. It was to save Liren's life. She didn't know it. He didn't know it. But it was. If he really believed it. She had always been his sister. If he believed that, why grieve? Why be hateful about how much he had suffered? Wasn't he willing to suffer and die for her? She was for him. The Hongs were responsible for the choices they made, but the Hongs were also made by the choices of other people. Surely he should focus on the origin, not the endpoint. He wanted to believe that. It's just that he could smell the dump even now. He could taste the rotten vegetables and the grubs, and the dirt he ate. He sometimes found himself unconsciously wincing, still thinking that if he moved too much, the burn scars would punish him, anticipating a pain that lived in his memories. His body was not nearly so enlightened as his mind. His mind wasn't feeling particularly enlightened either. All the pretty words melted away under that remnant fire. He didn't give a damn about his dead so-called family. He gave a damn about how he hurt. He held his hands up, looking at them in the thin light, stronger. Now, he knew once he healed, the person who left this cave would be far stronger than the one who entered it. There would be consequences, sequely. He knew his body well, and could feel the offness already, but he would be stronger. He wouldn't have any more fingers, though, chewed off by rats, who must have thought he was dead. No wonder Grandpa had to spend all his energy curing his lead poisoning. No wonder Grandpa hated alchemists. His own loving mother put the pill in his mouth. Could he extend the logic that reached Sister Liren and accept the Hong's family as his own? No, not now, not ever. Broad-mindedness couldn't possibly stretch so far. The oneness of the Tao be damned. His family wasn't so cheap. It only had 3 members, not including him, Grandpa, his real dad, and Liren. Never mind the Hongs. He wasn't willing to acknowledge the Jia as his family. Stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Could he forgive the Hongs for how they hurt him? No, not really. He didn't know the Hongs. He knew Liren. He once met Liren's grandma. He didn't like Grandma much then. And everything he had heard about her made him like her and respect her. Could he forgive Liren? Forgive her for what? What exactly did she do? She had been 6, same as him. She didn't know what had happened. Once she did find out, she was horrified. She was still horrified. She worked constantly, fought with her life on the line, to stop such a thing from happening ever again. She had shown, repeatedly, that she was willing to die for him. She tried to die for him. Just what else could he demand from her? But he hurt. He had been in agony for years. Hurt so much, for so long. He had forgotten what not hurting felt like. To live was to suffer. That was life in the dump. He had left the dump, healed his pain, repeatedly rebuilt his body, to the point where he might as well be an entirely different person than the child picking maggots from his wounds and popping them into his mouth to see if they were tasty. He still hurt. The memories hurt. The carried pain hurt. And she was a Hong. She was Hong Liren. The Hongs made the heretic choice that their lives would be better if his life was worse. The Hongs had killed those who had birthed him and looked after him his first few years. The Hongs were the ones who threw him in the dump. And she was Hong Liren. So right now, in the dark place, in this single present moment when he was free to choose, what did he believe? It was still in the cave. The storm in his mind drowned out all other sounds. Brother Ziho. There was a sudden noise. It took him seconds to realize that it was a human voice, speaking to him. Yes, you stopped breathing. 4. It's been almost 20 minutes. I know you can hold your breath a long time, but Her voice trailed off on an awkward note. She was worried he had died, that his accumulated wounds had killed him. He couldn't forgive the Hongs. He could probably never forgive the Hongs. Liren, who are you? Shut up and listen. I forgive you. There was a confused silence. You do? For what? For being a Hong. For understanding the horrible choices your parents made. For enduring the care of your grandmother. For still loving parts of the monastery and its people. For believing that you can make a difference when everybody else failed. For holding on to the virtues when they seem so hateful. On behalf of that dead boy, and hell, me too, I forgive you. There was a muffled noise. A sort of grunt and sob. It's not something that can be forgiven. And you aren't the one who I need forgiveness from anyhow. I'm the best you are going to get. Hyun smiled. Besides, haven't you been telling me over and over how sorry you were? Well, now I hear you. The Jia boy died in that fire. He's gone on to a new and better life. So on behalf of the living and the dead, I forgive you. He settled back into silence. Liren didn't say anything. He could smell the salt from her tears. Eventually an imp of honesty prodded him to add, that doesn't extend to your family. Though. No offense. But once I'm strong enough, I'm going to piss in your parents' wine, and your granny is getting beat to shit one dark night. Just horrifying violence and a complete breakdown of propriety and the deference due to a senior. And when she heals up, I'm going to do it again. I think I might cycle between the wine cellar latrine and beating your granny into a coma for a decade or two. Really incorporate it into my cultivation practice. I shouldn't have to explain why. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. If she hadn't figured it out yet. He didn't want her to know. At least, not now. Not when everything was so raw. It took a few days to heal enough to move. Liren insisted on digging a latrine and screening it off with a bit of cloth. Tian didn't object, but dragging his body around to dig without bothering his broken pelvis was blatantly impossible. It hurt. He could suck it up for the sake of not having death glares from Liren. Some interesting things were found while they waited. I'm more flexible. Look, I can bend my finger back 90 degrees. Freaky. Liren sounded torn between laughter and exasperation. Yes, that's how fingers work. You couldn't do that before. Tian blinked. Had there been more damage to her body? Or was this more proof of brain damage? Healthy fingers bend all the way back and all the way forward. Tian bent his index finger back until the nail touched the back of his hand. Oh gross, stop that. Stop what? Having functional fingers. I'm still 3 down, like hell. Much productive bickering followed. Then, sometime later, ignoring your weird and wrong fingers for a moment, I think. I don't really have words for it. Like the amount of chi my body and danshin can hold have expanded. I feel like I have more space to store vital energy, if that makes sense. Which I'm not sure it does. Tian wiggled his hand. I was going to say something similar. Not more vital energy. But it feels denser now. Purer maybe, but definitely denser. Like moving from cool air to a cool fog through my meridians. Hong also wiggled her hand. Considerably less fluidly than he had managed, in Tian's opinion. Maybe something about how we shared blood and vital energy. I also feel like the vital energy is circulating through me faster. That's a good thing. Probably, yeah, it probably is. But it's weird. I mean, my vital energy is circulating faster. Like moving through my body faster. I don't really know how to explain it. Tian waved his hands in there trying to demonstrate what he meant. And failing. I think you explained it, though. Double quotes. No, you don't understand. This is weird. My chi doesn't circulate this fast. Yeah. And I don't know. It's just weird. Tian shrugged. Any other changes? Probably. I think I got a little lighter. Maybe your young chi blood made me lighter somehow. Could be. I do feel pretty solid. Except for the places where the bones are broken. Maybe we swapped or something. She propped herself up on one elbow. TSK.urg. Let me see. She paused. Tian found it to be a significant sounding pause. Can you just lie straight for a moment? Legs out straight, I mean. Yeah, like that. She went quiet again. And, Tian prodded her. So, it could be my chi making you lighter. Well, it's your chi now. Your increased yang chi. Which in the long term will help you get taller. So really. When you think about it, it's a good thing, a very good thing, sister. Just focus on that future growth. Visualize the glorious sights you will see from a height of 6'1". How imposing you will look with the crane perched on your shoulders. Spreading her wings in supremacy, sister. There is no easy way to say this. Brother Ziho, you have shrunk. Slightly. For now, I'm sure you will get taller soon. Hyun ceased all talking. All attention and energy was poured into a singular focus, healing and getting taller. But definitely the healing part came first, or at least at the same time. The problem was too much thinking, and not enough not thinking. It wasn't that his senior brothers had scammed him. They told him the absolute truth. Complicated thoughts get between you and then filtered down. Because you are breaking up the world into lots of little things and not seeing the unified big thing that is everything. It's why animals cultivated faster at the earthly realm. No complicating thoughts. Everything flowing according to nature. Despite that, he was still given all manner of complicated arts to learn, complicated circulation paths, complicated politics, complicated economics, complicated mysteries about merit and fortune and the fact that Brother Fu certainly authorized the attack on his family home that saw him burned nearly to death. No intrusive thoughts. He might not be able to stop them entirely, but he could give his mind something else to focus on. The tree. The grand tree that holds up the sky. The big cosmic tree that you were supposed to visualize as you cultivated advent of spring. It was so foolish, in retrospect. So obviously vital, and yet overlooked. Everyone kept saying that any true path of cultivation is a cultivation of the mind. And then turned around and said stop thinking and just be. How could the two things be reconciled? Simple. He had to stop thinking and cultivate the cosmic tree in his mind. The cosmic tree was the purest expression of elemental wood taken to its extreme. It was a literal tree. Yes, made out of literal wood. But taking the term elemental wood literally would be a mistake. Elemental wood means growth. Elemental wood wasn't a noun. It was a verb. It was, he believed, the element most properly associated with life. Even more than water. Water was, after all, the element of winter, death, and extreme yin. And from extreme yin, yang is born. Spring follows winter. And all the seeds waiting in the ground burst upward and grow. Well, here he was, all condensed into a seed, plenty of water nearby, and he could see the hot sun shining down through the hole in the ceiling, ready to reach for the light. No thoughts other than growth. No thoughts other than healing, growing. and reaching for the light to help his focus, and after checking that it wouldn't bother Liren, Tian started chanting, finding sounds that fueled his growth, finding the wood within them, letting them carry him upward. 10 days after Tian and Hong fell into the cave, they clawed their way out of it, not fully recovered, but recovered enough that they were ready to fight most things under the heavenly realm. Tian still got headaches sometimes, and he fought to keep his mood even. He had the strangest urges to start giggling or to lash out. He could feel the hateful words pressing against the back of his teeth, until they vanished and left a foul taste in his mouth. But more than anything, he felt strong, wounded, but strong. First thing we do is find the crane. Then, next thing, get in touch with Brother Fu. Tian was firm, though it didn't achieve much. Liren was shaking her head by the time he ended the first sentence. First thing we do is go to the Three Falls Convent and talk to the sisters. They will know where to find the crane. At the very least, they will have a better idea than we do. That was completely sensible. Tian still didn't want to do it. He didn't really want Liren doing it either. Unfortunately, this forced him to confront why he didn't want to ask them. I don't trust the monastery anymore, he muttered. The sisters are probably more okay than any of the heavenly people, but that doesn't change the fact that if a martial uncle or aunt said be sure and send a messenger falcon at once if you see Tian or Hong, they would, even if we asked them not to. Liren's face dropped, her eyes searching for something in his expression. Not finding it, she shook her head. It tears me up too. There are a lot of good people in the monastery, the best people. There are a lot of villains too, and the people at the top think doing nothing is the wisest course. But I'm not willing to walk away, not asking you to. Tian shook his head, wishing she would walk away. Just saying I can't take the risk, and you shouldn't either. We are going to need the information one way or another, brother. Tian nodded. Then let's do so like heretics or wandering cultivt or out by rumor, by talking to people, by flowing with the Tao. That's nonsense, Tian shrugged. I don't trust them, sis. I just don't. He looked up into the sky, casting his mind out, hoping for some trace of the snow-grace crane. Nothing. He hadn't expected anything, but he still had hoped. Still in story, please report. With a long sigh, he dusted off his coarse linen clothes. The pants were a faded blue-green, the belted tunic a disreputable, battered dark green. He reached up and pulled the wooden dragon pin from the bun holding up his hair, and stowed it in his ring. He then removed the sect-issued ring and put it on the string with the other storage rings he had collected, replacing it with a smaller, less capable one. Brother Ziho. The West Town outer court had killed his birth family. He didn't really care about what happened to his parents. It was comforting to know that he wasn't hated by them, but it was only a comfort. He had no memory of them. He vividly remembered living covered with burns, vividly remembered the starvation and the piercing loneliness. His brothers had thought everyone had died. They didn't intentionally inflict that suffering on him. They might have even thought death a mercy for the sickly boy. They still led the assault on the Jia, knowing that a family would be massacred, and Brother Fu, the kindest, most moral person he knew, approved it. Brother Fu, who had insisted he study ethics, who had taught him propriety, and that every conversation had its own etiquette. He said that if Tian could master appropriate courtesy, he would find doors open for him everywhere. Brother Fu had been right about that ever since joining the temple. Tian had found many more outstretched hands than thrown rocks, and Brother Fu had given his approval to have a family massacred, something he had done more than once. There were families just like his that no longer existed. Because Brother Fu nodded his head, did it also need Elder Rui's permission? It was an outer court matter, though arguably also a purely mortal matter. Equally arguably, it was the final phase of an inner court struggle, so perhaps not. All the reformers were complicit. If Brother Fu was involved, then so was senior sister Bi. In fact, in a horrible sort of way he was complicit. He had known about how the outer court handled Hong's situation since his second year in the temple. Surely it was before they left for the wasteland. Tian started to laugh. It was genuine, and painful and self-mocking. Oh God, I must be the biggest hypocrite this side of the heavenly person realm. Isn't it funny? Down in the dark, it wasn't real. It was just you and me talking. And I could focus on you and not care about the rest of it so much. But now it's real. Now it's out under the blue sky. And it's too plain to see. Brother, I'm not understanding you, please. Tell me what's going on. I thought I was okay with your story, but I'm not. I'm really not. And you want to know something that is true, but that you will never believe. Tian looked his tall sister directly in her eyes, a warm smile, heartfelt, welling up from inside of him. The lantern of compassion blazing in his crimson palace, burning with all the fire chi he could muster. I think you are the only innocent in this whole story. Maybe me too. Or maybe there are no innocents. And we shared the guilt as soon as we took our oaths. But in my heart, out of this whole sick chain of victims making more victims, I really do think you are the only innocent person. Because when I heard about it, I did nothing. When you heard about it, you did something about it. Not much that you can do now. Training, preparing, building your networks. But you were working on it. Me, I went, oh that's terrible. And kept right on going. Which makes me a fraud. And a hypocrite. For all my fucking moralizing, she staggered back. Looking like she had been hit, Tian kept on speaking. So for a little while, I'm taking off my uniform, and doing my bun, hiding my ring, taking off the names and affiliations I'm wearing. I think it's time for West Town Outer Courts Tian Ziho to go rest in the mountains for a while. Maybe I'll be a tea monk. It wasn't a bad thing, being a monk. Or maybe I'll just be a wild Taoist. Come down to see the mortal world. Liren stared at him, her eyes huge. He flicked his fingers at her. I'm not running off and leaving you. Sis, I just need to be less, for a little while. See who I am when it's just me and none of the things I'm carrying. I didn't lie to you before. I'll not leave you before you leave me. Just tell him I did. Tell him I'm furious, or sick with rage, or just plain crazy and I've run off on my own. I'll walk upstream to the next town past 3 Streams Town. You can find me in there. Do you even have mortal money? She asked. Her fists were tight. Tian noticed. Her knuckles were very white under her tan skin. Some. Enough. Or not. It really doesn't matter. Go on and talk to the sisters. Sis, your big brother isn't good company right now. He could use a walk to cool his head. He started walking, then paused and looked back. Liren stood frozen, as shocked as he had ever seen her. See if you can get the boat. It's been badly damaged, but I like it. It'd be a shame to quit on it. When we had so much fun repairing it last time. With 3 light steps, he was gone, rushing down the riverbank. He didn't think, he just ran. He could feel the thoughts battering at him, trying to get in. He focused on his breath, and where he was putting his feet, being open and sensitive to the tension the world was putting on him and slipping through the gaps in their awareness. There was a lot of traffic on and along the Green River. For every mile he went forward, he must have moved 10, moving from side to side. Up canyon walls and trees or down in the rushes. It was fine. So long as he was moving and breathing. So long as he was reacting, not planning. If he kept the balance just right, he wasn't a burnt child curled up under warm rot, hugging himself to feel some kind of human contact. He wasn't the future hope of his sect, or Liren's life and death brother. He didn't have to think about how he would face his father or when Grandpa John would be able to speak again. He didn't have to think about all the salt he ate and the lives that were destroyed making it. He didn't have to think about the endlessly repeating web of suffering humanity wove around itself. He could be a tree, growing, reaching up for the sky. One day he would be big enough to carry all that weight, but for today, for right now, he needed to just be alone with everyone else. There was no room at the inn. Tian gave the innkeeper a pregnant look. He knew perfectly damn well there were open rooms. Best I can do for you is let you sleep in the old goat shed. 3 silver a night, no arguing. You are lucky I'm letting you stay here at all. Looking like that. Tian shrugged. If a tall woman wearing a veil comes looking for me, tell her I'm staying at the abandoned shrine outside of town. She'll tip you. The innkeeper sniffed. It will suit you well. All our derelicts and madmen seem to wash up there. Tian nodded. It fit his mood perfectly. The town was a village with pretensions. The Green River was a major waterway. And there was always someone dreaming of turning their inherited shack into a golden palace through the alchemy of real estate speculation. This was an ordinary village with no particularly redeeming qualities. No better or worse than the next village. But they had gone to the expense of persuading the local prefect and the provincial civil service to grant it the status of a town. So it was better than the rest of the riverside shack huddles. As he walked out of the village, the street made a small detour around one of the most spectacularly ugly trees Tian had ever seen. Its branches were twisted like rope, with axe-destroying knots and elbows visible everywhere. What was worse was that, despite the tree being big enough to shade a herd of cattle, you could see cracks and hollows in the trunk where disease and injury had left their marks. Despite all that, it grew quite lush. He looked around to see if there were others like it, and there were none. A few well-managed coppices of bamboo, some lonely-looking fruit trees, but everything else near the village had been cleared away for farming or firewood. Tian detoured around the cattle and made his way inland from the river. A local had suggested he stay at the shrine when he asked about the inn. Now, he regretted not listening to the advice. The shrine was a little thatched roof affair. A rotting lattice screened what once held a small sacrificial altar and some tablets. It had not been a home for a god for a long time, judging by the litter left by passing derelicts. The smell of stale urine was piercing. Tian looked up. Cloudy. But it didn't smell like rain. Still, his tent wasn't all that waterproof. Dustprof. Yes, and it would shed water well enough from the roof. But the little liner that sealed the bottom tended to accumulate damp in heavy rain. The water would seep through the fabric and slowly soak his sleeping pad. Everything needed to be carefully dried afterward, or there was the most depressing smell of damp and mildew. A gamble then. Rain, or the urine-haunted, rat-infested former temple. He had the tent set up into minutes and was constructing a little stone-lined pit for his cooking fire within 3. He had slept in smellier places, but that didn't mean he liked it. Clean was better. It was one of the good things he noticed when he first came to the temple. Everything was clean. Nothing smelled bad. He had his own safe, dry, clean place to sleep, where no rats could come and bite him while he slept. An illusion. But real for him. A kind illusion. For him. He couldn't see what his comfort was built on. How bizarre. He wouldn't have cared if he had known. It was Brother Fu and the other senior brothers who gave him a conscience and taught him it was important to care about other people. What a strange, terrible thing for them to do. Camp chores done. He found himself at loose ends. Usually that meant even more cultivating. But he was feeling faintly sick of it. It hadn't been long since he got the 18 dragon subduing palms, and he had certainly absorbed enough yang qi. A good time to start practicing. First move, Proud Dragon repents. The key, according to the diagram, was in using 3 parts power, retaining 7 parts. The pose defended with the left hand, struck with the right palm. The feet were planted, but with flexibility in the knees. He circulated his vital energy as the diagram instructed and struck out. Then did it again, and again, and again, and again, sometimes softer, sometimes harder. Sometimes he put a little more bend in his knees or stood taller. The defensive left hand saw more prominence or less, circled faster or slower, always picking at the problem of what, exactly, the creator had meant when he said that true mastery of the move lay in the reserve power. It never quite clicked, but that was fine. This was apparently a supreme combat art. If it came together quickly, he would have to assume he made a mistake. After half an hour or so, he switched to the second move, Dragon Soars the Sky, a jumping attack specifically to strike at the head and neck of the opponent with one's palms and vital energy. The energy flow was quite simple. The movements were anything but. Dragon Soars the Sky was, according to everything he had been taught and everything he had seen, deeply stupid. The senior brothers at the temple had been clear of a jumping attack was like a sneak attack. Devastating to the enemy if it landed. Devastating to you if they saw it coming. Once you were in the air, you were committed and open to a fatal counter. The potential reward was almost never worth a certain risk. Yet here it was. The second move of a supreme art, much praised by the author for its tactical flexibility and devastating power. How odd. How very odd. He started jumping and striking down at the open air, moving from first stance to second, or from his ordinary boxing to this strange maneuver. The vital energy required by the art was insignificant to him, but the mental focus needed was exhausting. He jumped around the clearing like he was trying to kill a million mosquitoes from above. A perfect move to practice while you were trying to run away from your thoughts. He jumped, and the silliness of it overwhelmed him. His moping couldn't keep him down. The laughter rose like the sun within him and burst out. He was helpless with laughter, even as he jumped and swatted his way through the clearing. "Boy, are you crazy? You look crazy." A raspy, gurgling voice intruded on Tian's focus. Only his inhuman reflexes saved him from landing like custard. "I'm not crazy. I'm just not well." "Are you crazy?" Tian asked. His voice filled with the brightness of someone about to deliver a one-sided beating. Then his face fell, even in his petty, vengeful mood. He wasn't going to beat up someone who, it was a lot. The vagrant's head was far lower than it ought to have been. His shoulders much higher. Higher than the top of his head, in fact. His neck jutted straight ahead of him like a vulture. In a desperate bid to disguise the head-shoulders inversion, the man had tied his ponytail straight up from the very peak of his alarming crown, which was bad, but understandable. Less understandable was using some whitish paste to glue the ponytail upwards in a spike 2 feet tall. On the other end of him, he barely had any legs. Tian could make out feet, but the legs themselves seemed to be almost tucked into his torso. The torso, for its part, had been compressed upwards, as though his organs had been shoved upward by his thighs in the feeble hope that maybe they would pop the head, neck, and shoulders back into a proper arrangement, taken from Royal Road. This narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. His arms and hands would usually be described as spindly or dead for a week. But given their normal length on the man's stunted frame, they looked enormous. Monstrous. Despite all that, there was the faintest trace of immortal breath on him, as though he was just barely level 1 of the earthly realm. Crazy. Would a crazy person be so successful? The twisted man boasted. It was a curious boast from someone visiting an abandoned temple wearing clothes even worse than Tian's own shabby outfit. He was carrying a small sack on the end of a stick slung over his looming shoulders. Perhaps it was full of money. I don't know. Would they? They would not. The odd-looking man shook his odd-looking head. A pause settled over the clearing. Juniors should introduce themselves first. Yes, that's right. Tian nodded. Then went silent again. Boy, unless you are an immortal practicing an age regression art, who is, really? Who? I want to find these age-regressing immortals. I have a lot of questions for them. Tian really did too. What is your name? Oh well, that's why I wasn't saying anything. I don't have one right now. Perhaps Senior could pick one out for me. What's the senior's name? I am the famed diviner. The legendary outspread the discombobulated. The successful man spread his bird-boned arms wide. Never mind. I'll manage without one somehow. Don't run from success, boy, or it will never catch you. Be like me, and gratefully receive it. Outspread spread out his arms again. Tian was painfully reminded of the crane. How exactly are you successful? He went for the distraction. Easy. With my sewing and washing. Iron enough to fill my mouth. And with my divination. Iron enough to feed 10 very skinny men. Aren't I more successful than the peasant pushing his plow or the bargeman pushing his pole? When the authorities levy troops, I turn up and wave my arms, willing to do my martial duty. Yet I am never drafted. Am I not better off than the ghosts of the ones who did get picked? Likewise, when the village is called on for corvée labor, I come bright and early. But, mysteriously, I am always exempted from the strenuous digging, hauling and carrying. Aren't I better off than all those people with their broken-down bodies and shortened lives who labored in the sun? And yet, discombobulated raised a finger in pale imitation of the spike of hair rising from his head. And yet, when it comes time for the authorities to make provisions for the disabled, I receive 3 large measures of grain, and not less than 10 bundles of firewood. You see a man suffering from misfortune. I see a blind boy, who cannot see good fortune when it arrives. Worse, who couldn't receive it even if he recognized it. Tian thought it over for a minute, then nodded. All right, I've learned something. Whether it's useful, I don't know, but I did learn it. I'll fix you a cup of tea, elder. That way you won't have worked for nothing. Who says filial piety is dead in the younger generation, other than me? Obviously. No idea. Do you like red tea? Any yellow tea? Never seen yellow tea. Well, I've seen tea that turned yellow. But I don't think that's what you mean. Tian shrugged. It's green tea but you smother it first. Don't worry about it. Red will do, Tian served. He didn't do the full tea service, as he wasn't sure if the elder could survive the extra chi in the drink. That was no excuse to ignore his tea pets, however. Little White, the lotus, seemed to drink her tea happily enough, and the phoenix, still looking for a name herself, shone merrily in the sunset. The new rival, the very round pig, was also lacking a name. All Tian could think of was Mr. Pig. He seemed a good-natured fellow, and had an auspicious air to him. Tian would understand his depths more with time. The elder snaked the cup with a too bony hand and downed it with an upsettingly loud slurp. Good tea, bloody good tea. Boy, are you a bandit? You look more like a madman than a bandit. But how could a madman get such good tea? This tea was a gift from a tea friend I met along the river. Tian smiled a little at the memory. Why don't I have such friends? The diviner grumbled. Tian poured him another cup. Even better on the second steep. Tell you what, I won't make you work for free. One divination on the house. Which house? What? Which house is the divination on? Oh, Mrs. Boo's place. 1 block down from Way's tailor shop. If you reach One Eye's fish stall, you have gone too far. She had a new thatch roof put on last summer. We will be very comfortable. Discombobulated waved vaguely towards the river, or possibly another continent. Long way to go for a divination. But you are the expert, Hyun shrugged. The diviner was staring at the dregs in his cup, then frowned. The effect of the strangely positioned, jutting head with its even more jutting spike of a ponytail, suddenly frowning was enough to make Tian the discombobulated one for a moment. Boy, do you have any unsavory habits? I don't think so. But then, I wouldn't know, would I? Could you narrow it down? Are you interested in girls? Not romantically. Boys, not romantically. Would you say that you had carnal knowledge of a bird? You filthy little degenerate. Confess at once. Does eating poultry count as carnal knowledge? Tian was the one to spread his arms this time. Ancestors preserve me. I hope not. Outspread the discombobulated shook his head. But it says here you are chasing your daughter, who is a bird. And that means you did something dreadful with a different bird. And I drank your tea. In a long, happy life. This may be my darkest day. Tian blinked. Then blinked again. She's adopted. A foster arrangement. Outspread counter dash blink. Double quotes fostering. A bird. Yes, boy. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm just not well. Do the tea leaves happen to say where she is? Grave danger. But not right this minute. Risk of death. Dark clouds to the east. Snake leaf amongst metal hills. Don't know how. But your bird must be in the hands of the Iron Range gang. But fighting them is impossible. Their great chieftain, Lord Guardian, and Master Sage are all cultivators. I am so sorry for your loss. The crane hadn't been rescued either. Did the heavenly person heretic have other parasite bodies that passed the birdcage too? Or did the crane fall to the ground and get traded to whoever these bandits were? Ultimately, it didn't matter. He had accepted responsibility for the crane. And he was not about to abandon her. Not everyone had abandoned him, after all. One name in particular came to mind. It was good that he went for a walk. Walks let you put a lot of things in context. Get your own head straight. And you never know when good fortune might run up behind you. Waving its spindly arms, Tian started packing up his tent. Are you going to spend the night here? Diviner discombobulated. What finer blanket than the heavens? What better bed than the earth? The diviner did his best to look dignified and austere. It kind of worked. A bit. Open to a bit of work for hire. I would never. That involves sitting around, having a good sleep and a decent meal. Refuse to aid a junior asking me for help. Please, speak on. If a tall woman wearing a veil comes by, tell her where I went. You said the Iron Range to the east. Well. Yes, you just run towards the rising sun and eventually you will reach it. It's 6 days away, though, and like I said, CULTIVTORS. Double quotes. Yeah, good enough. Here, payment in advance. Tian handed over a roasted chicken leg, a bowl of cold rice and some pickles. I don't think I saw where you got these from, or where your tent went. Yes you did, Tian smiled, his teeth bright and ghostly in the early twilight. Like you said. CULTIVTORS. Basically what the title says. They hit the end of volume .4 on Patreon. So, I'm taking my customary break. The book is not cancelled, not on hiatus. And, continuing my usual custom, I have so many books piled up to read it's legit alarming. I'm about 20 chapters into volume 5 in my drafts, but as always, I'm looking at them going I gotta tighten this up, this isn't hitting right. Which is what these vacations are for: recharging, learning new things, and making sure that when volume 5 does start rolling out, it's the best book it can be. Thank you for your understanding. And Sky Pride will return on December 8th. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author, Warby. P.S. Since I mentioned it before, Where Winds Meet is better with a controller. But the controls remain deeply unintuitive and a lot of the systems are either poorly explained or not explained at all. I read a post recently where a Chinese player explained that the devs didn't invest much in localizing because they figured foreigners wouldn't get the setting, and are low-key shocked it's doing as well as it is. So, I do expect it to improve with time. And the single-player experience is okay when it's working. The price is right at free and the microtransactions are for cosmetics. So I'm pretty okay with it. On the plus side, you can make a rope dart char ICT or dot. On the downside, you can't adjust the MC's height of fingers so it doesn't really look like John. This close to the Green River, farms and tiny farming villages were everywhere. You could say a lot of unkind things about the Brodsky Kingdom's civil service, but their commitment to having peasants dig water management systems was entirely sincere. More importantly, it was skillful. Farms got irrigated. Floods were, to the extent possible, diverted and mitigated. Cities did not run dry in summer months. It was just a few weeks past the end of the rice harvest, and well before the next planting. The paddies were bone dry, having been carefully drained into the narrow canals that cross seemingly every flat surface of the country. Peasants didn't have the spare money to buy a lot of lamp oil. Once the sun set, they were in their homes, eating dinner and heading for bed. In other words, there was a lot of flat, open country between Tian and the Iron Range, regularly crossed with places to hide if he suddenly needed to drop out of sight. No need to worry about strolling or not spooking the mortals. It had been a while since he really pushed himself to run all out. He was curious to see how fast he could go. He leaned forward, dug his toes into the dirt and started circulating light body, heavy hands. The pressure on his leading foot dropped dramatically. He weighed less than ever. Tian shoved off his front foot, exploding into a sprint. Plumes of sun-baked earth flew in the night air behind him, the grass madly waving from the speed of his passing. He saw a village up ahead. A bare minute later, it was behind him. He ran as hard and as fast as he could for 10 minutes. It felt spectacular. Up to a point, he came to a stop in a bamboo grove. Cut stumps showing this place was regularly harvested by the local farmers. I have a trouser situation. And a tunic situation, Tian muttered. The faster Tian ran, the more the wind pushed against him. The more the wind pushed against him, the more it tugged at his loose, flowing tunic and trousers. The tunic was belted, so it wasn't too terrible around the chest, but the wide sleeves acted like scoops. The trousers were flapping and snapping like flags. Aside from the racket, they were uncomfortable. He was worried they would tear themselves apart. How did the senior brothers manage it? He didn't think they had ever mentioned it. Tian puzzled over it for a moment, doing his best to remember how the seniors would return to base after roaming the wastes. They would be wearing their wasteland protective suits, which were pretty loose. They would surely have the same problems he was having, and they wrapped straps around their calves from above the ankles to just below the knee, leaving it loose from the knee through the hip. They did something similar with their arms, wrapping straps around from wrist to elbow. Sometimes, it's not that complicated. Something is flapping. Tie it down. I'm a very smart boy. Yes, I am, Tian muttered, pulling out some twine, then paused. This wasn't the Redstone Wastes. It was a lovely summer night. In fact, it would be even simpler to just run naked. If he was already rejecting the sex dress code, why not go all the way? Just strip off and run through the fields like an animal, uninhibited and free. He started stroking his chin in contemplation, then froze. He was stroking his chin exactly like Brother Fu did. He hadn't even flinched when he was thinking about his senior brothers either. Even though some of them killed his birth family and were the reason he starved in the dump and was covered in burns, Presumably the mad god had a hand in all this. It seemed like something a mad god would do. And if you were looking for the start of things, wasn't that a good place to begin? But everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Some of his brothers, out of a desire to make a good relationship with a heavenly person and possibly ascend, helped slaughter his birth family. And Brother Fu gave his approval not because he approved, but because he wasn't willing to accept the consequences of refusal. So, why was it still his face he thought of when he thought of the word father? Why did it still matter what he thought and what he taught? Because standing here, alone, in the dark of the night, he still worried about what Brother Fu would say if he learned Tian was running around naked. Tian sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't have a good answer, but tying his clothes down wasn't so bad. It would be dumb to ignore common sense. Tian quickly tied the strips. A good fit. He shook his head and looked east, trying to see the hills through the dark. Tian ran off again, pushing as hard as he liked and feeling the lightness of his body. Something of Han was in him now. Something of her young nature. He found he liked the thought. His sister was always quicker off the mark than he was. Perhaps she would have some of his steadiness now. Yes, he was, indeed, the steady one. Tian nodded firmly to himself as he ran off alone to slaughter a gang of bandits capable enough to keep a level 9 crane caged, based on a tip from the world's least promising-looking diviner. On the other hand, he really wanted to be moving and not thinking about all the complicated things swirling through his head. So really, this was the sensible thing to do. Tian picked up the pace a bit. He was skimming along the ground now, not flying, not close to flying, but light plus strong equaled fast. Tian didn't know the phrase power to weight ratio, but he knew the feeling with his body. It was glorious, then suspicious. This can all be Yang Qi lightening me, right? Can it? Tian wondered aloud. If Yin is the property of making things heavier and more solid, and Yang is lighter and airier. But I don't feel that different just walking around. Is it light body, heavy hands? Am I using it differently? I haven't spent much time studying it, but there just isn't that much to know about it. Tian carefully watched the energy flowing through his body as he moved. It all seemed normal, moving faster than usual. But that shouldn't have any effect. Maybe a touch more earth element vital energy in the mix, but not to an alarming degree. That tickled something in his mind. Things started snapping into place. Of course, she has the southern mountain physique. Fire Yang Qi, but she has that core of earth inside of her as well. I've never understood how light hands works, but it's so obvious now that I think about it. Earth Qi. Earth is heavy and solid, Yin, pulling things down. The ground is mostly Earth Qi, so the ground contains the principle of sinking and likewise pulls everything down. Lava, which has Yang Fire Qi in excess, goes flying up from volcanoes until the fire dissipates. Then it falls again as the Earth Qi within it reasserts itself. It's why heavier things fall faster than lighter things. They have more concentrated Earth Qi. By controlling the flow of Earth Qi in me, the ground pulls on me less. This is it. It's all about Earth Qi. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Tian had the oddest feeling that Grandpa was burying his ghostly face in his ghostly hands, but quickly shook it off. The world was so big tonight. He was determined to make the best of it. He found the Iron Range 2 hours before dawn. Steep rolling hills, rising from green farmland. Not much in the way of pastures, but there were wide roads for the mining wagons. There was a nearby river. Not very wide, but wagons could make it from the mountains to the river in 2 days. And from there the ore could be loaded onto barges and carried to smelters. I really have no idea where to look in all that for bandits. Presumably they hide their traces, and the locals wouldn't know. And even if they did know, they definitely wouldn't say, Hyun grumbled. In his experience, bandit groups above a certain size weren't relying so much on being perfectly camouflaged as they were on remoteness and difficulty of reaching them. It was a balance, be close enough for raiding, but far enough that chasing you was more trouble than it was worth. Or, at least, if the army was sent after you, you would have plenty of time to run away. They had 3 cultivators, which meant that most of them probably weren't cultivators. The hills were not heavily populated, but there were mining villages in there. There was a limit to how remote the fortress could be, but how much value would they get from robbing famously poor mining villages? They probably had horses. Then, which would need pasturing. He sighed and started running. He could move very quickly, and the hills weren't that big. So long as he kept away from villages, he would find their camp eventually. He never actually found them. The crane found him. Whatever had been done to cage the bird hadn't caged her mind, brain power, and the connection formed by almost a year of traveling and working together bridged the gap. She sent him memories of the route they took, along with startlingly vivid images of her captors. Tian had underestimated the bandits. They were mostly cultivators, and their chiefs were all level 9. Not fun, given that they would threaten to kill the crane if he just went storming in. Still, with an inside bird, it should be doable. The bandit camp was at the back of a deep canyon. There were a few horses, but they were mostly used to pull wagons. Lots of simple wooden shacks, lots of tents, lots generally. Actually, it was the size of some villages he had seen. It made more sense once he realized there were women and children mixed in with the desperate-looking men. It was a bandit gang. Yes, but a long-established one. Generations of bandits. Did he still rush in and slaughter everyone once he got the crane free? Surely not. Not after what happened to his family. Or just generally. Tian had never killed a child, and didn't intend to start now. None of the women looked like fighters. They didn't look like prisoners either, just peasants, doing their not very good best. Wait, had they really not found any female cultivators? Had they just not let the women cultivate? That was insane. That have their potential fighting force. But the evidence was in front of him, women and children, none of them cultivators, but plenty of men who were. The huts and tents were arranged around a bigger building with a stockade fence. The fence seemed more symbolic than practical, and a cultivator camp. Tian started to edge a bit closer, when a bell started ringing urgently. The camp exploded into action. The women and children running for caves in the sides of the canyon walls. The men scattering then reforming. Armed now, and in formations, looking wildly around. Tian slowly rubbed the spot between his brows. If he could feel the breath of cultivation on them, as long as they had any sort of real training, even from a minor sect, they would sense his cultivation too. Most of the bandits he had come across didn't have that kind of awareness. These were clearly a cut above. Run for it. Come back later. Didn't seem very plausible. He was out of uniform. Bluff. Try to buy her freedom. He didn't have much of worth, but he did have some spirit stones he was willing to offer, as well as a few odds and ends that Liren didn't wind up selling. He wouldn't accept them in trade if he was the bandits. 3 level 9s came strolling out of the base. One carrying a saber and shield, another a halberd, the last a bow. Tian stopped trying to hide and walked out from behind the rock he was crouching behind. The fellow Taoist appears lost. The one with the saber spoke in a booming voice, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. Yes, I do. Tian nodded. That seemed to puzzle them for a half-second, then they grinned nastily. Are you saying you are lost? And you just happened to find us? No, I look lost. I was coming to find you, Tian gently corrected. Oh, and what does a wandering madman want with us? A very smelly old man told me that you caught a bird recently. I want it, and am willing to buy it. Tian kept his voice steady. He counted 200 bandits, a sizable force anywhere. But their cultivation was largely trash, level 1 and 2s, mostly, with a sprinkling of middle rankers and only for level 7s. The 3 level 9s were the only force here worth paying attention to. He sharply corrected that thought. After the ambush by the 5 poison sect, he had no excuse for underestimating anyone. Oh, anyone I know. The saber-carrying bandit stroked his chin with the kind of fake thoughtfulness that Tian associated with someone about to launch a surprise attack. Dunno, selling or not, everything can be discussed. How much do you have? This from the halberd carrier. Does it matter? Name a price, and we can work something out, Tian shrugged. I suppose it does in single quotes kill this wandering madman. Sorry to interrupt. It's just, you keep calling me mad, and I feel that I should clarify. I'm not crazy. I'm not well, but I'm not crazy. Oh, and you think that makes a difference? The saber carrier sneered. Yes. Tian nodded. Give me the bird. Name a reasonable price, and I can see what I can do. Test me. And even if you kill the bird, you will all die. The 3 bosses. And all the little bandits. You will all die. He got a message from the crane. She had sensed a familiar mind. Even if she couldn't communicate with it. Tian started smiling. Warmly and sincerely smiling. Last chance to settle things peacefully. He carefully eyed the bandits, devising his strategy. Are you asking us to surrender? And you say you aren't mad? I'm not mad. I'm just not well. The difference is important. He felt a familiar breath rushing faster than even he could move towards the back of the stockade. The 3 bandit chiefs started turning, slow, far too slow. A mad person wouldn't leave signs for his sister to follow. A person who isn't well would be willing to play the distraction. Again, even after what happened last time. A blaze of fiery chi smashed through the stockade fence and into the big wooden building inside. Hong Liren is here. Who dares block my path? Tian happened, suddenly and violently. He dove into the press of low-level bandits barehanded, ducking a little as though he were trying to evade the eyes of the bow-carrying bandit chief. Which was true, to an extent. It made it easy to conceal his throw and the twisting path of the imperial heavenly swallows. The invisible darts slammed into the archer. 2 in the right eye, 1 in the left, leaving the man screaming and falling to his knees. Tian swore and ripped the darts back with a yank of his vital energy. He was a bit too far away from his target. The wound wasn't fatal. Too much power was lost in transit. Tian slowly breathed out. Axes hacked at him from behind shields, while spears stabbed over the top of them. Tightly packed formations. Military. It felt military, even if they looked and smelled like bandits. Tian kicked a shield up and in, lifting the bandit strapped to it up and in towards the center of his formation, creating a gap in the lines. Then Tian was inside, and people started dying. A pale hand intercepted a descending axe behind its head, and gently redirected it into the flanks of a spearman. A shield was encouraged along the direction it was already going, and the shield-bearer's head intercepted a spear aimed at Tian. The spear was yanked to one side by the falling shield-bearer, catching another bandit behind the ear. Before the stunned bandit could defend himself, an overswung axe chopped his neck open. It was his father's way of fighting, the one he, even now, thought of as his real father, flowing like water, not attacking but letting others bear the consequences of their actions against you. Accepting everything and nothing all at once. Tian wasn't as good at it as Brother Fu was. Not at all, but he had practiced it and used it in battles before. He liked to flow too, not to think, just feel, to be open to this beautiful, horrible world. Right now, he was open to the flow of the elements racing through the bandits, seeing what would happen a half-second before muscles moved and weapons swung. The hacking sabers were more dangerous to their wielders than they were to him. A cold fury rose in Tian, a burning anger that left his heart cold. He didn't want to use his father's skill, didn't want to use anything from the temple. Tian switched over to the dragon-suppressing palms. The internal cultivation that was the core of the art was still too unfamiliar, but the postures, movements and strikes weren't anything too difficult. At least, for some of the moves, he would just have to be a little more cautious in his actions. It was a transformation from yin to yang, from reactive and accepting to initiating and imposing. Tian grunted with surprise when he realized his breathing and posture had completely changed, and with it, his mentality. The fingers of Tian's right hand curled in, but his palm stayed open, like a cat's paw. It thrust lightning fast for the heart of a spear-wielding bandit. His left hand swept in from the side and hooked inward. The heart was smashed, the kidney obliterated, an inescapable attack from a distance so close. One might think they were embracing. It was strange the way you could look directly at someone and not see them. Tian knew he was staring at the light dying in a man's eyes, and he didn't see him at all. He saw his reflection. Pale, indifferent, covered in other people's blood. With his long hair falling around his shoulders, he looked mad, quite mad. A saber chopped at his head with far more speed and authority than the other bandits had managed. It still missed him, sliding past then retreating as Tian dodged the cut without looking and shifted to line up his counterattack. Rally to me. Men, pass the wounded back and move up. Wolf Squad, get in the castle. Reinforce Viper Squad, stop her, don't let her escape, you hear me? If you want to live, fight, damn you. Form ranks if you want to live. The bandit chief roared. It won't be enough. Tian could hear the silence in the fortified house. The immortal breaths he could sense had dwindled to just one familiar one. They are all dead. If you run away, I wouldn't chase you. But if you bear arms before me, you will die. Tian kept his voice conversational, but it carried, reaching every ear on the battlefield. The level 9 bandit chief paused. Do you mean that? Yes, give me the bird, and I will let your men run away without their weapons. I can make no promises about the one ripping through your base, though. I don't like bandits. She hates you. The chief hesitated for a second. Your men can't stop me. You won't be enough to stop me either, or your fellow chiefs, or whatever nastiness you have in that base, or whoever is backing you. Give me what I want, and you might live. Fight me, and you will certainly die. The bandit chief started to snarl a reply when a clatter of shields fell on the ground. Spears fell. Feet thundered on the iron-rich ground. The weaker bandits weren't interested in fighting to the death. They dropped their weapons and ran. Do you think any of them will stop and collect the women and children? Tian asked the bandit chief. Pity. I'd have thought better of them. The women and children have already been evacuated. Old mine tunnels. And now I think better of you. Enough to let this whole unfortunate affair pass. The chief tested out the words. No. Tian shook his head. Because I have questions. And depending on your answers, I might just kill you regardless, starting with, am I going to find dead children inside that stockade? The bandit chief sighed and slowly raised his saber and shield. My name is Duganru, war chief of the Iron Range militia. Who am I fighting? I'd tell you. But who would tell me? I really haven't decided. Sometimes a name is just too much to carry. Killed by a nameless madman. The bandits started laughing. Tian felt one level 9 immortal breath cease. He presumed it was the chief with HALBRD. The second, already feeble, collapsed to a bare thread. Liren had left one clinging to life. It seemed she had questions too. Not the kingdom's experts, not the state preceptor. Not a wandering hero or chivalrous expert or some old monster descending from the mountain. But a nameless boy. What a joke, what a joke. Is that all this ruse life amounts to? Is this all the fortune heaven affords me? Tian nodded. Yes. A dashing step put Tian at the big man's chest. The shield was held in front of the bandit like a wall, the saber rising over his head. The bandit had planted his feet, opting to meet the charge rather than fight for distance. Tian dropped almost flat backwards and let his weight land with a kick directly on the bandit's ankle. A shove and a hop. Light body activating for a bare second, and he stood up again while shifting to the bandit's left. The shield could protect him as well as the bandit, after all. If Senior Duggan wanted to be immobile, then Tian would assist him in achieving immobility. Another dashing step, and he was at Duggan's back. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Like hell. The bandit whipped his injured leg backward towards Tian's guts as his thick waist twisted. His shield and saber coming around tight and fast. Tian swayed back from the kick, and Duggan let the momentum finish pulling him around. The saber kept the momentum flowing as it chopped down on Tian's head. Tian saw the saber coming before the swing began. He read the flow of the elements through the chief. The deep earth aspected vital energy within him. The saber art wasn't exquisite, but it wasn't the usual heretic trash either. It carried the weight of earth with it, and would land like a falling boulder, wherever it landed. Tian swayed back. A too-pale hand rested on the big man's wrist. A sudden weight drove the saber down, and into the injured foot, pinning it to the rusted earth. Their eyes met for the briefest moment. The bandit didn't beg. The dignity of a bandit chief. Tian swung his bladed hand like a heavy dart at the end of a rope. It smashed into the older man's skull right at the temple. A heavy hand. Hard enough to shatter bone and fast enough to send the body spinning through the air. The battlefield felt very quiet. Tian stood, feeling no pride, no anger, no regret. Empty. He suddenly remembered how his favorite crafter, Sister Li, described seeing Brother Fu for the first time. A spirit of pure killing. Not angry, not happy, not anything. Just an unrelenting determination to kill. It seemed insane, impossible. Brother Fu was the kindest person he knew, the most loving, in his fashion. But Brother Fu had told him the same thing. Over time, the depression and self-loathing grew until he truly believed that everything should be destroyed, even himself. The name Mad Dog Fu came from achievements, not malice. Brother Fu was who emerged on the other side of the madness. It seemed insane, impossible, but now it just sounded inevitable. For Brother Fu, the despair came from his inability to break through to the heavenly realm. For Tian, it was his inability to see a happy future with all the people he loved. Taoism taught him that he shouldn't project into the future, that he should exist in the present moment, treating happiness and sadness as the same thing and accept all that came to him. He wasn't that enlightened. He wanted that path to something better. Some rode back to the temple or Dagat River and happy days with Sister Hong and the crane. Days without the weight of a dead boy draped across his shoulders. Without the weight of the monastery's sins on him. Nameless. Hong trudged up to him. She had less score on her than he did. The advantage of a spear, Tian supposed. Though she had lost her hat and veil somewhere. Who are you addressing without honorifics? That's Big Bro Nameless to you. Tian's voice was cool, but his lips twitched into the barest smile, however empty he felt. There was one thing he could proudly boast. He had the very best sister in the world. How about Jia Ziho? The world got very quiet again. I don't know anyone by that name. I don't know anyone named Jia. Truly, don't you lie to me. Hong rushed in and grabbed him by the tunic. You are the boy in the fire. You are. How many times have you talked about eating trash, about living on grubs, living sick, being badly burned? Was it funny? Treating everyone like an idiot? Did you have a good laugh? I can't believe these idiots aren't putting the clues together. I'm not lying. I really don't remember anything before I woke up in the dump. I was named Tian Ziho by Grandpa Jun, and I only figured it out myself when you told me about the night that Jia died. Hong searched his face, staring deep into his eyes. Tian met her gaze, hiding nothing. I meant every word I said in the caves, sister. I told you no lies. The Jia boy, whatever his name was, died with his family in the fire. I was born, age 6, in the West Town dump, covered in burns, riddled with disease. Poison. Double quotes. Yes. Starving. Yes. Alone. Mostly. People threw stones at you when you tried to talk to them. Hong breathed out each word, tasting the horror. A burnt, mutilated, scrawny, sunburnt child. Yes. They thought I was some kind of sick animal. In a way, they were right. Not that I ever forgave a single one of them. Tian smiled, his lips quivering. But I meant every word I said in the cave, sister. I forgive you. On behalf of the living and the dead. I'm not ready to extend my forgiveness to anyone else just yet. But, your sister Liren, you didn't hurt me. You and I have lost count of how often we saved each other's lives. So, for whatever it's worth, I forgive you. Liren shuddered. Her face twisted. Her throat moved as she swallowed so many things that were trying to come flying out. She forced her eyes closed, regulated her breath. This isn't the time for this. The crane is still locked up. There are things we need to do inside the base. Urgent things. She breathed out. I cannot accept your forgiveness. Is that something you really get to decide? Tian asked. Double quotes. Yes. Yes it is. Are you going to be weird about this? Oh go boy your head. Liren exploded. This is a weird situation. You are a weird situation. I am weird. It would be weird if we weren't weird. So yes, Tian Ziho. I'm going to be very, extremely weird about this. Oh good. You are back to normal. Tian smiled. It was a fragile little expression, but sincere. Liren shrieked and kicked a stone so hard it shattered into dust. Tian's smile didn't slip. Just answer me one thing. Hong Ilarian. To me, you are my life and death sister. One of only 2 living people I consider family. And I'm having a lot of feelings about Dad right now. So, who am I to you? Liren swayed. Before collapsing in the dirt. She sat bonelessly, too bewildered to even cry. I don't know. To many things. To many. How do I carry this? How do you bear this? I don't know. I've put down my name for barely a day. And I can tell you, it wasn't long enough. I don't know how we carry any of this. I just know you are my sister. The moans of the wounded were soft around them. The bandits, the few who met Tian in battle and survived, were staying low, not even trying to crawl away. Liren shook herself and stood. Tian could see her repressing her emotions, driving them down inside of her, focusing on the matters at hand. You better come inside. I didn't want to touch anyone before you got there. Her face turned from stoic to stony. It's bad. Brother. Tian smiled. Lead on. MMO. And, brother, yes. If you ever run off on me again, I'm going to break your legs. They walked side by side into the stockade, ignoring the wounded and the dead all round them. Was it a victor's compassion, or the arrogance of the blessed? But there was no one who could ask, and none who knew the answer. The stockade was clean and smelled, if not fresh, then more fresh than other bandit camps Tian had seen. This was the home of the elite, and kept as such. Painted on the white plaster walls was a crossed halberd and an arrow over a shield. The image was repeated in every room and hallway, as though the artist was afraid people would miss the message. They are in the basement. Han led Tian inwards. Just come and see. Tian stopped at the head of the stairs. The lousy oil burning in the lamp smoked and stank, but couldn't cover up the smell of blood and something else. Is that incense? Yes, not cheap incense either. Come on. The stairs turned several times, descending into what was once a mine shaft, deeper and deeper. Tian heard a confusing murmur of voices. Old men, speaking over one another, losing the meanings in all the noise. Old men. Tian looked at her confused, then horrified. He remembered where he had heard children speaking with the voice of old men. He jumped down the stairs, letting light body gentle the landing before shoving off and jumping again. There was a door at the bottom of the stairs. Open, golden light spilling through. Tian dashed in. There were 10 children preaching the Tao, sitting in lotus, carefully pinned in position with an iron rod running from between their collarbones, through their pelvis and into the rock below. Held on the very precipice of life and death by an array. Bright vermilion seal script crossed over their golden eyes as each child lectured the empty seat cushions in front of them. Blood was draining from them in a slow stream, red flecked with gold, gathering and pooling in stone troughs running down to an altar. Above the altar was a statue of 2 dragons contending, one black, one gold. The black dragon had its claws around the golden dragon's throat, pinning it down, drowning it in the trough of blood. When the heart becomes serene, much as ice and snow melt without the knowledge or sensation that they are melting, a ray of luminous light will suddenly appear. Not only do others not know when this happens, one has no sense of it oneself. At this moment, all things become utterly clear. No thoughts are born, and it seems as though there is nothing from the heavens to the earth to the myriad things that does not flow through one's true self. This is what is called nurturing vast chi. It is the zenith of enormity and righteousness, filling all between the cosmos and the earth. The words spilled from the lips of a girl no older than 10, dressed in beautiful red silk robes. The collar of the robes were black with dried blood. Someone had driven an iron spike through the gap between shoulder and neck, down through her body and into the stone platform she sat on. The iron had been etched with esoteric shapes and lines, symbols resembling demons or serpents or birds. Monsters of such complex forms they strained the eyes to comprehend them. She spoke with an old man's voice, or rather, the voice of a 10-year-old girl speaking like an old man. That which is full and substantial is obscure, hidden true young. That which is empty and substanceless is the dragon and tiger 88 new moon chi. The key is nothing more than using that which has form to refine and extract the formless primordial chi. Only by doing so can it be made into the elixir. A 10 child. A farmer's boy explained. He had the air of a senior imparting the Tao to a favored junior, and seemed to be forcing his voice to match. He, too, was nailed to the stone platform in his beautiful red robes, blood flowing from under him, mingling with the girl's blood as it ran down the platform and into a stone gutter. A human body and its sensory organs includes the ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. From these come seeing, hearing, speaking, movement, and all manner of expression and behavior. All of our comings and goings, or social obligations, and our hundreds of daily activities rise chaotically from the body and its organs. From them come the fire of passion and desire, pretense and recklessness. Our original, perfect brightness is dimmed by objects and phenomena. Our self-control is lost. It is not things that burden humans, but humans who burden themselves with things. The girl with a pushed-up nose and a bit of a squint explained it with an old man's compassion as she, too, bled into the trough. Brother, can you? Han breathed the words softly. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Rule number 1. And it's a big rule, is that if something is stuck in, you leave it there until the real doctors can take care of it. The iron spike is what's plugging the holes through their blood vessels and organs. The ray here is all that's keeping the kids alive. We either break the ray and kill them, or leave them here fueling whatever heretical thing is happening. No, fuck that. I don't accept this. We will figure something out. Han shook her head violently. Agreed. Where is the crane? There was a loud, distinctly impatient cry from behind the statue. Tian couldn't bring himself to smile, but the corners of his mouth twitched. He started to move towards the statue, then paused. This close he could feel the immortal breath from the crane, but hadn't when he was outside. The only immortal breath he could sense then was the crippled and dying archer. Ren. This formation is somehow related to that blind musician Ren from the copper-roofed inn. I'm not sensing the flow of elements or the breath of immortality from the crane, Tian said, kept moving towards the statue. It was a hideous thing, made worse by the skill and care shown by its creator. The crane was in an iron cage, though mercifully not pierced through with iron rods. It was mad as hell, which John thought was fair. He'd be mad as hell too. He was mad as hell. He was just pushing all his emotions far, far away and trying to keep that empty feeling, trying to just float along. The cage was crafter wrought steel, but it wasn't part of an ray or enchanted. It was a bird cage, held closed by a simple lock. The black acacia heretic must have kept her enchanted one. Did you happen to find the key? Chion asked. No, you can tell I didn't. By the way, she is still in the cage. Did you grab the storage ring of that great chief? I completely forgot. Chion shrugged. Han gave him a filthy look, then took off up the stairs. Chion pet the crane through the bars. We will soon have you out. Then we have to figure out how we are going to get these kids free. Maybe interrogate the archer before he dies. Then I have to have a conversation with Sis Liren about what, exactly, went on after we got attacked, and what the monastery is doing about things. It's a lot. Ever have something be better and worse at the same time? Han arrived in a gust of cool, outside air. The ritual chamber was warmer than Chion would have guessed. All those lamps burning heated the air, and added an extra unpleasant smell over the dried blood, piss and ashes. Often, find the key, found a lot. They opened the cage, and the crane burst out, rushing up the stairs and flying off into the sky. Tian didn't blame her one bit. He'd have done the exact same thing. Where's the archer? They dragged him into a room upstairs. We can interrogate him later. I've broken his arms and legs. Brother, we can't just leave these kids. We aren't going to. We also aren't going to be able to free them without a lot more information. Have you listened to what they are saying? Tian gestured to the rows of sitting children. No. I was a little distracted by the iron spikes and blood, and the crane. They are speaking with the same voice, but through different throats. They aren't reciting the same things. In fact, it looks like they are giving lectures on the Tao. Not heretical crap either. From what I can tell. Listen. Tian pointed towards a pale, moon-faced boy that looked like he should have spent his life in silks. We temporarily get involved in something or other and proceed to call it myself. But how can we know if what we call self has any self to it? You dream you are a bird and find yourself soaring the heavens. A fish swimming in the depths. How could I know if I am speaking to someone dreaming or awake? An encounter with something pleasurable does not reach the smile it inspires. Laughter does not reach the joke. It is when you are comfortable in stillness, constantly forgetting each transformation. That is when you enter into the oneness of the clear sky, of empty heaven. The moon-faced boy sounded like an old man teasing a child while trying to explain something serious. An authorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Hong stared at the boy for a moment, then glanced at Tian. He said your name. He said a lot of things. The kids have mentioned fire and burning too. They aren't talking to us. They are repeating something they are hearing. Or something is speaking through them. Something with a vast understanding of the Tao. The heretics knew it too. Look, there are prayer mats set up in front of the kids. I bet if you look around, you would find records of what they spoke, Hyun said. Hong held up a storage ring and, a moment later, pulled out a few books, 7 volumes of notes. Damn them, damn them. Take a look at the statue too. A gold dragon, with 5 claws on each hand, being pushed down into a bloody trough by a 5-clawed black dragon. Didn't you tell me once that a five-clawed dragon is a sign of the imperial family? Not the imperial family, the emperor. Look a little more closely. The black dragon is carved from stone. The gold dragon is gilded wood. You can see where the artist deliberately didn't cover the wood, where it's soaking up blood and rotting away. Not a subtle message. What if it's more than a message? Tian scratched his chin. Let's go find that archer. I have questions. They found the archer where Han left him on the floor of a little side chamber. The room had been decorated simply, with a woven rug and a painted scroll of Misty Mountain, a wooden desk, a plain chair, some unlit oil lamps made of clay, a man with arms and legs broken in at least 2 places each lying on the rug, thin streams of blood flowing from the deflated ruins of his eyes as he stared at the empty ceiling of a dark room. Have you come to torture me? Torture me more, I should say. The archer didn't sound afraid. More, accepting. Despairing. Double quotes. No, actually. Tian's voice was mild. Speak for yourself. I usually do. Tian nodded. We seem to have a theological, or perhaps just philosophical, difference of opinions. I believe that compassion, frugality and humility are the supreme virtues, genuine treasures of the Tao. That if we all strive to cultivate those traits within ourselves, we might not succeed. But we will be better for it, and the people around us will be better for it too. I try to live according to that principle. You, on the other hand, have children nailed to the floor in your basement. Tian squatted down next to the blind man. I can't save your life, but I can listen to you. Listen to me, to me. What do you think I would tell you? How? What do you think I would tell you? The bandit had swung from despair to fury, muscles on his neck cording and bulging as he twisted his head around to glare with not yet empty sockets. Whatever you liked. Your name, perhaps. Maybe you want to be remembered for who you were, or your noble purpose. You didn't do all this for no reason, after all. Here, at the end of this life, don't you want to be understood? Don't you want someone to listen? Tian settled into silence. No chance of letting me go. The archer had gone from fury to wry humor, in the sense of a swift death. Or did you hope to just walk away on your 2 broken legs? TSK, cold bastard, the archer grunted. The silence stretched out, and for the blind man, became unendurable. This is a good country. It is. The people are good, the land is good, the rivers and mountains are good. The dynasty is a piece of shit. The dynasty was good for a while. The first few emperors did great things. Most of the middle ones were middling. But at least people had full bellies. Merchants knew their place, and the civil service truly served the people. But then something changed. Tian encouraged him. Something changed. Empress Yu was the last passable S on the dragon throne. She was hell on the nobility, merchants and civil service. But she treated ordinary folk well enough. Not good, but about the same as the other middling emperors. But once she died, the archer started laughing, a wet, cruel sound. Between her and the monastery, the whole imperial family was dead. They said that the new emperor was an adopted member of a branch family. But that's a lie. The eunuchs had their revenge. He was a nobody. He had a handsome face and a stern demeanor, and he knew how to shut up and do what he was told. They loaded him up with poison and narcotics before they crowned him, just to make sure he stayed in line. The next 4 emperors were the same. And it wasn't until the 5th had the eunuchs all killed that things evened out again. But the imperial family, the descendants of the founding emperor, every legitimate descendant is dead. Tian nodded. Double quote. So, yes, so what? So the kingdom's pillar is gone. The main thing suppressing the fortune of the Brodsky kingdom is gone. It's been gone for more than 1,000 years. So you are making it worse? Yes. That is exactly what we are doing. I don't know about other cadres, but have you wondered why there are so many bandits, starving peasants, and cadres of people like me? Because if you aren't safe in your home, you don't feel safe anywhere. If the country can't protect you, can't make you feel safe, then you aren't loyal to it. The emperor loses the faith and worship of the people. Taxes don't get paid. Bribery becomes the norm. Cruelty becomes the norm. A nation of people without merit or fortune. Bloody foam started forming at the corner of the bandit's mouth. I give it less than 3 years until someone proposes the reintroduction of slavery. They won't call it that, but that's what it will be. Judicial slavery, perhaps, and debt slavery. Between the two, there will be endless free labor for the nobles and merchants. The free won't be able to compete, working for less and less until they too fall into debt and criminality. A kingdom of slaves and slave masters. 3 years. Shame I won't live to see it. The kids downstairs. The founding of a country is full of ritual for a reason, suppressing fortune, and view it into the people, treasure and land. All the legitimate heirs of the royal family died. But how many bastards did they have over thousands of years? How many branch families got split off? How many fallen noble houses? Some people still carry traces of the imperial chi in their blood. People carrying the favor and fortune of the kingdom. There was a pause. The archer seemed to struggle to breathe for a moment, but pushed on. He was sweating. The pain, Qian knew. It could make you sweat. Not just the imperial family either. Everyone who was a big contributor to the founding of the kingdom, or even later on. Their ancestors did some service for the royal family during a war, built a canal. Something big. They earned merit. They cultivated, and even if they didn't achieve immortality, they formed roots. Their descendants and reincarnations were blessed enough that they could become cultivators. Is every cultivator? Hyun leaned in. No. Most are in single quotes the minor talents. But every single disciple of ancient Crane Mountain had an ancestor or previous life that was a meritorious servant of the kingdom or a member, no matter how distant or legitimate, of the imperial family. Each carries a trace of the kingdom's fortune on them, the very barest trace. The kids down below could ring the dragon calling bell. Qian breathed the words out. Yes, the dragon calling bell. Did you think you were the dragon being called? No, you are the little fish feeding the dragon. The dragon is the nation's fortune. You hear them chanting, preaching the Tao. The nation's fate is so weak. It speaks in a human tongue. Listen to the dragon's chant. Isn't it majestic? Isn't it glorious? The pain was taking over the archer's mind. His words were laced with maniacal laughs. His ruined eyes weeping blood over a too wide smile. Soon the chant will go silent. Darkness will fall. And once this country is in ruins, once all the old order has been washed away with fire and blood, and everyone has been reduced to the level of starving dogs, a new empire will be founded. A just and righteous one. From extreme yin comes yang. A glorious empire. Just and righteous. We pave the way for the emperor to come. What a pity I won't live to see it. What a pity. Tian and Hong shared a long look. Were any of the bandits' revelations true? He didn't sound like he was lying. But that just meant that he believed it. Not that he was right. How do those spikes work? The one the kids are on? Hong asked. No idea. An emissary from. Our friends down south set them up. Cold bastard. Colder than you. They were part of the deal. Start sacrificing kids by bleeding them out slow into the troughs. And if any of their eyes went gold, stick them on the spikes. The spikes keep them alive, somehow. One of them has been there for almost 6 months. The archer's voice was fading. You never took anyone off of them. Jian checked the bandit's pulse. Slowing, weakening, not living. Not so special now. Are you not so smart? How do you get in touch with the emissary? Han's voice was urgent. We don't. He contacts us. Cold bastard. Looks so ordinary it would make you sick. What other cadres do you know about? Jian asked. Cadres? Oh, it's a cadre. I'm just a bandit out in these hills. Did you know my dad ran the store in our town? But the mine owner's thugs burned it down. Now the only shops in town belong to him. The houses are all his. You have to rent. Want to leave town. Not without his permission. The magistrate was his wife's cousin. The prefect was on his payroll. Where was our justice? Where was the kingdom for us? How is our rebellion anything but just? The light was fading. The archer seemed desperate, looking at Tian, trying to get him to understand. You have kids nailed to the floor in the basement. Tian wasn't interested in understanding. You think there aren't kids being nailed now? Is it better if they starve? Work to death in a mine? If they are run over by a rich merchant's wagon, guts crushed, taking weeks to die? Then their parents are whipped and fined for the damages their boy did to sir's goods. How noble, how rich you are. You can prefer one slow death to another. The lights went out in the bandit's eyes. Jian checked the pulse again, then shook his head. A 3-fingered hand reached out to close the one-time strategist's eyes, but was stopped. Tian looked down at Hong's tanned hand, gripping his wrist. No, nothing. Do nothing for him. Strip the ring, search him, burn him. But that's it. He could feel her hand shaking. Tian just nodded and got to it. He didn't search the ring. It didn't seem the right moment. Hong saw him starting to thread it onto his string with the other rings, and ripped it away with an oath. Tian closed his eyes softly. She stared at the ring intently, pulling out random items, flipping through them, putting them back. Then a different ring. Sister. Like hell they just put the kids on spikes and that was it. No way. There would be something, some key or charm. What if someone wanted to ransom their kids? Would bandits turn down a fat ransom? No chance. There is something, sister. We can't just leave them to die. Ziho. She spun, knuckles white, her strong face pale, her eyes reddening. Even if there wasn't an array there, the spike is passing through their body. Organs. Don't tell me why it can't be done. Tell me how we are going to do it. Or shut the fuck up. Tian didn't have to check. He had no medicine that could possibly help. Maybe if he was in a full hospital with a team of skilled doctors and surgeons, they could carefully, over the course of a day, slowly remove the spike. They'd have to be stitching up as they went. But heavenly person doctors could perform literal miracles. They didn't have a hospital, or doctors, or a heavenly person. Tian had heard the expression, I would move heaven and earth for you. Right now. It felt like saving these kids would take exactly that. Tian knew he was letting his thoughts run away, not willing to confront the horrors down below, or the madness of the heretic's plan. He let one hand drift down to his dantian. It had been a while since he had checked on his cultivation progress. Level 7 was officially the back stretch of the earthly realm, so a few years. He grunted. Hey sis, when did you last check your cultivation? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you further through level 7 than you ought to be? She snarled, looking ready to bite his head off, then paused. She rested her hand over her lower dantian. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Hong dropped into lotus, closing her eyes and resting her upturned hands on her knees. After a few cycles of her breath, she said it is fuller, significantly fuller. 80% of the way to level 8, maybe. It's hard to say. Hyun nodded. She opened one eye and looked at him. I've had to rebuild a lot over the last week. We both have. My body holds a lot more vital energy in it than you might think. Hey no, you think mine doesn't? Get to the point. I'm trying to say that it took me longer to completely replenish my internal reserves. I know. I also know you aren't level 8. So why are you dancing around this so much? Because I'm close. Like, a few weeks away. Tops. Faster if I can find a source of cursed energy or something. Dagger not cutting it anymore? Hong asked. Not since I lost it. Lost it? How could you possibly? Yep. Hyun nodded. I noticed you weren't using your rope dart earlier. Broke it digging your tub. Well, and fighting those evil puppet things. It's gone through hell in the last couple months. It just couldn't hold on any longer. Damn, I am so sorry. Tian smiled. It's just a rope dart. I don't regret it. Besides, I kept the pieces. Sister Lee is recovering well. Soon, I will send it to her for repair or improvement. Liren gave him a deep look. Tian cared about very few material things, and the rope dart was near the very top of that short list. The dart had integrated with him so totally. It moved with his emotions. He could read her expression perfectly. He said nothing. Neither did she. At this point, what was there to say? They sighed together. It was a happy discovery, a joyous one. Breaking down all those near heavenly person thorns and refining them into vital energy, and she had saved them literal years of cultivation. Nearly a decade possibly. A second-rate talent was one who broke through to the heavenly realm by 40. Tian didn't know what he and Liren qualified as by now, which made the monastery's silence and lack of presence downright inexplicable. Tian decided to get an explanation. What did they say at the convent? About what you would expect. And a lot of what we guessed. All hell broke loose as soon as you kicked off that fight with the black acacia cultivator. I know. I was there, not what I mean. I didn't get much of the story. But in addition to the heavenly person who chased us, there have been 2 heavenly realm heretics tearing up the country within 1,000 miles of Deepwater City. which is the closest city to Three Streams Town, where the convent is, which is, as you might know, on the north side of the Brodsky Kingdom, while the Redstone Wastes are on the southern border. I think I did hear someone mention that once. Tian's voice went bone dry. Yeah, and a general in the west has raised the banner of rebellion, apparently, and localized plagues have broken out in the west to the east. A river flooded and wiped out a whole stretch of farmland. Famine and plague are on the way. Obviously this didn't happen all at the same time. I'm just saying, there are fires to put out everywhere, like in the northwest, where there is a forest fire more than 100 miles across, all while the overwhelming majority of the not severely wounded or urgently needed where they are cultivators from ancient Crane Mountain are in the Redstone Wastes. Coordinated by the heretics, according to the sisters. Yes, but based on everything we have seen, it might just be the lack of fortune in the country reaching a critical point. Merits depleted down to nothing, pillar families lost. The kids who should be the next generation of country-supporting cultivators cut away. Hong's voice grew darker, becoming muffled by the end. Yeah, Hyun nodded. I think even Brother Wang would struggle to find a humane solution here. She barked a laugh. And Sister Sue, she would have no trouble. Hong tilted her head. Sister Sue would say that if the present system can no longer support the needs it claims to serve, it should be replaced by one that does. Same as Brother Wang. Where they differ is that she would use a refinement of what she knows worked in the past. Brother Wang would want to try something entirely new. Tian was certain of his assessment, and Hong nodded her agreement. And you? She asked. Tian just shook his head. He wasn't any good at those big, sweeping ideas about governance, or how to organize people. It was selfish of him, but he simply did not want to be responsible for so many people. His hands weren't yet big enough to hold the sun in his right and the moon in his left. How could he hold a nation? Still, they couldn't spare a single person to come looking for us. I seem to remember all those very kind things people said about us, and our future critical importance. Tian flexed his fingers, then clenched them. My fault. Hyun blinked, then looked at his sister wide-eyed. The family that killed the Hong clan. Exactly. Apparently, the monastery has had its little ways of keeping an eye on us. Though the sister I spoke to didn't know what it was. They were alive when they fell out of my awareness. And I know they were provided with life-saving treasures. If I am wrong, I will accept the title of sinner. But I believe they will survive. In any case, returning with this blessed child is the most vital thing, and we cannot guarantee his safety if we are fighting a 3-on to battle against others of the same realm. The longer we stay here, the more likely it becomes that the child dies. They shared a look. The last thing her enemies would want to see is direct disciple Hong joining Bai and Fu in the monastery proper. They probably wouldn't want her life and death brother standing above them either. They might not dare to kill under the eyes of Brother Fu, but they dared to ignore. The sisters didn't want you to stay at the convent and wait to be collected. Tian asked. They did. Liren's voice was wintry. Yet you came. Tian smiled. Who the hell was going to stop me? Tian could see Liren's knuckles whitening and the veins on her neck throbbing. He really did have the very best sister. You have gone to great lengths to avoid naming your enemies, sister. Who must we kill? So goddamn many. He let silence pull around them, coating the floor, covering the dead archer, pouring down the stairs towards the impaled and chanting children. Long, you're go playing friend Long's clan. The famous merchant family known as the Long clan, with the heretical cadet branch Jin family you trashed in Burning Flag City, and not one but two heavenly people holding down the fort for them in the inner court. Tian closed his eyes. Brother Long. He remembered their games of Go fondly, but with increasingly complicated feelings. Brother Long wasn't suited for cultivation. Not really. He would have been happier living as a scholar, joining the civil service and living as a gentleman should. Brother Long was smart enough to find beauty in ugliness, wise enough to know what suited him, and wealthy enough that unpleasant things could be avoided, until they couldn't be avoided any longer. Until the illusion of safety was shattered, his nerve broke, and the last Tian had seen or heard of him, Brother Long had trapped himself in his cell, too scared and ashamed to show his face to the sky, let alone other humans. Small world, very small. The mountain rises sharply to a narrow peak. There aren't a whole lot of cultivators in the inner court. Compared to the population of the whole kingdom, combine that with how long-lived they are, and you start seeing the same few dozen names over and over, and over, and over. Han's voice had a trace of gallows humor to it. Wait, if the immortals aren't supposed to be thinking or caring about the mortals, how much use? Grandma had left on a journey that was expected to take 3 years. She was gone 9 months when the attack was launched. By the time we knew we were under a coordinated attack, we had already lost 2/3 of our stores, 3 caravans, and 80% of our guards. A week later, the last of the stores were gone, and we were barricading ourselves in the courtyard in Mountain Gate City. Centuries of hard work and heartbreak, destroyed in less than 2 months. They didn't kill the last few of us because Granny would be back someday, and they wanted to preserve that taboo. But not a single person lifted a finger to help us. Not one. Not our old friends, or business partners, or in-laws. Nobody. Because the Long Clan ancestors were sipping tea in the main hall of the Long Clan compound. John faintly nodded his head. Nobody was stupid. Everyone got the message. Better to live quietly and grow stronger invisibly, lest they become the next Hong Clan. After all, there were no permanent allies or enemies, only benefits. Well, my palms aren't heavy enough to kill someone at the heavenly realm, but they are getting stronger every day. And I seem to remember someone saying something about times of chaos being the best opportunity to settle scores. Something may come up. Hyun half smiled. Yeah, what are we going to do about the kids, brother? What can we do but yell for help? We have to risk going back to the mountain. This is too important. Too many people will die because of whatever they are working here, and I can't save these kids. Only a heavenly realm doctor would have a chance. Liren looked stricken, but John pressed on. I can't imagine many places like this exist. We will be able to get heavenly people moving to support us, if only to see the kids and read the notes. John hated how bitter his voice sounded. He loved his temple. Those days were precious memories, but the shine had come off of them, and the loss pained him. We can't just leave them like this. We can, and we must. John looked Han in the eyes. We must, because staying here is no help, and moving them is worse. The spikes and the formation are keeping them alive, and has been for months. They don't appear to be in pain. We will do our best to seal up the stairs leading to their chamber. No barrier to a heavenly realm person. But mortals won't get past it and do something stupid. It will discourage earthly realm cultivators too, if any reach here before the inner court does. What about all the wounded bandits outside? Or the ones who ran away? What bandits? Liren looked ready to snap at him again. Then she grinned viciously. Oh yes, Her Highness. She is being very thorough. John didn't mention how much persuading it took to get her to ignore the women and children. A crane had little enough empathy for its own species, let alone the young of others. Silence settled in around them again. John gave Liren time to think. Where would we go? Back to the convent and wait for a lift? Liren asked. We run to Mountain Gate City. It will take longer, probably, but it's a hell of a lot safer. With the letter, they will either let us in, or send for Brother Fu or Alvaru, or Senior Sister Bai. And once I finish my work there, I'm straight back into the jungles and mountains again. Even if I have to drag you behind me, I'm done. The inner court is worse than a snake's nest, because the snakes generally don't eat their own. The whole goddamn city just ignored 2 old bastards murdering the family of the old bitch who left town, because there was nothing in it for them if they meddled. Is this even still a sect? Do they dare still speak of brotherhood? I wouldn't believe them if they did. Hong shook her head. Even flying. That's days away, and the crane can't fly that long. There is nobody here who can help us, and plenty of heretics who will hurt us. We need to get back to the monastery. John's voice trailed off. That's it. That is exactly it. It's why the prefects and the magistrates keep running off for the capital. I thought it was some kind of, I don't know, magic or something. What if it's simpler than that? What if they can feel the change in fortune in their lands, and don't feel safe? They might not know why, but they feel like everything is collapsing, and they need to run for their seniors and get help. Hong laughed. It was a bitter, painful sound. We strip this place to bedrock, block the tunnel, then go top speed. All the way home. The snow-grace crane wasn't the fastest bird in the air, but few could match our endurance. She couldn't carry them all the way back, but she soared high into the sky. So high it became hard to breathe and bitterly cold even for cultivators. She beat her wings, looking for something, sensing something. Eventually she settled down into a stream of air and locked her wings out. A river. She found a river of air through the sky. Han breathed the words out in wonder. Tian could only nod along. It felt wrong to call it a steady wind. There was a feeling of rushing along a course. That thought connected to something. He pulled out the notes recorded from the children and started skimming through. Every phrase was dense and meaningful, calling for patient meditation and study. He didn't have time for that. He was looking for something in particular. Here is it, the path. This section is clearly referring to the Tao in the sense of a path. Then in this passage here, Tian started reading aloud. You seek the Tao, not seeing it. You grasp emptiness with your hands, and do not touch it. You beg for instruction on the Tao but do not hear it. All because you believe there is a you to do these things. You are hollow reeds. The Tao is the wind that blows across them. Life and death are the sound the wind makes as it crosses over the empty mouth. The emptiness you grasp is the Tao. The Tao is the light and the dark that befuddle your eyes. The breeze shaking the tree leaves instructs you more truthfully than any words could. If only you could forget you, and simply be. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Han grunted, cryptic, yet unpleasant sounding. Oh no, the real cryptic, yet unpleasant sounding has yet to begin. Sorry, sis, but I really do think I'm onto something. Tian pulled out his bamboo flute, a gift from Taoist steel shimmer. She said he would play, harmonizing with the wind. That seemed like the exact right thing to do. He lifted the flute to his mouth and gently blew across the hole. He wasn't trying to play a particular note. He just blew, and let his fingers move over the holes. It was strange. Trying to just feel the wind and let that wind blow through him and through the flute. He carried too much sadness, too much frustration. It was better to be empty, so good things could fill you. Better to be empty, and not full of bad things. A properly enlightened Taoist would explain that good and bad are often matters of perspective and preference, not absolute truths. Tian wasn't there yet. He was just sad. So, he let the wind blow away his sadness. Tian let his breath rise and fall, his fingers drifting over the holes clumsily. He didn't mind it, just breathing in time with the wind, until there was a moment when it all came together. The flute, the wind, the crane, Tian, not a transformation of material things, but of understanding. They were all one piece. The Tao was everything, and everything, moving through everything. The path that everything moved along, moving in a virtuous direction. He didn't know how long he harmonized with the wind. Eventually he had to put down the flute. As the crane was landing, exhausted but happy, he looked back at Liren, ready for the scolding she would doubtless give him, only to see her staring down at a drawing. It wasn't a very good drawing. It was barely recognizable as a person. Swirly lines and jagged lines, some thick, some thin, none forming a complete shape on their own, but taken together did look like. Did you draw me playing the flute from behind? I didn't even know you drew. I don't. But I had the idea a while back. If the vastness of the sky scares me, then I just need to focus down on a single point. I could cultivate, but that seems too risky on the back of a bird. So if you could be a flute player who doesn't know how to play the flute, I can be an artist that doesn't know how to draw. The tip of ancient Crane Mountain was just visible on the horizon. That didn't mean much. The mountain was impossibly tall, rising from the center of the floodplain and stretching past the clouds themselves. They were still a long way from home. They shared a glance and started running. No strolling, no hiding from the mortals. There hardly seemed to be any point. Now, in an era when immortals died every day, the area seemed peaceful. Not too surprising, really. This close to the mountain, the inner court could be flying overhead at any moment, and detectable to villains below. Though it did raise a question. The heretical envoys can't possibly be avoiding detection all the time. So how are they avoiding detection so regularly? Tian asked. Han shrugged. No idea. But at the moment, I'm going to assume they have lousy cultivation bases, and the inner court ignores them. Then the outer court has to get rid of them when they make a mess. Tian grunted. Sounded plausible. The mountain grew in front of them. their feet flying over the stone-paved roads of the Brodsky Kingdom's heartlands. Well-tended paddies lay brown and empty, resting, waiting for the next planting season to begin. Peasants hunched over, tending to vegetables or ducks or fixing plows, sewing clothes, washing clothes, mending. They had broad-brimmed straw hats too, though none had veils. The peasants never look up. It's not that they can't. They must look at the sky from time to time, if only to check the weather. But it's a life spent mostly looking down. Everything that matters to them is down in the dirt or by their feet, not permitted to leave their farms, nor the villages they are born in. Do they dream of flying, of harmonizing with the wind, or do they think that's just stupid? Maybe for them it is, but you don't have to be an immortal to do it. You just have to be open to the Tao, to let the wind play through you, rather than trying to match it. He ran past the irrigation ditches, running low at the end of summer. Heavy rains would be coming soon, but for now, the ducks and frogs had to make do with a trickle. Tian remembered that boatman who rowed them to the temple where the dragon-subduing palms were hidden. Mortal, but moving with the Tao of water. Not consciously, but through lessons learned by his body over decades of labor. Perhaps these peasants had touched on some truth of the earth, or of wood, or perhaps their lives were poor, nasty, brutish and short. Tian stopped and scooped up a mouthful of water. Then spat it out. It still had its roots. It's just that irrigation water is utterly foul. Idiot. The next village will have a well. Let's have a drink there, and see how things are. Something feels off up ahead. Han grunted. I thought I was just being depressed. Both things can be true. She barked a laugh, and then set off again. Tian raced to catch up. They didn't make it to the village. Before they got there, they were waylaid by the sight of a man with his head and hands stuck through a wide and heavy board. There was a ragged-looking man crouched next to him, scooping water from the irrigation canal and pouring it into the mouth of the stuck man. As they got closer, they could see the board was a sign, Kaosan. Crime knows 23 silver coins. More than 1 month delinquent. Punishment 1 month in the CNGUE. Fear the law. Be filial and obedient. Tian read the characters slowly. Then there is a seal. The magistrate, I suppose. Kaosan was starving. His clothes, poor stuff originally, were now rags hanging from a skeletal frame. His teeth were falling out. His neck bent painfully over. Skin rubbed to bleeding sores crawling with flies and maggots. He stank, not just of being unwashed, but of dried excrement. His eyes burned, sunken in his skull like coals melting through wax paper skin. The one giving him water was a cultivator, though not much of one, at level 2 and some 60 years of age. Oh, fellow Taoists, quick! Come, this poor fellow is going to die. But I don't have any clean water to give him, nor food to feed him. Can you spare anything? Tian nodded, and Hong already had a water bag out. Here, she said. When he's drunk enough, we can feed him. Tian looked at her like she was insane. He walked over and put his hand on the locking hasp that held the tortured man in the conch. Don't, Hong. The stranger and the imprisoned man all shouted. Removing it without the magistrate's approval is a death sentence for him and everyone involved. Death by water or horses, and it might well extend to his family, too, depending on the magistrate. The stranger said, my auguries were true. If I didn't stop here today, a great tragedy would have occurred. You are a diviner? Tian asked. My Taoist name is Bonecaster. I thank the fellow Taoist for his consideration. But please, madman or not, don't do this. I am not strong enough to stop you, but the laws of the kingdom must be upheld. Hell with that. This is torture. And for what? Not having enough useless discs of metal. It is obscene. It is. I entirely agree. The law is sickening. The teachings that motivated it are worse. But why should you meddle? Leave it in place, and continue onward. That is the true Tao, is it not? A new voice intruded like a cold wind through thin linen. This fellow Taoist came across the fields and paddies, strolling with the stutter step of one who is used to moving unseen. I cannot agree, Taoist, Hartman. The man was austere, neatly dressed, with a long beard and wise eyes. I am Taoist Hartman, and you are Chun Ziho, and she is Han Liren, and somewhere around us is the snow-graced crane, the burning heaven cranes, alive and well before me. An indifferent smile crossed his face. I have been hoping to meet you for some time. I had made my peace with knowing I probably wouldn't. Not at all. Taoist Hartman. I think we were actually looking for you, Hong said. Then glanced over at Tian, who nodded. They couldn't see the sin flames like little treasure. With Hartman, they didn't have to. They could feel them just fine. Taoist Hartman stood straight, his eyes bright, his shoulders relaxed and his arms loose. His robes had once been decent enough, but now looked weathered and rough. A faded and mottled gray. His beard was wispy, reaching down to his chest, and his eyes were as deep as an old well. He carried no weapon, and wore no ornament other than a plain iron ring. Tian and Hong knew damn well he was a heretic. He knew they knew. The only ones who didn't were Diviner Bonecaster and the unfortunate in the Kong. Taoist Hartman wouldn't come with no purpose. Speak. Then, Hong started looking round, plainly checking for ambushers. I came to debate the Tao with you. Truly debate the Tao. Not some animal violence. I truly and sincerely wish to speak with you. Together, the two of you should be capable of killing me. My life and death are entirely in your hands. His voice was as tranquil as his eyes. I'm confident in my fighting ability. Of course, I wouldn't die alone. I won't permit myself to die before we have spoken. And should you test me on this, I will ensure the town behind you dies with me. Tian nodded. Speak then. Let us take the case in front of us as our starting point. This man, Cao Sen, for whatever reason, came to a debt he could not repay. To shame and torture him for being a delinquent debtor, the magistrate sentenced him to a month in the CNGUE. His flesh suffers. His spirit suffers. His heart breaks. He comes to understand the cruelty of the world in a way he had never dreamed of, understanding so much more clearly the suffering of every other person who has ever worn the conch. Taoist Hartman recited these facts as though he were describing the weather. Then there is Taoist Bonecaster, who was moved by pity to help him drink some water, and perhaps eat something. This would prolong Cao Sen's suffering, of course, because without Taoist Bonecaster's interference, Cao Sen would likely die. Then there is Taoist Hong, who shares Taoist Bonecaster's intention, and lastly you, Taoist Tian, who wishes to tear open the Kong and set Cao Sen free. Tian nodded lightly. Then there is me, Hartman, who says the correct thing to do is simply walk on past him. Treat him with neither pity nor contempt, but as a pebble on the road or tree by a stream. A matter of indifference. Get to the point. Hong flexed her fingers slowly. Two are motivated by pity, but fear for the future consequences for Cao Sen if they defy the will of the kingdom. One sets his morality above the wishes of others, and one feels that nothing should be done at all. Which of us pursues the true Tao? You frame it as three positions, but I see to one which holds to the supreme virtues of compassion, frugality, and humility, and one that does not. Hyun smiled. No one could confuse the expression with warmth or humor. There is merely disagreement in how those virtues should be expressed. As you like. But I think you will come to regret that framing. Still, it is early yet. Hartman shrugged. So make your case, heretic Hartman. Hong glared. Why is ignoring Cao Sen's plight the true Tao? Because the great Tao is indifferent. It emerged from primordial chaos. A thing that is the pinnacle and essence of the word undifferentiated. Life and death are a single thread, while good and evil, if such words even have sensible definitions, are matters of opinion. Putting values on things the Tao does not, and cannot. Compassion, frugality, humility. Tian asked, Humbug, show me where the Tao says those things exist, let alone our supreme virtues. Hartman gently waved at the scene in front of them, then extended the motion to the fields around them, the sky above them, the road below. Does virtue come from the heavens? Plainly not, or we would all be virtuous. Does it come from the teachings of the ancestors? No, they have taught us cruelty. So I ask you, where is virtue? Where is vice? I say they lie entirely within our minds, our own self-delusion. Our minds are disordered, constantly searching for the simplicity and indifference our prenatal selves knew. When we burden ourselves with a need to fix the world, we cause suffering for ourselves and others. No different than if we lose ourselves to depravity. Hong shook her head. There is no society that can be true to the Tao. Then, we would be concerned only with ourselves yet wanting nothing, caring nothing for our own life and death. Exactly. Hartman nodded. A sage wants to save the world and serve the people. Look on the product of their labors. He pointed at Cao Sen. A sage set out to rule the land, governing with justice and compassion, setting laws to guard and guide the people. Universal compassion and benevolence fix the conqueror on Cao Sen's neck, as surely as his desires lead him to borrow the silver in the first place, on the basis that a strict and fair system of laws applied honestly will also serve to correct the punished as well as comfort the victims. Han guessed, and deter other crimes that might occur. Tian added, just so. But we know that the laws of the kingdom do no such thing. They are a mill, grinding people, breaking them, separating the suffering essence from its clay husk. The intention is benevolent. The result is cruel. Conversely, a bandit robs a farmer to feed himself, making the farmer starve instead. Most would call it a wicked act, but he steals because he has not learned to be indifferent to his own life and death, or how to be content with whatever the day brings. He will soon starve again, and now to suffer instead of one, good or evil, benevolence or selfishness, don't they reach the same result? Hartman nodded. Tian considered the arguments. They were logical, completely logical. They just ignored reality. Your argument boils down to anything good people do is a matter of opinion or actually a bad thing, and anything bad people do to one another should be ignored because suffering is a defect in understanding. Han cut to the chase. Tian smiled slightly. You are an envoy from the Black Iron Gorge, aren't you? This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Hartman wiggled his hand in the air. I don't work for them, but they occasionally give me things I might find useful. They really don't understand me. Because useful and not useful are the same thing to you, Tian concluded. No, not at all. Useful is unnatural. Useful means you are doing something to better your existence in a superficial way, or bettering the lives of others. True improvement would come with improved understanding of the self, being more true to your prenatal nature. What you are truly doing by becoming useful is becoming miserable. You are used by others or used by your disordered mind until you fall into exhaustion and an early death. A slave toiling in a mine is useful. The girl taken to breed sons for the emperor is useful, but they are miserable. There was a cadence to Hartman's words. This wasn't a spontaneous speech. He had said these exact words many times before. Compare a dog and a cat. A dog will guard, hunt, turn a treadmill, and can be eaten. It is bred to labor, suffer and die. Meanwhile, a cat is quite useless, and will only do what it wills. We accommodate ourselves to the cat, and claim that we keep it to hunt the vermin we attract. We claim the animal is making itself useful. It is doing no such thing. It never thinks of being useful. It is merely true to its nature. So the true Taoist is a useless lump, passively but contently drifting through the world, accepting what changes come, forgetting even a sense of self, until they eventually die. UNMOURNED. Is that your position? Hong asked. Close enough. But what about you? Look at the Brodsky kingdom, founded on the highest principles, overseen by Taoists steeped in compassion, frugality, and humility, strenuously accumulating merit and gathering fortune, all while they scheme against one another, betray one another, sell one another, harm one another. Is it the Tao, or simply hypocrisy in Taoist robes? Hartman pointed at King Sen. Would his life be better or worse if the kingdom did not exist? Would he even exist without the kingdom? Han countered. Would it be bad if he didn't? He would be one with the Tao, mindless, thoughtless, indifferent, and content, merit. Sen, Jian asked. And natural things. They exist below the Tao. They merely replicate the sage's errors, a perversion of nature, and one that should be corrected. Jian snorted. The snort turned into a chuckle, which turned into an eye-watering laugh. His sides ached with laughter. Oh heavens! It's the same old story. Once upon a time everything was natural and perfect. But then we learned the wrong things and started suffering. The only way to fix it is education, unlearning the wrong things and learning the right ones. It's Brother Wang and Sister Su all over again. What a shame no one has managed a well-run system in the last 10,000 years. Tian wiped his eyes and took another look at Hartman, who had his own small smile. Except unlike my good brother and sister, you see a clear path to your desired future. Destroy the kingdom, kill the sages. Forget virtue and compassion. Reduce people to their most animal selves, and they will act naturally. You are the one who set up the Iron Hills gang, or you set up what is in their basement. My Tao path is not yet perfected. I still find myself being useful for others. Hartman shook his head slowly. And I suppose you have a collection of very basic cultivation methods with you. Blood baptism, burning alive, stealing fortune, those kinds of things. People can do what they like with them. It's no business of yours. Jiang continued. Black Iron Gorge did hand me a good deal of useless paper. Sometimes I use them to wipe my ass. Sometimes I hand them over to people who might make the world a more honest place. Hartman nodded again. Were you the one who put a bounty out on us? Hong asked. There is a bounty on you. Nothing to do with me. Hartman shrugged. Why would I trouble myself with your affairs? Tian shook his head. So many things suddenly clicked. Indifference to others and to yourself. It was beyond selfishness. It was a Tao of oblivion. Much of it even echoed the practice of the ancient Crane Mountain. Meditating until you lost your sense of self and united with the Tao was considered a true peak of cultivation. Likewise, immortals generally took care to not be seen by or interfere with mortals, indifferent to their blessings and sufferings. A rule that had only started breaking down in the last few years. Actually, that wasn't quite right, was it? It was more like things had only reached the point of being inescapably, obviously, in collapse in the last few years. All the things leading to this point had been going on for centuries, millennia. Even, all that accumulated merit and fortune had buffered it for a time, but it couldn't last forever. Was the bandit strategist right? Was the turning point Empress Xu? Was that the point when the monastery just stopped caring? But why would Empress Xu's extermination of the rest of the royal family? A letter suddenly came to mind, and it all clicked. Tian looked over at Taoist Hartman. You have suffered. I have. My mind was not properly trained then. Of course. The heretic nodded. The same could be said for those who made you suffer. They too presumably suffered. Tian smiled a little. True, quite true. Hurt people hurt people. Is that it? Tian asked. Indeed. I see you understand me. I don't think your sister does. But then, you were always the more indifferent of the two of you, and burdened by many worldly ties and disdaining fetters, by all accounts. It's why I categorized you as separate from Taoist Hong and Taoist Bonecaster. You simply do not care about what the mortal laws are, or what consequences might befall this man should he fail to abide by them. Tian stretched his back, then his waist. That's right. If they are throwing stones, he should move away or throw some back. Piss on any law that puts someone in a con. Brother, Hong asked, looking suddenly worried. His arguments are logical, assuming you agree with his premises. After a year debating policy on Windblown Manor, I can see how it hangs together. But like all those debates, it only holds up if you agree with the premise. He is arguing that the Tao is of vast indifference, not benevolent. He asserts that the Tao is a path without a purpose. Therefore a proper Taoist is also indifferent, true to their nature before they were born. Our belief that the Tao is benevolent is merely self-destructive delusion, harming ourselves and others. Hartman nodded along. It's why I chose the Taoist title Hartman. I help people restore their natural virtue, healing the defects in their minds and restoring their Tao hearts. Such is simply my nature, and my Tao, all very logical. Except for a few minor problems. First of which being that it assumes the Tao truly is indifferent. Second, that it is our nature as humans to be as inhuman and inhumane as the Tao. And the third is assuming that all pain is equally bad. Tian tried to crack his knuckles, but nothing popped. I like being an orderly. Fighting against the cruelty of the world hurts. But doesn't it make me happy to see my brothers living well? I'd rather work to improve an imperfect world than ignore it, or be ignored myself. I have had quite enough of being despised and ignored. And if that means I suffer, so what? It's a kind of suffering I'm okay with enduring. Compassion for others and compassion for myself, that is my Tao. So, since your life is, as you say, in my hands, I'm going to close my hands now. Tian strode over and brought his palm down towards Hartman's head. Hartman slapped his hand aside and stepped back. Oh, it seems that you aren't completely indifferent to life and death. Heretic Hartman, don't you know that this is your opportunity? You could return to your prenatal nature this very afternoon. Not interested? Come then. Let us debate the Tao differently. US lousy Taoists will just have to sort out the truth with animal violence. Tian swung a heavy palm towards Hartman's head again, and with absolutely no warning, delivered a savage kick to his nuts. A mathematician would have wept at the elegance of the curve. Anyone who had ever received an errant blow to a tender place would weep, or at least wince, at where the curve ended. Still, the aesthetic quality of the moment couldn't be denied. A young, pretty-looking madman displaying extraordinary muscular control and coordination, driving his dainty foot directly into an austere, older man's crotch with the speeding fury of a charge of lancers and the profundity of a natural law. Alas, the beauty of nature is often corrupted by the meddling of men. Tian felt his foot land on something not quite solid. Like he had kicked heavy mud. Whatever it was, it blunted the impact. It did not, however, completely cancel the inertia. Tian lifted Hartman up off his feet and 8 inches into the air. Though the heretic did manage to land on his feet in a stumble, Hartman didn't freeze up. While he found his feet, his hands were in motion, striking out with unadorned fists that traveled lightly but made the air crack as they moved. Tian met clenched fists with open palms, reveling in the feeling of fighting at full strength. He worked towards the older man's chest, striking out, trying to land a thunderous palm somewhere terminal. You don't care what happens to the town behind you. Perhaps you are more indifferent to mortal morality than you pretend, Hartman sneered. Hartman didn't care to let Tian land a slap, sharp punches snapping out, trying to leave a fist-sized hole in his head. You already claim to have the power to destroy it. Why should I give you power over me too? Tian flowed through thunderous palms, swinging heavily, high and low. Each move was countered, bruises rapidly forming on the insides of his arms. And half his mind was fixated on dodging. Hartman's boxing seemed simple, but it was brutal and incisive, utterly free of any ornamentation or refinement. A true killing art, Tian realized. One refined through endless suffering. Hartman wasn't some untrained bandit getting by on raw cultivation. He was an old monster, the product of the cruel selection of the heretics. It was axiomatic amongst the outer court, the low-level heretic was no trouble at all, but their higher levels were nothing but trouble. Jabs and hooks rushed out. Quick steps controlled the distance. The struggle was as much about who controlled the timing as it was about who could land the heaviest blow. I would spare the town if you agreed with me, if I had been able to persuade you. If you had persuaded me, I wouldn't have cared about the destruction of the town. Tian shook his head. If he wasn't fully occupied, he would have rapped his knuckles against his skull. Despite everything, Hartman had managed to drag Tian into his rhythm of thinking. Why the hell am I still talking to you, sis Liren? Are you having a snack or something? Get this bastard. There was a muffled oath, and then a rush of feet as Liren charged in with her spear. 2-on-1, how virtuous. What chivalrous heroes you are. Hartman's long sleeves were flying now, whipping round to parry Hong's spear thrusts as he relied on his footwork to keep away from Tian. Tian couldn't read the flow of elements through Hartman. The man was plainly using his vital energy. And the whole world was made of the 5 elements. You couldn't just not use them. He could just about believe his awareness of them could be suppressed by an array. Array master. You are a damn array master. You set up the array at the copper roof in 2. Hong roared. What the hell is it with you and kids, you nasty bastard? His sister really was very smart. When her brain was working properly, children are the future, a future of misery. How much better for them to be spared this rot again. Try harder. Not even you believe that, Tian snarled. All that crap about an emperor to come? Hong asked, her spear thrusting at Hartman's guts with great enthusiasm. Nothing to do with me. Just a story people tell themselves. I'd tell them otherwise, if they asked. But they did in single quotes. Tian grunted. Hartman had moved entirely to defense once Liren joined the fight. But he still sounded composed, which meant he wasn't really pressured, which meant he was stalling. And you never, ever, gave an array master time to prepare. The image of 5 array masters killing hundreds of horrors from tens of yards away, dozens at a time, remained vivid in Tian's mind. He desperately wished he had his rope dart. This would be much easier if he did. Well, easy or not, it had to be done. Tian rushed in, getting as close to Hartman's chest as he could manage. No geomantic compass, So that meant whatever was being activated was, almost certainly, pressed against the older man's skin. Tian slapped out with his palms, driving his right hand straight for Hartman's chest. As he shifted his weight for the palm strike, he drove his knee into the heretic's thigh, not debilitating, but it threw the older man off balance for a moment just as he would rather retreat. Naive, the heretic chopped his hand down towards Tian's neck, not bothering to protect his chest. Tian's palm landed, and it might as well have been striking a steel pillar wrapped in pillows. He had only felt something like this once before on the top of his foot, as it drove into Hartman's crotch. A soft inner armor that covers everywhere his robes do. But that was fine. He wasn't aiming for an immediate kill. Besides, he had his sister behind him. As the chop came down, it was intercepted by a thrusting spear aimed at Hartman's forehead. The heretic changed his chop to a sweeping block with an oath and tried to dodge. With his weight thrown off, the best he could manage was a stagger back at an angle to the thrust. Tian didn't have all his fingers. The ones he did have were quite strong. He latched onto the lapel of the heretic's robe, and fell back in the opposite direction to the older man's retreat. The raggedy old robe didn't rip apart. It did, however, yank open, revealing the soft armor below. Though soft armor hardly seemed adequate to describe it. Threads of gleaming crystal wove through a softly lustrous gray fabric. If there was a pattern to the flow of the elements through the glimmering threads, Tian couldn't see it. The lines seemed to scatter the elements, making them more chaotic, but also blending them into the chaotic chi of the atmosphere, blinding the senses he developed in the five-turn caverns. It also let the heretic shrug off his palm blows like he was wearing steel armor, which was frustrating. Worse was that, this close, he could feel the chi gathering on the robe. It was gradual, but it was definitely building. Sister Vino. Liren kept stabbing at Hartman's face. She had told Tian many times that, while it often made sense to stab the rest of the body, stabbing someone in the face tended to grab all their attention. She was right, too. Hartman ignored Tian and focused on defending his head, trusting his soft armor to protect him. Tian decided to see if the knees were as well protected as the chest. He started moving to flank the Raymaster, his kicks low and heavy. He didn't have any profound art backing them up, just a lot of weight and muscle in a dense package. The results were mixed. The legs were armored too, but the armor seemed to diffuse the impact rather than simply make it vanish. Confirming what he had guessed before, Tian grinned nastily and tried a kick to the ankle. Hartman stopped his wheeling parries to jump back. You two are more than testing my patience. I pursue indifference to the world. I didn't say I had found it yet, stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Chi convulsed around Hartman, rushing down the glassy threads like a riot of rainbows. Snaking pythons of bluish light condensed around his arms, serpents of fog and moonlight, carrying a freezing air. The heretic's movements changed, flowing from defense to offense, letting the blue-white pythons fly towards Tian and Hong. The snakes grew and retracted with each swing, first longer than Liren's spear, then barely longer than Hartman's arms, a change he used to his advantage when turning or blocking. The appearance of the ghostly snakes turned a one-sided beating into a one-sided beating in the opposite direction. Tian and Hong were forced to focus completely on defense as the whipping snakes struck from bewildering angles and a constantly changing range. Liren tried to block with her spear, only to see the shaft pass through the snake without a ripple. But when the snake landed, it froze the skin and deadened the vital energy. Liren staggered back, suddenly gasping, trying to keep her spear point up and aimed between Hartman's eyebrows. Tian dashed in from the rear, trying to capitalize on the older man's distraction, but wound up dashing back out again. The snakes were not bound to inertia, and launched themselves backwards, directly into the line of his charge. Tian desperately shifted from side to side, trying to keep up the pressure. Eventually, someone would show a gap, and then they would die. Tian was determined to make it the heretic. As was a conspicuous absence from their party, a shadow passed overhead, like a drifting cloud across the sun. Tian swallowed a grin as he dodged the snakes, letting some graze against him. His health-suppressing sutra broke down the invading cold. It just took a little time. He was happy to look like weakening prey. Desperate prey. Same old formation. Sis. I'll hold him. You hit him. Tian rushed in, dodging what he could dodge and simply accepting the blows he couldn't avoid. his every move screaming his will to sacrifice himself for his sister. Fool Hartman gathered the cold snakes onto his palms and slapped them down towards Tian's head. Tian nimbly ducked and with an explosion of energy, launched himself backwards. Carefully timed for Hong's spear to drill towards Hartman's head yet again. Hartman shifted away with an oath, not able to get a hand up in time. Once again he was off balance. All his weight concentrated on one leg, pinned, immobilized by weight and inertia. Just for a single second. Just for long enough. A torso-sized boulder fell like a meteor from the heavens, smashing into the heretic's back. The crane flew in behind the rock, stabbing furiously with her beak, trying to rip apart the same kind of evil creature that had shoved it into a cage. The defensive ray in the robes could withstand a lot. They couldn't take all this. The ray exploded into bewildering streams of color, flashing and moving and changing as Hartman staggered around. They started making a keening wail, sliding and strobing across the auditory spectrum. As their lights dazzled and blinded, you could crack an array by destroying the nodes, by disrupting the energy flow, or just by hitting it a lot. The crane had decided big rock from high up. Moving fast was hitting it hard enough. It seemed she was right. Got you. Hong's spear lashed out, drilling towards the heretic's chest. There was enough power left in the robe that she didn't manage to pierce through. That was fine with her. The flashing lights pulsed, then contracted, then exploded. It took the dust and echoes of the boom a few seconds to clear away. Your eyes always were faster than mine, I dunno why. Not like my perception art is anything special. You really don't see how they all move. I see it. Just not as fast as you. It's usually gone by the time I know where it is. The two walked over to the shallow crater. To their shock, Hartman was still alive at the bottom of it, though that didn't seem likely to last long. Blue-white mist was rising from him, frost corroding his body from his fingertips and toes, rolling upward and inward. Good news. Or, I suppose, indifferent news. You get to return to the immensity of the Tao sooner rather than later, spared the irrationality of the world. You really just coincidentally ran into us here. Tian squatted down next to the dying heretic. Not exactly. I was looking for you, but not very hard. I heard the Black Acacia Taoist had killed you, but I thought that if you did live, you would come through this way and it was something to do. I was delayed coming here when an old diviner insisted on reading my fortune. I humored him for a few minutes then left. The marrying maiden appeared when he tossed the sticks, unable to have things my own way. I was coming to find converts in the town, using the rest to fuel their growth. This poor suffering world. This poor suffering world. Han shoved Tian's shoulder roughly. Hell with all that. How do you get those damn spikes out of the kids? You made them. That is far beyond my abilities. Those are some of the necessary things the gorge gave me. As far as I know, once on the spike, never off it. At least not in this life. Heavenman's voice was starting to slur. His breaths were coming in gasps. There are half dozen of them in my ring. You will have ample opportunity to examine them, I'm sure. I've answered you honestly, but I demand one answer from you. Do you truly believe this kingdom is worth saving? That your damn mountain is worth saving? They looked at each other for a moment, then Tian answered, no, but some of the people are, and that's worth the effort. Absurd. Mere sentimentality. How absurd. Hartman's voice trailed off. Hong reached out and removed the storage ring from his frozen finger, then asked, what are you doing? Tian had started gingerly untying Hartman's belt. You weren't curious about how he was able to do all that? Not really. Whatever was built into his robes just got destroyed. Still, worth searching him. Tian's fingers danced over the freezing skin and icy cloth. A diviner stopped his path for just long enough to run into us. What a curious coincidence. Incidentally, Taoist Bonecaster, if you try to run, please do remember that my sister and I are very fast. And the crane is even faster. Why would I run? The scruffy diviner laughed awkwardly. He had put himself between Cao Sen and the battle, protecting the tormented man from any careless attack that might have reached him. You just happened to be here? Hong asked. I did. I truly did. I'll swear on my Tao heart. I came here because of the omens and for no other reason. Let's see. There was Tao's Starcaller who stopped us long enough to intercept the yellow bandana bandits. Tian kept his hands moving, then outspread discombobulated. who was able to provide remarkably exact directions on where to find the crane. Wait, what was his name? Hong asked, outspread discombobulated. You didn't ask. He just gave me the directions and said I was supposed to tip him. Oh, that little. He was paid in advance. Tian snorted in irritation. Anything else that might have been on Hartman had been destroyed. And then we have the good Taoist bonecaster, who happened to be moved by pity enough to comfort Cao Sen here, based on what he read in his tortoise shell. Liren continued to connect the divinatory dots. It's the truth, Taoist Hong. My oath on it. The diviner nodded strongly. I believe you. Tian stood and dusted his hands. They had gotten very cold. Whatever had happened when the ray shattered was apparently still happening, however. What you think you saw and what actually happened can be two very different things. Tell me, Taoist bonecaster, do you know the Taoist title Starsieve? Eh? I would assume every diviner in the kingdom knows that honorable ancient's name. He compiled the 3 divinatory classics and freely distributed them to the people. That was many thousands of years ago, of course. But his name is still faithfully stamped on each copy printed. A good reminder that one's virtue can outlive them. Bonecaster smiled slightly and stroked his broom beard. Tian and Hong shared a long look. We need to get back to the mountain now. Yes. Yes, we really do. I think it's long past time we had a chat with our elders. A good chat. Tian nodded. Yeah. Respectful. But frank. We should pick up snacks as souvenirs. Good thinking, Cao Sen. Tian squatted down in front of the tormented man. Yes, immortal. You really would rather suffer in that horrible thing. I dare not remove it. If I took it off, I would be outlawed, executed, and the debt would fall on my family. They might even share my guilt and be judicially punished too. Lovely. Tian shook his head and looked over at Hong, who nodded and pulled out a piece of gold. Can we trust you to see the debt is paid off and this thing comes off his neck lawfully? She asked Bonecaster. Of course, Taoist Hong, of course. I'd only be too happy. Bonecaster nodded fervently. Tian turned away and looked up the mountain. This whole time, they had been dancing in the elder's palm. Ever since they went on board the Windblown Manor. Ever since they returned to the kingdom. Starsieve had been there to nudge them along. All right, you have shown us everything, Tian muttered. But why is it so important that we understand? And even if we do understand, just what do you expect us to do about it? Tian and Hong ran down the road while the crane drifted silently overhead. Tian's mind twisted around and around, always returning to Hartman and King Sen, the indifferent Raymaster, and the suffering peasant. One was healthy, powerful, and free, the other anything but. Yet it was the supposedly enlightened immortal who preached that life was too horrible to endure with one's whole heart, that the true way to experience the world was as a thoughtless, heartless animal. Yes, Hartman was a heretic and, yes, he was less than completely faithful to the Tao he preached, but he was calm as he died. Tian had seen no fear in his eyes, only irritation at Tian's lack of intellectual rigor, his lack of empathy for Hartman's lack of empathy. What Hartman preached was the path he walked, not the end he had reached. He picked at the troubled emotions, trying to sort out what he was feeling, beyond toyed with. There was something about Hartman that Starsieve wanted Tian to see or understand. Was he arranged simply as a way for Tian and Hong to test their beliefs? It couldn't be as simple as wanting Hartman dead, could it? What I want to know, and I really want to know the answer to this, is if Starsieve knew enough about what was going on in the Iron Range gang's base to send us there, then make sure we ran into Hartman. Why the fuck isn't he over there getting those kids off the spikes? Why wasn't he there months ago? Even for some heartless ancient monster. Isn't bleeding out the country's fortune exactly what we are supposed to be stopping? Hong couldn't keep it in any longer. Good questions. My question would be if running into Hartman was just more self-justification. See, I'm not as bad as that. I'm not heartless. It's just, I've been around since dirt was invented, and my magic shows me more awful things than any one person should know exists, and if I couldn't distance myself from it at least a bit, I'd go insane. Tian didn't break stride as he answered. They were racing down the road, leaving clouds of dust behind them. The rainy season would come soon, but now was rice harvesting time. Hot, dry, and most years happy. Nobody looked very happy. From what Tian could see, Even the mortals could feel something was very wrong in the world. I can understand that, but I can't agree with it. Everyone knows bad things happen to kids. We all know that, and nobody likes it. But they feel like they can't do anything about it. Starving kids to counties over. What do you want me to do about it? Starving kids to houses over. What do you want me to do about it? I got kids right here that need feeding. Han's mouth was flying now, rage giving her words wings. But that's mortals. That's not a beyond heavenly realm immortal cultivator who is the grand elder of a kingdom-dominating sect and whose grandson founded the current kingdom. There is a certain difference in capability. Her words came out like claps of thunder. Tian agreed. At what point was a failure to act immoral? It was a bit of a tricky one for Taoists, given that inaction, or taking the least action, were generally considered desirable traits in a leader. Everything, in theory, should be properly organized along the most natural lines. Then everything would flow smoothly and without interruption. Over and over and over. Tian could taste the bitterness in his words. It wouldn't happen in a well-designed system. But nobody has designed a system well, ever. That got a dark laugh from Liren. I have a theory. I think the Brodsky Kingdom was an attempt to do exactly that. What? Design a good system? Basically, Han nodded. They used the best model they knew of the Celestial Court. Then they added things like exams for civil servants, censors to keep people honest, a system for sending petitions, and even a way to reprimand the emperor when he went wrong. A lot of it was taken from other places and dynasties. Sure, but the idea was to make a self-correcting empire, one that ran well, fed its people, managed natural disasters, and needed the least amount of interference from cultivators. Tian was nodding along at this point, ignoring the carriages they raced past and the rearing horses in their traces, not hearing the oaths and shrieks of startled people as something inhumanly fast passed them bare inches away. Then the monastery system is built over it. Maybe it was just the monastery to begin with. And then they expanded down and out, gathering fortune, earning merit, creating a self-sustaining benevolent cycle. Tian stopped dead in a spray of rocks. His mind was buzzing with connections. So many things snapped into place. The reforms brought in by Elder Rude. Why did the elder in charge of the outer court have to fight and demonstrate the overwhelming superiority of his methods? Because his methods, the focused nurturing and benevolence, went against the character of the inner court. Why did the inner court have an obsessive need to make themselves stronger, constantly adventuring, constantly driving their mortal and earthly realm family members to gather resources and earn money? Because they were always chasing the people above them. You spend decades looking up at the heavenly realm people, dreaming of breaking through, until the day finally comes and you walk through the gates of Mountain Gate City. You have a moment of triumph, glory and power now yours for eternity. And everyone is giving you pitying looks because here, you are just another person, just another servant of the monastery forever. Unless you could do something incredible to change your fate, some huge transformation or growth that would win you a spot as an elder, or even get you promoted to core disciple status. You would have to go look for something like that. Adventuring. Exploring, raiding old ruins or heretical enclaves looking for treasures or techniques. To support that kind of life would take a mountain of resources. Sky barges aren't free, and neither are enchanted weapons. How much does a flying sword cost? Surely it wasn't cheap. How much time or heart can you spare to worry about the people suffering below you? Not much. You have to go earn and get stronger. It kept going all the way up the mountain, right the way to the Grand Elder, a doting grandpa who slowly lost track of his family, generation after generation. The juniors got more and more disappointing. So, he paid less and less attention and started spending longer and longer in seclusion. Years, then decades, then generations. Perhaps. Did the royal family even remember their ancient ancestor? Or did they simply worship him with empty rituals because it was tradition? On and on, until one day you notice that all your descendants are all dead and some madwoman was gassing the temple you established specifically to protect your grandson's capital. And sure, you weren't close to them anymore, but they were still your family. You could remember how cute little Jung was, and how handsome he looked when he first sat on the dragon throne. How proud you were to see him receiving the worship and adoration of the masses. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Tian had the image of little treasure running around with a crown and a tiny sword, ordering other kids to help him build a kingdom. Were they all like that from Starseed's perspective? Cycles. Of all the stupid, shitty, old man things. It's about the damn cycles. Tian completely forgot all the lessons about propriety and the deference due to elders. What do you mean, cycles? Hong asked. Nothing is ever static, right? The Tao is a path, stretching from primordial chaos through existence and back again. One giant cycle, made up of endless smaller cycles. All growing, changing and dying. Okay. So what lasts forever? Nothing. Rocks don't. Rivers wear them away. Rivers don't. They dry up, turning to sand. The universe itself will end, returning to a blob of primordial chaos before coming back into existence again. Tian waved around, pointing at the empty rice paddies, bone dry, waiting for planting. Cycles of birth and death, creation and destruction, a season for everything. Well, what about the kingdom? What about ancient Crane Monastery? Hong ripped her hat off and stared directly into Tian's soul. You think he did this? He set up. Tian started shaking his head. You have it backwards. He's showing us exactly how things got to this place. And what he did, nothing. He did nothing. It's the art of effortless action. He arranged the best system he could, flowing on the most natural lines, then sat back and let nature take its course. Once his grandkids were dead, even before they were dead, he stopped caring and focused on whatever some multi-thousand-year-old man focuses on, practicing his handwriting, collecting interesting rocks. I don't know, not looking after the kingdom, or his sect, and it worked for a while but not forever. Now it's all crashing down. It was a slow bleed for a long time, but now everything is failing and falling apart. There will be a collapse. I don't know what the impact is of losing all that fortune and merit, or if it can be restored later, but he's steering us towards figuring it all out. He doesn't care anymore. Everything can, and should, collapse. Everything should fall into ruin. And from extreme yin, yang is born. A new monastery. A new kingdom. That's why he's training Senior Fu and backing Elder Ru. It's why he put the pieces in place for us. Our assignment when we went on board the Windblown Manor was how do we win the future? We win by understanding all the mistakes of the past. He's preparing the seeds for whatever comes next. Han's voice turned to horror. Very wise, very Taoist, very enlightened. Shame about everyone dying. Except it's not a shame. It's just nature. It's heaven's law. Or the way of things. Or fate or some other excuse. And you know what? After everything we have seen, and learned about each other, I'd say let it all burn. Except that my brothers keep dying. And I don't want any more dead kids either. I don't particularly want any dead peasants. And when you get right down to it, most of the people I know in the sect are basically okay. So while I want to let it all burn, I also really don't. So what the hell am I meant to be feeling right now? Hong slowly crouched, wrapping her hands over her head. Tian rushed on. Auntie Wu and Senior Sister Li. You know Senior Li, the crafter. You mentioned her before. I saw her around the depot, but never did business with her. Hong's voice was faint. Yeah, she made my rope dart, my heavenly swallow darts. Gave me loads of good advice. And Auntie Wu looked after me I don't know how many times. Kind people. And caring. And exactly what any sect needs. They are precious people to me. But how are they by the monastery's standards? Ordinary. And the monastery only cares about the 1 or 2 geniuses that can change everything. Which means they are people Starseed can do without. Han closed her eyes, closing in on herself as the enormity of it all descended on her from the empty blue sky. It's not that Starseed wants the heretics to win. He probably doesn't. But he expects the kingdom to fall. And with it, the monastery. All the lost people are simply necessary. A consequence of too much yang, too much growth, for too long. Time for rebalancing. He's already the Grand Elder. He was the former sect master. We think he may be beyond the heavenly realm. And he's sure pulling strings like he is. He can't be doing this for money or power. Ong muttered. Is it really as simple as heartache? Is his Tao heart just dead now? And he's ready to watch everything he worked for go up in smoke. I'd like to be wrong. Jian spoke with absolute sincerity. I just don't think I am. All the stuff with fortune and merit and little treasure, Damned if I know. I didn't know any of that stuff existed a couple of months ago. Who knows what strangeness an ancient like starseed can do with it? Tian shrugged. A better question might be, what does it signify that you and I can feel big concentrations of sin, but not merit? Because we knew the copper roof and was no good from miles and miles away. And Hartman too. But we couldn't find the hidden orchard without little treasure pointing the way. And the bandit camp, Hong muttered. Tian squatted down next to her and started slowly drawing circles in the dirt. I could feel the wrongness of it from a good way away. That, and all the immortal chi gathering together. Yeah. Tian's circle drawing intensified. Hong stared at it, then started drawing her own circles. They crouched in the dirt, silent, lost in the noise of their minds and the endless cycles. It was so much. So much. They had only seen a little piece of the Brodsky kingdom, and that was enough to keep them happily adventuring for decades. They hadn't seen even a fraction of what the monastery had to offer. And it was already wonders beyond the imagining of a billion mortals, all ending. So something better could be born. Was the present really so terrible, so impossible to endure? Was he the fool for not understanding how miserable he should be? Tian didn't know how many times he went around the loops before Liren startled him back to awareness. My skin feels smoother, she said. Not sure what that has to do with anything, but congratulations. Just a nice side effect of whatever you did to save my life though. Well, I'm glad, obviously. Tian nodded, and added a more intricate set of small circles inside the big one. More than just smoother. Look at this. Hong pulled her sleeve up. She didn't look any less tan, but there was a subtle difference. Are you glowing? Not exactly. My skin is literally lustrous. She chuckled. It wasn't bitter. I catch the light now, just a little bit. It makes me look less like a farmer, and more like a polished bronze or something. She met Tian's eyes, and a tiny smile crept onto her face. I think it looks good. It's a nice change. Cycles and horrors and misery and betrayal. But you know what? It's not all bad. I found a good brother. Tian looked at his sister. Really looked at her. She glowed in the sunlight. Her hair was still cropped close to her skull, still decorated with dancing flames. The red hairs that subtly mixed with the black added a liveliness to it that he always liked. Her face had been refined by whatever her body cultivation art had done, perfectly symmetrical features, high cheekbones, and her eyes had an upswept tilt to their corners. She was beautiful. She didn't have the resting magnetism of Taoist steel shimmer. But, for only the second time in his life, he could honestly say that he found a woman beautiful. And it was Sister Liren. Well, that's just not fair, he muttered. Why do you get the body cultivation art that makes you pretty, and I get the one that makes me short? Han looked at Tian for a moment, and then, in spite of everything, burst out laughing. The two young immortals ran home. Their feet flowed over the long miles more slowly now, each struggling with the enormity of what they believed was the truth. How could they face their brothers and sisters, face their elders, face their families? How do you answer the courtesy questions about how you are and what you have been up to recently? A random thought tickled Tian and made him laugh. Have you eaten rice today? I'm not very well, no. Han grunted. No, literally. Have you eaten rice today? When people say it, they are really saying how are you? And nobody expects you to answer with anything but fine, thanks. But what it literally says is, have you eaten food today? Or, in the right context, have you eaten rice? Which says, kind of a lot. Now that you pointed out, it's seeing all the rice paddies that made me think of it, John explained. Everyone's got to eat. How are you? Is no different than have you eaten. And food is no different than rice. Everything else is there to support the rice and make it more delicious and nutritious. It's all built on rice. Han nodded. And rice doesn't just grow wild. Or, I guess it does. But not in useful amounts. It needs proper fields, proper irrigation. There are a lot of details and techniques to it that you wouldn't think of. The fact that we can farm rice at all is a testimony to the perseverance of our ancestors. But with that, we can feed a nation of 1 billion people, so long as they are left to farm in peace. The blue sky seemed empty today. There were birds wheeling high up, and the crane was flying around somewhere. But there wasn't a hint of clouds. No sign of the heavy rains to come. Funny how a sunny day sounded like a wonderful thing. Right up until you needed the rain, you had to have both. If you wanted to eat rice today, the nights were spent peacefully. They subconsciously stayed away from villages and towns, preferring to sleep in their tents. It wasn't discussed. It was just the instinctive desire not to stare at corpses that didn't yet know they were dead. Tian found his thoughts skittering around, like they wanted to poke at the wound but also run away from it. What would he say to Brother Fu? How would he feel seeing him, seeing West Town, and the temple, and his brothers? The ones that were so wounded they had to be sent home, anyway. The rest were out fighting and dying in the redstone wastes, all because of an old man's grief. Even as he thought that, he knew he wasn't being fair. Starseef hadn't made anyone act a certain way. He just closed his eyes to it, and everyone noticed. Then they just did as they wished. Ancient Crane Mountain slowly rose from the horizon. Its peak was never visible. Tian had always assumed it was hidden by the clouds, and it was. But the fact a cloud bank existed permanently around the mountain's waist was suspicious. Perhaps it was some sort of sect protecting a bewildering formation to keep invaders lost in illusions. The villages they passed started looking familiar. Places Tian had visited on a mission, or when he was gathering herbs with Brother Wang. Lanes and paths he had first learned and immortals stroll on. They felt alien. Now, despite their familiarity, where is your parents' place in relation to West Town? Tian asked one night. It's on the way. If that's what you are asking. 10-minute detour tops. Hong shrugged, looking uncomfortable. I keep in touch, but I haven't been back in a long time. 4 years, almost. Want to go visit? No, she sighed. They won't recognize me. Tian silently nodded. I want to go. You don't need to show yourself, but I want to visit. I won't hurt them, or anybody. Why? She gave him an inquisitive look, but he just shook his head. Then Liren had the grace to look embarrassed, and nodded. He hadn't pinned his hair up. He was still wearing his coarse linen clothes. A madman or a beggar, racing down the roads faster than a horse could run. As things became more familiar, they became increasingly strange. Everything seemed varnished with unreal. Their vividness was evidence of their intangibility and increasing indistinguishability. He stopped seeing individual trees or rocks or walls or fields. They merged into a floating illusion that clung to him as he ran. I remember this. I was almost blind when I was here last, and it was nighttime. But I remember this place, Tian murmured. I stood at the edge of the jungle right there and looked over the valley. The villages were just little twinkling lights. West Town was barely even that. The river was a glowing silvery snake that cut through the darkness. It was when I first saw the world outside the dump, and learned world was huge. Han silently guided them to her family's village, stopping in a stand of trees just outside. My family's house is the big one on the small rise at the back of the village. I won't be going in. She pointed out her house. It wasn't easy to spot, as it was back a good way from the rest of the houses. It was smaller than the word manor had led him to believe. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Tian looked out over the fields. It was after harvest, so you wouldn't expect to see anything growing. Even so, he could tell something was wrong with the fields. The color was off. Gray earth that should have been a rich black. Not many ducks and chickens running around. And the ones that were looked thin and mean. Not many kids were running around either, though there were some. Stick-thin limbs on men and women. Pinched mouths and narrow eyes. Not mean. Exhausted. He scooped up a bit of dirt and sniffed it, tasted it, spat it out. The roots were cut away here. I suppose they really were heretics, or whatever they did. It does what the heretics are trying to do, Hyun muttered. Hasn't gotten better in 10 years either. That's not good. It was easy to slide between the gaps in the peasants' perception. They were looking down a lot. Hyun was wondering why, until he saw a boy lifting up a rotting log, and with a yell of triumph, grabbing a big buck. Then he directly ate it, afraid that someone would steal it from him. Tian stared at the boy for a long minute, then strolled on. The manor was just a courtyard with a wall and a gate, larger than most. He supposed, strictly speaking, it was smaller than the manor part of the Windblown Manor, even if the ground it enclosed was larger. The Wertheimer boy appreciated the plantings. Everything was exactingly positioned to have the best chance for survival. But like the ducks and chickens, the survivors were looking raw and rough. He tasted the dirt here as well, and spat it out instantly. He paused and looked at his fingers. There was a little dust on them, and he could feel his body becoming irritated by its presence. It wasn't painful, just unpleasant. He wiped the dust from his hand and kept moving. Nothing here looked familiar, which he should expect. He had no memories before waking up in the dump, and the old manor burned down. It sounded like he never left his bedroom, or even his bed, anyway. But he thought something would remain, some remnant memory or relic of the family that had lived here. Something of the air of the Jia, something other than a curse. He peeked into the house through the windows, then jumped up onto the roof and down into the courtyard interior. All ordinary. White plaster walls, neatly framed with oiled wood. The wood was fading now. The oil had long since dried out, and they hadn't painted. The roof tiles were black and clay, many broken, but most not. There were servants busying themselves, sweeping, scrubbing, hanging out laundry or taking in deliveries. Better fed than the villagers, more neatly dressed, and they moved with a degree of assurance. They didn't look comfortable, just a bit better than the ones below, and keenly aware of how fragile that condition was. He didn't see anyone that looked like they were part of Hong's family, but he wasn't really looking. What would he do if he found them? What could he even say? What was there to say? Vendetta would be reasonable, appropriate, even filial. I cannot live under the same sky as my parents' murderers. Something dramatic and heartfelt like that. He just felt sick. What the Hongs did was sick. What the Jia did to this village, and the Hongs, was also sick. What the Long family did was sick. A chain of victims making more victims, extending down and looping back endlessly. Could he forgive them? Seeing all this, Jian looked in his heart and found that his lamp of compassion wasn't bright enough to clear all these shadows. No, he didn't forgive the Hong clan. All the pain and loneliness from the junkyard was still in him. He half-seriously thought about making good on his threat to piss in their wine, but gave up on it. Too much work for not enough reward, and Liren trusted him. She was waiting at the gate of the village, hoping her brother was as good as she believed. Tian jumped out of the courtyard and put his hair into a loose braid. He walked around to the gate, catching the eye of the old man guarding it. "State your business, stranger. If you are here for food, scram." The old man's voice was hoarse. "I'm looking for an old man named Chen. I understand he is badly burned. Does he still live here, old Chen?" The guard looked startled, then glared at Tian. "Why do you want to know?" "I understand he knew my mother. I never really knew her, so I hope to talk to him." The guard's face softened. "You are a year too late. Boy, he died last winter." "I see. Thank you." Tian cupped his hands and bowed very properly. It was an old man, tired, covered in scars, given the job of sitting on a rattan chair and guarding the gate. Was he one of the surviving guards who slaughtered the Jia? Maybe. He wasn't going to kill an old mortal for that maybe. Tian turned to walk away, then paused and looked back. "Senior, let me ask you something. If you never knew your parents, who do you owe filial duty to? The ones who bore you, or the ones who raised you?" The old man frowned. "Both. You can never be too filial. I think the rule is that birth parents trump the adopted ones, but I've known too many orphans to take that rule seriously. If you only knew one set of parents, I'd say the duty lies with them. Though if your birth parents are dead, you must erect a memorial tablet and offer incense to your ancestors. That is non-negotiable." Tian smiled, the expression startling the old man into a surprised grunt. "Thank you, senior. I will do exactly that." Grandpa Jem was his ancestor, guiding him from beyond the grave. Brother Fu was his father, who guided and cared for him in this life. And Sister Liren was his sister. At least, that's how he felt. The heir to the Jia died in the fire with his mother. Tian would honor their memory and carve a tablet for them. It would be enough, for now. He still wanted to smack around Grandma Hong, and the vendetta against the Long clan was set in stone. He would take care of it once he was strong enough. Assuming they didn't all die before then. He untied his braid as he walked away from the Hong manor, letting the weight fall away from him as his hair shook loose. Their next stop would be West Town, then Mountain Gate City. Then, if he had any say in things, the monastery. It was past time he had a good chat with the Grand Elder. Long past time. His steps stuttered to a stop in front of a confused Liren. He turned on the spot and raced back into the village. Every child inexplicably found a steamed bun landing on the ground in front of them, stuffed with meat they only got to taste at the New Year festival. It wasn't anything. In the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't fix anything either, but when he was starving, he would have appreciated it. He was an immortal cultivator with enough food. He had the capability, and he was not indifferent. West Town was a small place, but a good one. The streets were as clean as he remembered. The buildings were well maintained. The gutters that would soon be guiding away the torrential rains were kept clean. The rain would come, battering roofs and gathering on the streets. Then it would, by dint of gravity and careful design, slide off the roads and into the channels that would lead it out of town and safely deposit it in the nearby streams. From there, it would wash into the irrigation systems, then the paddies, and finally be soaked away by the hungry earth. The autumn rains were dangerous and precious in equal measure. Locals prayed to the rain dragon for just enough water at just the right times. And since that existence was high up and far away, they offered sacrifices to the land god that looked after their town, and incense to the ancestors who were, even now, doing their best for their descendants who were already blessed beyond measure. Other towns had to worry about all manner of disasters. Not West Town. They had a temple and a convent full of immortal cultivators. Disasters, natural or otherwise, could scram. Though you didn't see the immortals around much these last few years, you hardly saw them at all. Tian walked over to the temple. He looked at its high, whitewashed walls for a long minute, then sighed and pulled on his uniform robes and put his hair in a bun. He didn't feel like explaining his rebellion to his brothers, especially since most of them would be the wounded who were sent home. He bowed to the brother guarding the gate and silently made his return. He wasn't sure what or who he wanted to see. It just felt important to be here. Finishing the cycle, 9 changes restoration sword. Thrusts rigidly, parries softly. By commanding the interior. All external matters are quieted under the blade. Yin and yang, the 5 elements, -1 directions and 16 trigrams are all to be found within it. But it starts with you. It starts with a thought, then a breath. The immortal is born, vital energy refined. Upon the concentration of vital energy, internal chi is born. From chi, all things grow, flow, and flourish. The voice was steady and quiet, but utterly commanding. Tian walked down a path between the shaded porches he could navigate with his eyes closed, following the voice to a practice yard. I have said so much so that you understand. If you want to cultivate the sword, you have to cultivate your vital energy. So stop bouncing around like an idiot, sit down, and get meditating. But it's so boring. The voice was young. Piping. Whiny. Double quotes. It is boring. Repeating the same thrust 1,000 times a day is boring. The same chop, parry, footwork, 1,000 times a day, every day, for 100 years, is boring. But the most dreadful thing of all is that once you commit to it, you come to love it. When you can no longer practice, you feel a terrible emptiness. Sit. Now. Tian walked around the corner of a hall and onto the martial practice yards, and he was 10 once again, learning from his senior brothers how to fight and how to run, how to hit and take a hit, and when you shouldn't do either. Learning how to be a good person. He blinked away the memories and looked for the familiar voice, then blinked again. Brother Tang had gone with him on his first mission out of the sect. Tian had hunted down to fraud demons, overgrown animals really. He remembered Brother Tang as an almost silent, stoic swordsman. He felt a little cold to the young Tian. He still helped Tian fix his monk costume, still showed him how to stroll, took all the care and attention a senior brother should for their junior. He had never been very close to Brother Tang. He saw him around the temple, but the swordsman preferred to live silently, a solitary existence amongst the noise and camaraderie. Tian never forgot him, though. Brother Tang had fought the heretics inside the kingdom. He had been rushed back to Brother Wang for treatment, covered with curses and boils and burns, more dead than alive. Tian had done his best to assist, though it was little enough. He had last seen Brother Tang in a wheelchair, near paralyzed, watching the brothers and sisters march out of West Town and board the summer torrent. Off to war. Tian couldn't put words to what he saw in the swordsman's face. The years had been moderately kind to Brother Tang. He was still in the wheelchair, but his arms worked. and his eyes were as sharp as ever. Some of the edge had worn away. Perhaps it was because he was teaching the boy in front of him. The swordsman looked as stoic as ever, but Tian thought he saw some fondness in the look. Tian bowed deeply. "Senior brother Tang, it is good to see you again." The swordsman looked at him blankly for a moment, then cupped his fist and gave a small bow in reply. "Junior Tian, I didn't recognize you. The years have been kind to you." "How? I wonder." Tian chuckled awkwardly. "Really? You were a rather plain child when you left for the Redstone Wastes." Brother Tang's mouth twitched. "Meet your new junior, Xiaoming. Xiaoming. This is your senior brother Tian Ziho. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. It is nice to meet you, Junior. I'm happy, if a little surprised, that a new brother was found so soon after me. There was a 10-year gap between Tian and the senior recruited before him. Your case was unusual, Junior. 4 years is a pretty normal gap." Tian shook his head and smiled. "I don't have anything good to give you as a meeting gift, Junior Xiao. But if I could invite you and Senior Tang for some tea. My tea service is a little special. You might gain something from it." "Did Senior Brother Fu's love of tea get transmitted to you?" Brother Tang's face moved in an approximation of a smile. "Yes, very much so." "Is Senior Brother Wang around?" "Yes, at his medicine hut. He will be back for dinner." "Of course." "How long are you staying?" Tang asked. "At least long enough to have a meal." Tian smiled softly and glanced at his new little brother. He was a bright child, wide-eyed, his hair neatly brushed and twisted into a bun. The shadows Tian saw in the eyes of his senior brothers hadn't yet darkened Xiao's. "Your senior brother is completely correct, by the way. Cultivation is the foundation for everything. I've seen mortal grandmasters who, strictly speaking, were more skillful with their blades than some immortals. It didn't matter. They couldn't last a single move against anyone beyond level 2 of the earthly realm. The difference in the foundation is that vast." Xiao's eyes went wide, and he looked odd. Tian bowed to them and walked off to continue his tour, but didn't get far before he stopped sharp again. The final radiance. That's what this was. It was the reason Sister Bai broke through out of the blue. And there were probably similar stories elsewhere. The fortune of the kingdom was in its last convulsions, trying to force more strong protectors into existence. Xiaoming might well be the last cultivator to join the ancient Crane Monastery. Xiaoming, or Little Treasure. Even if Little Treasure hadn't started cultivating yet, you saw it in the hospital. Patients would suddenly feel better. They would be bright and lively for a few hours, maybe even a day, and then they would die. Xiaoming and Jin Treasure really might be the last 2 cultivators to be born in the Broad Sky Kingdom. He looked at the parasol trees, shading the benches and yards. He walked along the fine halls, with their polished wooden floors, and across the martial practice grounds he loved so dearly. The warmth had gone out of them. They were the same, but not the same. Had all the senior brothers had this experience, they actually might have. Tian leaned against a tree and looked at the little birds drinking and splashing in a pond. He tried to remember the conversations he had with the wounded in the hospitals. They had mentioned not feeling right when they got home. They hadn't phrased it that way, but that was the gist of it. Home wasn't familiar anymore. It wasn't the home they had spent so much time remembering. Was that why the monasteries were always so simply and sparsely decorated? Tian had assumed it was just part of being a Taoist. But what if there was a deeper meaning? The more simple a thing was, the less likely it was to have any big changes over the years. Brothers would go off adventuring, and when they came home, they would see things just how they left them. Senior Brother Wang was more or less how Tian remembered him, skinny, with a pointed smile. Like a spear grew arms and legs and got into medicine. Brother Wang was happy to see Tian. Tian had brought him a lot of face. Not everyone could say they had trained the most dedicated and caring junior in the hospital. They slipped into easy conversation, Tian mostly asking questions about various medicines and herbs, or how to manage different fevers, or toothache, or if Brother Wang had ever attended a birth. He had, it turned out, though not very many. They didn't talk about the war, or those who hadn't made it. One day, Tian knew he would pour out a toast to their memory. Right now, the feelings were too raw. Brother Wang patted him on the shoulder and offered one of his pointy smiles. Tian had to awkwardly laugh and look away. It seems that his brother understood him, even if he didn't say anything. The Jier had been an only child, trapped in his bed, isolated from the world. Tianziho had the very best brothers and sisters, and could embrace the open sky. It was better to be Tian, whatever problems the monastery had. It was better that ancient Crane Mountain, or the outer court at least, kept on existing. Tian didn't feel much one way or the other about Brodsky Kingdom. He just thought it was pretty messed up to let it collapse and be ruined by warlords and heretics for who knows how many centuries. Yes, it was better to be Tianziho, and not a vessel for painful memories and ghosts. It was better to live out under the open sky. It was good to mourn those who weren't here anymore, but it wasn't good to think only of them. His seniors were even more burdened than he was. And didn't they look after him? Didn't they shower him with endless care and affection? Tian chuckled and walked with Brother Wang to dinner. For some reason, he felt lighter. That night, for the very first time, he engaged with his brothers in the duel for food, snagging things from each other's bowls, and glowering at the people who managed to sneak a long bean or bit of fish from his. Now and then he managed to flick a plump bit of chicken into Xiaoming's bowl, snagged from one of his brothers. When he first came to the monastery, he would have hit someone if they took his food. He would have exploded with rage. Now, he understood. They were his brothers, and treated him like a brother who had grown up a bit, and didn't need their protection from every little thing. Though he noticed Brother Wang and Brother Tang still managed to sneak prime bites into his bowl. That night, Tian treated them and his new junior brother to the best tea he had, putting his all into the tea service. Sometimes, you had to bring the warmth back with you, returning it to the places and people who had given it to you in the past. When he was a child, he hadn't understood. He just thought the temple was a warm place. Now, he could see what Censor Hanshin had been on about, the great chain of filial piety. Seniors to juniors, juniors to seniors. An endless string of virtuous cycles connecting past and future. Now, completing one cycle, he could feel the balance of it all. The harmony of elements, of past and future, yin and yang, human kindness against human cruelty. It was all in there. He just hadn't seen it before. Through it all was the breath of the Tao, blowing across the hollow reeds and giving rise to happy music. It was, he decided, a Tao worth fighting for. Tian and Hong gathered on the road to the monastery after breakfast. You look better. Less. I don't know. Despairing. Moody. Hong nodded approvingly. Since when am I moody? I'm a cheery, optimistic youth full of good feelings about people and the world, Tian declared. Han just looked at him. The seconds dragged on. Tian eventually rubbed the back of his neck and looked away. The very best things about ancient Crane Monastery are the outer courts, and the very best of them are here in West Town. My brothers looked after me. It felt good to be able to return some of their kindness. It's not about balancing scales, it's about, Tian struggled to put it into words, about being part of something healthy, something that doesn't just flow in one direction. Hong smiled. You are looking better. Less brittle. Tian smiled back. Yeah, less brittle is a good way to put it. Sometimes I wonder if it's your blood and qi affecting me. Tian blinked. I like to think I'm a positive influence on you. Heaven saved me from midgets. Speaking of, where is the crane? Tian flicked a finger upward. The crane was lazily circling, looking for a promising pond or riverbank. Next stop, Mountain Gate City. Tian rolled his shoulders. Lovely day for a stroll. It was not. Heavy rain clouds were steadily rolling towards the mountain, a solid wall of gray, coming in faster than a galloping horse. Peasants shouted and raced for their homes. A bare few did last-minute checks on irrigation gates, the state of dams and walls, whether they had left out their cattle or chickens before they, too, raced home. It was something innate in humans, running before the storm. The countryside emptied quickly around them. The rain would land like hammers of water at first, before slowing into a steady, inexorable pressure thickened by cruel humidity. It never really got cold in the Brodsky Kingdom, but there were definitely more and less pleasant seasons. As far as Tian was concerned, the rainy season was the worst of them. Wet or dry, it felt like drowning. He had a powerful urge to turn around and dive into his cozy cell. The notion of running through the misery all the way to the mountain did not appeal. Han didn't look much more enthused about the rain than he did. Race you to Mountain Gate City. Tian's eyes went wide. A race? Since when did they race? He felt a laugh bubbling up in him. Apparently, since today. All right, you are on. The two young immortals raced towards the mountain, pounding their stray thoughts into the dirt. They both had light body arts. And while they weren't exquisite, they were well honed. Each step landed like thunder and propelled them forward like lightning. Around them, peasants scrambled through their doors, slammed shutters closed, frantically herded their chickens back into their coops. The ducks were left to fend for themselves, and why not? They would be just as happy in the wet as the dry. Merchants plied their whips, driving their heavy draft horses to rolling canters. That was the best they could do, hauling heavy wagons. The horses could smell the rain and they didn't like it either. They could go much faster if it wasn't for the wagons, of course. But that didn't suit the men with the whips. Men who inexplicably found themselves without whips as something too fast to properly see raced past them. Really, Hong yelled. Really. If they want to go faster, they should get out and pull too. Tian yelled back, his grin brilliant under the darkening sky. The two immortals, close as brother and sister could be, ran up the wide stone-paved road, alongside the irrigation ditches and waymarkers. The country was running towards the sky, foothills rising, then falling, but always rising again. The wagons appeared closer together, carrying flags of merchant houses, or painted with the colors and name of great clans. So many of them. It looked like they were flocking birds, or ants carrying food back to the nest. They can't all be headed to the city, Hyun yelled. Bet. Hong shook her head. She had taken off her wide hat. It would have blown away at the speed they were running, and besides, the dark clouds were blocking the sun. I thought only the inner court and their family could go into the city. Only the inner court and their families can live there. These merchants won't go past the city walls. There are big depots and warehouses just below the city, handling distribution. Local haulers bring things from the depot into the city if that's the final destination. Otherwise, they are just shipped onward up the hills, moving steadily closer to the mountain. Horses die when they see the mountains. Tian had heard that expression from some of the wanderers on the rivers and lakes, but had never understood it. He did now. Ancient Crane Mountain looked close enough to touch, but no matter how far they ran, they never seemed to reach it. How many had exhausted their horses, whipping them on just a little bit further? We are almost there. Their clothes whipped around them, blue robes fluttering in the wind, snapping and yanking at them as the silk caught the air. Han swore a blue streak when she saw Tian tying up his sleeves and taking a small lead. It was a strictly temporary setback. She had her own sleeves tied up barely a minute later, and quickly made up the ground. Tian wanted to be back on the boat so badly. He could taste the river water. He could smell the marshes and reedy banks. He would build a little awning over the middle of the boat like some of the fishermen did, and he would hide under there as Liren pulled them along. The mountains still seemed far away, but the rains were on them now. You could watch the shivering wall of water roll across the countryside, fast as the wind could drive it. There was no gentle transition. You were dry, then you were soaked. Cool rain fell, turning cold with the speed they were running. The fine silk robes of an immortal cultivator might be stained by dust or water, but they certainly weren't waterproof. Tian felt his long hair soaking up the rain, the bun suddenly a heavy weight on the top of his head. He imagined Liren must be chilly, given how short her hair was. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. He would warm her up with a nice cup of tea when they arrived. The mountain was on them as suddenly as the rain. They had been running up a slope, and the slope kept going up. It flattened and dipped slightly, but the trend was up, and up, rising over the foothills and the floodplain, threading its way into the cooler air. The wagons labored against the mountain now, no longer thinking they could race to a warm stables and an inn. They were focused on safely navigating the road. It was a wide road, immaculately maintained and well-drained. It was the only thing keeping it passable in the downpour. The road ran alongside steep drops. It would be easy for a horse to slip or a wheel to slide. Then you would never worry about being wet again. Liren accelerated into a sprint. This time it was Tian's turn to swear, scrambling to catch up. Liren lived around here until she was 6. Her granny still lives here. She must know how far we are from the city. Cheating. Blatant lack of martial virtue. I must scold her as soon as I win. He could see the city walls now, though no guards walked them. They had no crenellations either, nor watchtowers. What use would they be, when the only people who could threaten the city could fly over any wall? Tian lowered his body, exploding the water covering the paving stones with every sharp step. Liren was doing the same, her lustrous skin brilliant with gems of rain. They reached the gate in a sudden spray, the guard sputtering with outrage. I win, Han declared with a victor's smile. Naive. Tian didn't slow down, taking 2 explosive steps and slapping his hand on the gate itself. Fallen at the final step. This is because I am older. 1 step ahead in life. 1 step ahead in races. Tian shook his head as he clasped his hands behind his back. The crane flew down out of the rain and landed on his shoulders, spreading her wings wide as she glared down at Liren. After all the fish I sneaked you. You betray me like this, Liren cried. This was fun. We should do that again sometimes. Maybe you will run faster. Oh well. West Town Outer Courts. Jian Ziho and Han Liren, coming under orders from direct disciple Fu. Tian reported to the guards and displayed his ring. It moved them from pissy to respectful immediately. Tian had a sneaking feeling it wasn't the ring but Brother Fu's name that had them straightening their spines. Mountain Gate City was a gray haze in the rain. Water ran through the gutters in white torrents, while the locals dashed from shop to shop, or huddled under the eaves and waited for a break in the deluge. Now and then you would see someone in sky blue robes holding an umbrella over their heads that shed water in a wider dome than the size of the umbrella would suggest. Nobody is flying. Tian looked up into the rain. It's not permitted in the city, except under very specific circumstances and in specific places. I've never been there. But the most expensive, luxurious part of the city is reserved for the cave mansions of inner court disciples built directly into the side of the mountain. You can fly there. I hear it's the only way to get into the caves. I thought there would be heavenly people zipping around everywhere on their flying swords, looking down on the world. Nope. Too many fights, is the story. Someone would be on the ground buying something. Then someone would fly over their head, and they would just lose it at the disrespect. Han had her hat and veil back on, suddenly mysterious and haunting in the heavy rain. Tian grunted, then laughed. Oh heavens. That's the final piece, isn't it? Discipline. All the times he could have stepped in and told people to act right, and didn't. They must have taken it as approval. Then it repeats and spreads down through the ranks. What I don't get is that he was the sect leader. Now he's master to sect leaders. How can he just let it all happen? I mean, really, heartbreak, Han muttered. Think it through from his perspective. He spent multiple mortal lifetimes teaching people how to behave properly, teaching the virtues, creating rules, being a sage. Remember what Hartman was saying? It was a sage that put the Kong on Kausen's neck. Whether it's true or not, I bet that's what that senior believes. He did his best, taught carefully and with love, set the best rules he could for his sect, and encouraged his grandson to build a virtuous, self-correcting kingdom. Han nodded along. And look how it all turned out. Vain, arrogant, chasing personal profits at the cost of others, putting family over sect, forgetting all brotherhood. The second benefits are impacted, even to the point of atrocity. I think I remember that shop. They sold candy. And other things. But mostly I remember the candy. I remember a lot from back then. Want to see if they still sell candy? Not yet. Jian looked up the road. Where are we supposed to meet whoever it is that we are supposed to meet? There is an administration hall in the center of the city. We can dry off there and they will send someone to notify Disciple Fu and Elder Ru that we are here. Jian had a feeling of standing on one of the trash heaps in the dump, feeling that it was about to slide out from under him, and quickly looking for a place to jump to. He understood it all, but so what? His brothers were still dying. The warmth that gave him life was dying. His birth family died. Hong's family died. The peasants died. All those people kidnapped and sold for salt died. Because an old man closed his eyes and silently said, do what you like. He didn't want to run, to abandon his brothers. He couldn't imagine leaving Brother Fu or Sis Liren, but for the life of him, he couldn't imagine staying. He would become a rogue cultivator. The world was full of hidden treasures. He would flow with the Tao and grow, just so long as he didn't have to leave them behind. Brother Fu and Sis Liren, the snow-grace crane and him. drifting along the rivers in a whole new country, fighting heretics, exploring ruins, arguing over whose turn it was to cook dinner. A happy life. Oh, this is it. We have to stop here. Liren stopped in a spray of water in front of a tiny bakery. They had the best roast pork buns. I remember they were so warm and fluffy. And the filling was so sweet. I'd always keep some pocket money just for this. I had my own little gang. And we would come over and I would treat everyone to a bun and feel like I was queen of the world. Tian smiled. Rain thundering down on his hat. So buy me one. She smiled back. And Tian could feel the sun shining from her. Hey boss, 3 roast pork buns. Please. Sure. 1 silver. 1 silver. Prices have gone way up. What can I do? Do you know what pork costs these days? Even charcoal is getting more expensive. Liren grumbled and paid the silver, collecting the steaming buns. White as a summer cloud, filling a whole hand. The dough was light and fluffy. Yet the whole of it was a little weighty. You just knew it was well stuffed with meat. Tian bit into it and savored the savory roast pork. The sauce was sweet and rich as its dark brown color, with just a hint of something tangy. Some hidden brightness that danced just beyond his ability to identify, which cut through the fatty savoriness of the meat and the faintly sweet blandness of the dough. It really was delicious. Han's memory was as good as her eyes. Han wolfed her bun down in just a few bites. Nostalgic. I missed this flavor. I missed it so damn much. Immortal. Did you grow up here or something? Yeah, I did. Liren shook her head and started eating the last bun a little more slowly. She carefully shielded the bun from the rain with her hat, her veil coming down and hiding her heart hunger. Haven't been back in a long time. No. Haha. Our Mountain Gate city is always the same and always changing. My store has been serving immortals since my great-great-grandfather's generation. Don't worry, no matter how long you are away. Wali's bows will be here when you return. Liren looked away, then nodded. My throat's gone dry. They still have tea stalls in the alley. Sure. Might be closed because of the rain. Come back soon. Yeah, come on, brother. My throat's gone dry. I should have had one less bun. The two walked away, dragging some of the warmth and smell of the bakery with them as they turned down the mouth of the alley. Han stopped dead before she got 3 paces in. Tian grunted in surprise, then froze when he saw what she had. Sitting just a little way inside the alley was a little booth with 2 stools in front of it, an awning over it, and behind the table, an old, distinguished-looking diviner in faded blue robes. There was a sign behind him, True Diviner, ancient and knowledgeable, questions answered, Heaven's secrets revealed, special price for burning heaven cranes. We describe the Earth realm as divided into 9 ascending levels, but this is merely colloquial convenience and an intellectual misstep. In truth, it's 9 cycles of destruction and creation, returning to 1 at the end. Upon that return to 1, there is a greater transformation, and a new cycle begins, the ancient diviner explained. Tian and Han listened patiently. They didn't have any choice. Once they read the sign, they found themselves irresistibly guided onto the stools in front of the booth. Even the crane was given a stool to perch on. They had barely settled before the diviner, who hadn't yet introduced himself, started his monologue, the words forming a mysterious harmony with the rain battering on the awning. They would complain, but that seemed both unwise and impossible at the moment. Each time the vessel breaks and a new, greater one is formed from the accumulation of what came before. We can learn by analogy from this principle. The diviner's voice was still rich and smooth, despite his apparent age. Tian appreciated the easy listening. He had gotten better at interpreting metaphors and had memorized the more common ones. But he still trusted analogies less than the discount tea leaves at the bottom of a peddler's box. Also, he had several burning questions for this diviner, none of which had anything to do with basic cultivation theory. Asking them was becoming increasingly urgent. The diviner plainly didn't care. Kingdoms full. Sex full. The people wither. Their accumulated wisdom is lost. Virtue is lost. The long chain of filial piety is broken, and the ancestral tombs are left unswept. For those who would sweep them are scattered bones. Yet we see a trend. That which is broken becomes something new. New kingdoms rise, new sects, new people, building on what lessons they can take from the successes and failures of those who came before. There are times of stagnation or regression, but the trend is positive. Ultimately, what matters is the foundation set by the ancestors and the will of their successors. Should they be firm and deep, the future will be better than the past. The diviner stroked his long white beard and smiled. Yet, we revere the ancients, revere our ancestors, and as a matter of both logic and doctrine, those things which are oldest, the most primordial, are the most powerful and truest to the Tao. The more complex and cluttered things become, the more we suffer and the poorer our lives. How do we resolve this? Disciple Han. Han's mouth shifted, clearly wanting to say something colorful and controlling herself. Eventually, she said complexity and simplicity are also cycles. And there is a difference between reaching simplicity because you have the right mindset, and the simple life of the broke and ignorant, cursed, but incomplete. If the goal of Taoist cultivation is a reunification with the Tao, or at least as much as is humanly possible, then that requires a return to simplicity. It requires moving away from complexity, severing relationships, or simply allowing them to wither, caring about fewer relevant matters, wanting less, doing less, secluding oneself in the mountains to surrender to nature and illuminating our true selves. The simple act of living is an explosion of yang, fading inexorably to yin and death. The more brilliantly you burn, the faster you fade. How do we differentiate our Taoist stillness from death? Tian shook his head while Han leapt into the answer. Balance. One can move and be still. One can think a lot about a few things, not letting their mind get cluttered. Nobody gets out of life alive. So what if we burn out? So what if we eventually become so still we die? We will be relieved of our burdens in the afterlife, and rise again, ready to explode. It seems your brother disagrees, Disciple Tian. Where does her analysis fall short? At the very beginning, Elder. How so? The diviner looked curious. She accepted your premise. So her conclusions can never be more correct than her foundations. However, there is a part of those foundations that Tian struggled to find a polite way of saying you are talking absolute nonsense, and couldn't. He opted for silence instead. A year of debating policy on the windblown manor had exposed him to many traps of logic and rhetoric. A senior's easy confidence wasn't enough to blind him any longer. The old diviner didn't take any offense. His gentle smile widened into something truer. Indeed, indeed. Where do you see an error in my framing, Elder? This junior has heard a lot about cultivation, but he's never once heard that the goal of cultivation is reunification with the Tao. It's impossible just as a matter of logic. The Tao is, and is in, everything. We are the Tao or a very small piece of it. We can't unify with something we are already part of. We can only understand ourselves better. Since the Tao is the myriad things, understanding ourselves is understanding the simple and understanding the complicated. Sometimes that means living stark naked in the jungle, hiding out from everyone. And sometimes it means building complicated irrigation systems and figuring out rice farming. Tian tried to keep his language polite, but his enormous irritation and growing fury made it difficult. It also means trying to understand our elders. That can be difficult. The diviner faintly raised an eyebrow. You seem to have had some success at that, however. Neither of the juniors said anything. Swearing at someone beyond the heavenly realm seemed unwise. You have had almost a year and a half to work on your assignment. You understand, better than almost anyone, just how we got to our present situation. You know just how dire the situation is, and how intractable. Tell me, how do we win the future? The diviner wasn't wearing the sect uniform. He was wearing a dusty blue robe. The tortoise shell in front of him looked battered and worn. Even the coins and wooden sticks on the little booth looked battered and worn. Items with a past. For divining the future, the answer you wanted us to find is that we don't. We accept that the kingdom and the monastery will fall, which will clear away all the corrupted elements and leave room for healthy new growth. U.S. Senior Brother Fu, Elder Rui, and some others. Hong answered. Tian didn't nod, but followed up on her answer. A natural, healthy cycle. Elder, I wonder if you could clear some of my confusion. If I can. The diviner nodded and tapped the sign behind him. Questions answered, heaven's secrets revealed. Though I don't know most of the secrets. The war against the heretics, we have already lost many brothers and sisters. And we'll lose many more, strategic array or not. The heretics won't leave anything left to build a kingdom from, let alone a monastery. Not to mention what will happen when our allies see us collapse. True, as far as it goes. But you are missing some key pieces. Taoist Black Iron and I reached a similar epiphany many thousands of years ago to tie our fate to the fate of a kingdom and use that to clear any obstacles to our cultivation. I, being orthodox in outlook, accepted the imposition of merit and sin, and worked to ensure a virtuous cycle formed. Taoist Black Iron, being heretical, wasn't willing to accept any judgment of morality or propriety beyond his own. Tian's eyes flew open, as did Hong's. She leaned forward and asked, "You can simply deny sin or merit. It can be done, if one is willing to pay a sufficient price and suffer atrocious consequences. Most often, one pays a bitter price for a mere deferral. But then, Taoist Black Iron never lacked resolve, morals, compassion, or the faintest shred of humanity, yes, but not resolve. I, on the other hand, was raised differently." He laughed lightly. "I have really let down my teachers. Not to mention those brothers who outgrew our little mountain and spread their wings in the bigger world." A few more things clicked almost audibly inside Chan's head. Starseed glanced over at him. "It's as you imagine. I was the third-generation sect master, which makes the ancient crane my grandmaster, and my master, the myriad blessings child, created your cultivation method. I was privileged to hear the ancient crane herself proclaim the Tao, and her teachings still echo and enfold in my ears." The old man sighed, and then she flew away. She had only stopped on the mountain to rest a little while. But how could a crane not migrate? Perhaps in a few tens or hundreds of thousands of years more, she will return and look for us. It's nice to imagine, anyway. The ancient looked into the sky. "Then my seniors left, my master left. Good brothers and sisters left, or died. Another form of leaving. My cultivation wasn't lagging. I was my generation's leading genius. If you can believe something so absurd, I just didn't want to go. I loved it here. I loved my monastery, loved my mortal family, loved my juniors and the rivers and mountains and the wheeling birds and the feeling of peeking directly into the celestial court as I watched the stars and toasted the goddess in the moon." His voice drifted away, then returned. "I think you know what happened next. If not exactly, then close enough." Tian and Hong nodded. "Forgive me, the old ramble. You asked about the outcome of the war. I have arranged for quite a lot of people to die, many of them wearing the blue and white. People who should die, and some whose deaths will be unjust. Not everyone who deserves it, but quite a lot of them. The heretics are my borrowed knife. There, the surviving remainder of villains, or the merely surplus, have been maneuvered so they can't interfere with the next step of bringing the surviving good and useful ones back. Those who have accumulated merit, or who will be pillars for the next monastery." The heavy rains battered on the awning and on the tile roofs around them. Layers of drums and thunder echoing around them, nearly as loud as the racing thunder of Tian and Hong's hearts. Ancient Crane Mountain, as far as the kingdom and the world are concerned, will die, faded into nothingness and memory. But it won't die alone. I will break the heretic's spine, and with it, scatter their strength. Without its spine, all its hard bones will be useless. The Black Iron Gorge will find itself without defenders, its wealth plundered by any whose fists are big enough to take it. Most likely one of those what-time defenders, but quite possibly not. The heavens are unsettled on that point. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation." Tian and Hong felt cold fear clamping down on their spines. He sounded far less moved by the thought of exterminating thousands of his own juniors than he did by the memory of his old brothers moving on to greater things.